Chapter 1 Prologue to the Strange Cultivation World. Location of internal documents. Reply in the book review. The Black Forest mountain range stretches for thousands of miles, with countless peaks and valleys, strange mountains, and unique waters. Many places are shrouded in mist year-round and rarely visited by humans. It is precisely because of this that countless rare treasures, exotic beasts, and spiritual herbs are nurtured in these deep mountains, making it a paradise for cultivators to hone their skills. The entrance of the Black Forest lies Qinglin Town. Most cultivators who venture into the Black Forest for training will enter from here. When cultivators enter the Black Forest, they usually stock up on necessities here, and upon exiting, they often sell some spiritual herbs and exotic beast crystals in this place. Over time, a market naturally formed, and thus Qinglin Town came into being. The town gathers many loose cultivators and training teams from sects, as well as a few ordinary civilians who have yet to establish their foundation. On the back mountain of the small town lives such a civilian Boyd. He did not stay here for the convenience of entering the Black Forest. He simply found a cave suitable for living within a rock on the back mountain. This cave is located within a smooth, dark-colored boulder. Although the entrance is small, the interior is quite spacious. This moment, the boy, who was fast asleep in the cave, was suddenly awakened by a commotion outside. "Who the hell is it disturbing my sweet dreams?" The boy raised his hand to wipe the drool from his mouth. Cursing angrily in his dream, he was frolicking around with his follower, Fugue, causing trouble and joking around. Fugue's joyful calls of young master still echoed in his ears. "Fugue, it's your young master, I'm useless." The boy trembled his lips, blinking his reddened eyes, letting tears fill his eyes. He could never forget that naive and lovable follower who grew up with him. When he was down and out, Fugue never left his side. When he was in danger, Fugue rushed to save him, ultimately being devoured by the soul-eating evil spirit. As the saying goes, what one thinks during the day, one dreams at night. Although the sun here is never set, it does not prevent him from daydreaming. The boy got up, folded the green long robe he had laid on the hay, brushed off the dried grass and dust, draped it over himself, and messily tidied his disheveled hair before gloomily crawling out of the cave. As soon as he stepped out, he was blinded by the sunlight and couldn't open his eyes. After adjusting, he finally saw a group of cultivators not far away, gazing up at the sky and discussing animatedly. At the forefront was a young man in brocade, closely followed by a youthful girl in a purple corseted skirt, with a few young men and women following a little farther behind. The green-clad boy also curiously looked up. To his surprise, today the sky had become extraordinarily clear. Furrowing his brows, the boy felt an inexplicable irritation in his heart. Since he arrived in this world, the sky had always been gray, never appearing like it did today. The sudden change felt unsettling. "Senior brother, could it be that the spatial barrier has opened?" The girl in purple naturally hugged the brocade young man's arm as she spoke. The spatial barrier she mentioned was no secret. It is said that this layer of spatial barrier cannot be crossed, and even the aura from the outside world cannot be felt. Of course, the green-clad boy only heard about it, and it had nothing to do with him, a civilian boy with a mixed spiritual root who cannot cultivate. However, the girl's voice caught the boy's attention. He felt that voice was very familiar. Turning his head to look at the girl in purple, he saw her slender waist, smooth skin, and especially her curly black hair cascading in waves, leaving a deep impression on him. The boy was instantly stunned, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. Isn't this his fiancée, Shuya? After many years of not seeing her, she was still stunningly beautiful and pure, making his heart flutter. But he knew that the previous engagement was already void, and Shuya had become part of his past. Recalling the situation back then, she had looked down on him quite a bit, let alone now, in the cultivation world, who would look at a civilian boy who cannot cultivate. The boy's unusual gaze caught Shuya's attention. She glanced at him and pulled the brocade young man aside a few steps. She did not recognize the green-clad boy in his current disheveled appearance. Even his own father might not recognize him. "What are you looking at?" "Get lost." The brocade young man, seeing the green-clad boy staring foolishly, immediately became displeased. He casually lifted his foot and kicked a stone the size of a chicken egg at the boy's forehead. The stone whistled through the air, fast as lightning. If it hit him, it would undoubtedly cause serious injury or even death. When the boy sensed the brocade young man's malice as he turned to look at him, he had already swayed his body in advance to avoid the deadly stone. The stone grazed his shoulder and flew out, smashing into a thick tree trunk behind him with a loud bang, causing the dense treetop to crash down. The brocade young man let out an "eh," his expression turning somewhat ugly. A civilian boy had actually dodged his deadly attack, making him lose face in front of his junior sister. Fuming with anger, he glared at the boy and slowly raised his palm, a faint spatial ripple beginning to form in his hand as he prepared to unleash a palm strike from a distance to kill him. Meanwhile, the green-clad boy, having just dodged the flying stone, suddenly sensed a strong wave of malice. This malice, however, did not come from the brocade young man before him. Who is it? How can there be such intense hatred? Is this a rhythm to kill me? Ever since Fuguei died, he had been living alone in the cave, rarely having conflicts with others. He couldn't think of anyone with whom he had deep-seated hatred. He looked around, but did not find the source of the malice. Looking up at the sky, everything was visible, yet the malice grew stronger. This puzzled him even more. Could the malice be coming from the sky? The green-clad boy was born with a sensitivity to perceive danger and malice, able to foresee the actions of others. Just like this time, he had foreseen that the brocade young man would attack him, allowing him to sway his body in time to avoid that deadly stone. However, at this moment, the intense malice was something he could not pinpoint its specific source, nor could he foresee what would happen next, leaving him extremely uneasy. He suddenly recalled the disaster from another world, during which he was inexplicably transported to this world. At that time, he, too, felt only malice but could not find its source. A chill surged in his heart. Was the heavens brewing another major incident? The green-clad boy looked again at Shuya, wanting to warn her, but didn't know how to start, clumsily saying, Danger is coming. Far more than that natural disaster. He shook his head secretly and sighed imperceptibly, trying hard to conceal his inner helplessness and frustration. Shuya, I don't know how to help you. I can only leave it to fate, hoping for blessings from the heavens. His eyes grew moist, and his heart felt bitter. The moment Fuguei faced the soul-eating evil spirit alone. He couldn't extend a helping hand now. Facing an unknown danger, he was equally powerless to help Shuya. Chapter 2 Prologue. Celestial Anomalies. Malice arises. Although the boy was feeling down, he never showed a weak side in front of others. According to his usual style, his head could be severed, blood could flow, but he could not lose face. He rubbed his face, wiping away the lonely expression. With a step forward and arms crossed, he instantly regained his spirit. Who moved just now? Step forward. I did. What are you going to do about it? The brocade young man was about to unleash his palm strike, but Shuya tightened her grip on his arm, blinking her dark eyes and pulling him aside. The young man in blue looked up at the young man in splendid clothes, habitually tossing his hair, but failed to do so as his hand got stuck in his hair. He couldn't maintain the pose. He raised his middle finger and said, Let me tell you, it's your feet that are moving. Today's enmity, one day. But when he saw the opponent's cultivation level, which turned out to be at the spirit liquid stage, he thought he might have been a bit rash. He swallowed hard and continued. He'll think this through. He'll retreat for now. He initially wanted to leave a few harsh words, but his strength didn't allow it. With the unknown malice growing stronger, he couldn't care less. Before he could finish his sentence, the young man fled towards the rocks, diving into a cave. Onlookers laughed heartily as they saw him escape in such a disheveled manner. This bug thinks hiding in a cave will keep him safe. That's too funny. This rock is a bit strange. It might be hard to break. Humph. What's so difficult about it? Senior brother just needs to cast a fireball spell to roast him like a pig. Everyone forgot about the strange phenomenon in the sky and pointed at the rock where the young man was hiding, discussing it endlessly. Shuya frowned, recalling the phrase far beyond that disaster. Was the disaster he mentioned referring to the calamity that occurred in that world? It was a catastrophic disaster. She even doubted if there were any surviving humans left after that disaster. Shuya remembered the way the young man in blue tossed his hair. It felt strangely familiar. Could it be him? Yes, it was him. This young man in blue was her former fiancé, Xiaojian. Tears streamed down Shuya's face as she let go of the arm of the young man in splendid clothes and hurried towards the rocks. But after running a few steps, she suddenly stopped. Xiaojian's situation made her heart ache, but she knew she was powerless. In this strange world, she could barely protect herself, let alone help Xiao Jian. Moreover, both of them had their own lives now, and what could she do upon reuniting other than adding to the awkwardness? Ah! Everyone look, the sky seems to be cracking. A sudden exclamation pulled Shuya from her hesitation. She looked up to see a pitch-black crack stretching across the sky. Crack. 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 After a thunderclap, more cracks appeared in the sky. The heavens began to shatter like glass that had been struck, making a crackling sound. As the cracks in the sky multiplied, the gravity of the earth gradually vanished, and a mysterious force from the heavens surged towards them. In an instant, the world turned upside down. The ground turned into a bottomless cliff, while the sky became an abyss. Everyone felt their bodies lighten and slowly began to float. They stared in terror at the ground growing farther away, feeling a bone-chilling cold and an unprecedented sense of death. The moment Shuya left the ground, she couldn't help but recall Xiao Jian's warning. Danger is coming. Far beyond that disaster. She suddenly regretted it. Perhaps this was her last chance to see Xiao Jian. She felt she should give him an explanation, a closure, to not leave this regret behind. No longer hesitating, she shouted loudly towards the rocks below, Xiao Jian. I am Shuya. Xiao. I thought her voice grew weaker and more distant. Meanwhile, Xiao Jian in the cave had already blocked the entrance and couldn't hear Shuya's voice. The gravity of the earth continued to diminish, while the sky's pull grew stronger, causing the ground to shake violently. The rocks began to sway and float towards the sky, while the sea transformed into a vast waterfall, like a monstrous beast with bared fangs, lunging at the heavens. The earth trembled. The sky changed color. Xiao Jian, along with the rocks he was hiding in, fell towards the sky, and the wooden block sealing the entrance was also sent flying. Through the opening, he saw countless terrified people floating by from the front. They seemed to be drawn by some force, gathering towards a certain space in the air. Helpless, they waved their hands, trying to grasp something, attempting to break free from this bondage, but all efforts were in vain. The wretched cries and screams sounded extremely small amidst the howling winds and the thunderous roars. At this moment, distinctions of status and rank disappeared. The levels of cultivation became irrelevant, as they all gathered in the same space without exception. This was an extremely mysterious space where countless humans were gathered, devoid of any other debris. The rocks crashing around and the pervading seawater, despite clearly colliding with this space, appeared on the other side in the next moment. Xiao Jian stared in horror at this space, his tightly clenched lips revealing a trace of blood. This space sent chills down his spine. He clung to the rock crevice, fearing he would be swept into it as well. He sensed that this was a dead end. Once pulled in, there would be no chance of survival. Indeed, his intuition was soon confirmed. Just as everyone was filled with terror, the bottom of the space suddenly lost support, and the densely packed crowd plummeted like hailstones towards the ground below. However, when they were still some distance from the ground, they transformed into wisps of blue smoke and dissipated into the wind, leaving only condensed crystal cores that fell. Like a torrential rain onto the plaza, the crystal cores gradually piled up like a mountain, occasionally mixed with some dazzling golden fragments, fluttering down like autumn leaves. Several elusive, ghostly figures weaved through the rain of crystal cores, collecting these fragments and carefully placing them into exquisite jade boxes. On the plaza, more ghosts wielded giant shovels, gathering the crystal cores into containers. Xiao Jian stood in shock, staring blankly at the scene before him, his mind a blank slate. Ever since he was transported to this world, he sensed that it was filled with malice. Today, it seemed he had found some clues. However, even knowing the truth, what could a mixed spirit root do? Although a mixed spirit root could cultivate compared to a pure spirit root, he would have to put in 32 times the effort at the same level. Shuya, it's my fault. I can't help you, and I can't avenge you. Xiao Jian choked on his words, tears streaming down his face as he shook his head in despair. He punched the cave wall hard, filled with self-reproach and helplessness. He even doubted that no matter how high he cultivated, it would be futile. He felt that the waters here were too deep, unimaginably deep. Chapter 3, Prologue. Time reversal. Restart. Soon after, all humans in the airspace disappeared, and there was nothing left in the square. The ghostly figures no longer existed. The rifts in the sky slowly vanished. The gravity of the earth gradually restored, and the objects floating in the air began to slowly descend. At that moment, the originally dim sky suddenly fell into darkness. Xiao Jian looked up, his mouth agape, as a shadow larger than the entire realm of cultivation floated in space. Thunder and lightning still flickered in the night sky, illuminating the bottom of the shadow and reflecting a metallic sheen. Just as he stared blankly at the shadow, it suddenly shrank in size, allowing him to see its full form. It was a flat sphere, the bottom of which was pitch black, and the vast surface was empty, making one feel an overwhelming sense of oppression. However, the upper part of the sphere was entirely different, lush and vibrant, with figures moving about, a scene full of life. As Xiao Jian was astonished, a beam of light shot out from the sphere, and a beautiful girl, like a fairy, slowly rose from the light. The girl wore a light, flowing white dress, radiating a golden glow, her black hair rolling like clouds, making her appear noble and extraordinary, instilling a sense of reverence. She stood above the sphere, looking back at her kneeling subjects, her deep, dark eyes reflecting endless sorrow and reluctance. Xiao Jian stared at this scene, rubbed his eyes, and said in disbelief, I can't be dead, can I? He was confused. The flat sphere was so far from him. How could he see it so clearly? Xiao Jian stretched his head out of the cave and looked around, only to be astonished to find that, at some point, the giant rock that was originally falling was now stationary beside the girl in white. He looked at the girl in white with a shocked expression, unable to regain his senses for a long time. Was it the fairy sister who saved me? The movement of the giant rock from such a distance. He hadn't noticed at all. Spatial teleportation. Xiao Jian's heart jolted. A thought surfaced in his mind. This is the legendary spatial teleportation skill. He shrank his neck. The mysterious cultivation of the girl in white made Xiao Jian wary of her, and his gaze toward her carried a hint of awe. Xiao Jian's murmurs naturally did not escape the perception of the girl in white. She turned to look at him, revealing a hint of surprise. To her divine sense, she could not detect the situation inside the cave. Suddenly, a semi-transparent figure appeared beside the girl in white with a puff. She wore gray clothing, her figure and appearance indistinguishable from the girl in white. The gray figure's eyes were cold, with a strange red light flickering in her gaze. And she looked disdainfully at Xiao Jian, who was crawling by the cave. Oof. Everything today has to do with you. She snorted coldly, and a sudden sense of oppression pressed down on Xiao Jian, making it hard for him to breathe. Xiao Jian's legs trembled, confusion filling his eyes. He truly couldn't understand why he was being implicated when he hadn't done anything. Is it something I did wrong? The gray figure opened her mouth as if to say something else, but with a flash of dark light, she merged into the body of the girl in white. This is not your fault. You don't need to blame yourself. The girl in white sensed her emotions spiraling out of control, so she quickly explained. She frowned, her face full of helplessness. Xiao Jian stole a glance at her. The gray figure was indeed her negative soul, and she was clearly very conflicted inside. When a cultivator reaches a certain level, their soul can split, and the dark soul body is the embodiment of negative emotions. I know you can't bear the burden, but... Sigh. The girl in white sighed, not continuing further. She understood that no matter how much she said at this moment, it would be of no use. A hint of loneliness appeared in her eyes, her emotions becoming very complex, filled with helplessness and regret, tinged with disappointment. This boy was the target they chose to cultivate, but he truly was not a suitable candidate. He was a complete wastrel, a rich young master without ambition, unable to bear the burden. If there were a choice, she would not hesitate to replace him. But unfortunately, those with perceptive abilities were already rare, and those with all spiritual roots were even rarer. Currently, he was the only one found. She regretted not having placed a guardian by his side earlier, which led to losing track of him after he arrived in the realm of cultivation. Only when the spatial barrier here broke did she sense his location again. But it was too late. By now, he hadn't even completed his foundation establishment. The training of perceptive ability must rely on the soul-eating evil spirit to reach its peak. But this place had been completely destroyed. Without the core of the soul-eating evil spirit, he could not cultivate to the level of decomposing all things. and the Guardians' counterattack plan could no longer be executed. Xiao Jian knew nothing of these thoughts in the girl's heart, but seeing her expression, he inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt. He thought to himself, could it be that I really did something wrong? Just as Xiao Jian was lost in thought, a slender and dazzling beam of light suddenly shot from afar, drawing a straight light track in space. Boom! The beam struck the surface of the sphere, and a dazzling white light erupted violently, enveloping the sphere in a layer of soft halo. The girl in white no longer paid attention to Xiao Jian. She looked up toward the depths of space, her eyes revealing a clear and bright light, sparkling with a crystalline brilliance. Xiao Jian couldn't help but gaze into her eyes. Several black dots appeared in her pupils, growing larger and clearer, gradually transforming into oddly shaped beetle-like discs. The backs of these discs were raised with flat bottoms, and a cylindrical object radiating piercing white light, very conspicuous. In the center, surrounded by many disc-like objects, floated a massive, elongated object. The elongated object was flat, appearing to be composed of many square tubes spliced together. The entire head was topped with a heavy protective shield, which sloped backward with a high middle line. Its surface smooth as a mirror, adorned with a strange pattern. The pattern resembled an hourglass, with a bright spot at the narrowest point in the center, and the two ends were completely symmetrical in black and white. The tail was embedded with 4 giant square tubes, spewing flames, exuding a sense of powerful force. The top of the elongated object was boundless, with countless mounds resembling hills on the vast surface, interspersed with crisscrossing grooves. The entire object appeared mighty and heavy, with sharp angles all over, unadorned, fierce and terrifying. Compared to this monster, those beetle-like discs seemed like gentle and cute little babies. Xiao Jian's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. The beam of light earlier was emitted by these insects? This completely overturned his understanding. Finally, he couldn't hold back and cautiously asked, Fairy Sister, what kind of insect is this? Cosmic battleship, and what you call a flying saucer? The girl in white didn't turn her head, still staring at the distant fleet, as if confirming something. The cosmic battleship the girl mentioned surely referred to the massive, elongated object in the center, while the flying saucers were probably those disc-like objects. Flying saucers? Xiao Jian was even more puzzled. In another world, when he was still very young, he heard hunters in the village say they saw flying round discs, and some even had close encounters with them. Everyone called them flying saucers. What puzzled Xiao Jian was how the girl in white knew this name. Had she been to that world? Had she been to his hometown? Or were the flying saucers seen by those people the same as the craft she was on? Fairy Sister, have you been to our place? Xiao Jian's courage grew, and he couldn't help but ask his doubts again. The girl in white is very gentle when her emotions are stable, or rather, she is gentle as long as her gray-suited soul does not emerge. Unfortunately, just as Xiao Jian finished speaking, the gray-suited soul jumped out again, wearing that fierce and menacing expression, speaking disrespectfully. Isn't it all because of you, this useless person? You. Before she could finish her sentence, she was pulled back into the body by the girl in white. I'm sorry. I lost control. After this incident, you and I will lose our memories, and saying more is useless. The girl in white apologized to her negative soul, which could be considered a response to his question. From the words of her negative soul, it was clear that they had indeed been to that world, but what puzzled him was that they did it for him. And what did the girl in white mean by losing memories? Just at the moment when the gray-suited soul jumped out, there was a noticeable fluctuation in the girl in white's gaze. In fact, the appearance of the gray-suited soul was caused by the girl in white losing control of her emotions. She stared at the fleet of battleships deep in space, clearly having her own purpose, and Xiao Jian dared not disturb her further, quickly closing his mouth. Deep in space, the cylindrical object on the UFO seemed to be gathering power, its internal white light growing brighter and more blinding. The strong light illuminated the surface of the cosmic battleship, reflecting a golden glow, making it incredibly dazzling in the vastness of space, almost suffocating. Immediately, more beams of light followed, and the surface of the sphere was suddenly filled with brilliant light, like a calm lake suddenly stirred by raging waves. These attacks were only coming from those baby-like UFOs. The menacing one in the middle seemed to be waiting for something and had not attacked at all. One could imagine what kind of scene it would be when this big guy unleashed its power. At this moment, the girl in white seemed to have finally confirmed something. She withdrew her gaze from the depths of space. Her expression clearly became frustrated, as the first modified battleship from the other side had already been deployed. With the materials harvested successfully this time, they would continuously modify more battleships and easily invade the positive universe. The positive universe, whether in terms of practitioners or hard technology, would be unable to compete. The positive universe would be crushed in an instant. She looked up, her eyes suddenly becoming incredibly deep, as if the entire universe had been drawn into her gaze. She vaguely saw the scene of the positive universe collapsing. The moment the core particles of the positive universe were taken away by the other side, the positive universe shrank rapidly. Countless celestial bodies vanished without a trace, and countless races turned to ashes. The entire universe became a hell. Seeing this, her face suddenly became exceptionally resolute, no longer hesitating. Her long, jade-like hands waved forward, and a light curtain suddenly shot out from her hands. The light curtain instantly enveloped the already shattered cultivation world and quickly spread towards space from that center. Seeing this, Xiao Jian knew that the girl in white was about to unleash a big move. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He crawled out of the cave entrance, leaped onto the giant rock, preparing to sit on the surface of the rock and watch her performance. But before he could jump onto the rock, he was mysteriously frozen in mid-air, maintaining his leaping posture while his body remained motionless, as if time had stopped. Everything around him quickly retreated like a movie rewinding. Dazzling and overwhelming. The previously lifeless earth began to ripple, turning lush and green, filled with the sounds of people, mesmerizing and enchanting. Meanwhile, the UFOs and battleships deep in space also strangely disappeared without a trace, leaving people incredulous and a sense of mystery in the air. As time reversed, the once shattered world returned to a vibrant past, showing no signs of any apocalyptic disaster. The massive sphere in the sky was rapidly shrinking, its lush surface disappearing, becoming desolate and lifeless. The light beam shooting towards the girl in white gradually dimmed and shrank. Eventually, the light beam completely vanished, and the sphere had shrunk to the size of a watermelon. At that moment, the sphere suddenly exploded, and the fragmented pieces, accompanied by a sky full of black mist, scattered in all directions. The girl in white turned to look at the dissipating sphere, her eyes filled with loss and nostalgia as silent tears streamed down her face. Then, her physical body transformed into countless starlights, fluttering in the air like fireflies, slowly dissipating into the night sky. In the darkness, a transparent soul suddenly split into two phantoms. One gray phantom flew towards Xiao Jian, who was frozen in midair, following a fragment of the sphere. The other golden phantom flew towards the distance, where there was a blue planet. The Guardian cultivation plan had completely failed, while the other side's harvesting plan was completed as scheduled, and the entire positive universe was facing a catastrophic disaster. Everything seemed beyond saving. In this final moment, they activated the time reversal program, using all the energy of the sanctuary for the time reversal, including the biological energy of all their kin. When the energy was nearly exhausted, the sanctuary ultimately dissipated into the void. The Guardian race, which had protected the universe for countless years, was thus turned to ashes. They exchanged the extinction of their entire race for a chance to start anew. We must never forget this great race. Excerpt from the Heavenly Tablet. Must read. An explanation of the first 3 chapters. Some friends seem to have some confusion about the first 3 chapters, so I will explain here. The story of the first 3 chapters actually happened. It was a failure caused by the mistakes of the Guardians. To salvage the failure, the Guardians activated time reversal, reverting time to a certain point before. The subsequent story begins from this point. Of course, due to the time reversal, people's memories of this segment were also restored. I have always felt that our fantasy novels are indeed written very well, worthy of being called the best in the world. But there are very few science fiction novels that can inspire people. Most science fiction novels are not much different from fantasy. This novel will also contain a significant portion of cultivation, but I am only using cultivation techniques to uncover some cosmic mysteries. Fundamentally, it is still hard science fiction. Chapter 4: The Sudden Appearance of the Pendant and the Rock. This chapter mainly serves to set up the plot for what follows. I hope everyone can be patient and read on. The structure of this novel is quite large, and I have to do it this way. The later parts will be even more exciting, and I promise not to disappoint you. The main text begins. Boom! A sudden thunderclap jolted Xiao Jian awake from his nightmare. He felt a splitting headache, and his whole body was drenched in sweat. Xiao Jian sat up on the rock, took a deep breath, and looked around in confusion. Not far down the slope was the official road leading from Xianrenping to Huzhou City, where a horse-drawn carriage was parked by the roadside. He looked up at the sky. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was clear without a cloud in sight. This was still his familiar Huaxia country. Phew! He patted his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was just a nightmare, but the fragments he vaguely remembered still sent chills down his spine. As he patted his chest, he suddenly felt something foreign pressing against him, causing some pain. He looked down and was shocked to find a black pendant hanging from his chest. The pendant was irregularly shaped, its surface glossy black, with uneven edges and a rough texture, as if it had been chipped off a rock. What is this? He was instantly bewildered. When did this pendant appear on his chest? Frowning, he stared intently at the pendant, filled with confusion. He was sure he had never seen this pendant before, and for a moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of eeriness and strangeness. Young master. Just then, a somewhat simple-minded young man, leading a horse, came running from a nearly dried-up water hole at the foot of the mountain, calling out to him. The simple-minded youth reached the official road, tossed the horse's reins aside, and in a few quick jumps was beside Xiao Jian, his hands groping all over him, making Xiao Jian break out in goosebumps. Hey, Fuguwei, what are you doing? Xiao Jian kicked him away and looked at the simple-minded youth. Young master, were you struck by lightning? The boy named Fuguwei, ignoring the kick from Xiao Jian, anxiously circled around him. Cough, just now I saw a big ball of thunder and fire strike right here on young master, huh? It's good that it didn't hit you right on. He patted his chest, coughed a few more times, and took a few deep breaths to calm down, but then looked at Xiao Jian's chest again. Are you cursing me? You're the one who got struck by lightning. Xiao Jian quickly turned to the side, nervously touching the pendant on his chest. Did this guy see it? Phew. Young master is blessed. The lightning can't hit. Phew. Young master is handsome and mighty. It won't hit next time either. After saying that he had cursed the young master, Fuguwei turned red and stammered, spitting as he tried to explain, but he couldn't organize his thoughts. In the end, he gave up on explaining this complicated issue, scratched his head with a silly grin, and calmly walked towards the carriage. After all, as long as young master could still kick and curse, he was definitely fine. Xiao Jian supported himself on the rock, feeling pleased. Oh, I have to say, you may be simple-minded, but you do have some insight. I think so too, especially about being handsome. Yeah. Just as he was about to get up, he felt a smooth touch in his hand. After groping a bit more, he suddenly looked down. What is this? His eyes widened in shock as he stared blankly beneath him. He was actually leaning against a dark rock. The surface of the rock was smooth as glass, standing solitary in a desolate land, like a smooth face with a sudden black mole, looking very out of place. But Xiao Jian clearly remembered that he had been resting against a tree trunk before and that there had definitely been no rock beside him. Things were getting more and more bizarre. Xiao Jian cautiously glanced at the grinning Fuguwei and found that he had returned to the side of the carriage, moving a wooden stool to place on the ground. It seemed that this guy had not noticed the rock. The sudden appearance of the pendant and the rock was too strange, and it must have a significant connection to him. He absolutely could not let anyone know about it easily. Young master, we can't play anymore. If we miss your father-in-law's birthday, the old master will definitely scold us. Fuguwei shouted as he saw Xiao Jian still sitting in a daze. In fact, Xiao Jian's father-in-law's birthday was still quite far off. Even if they were slow on the way, they wouldn't miss it. However, the thunder from earlier had truly frightened him. If another one came, it might hit right on. It would be better to leave this cursed place quickly. This also aligned with Xiao Jian's intentions. They were staying here, and Fu Guwei would eventually notice the sudden appearance of the rock. However, since Fu Guwei mentioned the father-in-law, he had to make some clarifications. Fu Guwei, after we get to Huzhou City, don't mention anything about father-in-law. Just call him Lord Shu. He had no confidence in this marriage and didn't want Uncle Shu to feel awkward. Xiao Jian climbed onto the carriage and looked back at the huge rock. On the belly of the rock, there was a faint circular hole. He was a bit curious. With the rock and the pendant appearing here inexplicably, could there be something unusual about them? The black rock was too conspicuous, completely out of place with the surrounding environment. And it was not far from the official road. It would surely be discovered eventually. However, the rock was too big for Xiao Jian to hide, so he could only think of a way to get rid of it after returning home. Fu Guwei usually didn't say much after the earlier lightning incident. He was even more focused on driving the carriage forward. Meanwhile, Xiao Jian was deep in thought, occasionally taking out the pendant from his chest to look at it. The pendant was neither jade nor metal. It had an irregular shape overall. There were some white spots around it, and through these spots, he could see that the interior was not made of black material, but was a murky mass. Xiao Jian looked at it for a while, but couldn't figure out what it was, so he lazily put it away, leaning against the window of the carriage and lifting the curtain. A gust of cold wind rushed in through the collar, sending a chill through his body. He shivered, and his face felt as if it had been pricked by needles. It should have been clear and warm, but even after the grain rain had passed, the temperature was still as cold as midwinter. This cursed weather had been like this for years, and it was getting worse. The sunshine throughout the seasons was always lazy and lifeless. He tightened his clothes and looked out the window. From Xianrenping to Huzhou City, it was mostly flat land, and around the official road, there were large fields visible. It should have been the busy farming season, but the fields were devoid of busy farmers. And there were no lush seedlings, only withered grass and dry white ground. All the way along, he hadn't encountered a single traveler, occasionally passing a few villages. They were already deserted. Ever since the Xianren River had dried up and boats could no longer travel, this official road had lost its former bustle. Not even a bandit could be seen. It wasn't until they saw the tall city walls of Huzhou City in the distance that they heard the sound of galloping hooves ahead. Xiao Jian leaned out of the window, curious to see what was ahead. He saw a team of 3 coming towards them on tall steeds. The first person had a hideous scar on his face, resembling a venomous centipede. Following closely was a burly man with a face full of flesh, wearing shiny leather armor, always showing a layer of cold frost on his face. The last one was a thin little man with eagle-like eyes that darted around in his sunken eye sockets, looking like a living skeleton. Suddenly, the sound of horses neighing erupted. The horse pulling the carriage seemed to have been extremely frightened, suddenly rearing up and bolting away, causing the carriage to shake violently. Crack! Xiao Jian was leaning on the car window, watching the cavalry. Accidentally, his chin hit the windowsill hard. The first 3 chapters can only be considered as the prelude. It doesn't matter if you didn't understand them. From here on, it is the main text. Chapter 5, The Eerie Horse Team. The magical girl, oh Fu Guwei, you fool. How did you drive the cart? He stroked his chin, turned around, and lifted the curtain at the front of the cart, raising his eyes to look ahead, just in time to meet the gaze of a burly man. Xiao Jian suddenly saw a captivating emerald glow in the man's eyes, which sent a chill down his spine. He quickly lowered the curtain, his heart racing. No wonder the horses pulling the cart were frightened. This horse team was certainly not friendly. He frowned as he watched the horse team disappear into the distance, unconsciously reaching for the pendant at his chest. Fu Guwei had said that when the lightning struck, a dazzling ball of light had fallen beside him. Such a phenomenon in the sky could probably be seen for hundreds of miles around. Would it attract anyone else's attention? This official road led directly to Xianrenping, with no branches along the way, especially since the Xianren River was not navigable, making the trade route desolate. The sudden appearance of a horse team made Xiao Jian uneasy. They weren't coming for the ball of light, were they? The burly man in the horse team was certainly not an ordinary person. With such an obvious phenomenon of the descending light, it would be strange if they were indifferent to it. Ever since encountering the horse team, Xiao Jian had been restless, only regaining some calm when he saw the city walls of Huzhou. At this moment, Loud noises and shouts came from outside the cart. Xiao Jian looked out and saw that not far from the official road, a few extremely simple thatch huts had been set up in an open space. Many emaciated people were lining up outside the huts, slowly moving forward, while several bailiffs waved whips, scolding the disaster victims who cut in line. At the end of the line, a few large pots were steaming. After paying the city entrance tax, the cart entered Huzhou City. Just after passing through the city gate, a subtle feeling suddenly struck from the front, and he immediately became alert. This feeling was very familiar to him. He had possessed this strange ability since he was a child. Whenever someone harbored malice towards him, a peculiar sensation would arise in his mind. If the person was within his line of sight, images of their subsequent actions would occasionally form in his mind. This ability to foresee others' actions seemed more like insight, but it was not under his control. Generally, after sensing malice 3 times, a foresight image would appear once. However, as he grew older, this ability gradually enhanced, and the foresight images became clearer, with an increased frequency of occurrence. Just as Xiao Jian was about to lift the curtain to observe the situation outside, the cart suddenly came to a halt. Without needing to look, he knew that someone with malicious intent had blocked his cart, holding a folding fan. Xiao Jian jumped down from the cart and walked toward the front with a disregard for anyone. He saw a boy about 14 or 15 years old, wearing a scholar's cap and a blue robe, standing arrogantly in front of the cart, not glancing sideways, with a look on his face that practically screamed awesome. This scholar boy also held a folding fan and was leisurely waving it. Xiao Jian couldn't help but mutter, "What a piece of work. Isn't he afraid of freezing to death?" Xiao Jian tapped his fan in his hand, pointed at the scholar boy, and said boldly, "Hey, brother, why are you blocking my way?" The scholar boy disdainfully glanced at Xiao Jian and asked, "Are you the notorious playboy of Xian Renping, Xiao Jian?" "Damn, that's not a compliment. He's looking for trouble." Xiao Jian circled the scholar boy, clicking his tongue. "No doubt about it. You must live by the sea, right? How do you know? Do you know me?" The scholar boy was somewhat surprised. He didn't remember where he had met Xiao Jian. "I spit. It's you who is too nosy. If you're so capable, why don't you just fly up to the sky? Look, you've gone and made yourself too full of yourself." Xiao Jian snapped his fan open and began fanning himself. The scholar boy looked furious. "You can fan all you want, but don't fan me. You've. Shuya is not someone a merchant's young master like you can associate with. Mind your own business." After saying that, he closed his paper fan, adjusted his crooked scholar's cap that Xiao Jian had disturbed, and walked away. He simply couldn't take it anymore. It was too damn cold. Xiao Jian chased after the scholar boy for a few steps, respectfully fanning him as he went, thinking, "Look how enthusiastic I am. You don't even need to fan yourself. Yet why can't I keep you here? Hey, don't go, see, brother. Let's talk about some money. I'm not surname Hai." The scholar boy quickened his pace and walked away. Xiao Jian originally wanted to throw a few more insults, but the target had run off, leaving him filled with frustration. With a few days until Uncle Shu's birthday banquet, he had planned to visit the Shu residence directly, but after this incident, Xiao Jian changed his mind. The appearance of this scholar boy was definitely not a coincidence. It might have been arranged by Miss Shu or Uncle Shu. Otherwise, how would the other party know about his whereabouts? In fact, the boy was right. He really wasn't a good match for Shuya. The Shu family was a family of officials, and Uncle Shu was the newly appointed governor of Huzhou. Meanwhile, Xiao Jian's father was just a mere iron factory merchant. When his father was young, he had saved Uncle Shu in the army, and the two became sworn brothers. After a drunken night, they impulsively arranged a marriage for their children, which led to the engagement between Xiao Jian and Shuya. They were indeed mismatched. Xiao Jian didn't take the engagement seriously. Being only 13 years old, who knew what the future held? Xiao Jian shook his head, shaking off his distracting thoughts. Seeing that it was nearing dusk, he decided to find an inn to stay at first. Crossing 2 streets from the city gate, he arrived at the famous Xingyue Lake, where most high-end inns in Huzhou were built around the lake. Xiao Jian casually found an inn to stay at. After a few days of traveling, he was indeed somewhat fatigued, and the next day, he was not awakened until the sun was high, thanks to Fu Gui's call. After washing up, it was already afternoon by the time they finished breakfast. With nothing to do, the two strolled along Xingyue Lake. Just as they arrived at a bustling street, They saw the scholar boy in the scholar's cap and blue robe jumping down from a cart. Huh, what a coincidence to run into this awesome boy again. Xiao Jian's eyes lit up. He had been holding in his frustration from earlier at the city gate, and this time he had to have a good chat with him. Just as he was about to greet him, he saw the scholar boy pull out a stool and place it by the cart, followed by a maid-dressed girl, helping a girl in a pink dress to get out. As soon as the girl stepped down from the cart, she caught everyone's attention. Her skin was fair and smooth, with a light blue ribbon tied around her slender waist, accentuating her graceful figure. Especially her curly black hair, cascading like waves, radiated a golden glow in the sunset. Xiao Jian was momentarily mesmerized. He rubbed his eyes and thought, what is going on? Is this a fairy descended to Earth? The curly-haired girl noticed Xiao Jian's unusual gaze and turned to glare at him fiercely. Her large eyes were as clear as the bright moon and as deep as the starry sky. When Xiao Jian's gaze met the curly-haired girl's, he felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. Everything around him turned pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. Suddenly, a bright golden point of light flashed in the depths of the darkness, resembling fireworks bursting forth, scattering starlight in all directions. Instantly, it felt as if his head was about to explode, with intense internal pressure in his mind, as if it was trying to forcefully expand a space within his brain. He struggled to shake his head to escape this predicament, but his mental state remained sluggish, as if he were drunk. Xiao Jian wondered, could it be that the dark abyss he saw earlier was actually his own mind? Was the golden light that burst forth in his mind caused by the girl before him? But even now, he did not sense a trace of malice. Xiao Jian shivered. This curly-haired girl was definitely not to be trifled with. He cautiously glanced ahead, where the girl had already arrived at a mansion's entrance. A scholarly-capped young man was standing beside a middle-aged man dressed like a butler, accompanied by numerous servants, bowing to welcome the curly-haired girl into the mansion. A golden plaque reading Zhang Residence hung above the mansion's door, indicating that this scholarly-capped young man should be the young master of the Zhang family. It wasn't until the gate of the Zhang residence closed tightly that Xiao Jian came back to his senses, yet he still felt utterly exhausted. He had initially planned to take a night stroll by the Star and Moon Lake, but lost interest. On the way back, he arrived at a stone bridge near the inn. Leaning against the bridge pier, he let the gentle breeze brush against his face, and his foggy mind gradually began to clear up. Chapter 6: The True Purpose of the Fortune Teller, with a shout from behind. An old Taoist dressed in a gray robe and sporting a goatee approached Xiao Jian, carrying a sign that advertised his fortune-telling skills. This young man looked weary. With a pale forehead, he must have encountered something unclean. So should the old Taoist give him a reading? No need. Xiao Jian, of course, had no interest in these street tricks and waved his hand dismissively without looking back. Upon hearing the fortune-teller's words, Fu Guwei immediately showed signs of anxiety. He was still haunted by the incident of being struck by lightning on their journey. Seeing Fu Guwei somewhat intrigued, the fortune-teller scrutinized him for a moment and then began to calculate with a mysterious air. If the old man was not mistaken, neither of them were locals but had come from the southwest, right? Xiao Jian shot him a sideways glance, inwardly scoffing at Fu Guwei's childlike wonder. Even a fool could tell they were not from around here. However, Fu Guwei was astonished. Wasn't Xian Rimping located in the southwest of Huzhou City? Wow, you are amazing, old man. Quickly give my master a reading. If it's good, my master will reward you. The old Taoist glanced at Xiao Jian, who was still staring at the lake, then leaned closer to Fu Guwei's ear and whispered, looking at your master's face, he must have just arrived in Huzhou City recently. Fu Guwei, not particularly clever, was easily deceived and hurriedly replied, Yes, you are so accurate. We just arrived in Huzhou City yesterday. The old man straightened up, stroked his beard with a profound expression, and gazed towards the southwest as if he were perceiving the past, appearing mysterious and inscrutable. I was not mistaken. Your master indeed encountered something unclean on the way. Could you detail the incident? He spoke while retrieving a stool and a folding table from his back cage, setting them up deftly and inserting the sign beside him, ready to sit and listen intently to Fu Guwei's story. At this point, Xiao Jian finally realized that this was not fortune-telling, but rather an inquiry about the falling fireball. He immediately approached the old man, tapping his folding fan, a smile on his face, looking at him with disdain. We did indeed see a dry lightning strike, but it seemed to have fallen deep in the northern mountains, far from the official road. This unclean thing should have nothing to do with that lightning, right? He said lightly, his tone laced with contempt and sarcasm. Yes, yes. The lightning fell in the northern mountains. Fuguwei finally caught on. It seemed his master did not want anyone to know about the lightning nearly hitting him. So he chimed in, but that only made things worse. Fuguwei was too naive. If the old man continued to bluff, he would likely reveal everything about that day. And they needed to leave quickly. Xiao Jian's expression darkened as he coldly said, "Who hasn't seen the lightning within 100 miles? Are you trying to deceive me for money?" Xiao Jian was highly suspicious of the old man's motives. He clearly wasn't trying to swindle money. Perhaps he understood the truth behind the fireball. Otherwise, he wouldn't be pretending to be a fortune teller seeking clues. If he discovered that Xiao Jian had obtained the pendant, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiao Jian's gaze swept over Fuguwei as he scolded, "You foolish idiot. Others are deceiving you, and you are still oblivious." With that, he flicked his sleeve and walked straight toward the inn. Xiao Jian had originally planned to wander around other inns before sneaking back. But upon reflection, wouldn't that be like hiding something without silver? Xingyue Lake had only a handful of inns. It wouldn't be difficult to inquire about their whereabouts. As soon as he entered the inn's lobby, the innkeeper came forward to greet him. Dressed in a loose gray-white long robe, walking with small steps, he appeared both reserved and dignified, with a face full of wrinkles resembling a colorful, wild chrysanthemum. He walked over while instructing the waiter, "You, Kai, serve the guests some tea." Upon reaching the front, he bowed to Xiao Jian and Fuguwei, politely asking, "Gentlemen, did you have fun today?" Xiao Jian tapped his folding fan and paused for a moment. It seemed the innkeeper had something to discuss with him. Ever since he locked eyes with the curly-haired girl outside Chen's residence, he had felt unwell. Originally planning to rest early, since the innkeeper had already prepared tea, he didn't want to embarrass him. Xiao Jian went to the lounge area and pointed at the chairs opposite the tea table with his folding fan, signaling the innkeeper to sit down and talk. "Innkeeper, there's no need for courtesy. Is the business here still good?" As he spoke, Xiao Jian took the lead in sitting down, as if he were the host. The innkeeper sat across from Xiao Jian and poured him some tea. He sighed, reminiscing about the bustling scenes from a few years ago, his mood becoming somewhat despondent. Xingyue Lake was originally a playground for the wealthy, but now, sigh. With unrest everywhere, trade routes severed, and various industries struggling, it had all changed. Continuous droughts had created countless starving people and bandits, and with the rivers drying up and waterways obstructed, trade routes had naturally been cut off. When I entered the city, I saw many starving people outside lining up for gruel. It seemed relatively calm. Xiao Jian was just about to inquire about Uncle Shu's situation when he shifted the topic to governance, as Uncle Shu was the newly appointed governor of Huzhou City, and everything here was related to him. Before Governor Shu took office, it was truly tragic. People were eating human flesh, the innkeeper said with a somewhat heavy tone, instantly turning the atmosphere in the hall somber. Hearing this, Xiao Jian couldn't help but feel sad. People were like weeds. Uncle Shu was considered a competent official. Xiao Jian felt somewhat heavy-hearted as he silently drank his tea, waiting for the innkeeper to continue speaking. The innkeeper rubbed his forehead and continued from his earlier topic. This Xingyue Lake is also gradually withering. To boost the popularity, several of our inns have collaborated to organize a poetry gathering. Each inn can recommend one person to attend. I wonder if the young master has any interest? The innkeeper looked at Xiao Jian with full anticipation. His master was not based in Huzhou City, and being alone, he couldn't find a suitable candidate. Xiao Jian felt relieved. Such poetry gatherings were actually just a routine. Attendance could be complimentary, but food and tea would cost money. After a poetry gathering, businesses could make a fortune. Xiao Jian had no interest in poetry or painting, but since the innkeeper had specially invited him, if time permitted, it wouldn't hurt to join in the fun. He set down his teacup, tapped his folding fan again, and after a moment of contemplation, politely said, "Thank you for your kindness, Innkeeper. Such elegant affairs are indeed something we scholars aspire to. I wonder when the poetry gathering will be held? As soon as he said this, even he himself didn't believe it. He quickly raised his teacup to hide his awkward expression. The innkeeper's face instantly brightened, relieved that he wouldn't be embarrassed in front of his fellow innkeepers. The poetry gathering was set for noon the next day, with no restrictions on the end time, and the young master could leave at any time. Following that, he brought a formal invitation from the counter and pushed it in front of Xiao Jian, which already had Xiao Jian's name written on it. They exchanged pleasantries before parting ways. Chapter 7 Encounter with the curly-haired girl on the cruise ship afternoon. A large red cruise ship docked at the pier. The ship was over 10 zhang long and more than 4 zhang wide. It featured a 3-story pavilion built with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, topped with blue glazed tiles and flanked by a row of white columns. Xiao Jian boarded the ship, handed his invitation to the reception desk, and made his way to the spacious area at the bow of the ship. This was a place for tourists to enjoy the scenery and communicate, with various exotic flowers and lush green pines and bamboos complementing each other. Among the greenery, young men in scholar robes, holding folding fans, gathered in groups, chatting and laughing. From the flower bushes came a soft, delicate voice. A group of young ladies dressed in brocade and silk were playing among the flowers. Xiao Jian was surprised that the poetry meeting had invited women to attend. Judging by their attire and demeanor, these ladies were either from wealthy or noble backgrounds. Particularly, one young girl in a snow-white mink coat exuded an air of nobility. Clearly not an ordinary rich girl. Her long, black hair, neatly tied up with a jade hairpin and adorned with a shiny silver butterfly knot, was lightly dusted with makeup, and a blush on her temples made her look charmingly delicate. The girl crouched down, intently examining a small flower, gently touching the pink petals with her jade-like fingers, tilting her head to observe it closely, and then bending down to sniff its elegant fragrance. "Ah, you're so cute," the girl murmured to herself. "If I wear you on my head, it must look beautiful, right?" She glanced around to confirm that no one was watching her before carefully plucking the small flower. Just as she was about to place it in her hair, she suddenly noticed a handsome boy smiling at her. "Ah!" The girl instinctively hid her hand behind her back, her face flushing slightly. "Oomph." The appearance of Xiao Jian made her feel a bit awkward and startled. She patted her chest and then made a playful face at Xiao Jian before quickly running away. "Hee hee, what a cute girl." Xiao Jian's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He then feigned confusion, looking around before approaching the girl and asking, "Excuse me, miss, where is the poetry meeting being held?" The girl shot him a glance and pointed towards the direction of the hall, saying, "The poetry meeting hasn't started yet." It seemed she hadn't quite gotten over what had just happened. Xiao Jian exaggeratedly sniffed the air and said, "Wow, can you tell me what fragrance you used?" The girl took a few steps back, looking at him warily. Xiao Jian quickly explained, "I've been looking for this fragrance. My sister keeps pestering me to buy it for her. Can you tell me where I can get it? What's it called? Is it sold in Shangzhou City?" A series of questions made the girl relax her guard. The mention of helping his sister buy it made her feel a surge of compassion. "This is rose essence. Very hard to find. Not available in Shangzhou City," the girl said confidently, her eyes sparkling with pride. "But I know who has it." Xiao Jian rubbed his hands together, his expression filled with excitement. "Please tell me. If my sister knows I got her rose essence, she'll be so happy." "Well, never mind. I'll take you there. Otherwise, you won't even get to see her." At that moment, a curly-haired girl who had just boarded the cruise ship happened to see Xiao Jian leaving with the other girl. She was momentarily stunned, recognizing him as the lecherous boy from yesterday. What trickery was he up to this time? She whispered something to her maid, and soon the maid brought an invitation from the reception desk. When the curly-haired girl took a look, her expression instantly turned sour, as if she had swallowed a fly. The maid, seeing this, hurriedly asked, "Miss, what's wrong? It's windy outside. Should we go to the hall?" The curly-haired girl shook her head and said, "This boy must be Xiao Jian from Xianrimping." The maid was slightly surprised and turned to look at Xiao Jian. Today, Xiao Jian's outfit was somewhat unconventional. He wore a light blue brocade robe, with light-colored cloud patterns embroidered along the edges and cuffs. He wore a small silver crown inlaid with jade and had a pure white jade hairpin. His long black hair flowed smoothly behind his ears, accentuating his handsome, chiseled features. The maid was mesmerized, thinking to herself, "What a handsome young man." The curly-haired girl tugged at her sleeve, scolding, "Are you daydreaming?" The maid's face turned slightly red. "Miss, the young master really is quite handsome." "Oomph, don't get carried away. He's just a brocade pillow, a good-for-nothing young master." The curly-haired girl grew increasingly displeased as she watched him. All the talented individuals attending the poetry meeting were dressed in scholar robes, while he looked like a spoiled rich kid, not a scholar at all. "Miss, it looks like the girl with him is Jing Xian." The curly-haired girl responded with a slight hum, noting that Xiao Jian and Jing Xian probably didn't know each other. What are they going to do together on the third floor? Let's see what he's up to. Jing Xian was her friend, and she was concerned that Jing Xian might encounter some trouble. In front of a guest room on the third floor, Jing Xian placed her finger on her lips and made a shushing gesture to Xiao Jian before quietly pushing the door open and entering the room. Inside, a woman's surprised voice exclaimed, "Oh, Jing Xian, is that you? Sister Su, who did you think it was?" After a moment, the girl named Jing Xian came out, extending her hand. "Pay up 50 taels of silver." Xiao Jian unhesitatingly took out a banknote and handed it to her, then received the rose essence from her hand. When she came out again, Xiao Jian solemnly returned the fragrance to her, saying earnestly, "Sister, this rose essence is for you. Are you happy?" "Ah, you. What did you say?" Jing Xian covered her mouth, looking at Xiao Jian in surprise. Xiao Jian placed the fragrance in her hand. Jing Xian wanted to let go of it, but feared dropping it and breaking it, as it had taken her great effort to buy it from Sister Su. "I am your long-lost brother from different parents." Just as Xiao Jian was about to tease her further, he suddenly saw a curly-haired girl walking toward them. This curly-haired girl was the one he had met in front of the Zhang residence. Wearing a light blue pleated dress with a straight collar adorned with 2 yellow buttons that shimmered like gold, enveloping her upper body in a misty glow. The front had 3 white knotted buttons the size of eggs, which were fluffy and exceptionally beautiful, looking exquisite. "Brother has important matters today. Let's meet another day." Without waiting for Jing Xian to react, Xiao Jian immediately ran off. He felt that the curly-haired girl was unusual. Every time he saw her, she seemed to radiate a golden glow, and her deep, captivating eyes left a lasting impression on him. Just a glance yesterday had drained his energy for half the night, and he certainly didn't want to experience that again. Chapter 8. Acquaintances in Bamboo Grove Town. Xiao Jian ultimately couldn't escape and was blocked by the curly-haired girl at the staircase. She stared at Xiao Jian and asked in a deep voice, "What did you do to Jing Xian?" "Nothing. I just recognized her as my sister." Xiao Jian dared not look at her, his eyes somewhat evasive. "You seem a bit afraid of me? Weren't you quite rude yesterday?" The curly-haired girl spoke assertively, giving off a vibe as if she were an older sibling teaching a younger one a lesson. Xiao Jian secretly complained in his heart, "Was that being rude? I was clearly captivated by your gaze and barely managed to break free." From her expression, it didn't seem like she was pretending. Could it be that she didn't know her gaze could be harmful? "But I'm a big man. Being intimidated by a girl like you is quite embarrassing. I can't stand this." Xiao Jian felt uncomfortable and had to fight back. Being tough probably wouldn't work well, so let us try being soft. He shrank his neck and replied in a timid manner, "Actually, yesterday, I met a fortune teller, and he said I'm afraid of women." "So?" Xiao Jian glanced at the curly-haired girl a few times, seemingly very frightened, and didn't continue, but the implication was very clear. "You. Shameless." The curly-haired girl was quite angry at his words. He was teasing her right to her face. Xiao Jian acted as if he was greatly frightened, exaggeratedly stepping back a few paces and carefully walking around her, muttering, "It's not me who said it. It was the fortune teller. Go find him." After saying this, he couldn't help but smirk slightly, almost laughing out loud, thinking, "Haha, you wanted to intimidate me. Now you're furious and have no place to vent." The curly-haired girl glared at Xiao Jian, her teeth gritting in frustration at his pretentious demeanor. But she couldn't refute him, feeling a belly full of anger. Not long after Xiao Jian left, Jing Xian chased after him, still confused about how she suddenly had a brother, and a biological one at that. Xiao Jian and Jing Xian spoke loudly. So the curly-haired girl heard everything clearly and understood who this brother was. Seeing the innocent and cute Jing Xian, her anger dissipated significantly. Silly girl. He is talking about a brother from different parents. Jing Xian then reacted, her eyes flashing with a hint of disappointment. Ah, he is so bad. Oomph. But if I really had such a handsome brother, that wouldn't be so bad. She looked at the fragrant lotion in her hand, then at the departing Xiao Jian, hesitating for a long time before saying, Sister Shuya, what should I do about this rose lotion? Seeing her reluctance, Shuya smiled and patted her head, saying, keep it. He doesn't have any sister. Don't worry, he is just this capable. He won't do anything to you. Although Xiao Jian liked to flirt around, he had never done anything out of line. She had heard that from others too. Jing Xian nodded vigorously, thinking what Sister Shuya said made a lot of sense. And then asked, Sister Shuya, do you know him? Oh, I've seen him a couple of times, but I wouldn't say I know him. Shuya's vague answer wasn't wrong. She and Xiao Jian had indeed only seen each other twice, and Xiao Jian didn't even know who she was. I'll thank him next time. Jing Xian carefully stored the fragrant lotion away and revealed a cute smile, bouncing off to find her sister Sue to play. On the first floor of the cruise ship, the main venue for the poetry meeting. On both sides of the hall, tables and chairs with ink and brushes were filled with literary scholars, either reading poetry drafts or discussing softly. In a front row seat sat an old man dressed in a blue silk gown with embroidered patterns. Although the organizers didn't make it clear, this poetry meeting was actually hosted by this old scholar. To show respect, once the poetry drafts were written, they had to be placed in envelopes and sent to the old scholar for review before being circulated. Xiao Jian read a few poems, but found them all rather ordinary. So he lifted the curtain and focused on enjoying the scenery outside. Starry Moon Lake spread widely, surrounded by towering mountains. The cruise ship glided along the shore, passing through a bamboo forest area. On the towering bamboo mountains, the dense bamboo forest swayed in the gentle breeze, resembling a vast green ocean with surging waves. At the foot of the bamboo mountains, nestled among the lush bamboo, was an ancient little town. Several old, weathered fishing boats were docked at the town's pier, their hulls marked with the scars of time. The fishermen on the boats wore gray and white linen clothes, busy mending fishing nets and cleaning fishing gear. In the Bamboo Grove town, there was a sparsely populated street, and suddenly, two familiar figures caught Xiao Jian's eye. Walking in front was the fortune teller he had encountered on the bridge, who was still carrying the sign, claiming to be a divine immortal. Right behind him was the thin little man he had met in the horse caravan on the official road. Xiao Jian immediately felt a bit serious. Since the fortune teller and the little man were in cahoots, the horse caravan they encountered along the way must also be investigating the matter of the falling light sphere. Recalling the burly man in the horse caravan still sent chills down his spine. The green light flickering in his eyes made even the horse pulling the cart feel immense unease. Who exactly were they? Why were they investigating the light sphere? He instinctively touched the pendant on his chest. What exactly was this pendant? While Xiao Jian was lost in thought looking at the two people in the town, Fu Gui was holding an envelope with a landscape painting on it, flipping it over and over to admire. As a messenger passed by, Fu Gui inserted a page of paper into the envelope, and the messenger mistakenly thought he had completed a poem, hurriedly took the envelope and left. Fu Gui looked at his hands in confusion, then at the receding figure. This envelope was supposed to be taken back, right? Fu Gui felt a bit disappointed. He had planned to keep it as a souvenir. This young master, the old gentleman requests your presence. Xiao Jian was fully focused on observing the little town outside the window when someone gently tugged at his sleeve. He turned his head to see the messenger speaking to him. Young master, the old gentleman in front requests you. The messenger emphasized his tone a bit. Xiao Jian was baffled and asked in surprise, what does he want from me? After asking, he looked back towards the shore, and, at that moment, the cruise ship had already passed through the Bamboo Grove town, and he could no longer see the two figures. Losing track of the fortune teller made him somewhat unhappy. He hadn't written any poetry drafts and didn't know that scholar, so why would he be called over? Young master, you submitted a blank poetry draft. The old gentleman didn't understand the meaning and wanted you to explain. After saying this, The messenger hurriedly left, seeming quite busy. Seeing Xiao Jian's face darken, Fu Gui looked bewildered and said, Young master, it wasn't me who submitted it. He took it himself. At this moment, someone in the crowd began to stir things up. This brother probably hasn't woken up yet, thinking he's in an exam submitting a blank paper. Someone joked. This blank paper might contain great mysteries. Another with a particularly vivid imagination suggested, perhaps it hides a peerless masterpiece. Xiao Jian couldn't help but smile wryly. However, since the scholar had already spoken, this matter had to be explained. Chapter 9. The poetry meeting is embarrassing. A startling performance, he was disturbed and lost track of the two old Taoists, feeling unhappy and too lazy to approach the scholar. He just stood up and cupped his hands in front. I apologize, everyone. This blank paper has no mystery. It's just a misunderstanding. Seeing that Xiao Jian was somewhat rude, the old scholar did not stand up either, but cupped his hands in Xiao Jian's direction and said, since it's a misunderstanding, let us follow the usual rules and have the young master compose a poem. What does everyone think? As soon as the old man's words came out, the hall erupted in applause. There are such rules at the poetry meeting? Who came up with this? Xiao Jian kept complaining in his heart. Ever since he saw the fortune-telling old Taoist walking together with the thin little guy, he had completely lost interest in the poetry meeting. As for this poetry thing, how about? Xiao Jian hesitated, initially wanting to refuse directly, but fearing to provoke anger, he didn't know how to start and hesitated. The old man seemed to sense his anxiety and added, how about a painting instead? That is also acceptable. Xiao Jian was speechless. He wanted to say, why don't we just take the blank paper back? Who said we had to paint? Doing a poem might at least produce a doggerel. But with his current skill level in painting, he could only draw circles. At the entrance of the hall, Shuya, who had just walked in, saw Xiao Jian's bear-like appearance and felt a surge of annoyance. This good-for-nothing, unambitious guy is only good at flirting with girls and has no real talent or knowledge. Today, I must humiliate you and make you remember this. Let's see if you dare to be arrogant in front of me again. Although she was angry inside, her face revealed a fairy-like smile. Since it's a misunderstanding, how about I draw a painting for this young master? It seemed she was trying to help Xiao Jian out, but while speaking, she secretly gave the old man a wink. The old man, of course, recognized Shuya and immediately cooperated. Since someone is willing to be the proxy, that's fine. Xiao Jian, feeling troubled by the matter in the small town, didn't he think much and quickly took the blank paper and handed it to the curly-haired girl. No matter what, this girl had at least helped him out. If the old man insisted on holding him accountable, he would probably be humiliated today. Shuya glanced outside the window behind Xiao Jian, which still showed a bamboo forest, and quickly began to paint. By the time everyone gathered to watch, Xiao Jian's portrait had already come alive on paper. With the background being a vibrant bamboo shoot scene, the painting skill was superb and lifelike. This girl really painted well, but why can't I focus? Is she really that kind-hearted? Xiao Jian cautiously looked at the painting. It was purely a bamboo shoot scene, confirming there was no trap. He also glanced sideways at the curly-haired girl. Seeing her serious expression, there was nothing unusual. Okay, based on your decent painting skills, I'll reluctantly accept it. No matter what scheme you have, dealing with this girl is definitely easier than dealing with the old man. Shuya narrowed her eyes and asked nonchalantly, if the young master is satisfied with this bamboo shoot painting, will you write a title for it? Xiao Jian shook his head like a rattling drum. With his chicken claw handwriting, if he dared to write on the painting, he would definitely invite ridicule. He knocked his folding fan, paused, and humbly said, one matter should not trouble two masters. I'm just a novice, so let us avoid embarrassing ourselves. You keep pretending, and I'll make you regret it. Shuya's eyes gleamed with cunning. She continued to write on the paper without stopping. Bamboo shoots in the mountains, thin-skinned with a hollow belly. The onlookers first froze in shock, falling into brief silence. Ha! Someone couldn't hold back and chuckled softly. Ha ha ha! Soon, the laughter grew from quiet to loud, turning into an uproarious laugh that filled the hall. Shuya also covered her mouth, looking at Xiao Jian with a sly expression, as if her scheme had succeeded. Xiao Jian's face turned dark. I told you this girl had bad intentions. It turns out she was waiting for me here. If it weren't for the matter in the small town distracting me, I wouldn't have let you succeed so easily. Look at you getting so smug. Xiao Jian was extremely displeased. How could a fairy-like girl be so fierce? I only looked at you a few more times. I didn't mean to treat you like an old. Oh, that doesn't count. It seems I was too lenient at the staircase earlier. You've forgotten the pain so quickly. This time, I must give you a little more challenge. If I don't give you something harsh today, I'm afraid I won't be able to get off the stage. Xiao Jian's gaze shifted to the curly-haired girl. Haha, since you're not kind, don't blame me for being unjust. Xiao Jian secretly laughed. He picked up the bamboo shoot painting and looked at it. TSK. This writing is really not bad. Since you are so thoughtful, I'll return you a painting. After saying that, he flipped the bamboo shoot painting over and directly started drawing circles on the back. A small circle for the head, a long circle for the body, thin circles for the hands and feet, and half a circle for the curly hair. Finally, he emphasized with 5 button circles at the neck and front. The onlookers were confused. What exactly was he drawing, a pile of eggs or a pile of pebbles? Xiao Jian finally finished the circles and tilted his head left and right, nodding in satisfaction, indicating he was very pleased. He had never drawn something that looked so much like a person before. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and pointed at the drawing, laughing, this. Could it be a person? Someone slapped their thigh and exclaimed, oh no, what a pity for this bamboo shoot painting. Xiao Jian ignored them and waved his brush to write a title, this time skipping the false invitation. A piece of silk cut from fish gauze. The beauty's figure surpasses Chang'e. If spring hearts could be locked securely, why need so many buttons? As soon as he finished writing, the laughter and noise in the hall abruptly stopped. The entire venue fell silent. The cultured gentlemen and scholars exchanged glances, not daring to breathe. This young man was too fierce. He was hinting at her spring heart being stirred, which could be quite a blow for a girl. But this world never lacks for fools. A chubby boy picked up the painting and said proudly, although this painting is a bit lacking, this poem is undoubtedly a masterpiece. Hey, why are you all looking at me like that? The chubby boy wanted to continue explaining, but saw everyone looking at him as if he were an idiot, thinking that he had angered everyone by calling it a masterpiece. He argued, this poem will surely be widely circulated. Look at this artistic conception, look at this, meaning, seems to suggest that she is afraid she can't control her spring heart. So, she sewed on so many buttons? The chubby boy finally got a clue. But then he became confused again. But this, doesn't it mean that by sewing on so many buttons, she won tea? Xiao Jian noticed the curly-haired girl's expression was getting darker, and he quickly put away the drawing. Hey, you chubby boy, do you understand poetry? This poem clearly means that as long as you maintain a warm heart like spring, even with fewer buttons sewn, you won't feel cold. The curly-haired girl was about to explode. If that chubby boy continued to explain, with her fierce personality, she might end up suffering. He knew this girl was not simple at all. The onlookers finally breathed a sigh of relief, although they all knew the poem didn't mean that. As long as everyone didn't point it out, it would be good for all. However, the awkward atmosphere was difficult to dissipate for a while. Chapter 10, The Curly-Haired Girl is Shuya. The boat circled around the shores of Xingyue Lake and returned to the starting dock. Xiao Jian had long lost interest in the poetry gathering, so he stood up and walked outside. In the open area at the bow of the boat, Xiao Jian suddenly saw the scholar-capped young man stepping onto the boat. Despite the biting cold wind on the lake, he was still leisurely fanning himself with a folding fan. Wow, how classy. Xiao Jian couldn't help but smile. From the expression on the scholar-capped young man's face, he seemed unaware of what had happened at the poetry gathering. Xiao Jian scanned his surroundings and noticed the curly-haired girl walking over. She must also be preparing to disembark. Xiao Jian's eyes lit up. This scholar-capped young man wanted to ruin my marriage, so I'll disrupt his good fortune. He raised an eyebrow, a happy smile appearing on his face, and exclaimed, oh, isn't this Brother Hai? Xiao Jian hurried over, enthusiastically placing a hand on his shoulder and respectfully fanning him, resembling 2 long-lost friends finally reunited. Brother Hai, you are quite hard to find. I wasn't going to say anything, but you have been a bit ungrateful. Little Hong from Chunxiang Tower has been nagging about you every day. The scholar-capped young man didn't pay any attention to Xiao Jian. He was looking at Shuya ahead. Xiao Jian closed his fan and circled around the curly-haired girl. Wow, no wonder my brother doesn't go to Chunxiang Tower. He's busy flirting with girls. Wow, my brother really has good taste. This fairy-like girl is truly stunning. Umph. The curly-haired girl Shuya snorted coldly. She was still seething with anger. And Xiao Jian's encouragement for her cousin to visit Chunxiang Tower only fueled her rage further. She shot Xiao Jian a fierce glare and turned to walk towards the gangplank. The scholar-capped young man struggled to shake off Xiao Jian's grip and chased after Shuya. Cousin, don't listen to his nonsense. You need to hear my explanation. Seeing Shuya not even glance his way, the scholar-capped young man turned to Xiao Jian in anger. Xiao Jian, I don't know you. You despicable person. Saying he doesn't know me while calling my name? Is his head filled with water? Xiao Jian shouted after the fleeing young man. Hey, brother Hai. Aren't you cursing me here? It seems brother Hai still doesn't know me well enough. The scholar-capped young man turned around, ready to look down on him, but then heard Xiao Jian continue. Once you get to know me, you want to hit me? The scholar-capped young man stumbled, nearly falling into the lake from the gangplank. Damn it, I really want to hit someone right now. Xiao Jian walked up to the scholar-capped young man, patted his shoulder, and looking at the receding figure, sighed. Wow, this is really a case of the beauty leaving before being pursued, leaving the lovesick man in tears. Brother, keep it up. I'm rooting for you. At that moment, a maid who had been following behind caught up with them. As she passed by Xiao Jian, she glanced at him and sighed. Master Xiaoyu, you're in big trouble. The maid looked as if she wanted to say something, but ended up just shaking her head without saying anything, following Shuya off the boat. Xiao Jian was somewhat dazed. What did that maid mean? She even knew his name. He suddenly felt a wave of ominous premonition, suspecting he had been too reckless today. Sure enough, the scholar-capped young man's words were like thunder. Humph. Xiao Jian, you're ruthless. You probably don't know yet, but she is Shuya. With a loud bang, it felt as if Xiao Jian had been struck by lightning. His eyes widened, mouth agape, as if something had lodged in his throat, staring at the gleeful young man. Unable to make a sound. What is this all about? After battling for so long, it turns out the other party is his fiancée. The curly-haired girl is Shuya. He felt incredibly frustrated and slapped his own cheek. Wow, today was really hasty. Looking at the smug expression on the scholar-capped young man's face, he wished he could tear that annoying face apart, but he couldn't do that. After all, he was Shuya's cousin. However, letting him off so easily was not Xiao Jian's style. He grabbed the scholar-capped young man's shoulders and pushed him against the railing, looking at his gaping mouth, and said, Fugui, why do I find this guy's snow-white teeth so damn annoying? Fugui immediately understood Xiao Jian's meaning and hesitated. Young master, last time we broke someone's teeth, the master made us stand for a day. Should we really do it again? He looked around and then tilted his head to examine the scholar-capped young man's teeth, shrugging. Young master, there are no stones. It's not easy to do. The scholar-capped young man quickly covered his mouth, looking at Fugui in terror. Is this something a person would say? There are still many people around watching. Who said to do it here? He'd have to wait until he was alone. The scholar-capped young man was scared out of his wits. He didn't dare to release his hand from his mouth and could only speak in a muffled voice. Xiao Jian, are you serious? I only reason with people when I have the reason on my side. He seemed to remember something and suddenly increased his grip, lifting the scholar-capped young man up, roaring fiercely. I'm engaged to Shuya. How can you have any reason to interfere? Having done so many bad things, suddenly having reason, he really wasn't used to it. Next time, I'll make you search for your teeth all over the ground. After finishing, he simply let go and strode away, causing the scholar-capped young man to fall with a thud, nearly hitting the ground. He looked at the departing Xiao Jian, his eyes filled with resentment. After Xiao Jian disembarked and walked past an alley, he suddenly frowned, pulling Fugui into the alley and hiding around the corner. Fugui was bewildered, about to speak when he saw a skinny little man stepping out from therein. Fugui shrank his neck, looking somewhat fearful. Young master, it's that horse team. They're really fierce. It seems this fool isn't completely stupid. Sometimes you don't need to act. You can feel immense pressure just from the other party's sharp gaze and imposing demeanor. This is probably what they call hierarchical oppression. The skinny little man passed the mouth of the alley, glancing inside a few times, then staring at the boat for a moment, his eagle-like eyes scanning the surroundings sharply. Xiao Jian glanced at the inn not far away. The skinny little man must be looking for him. He probably came to the dock after failing to find him at the inn. The innkeeper knew about his attendance at the poetry gathering, so it made sense that he would find out he was on the boat. If he had delayed disembarking any longer, he would have run into him head-on. The inn was not a safe place for now. The little man kept loitering by the dock and probably wouldn't leave anytime soon. Xingyue Lake was no longer safe. They couldn't stay here any longer. Xiao Jian looked at a mountain path deep in the alley. It wound its way into the dense forest, connecting to the bamboo mountain behind the bamboo grove town, allowing them to bypass and enter the city center. Without hesitation, Xiao Jian walked towards the mountain path. Passing by a farmer's courtyard, he squinted at the clothes drying in the yard, which included coarse hemp clothes for adults and cotton robes for young girls. The yard was quiet. The owner was not home. Xiao Jian's eyes lit up as a thought crossed his mind. He looked at Fu Guwei and nodded toward the small courtyard. Fu Guwei, go steal. Cough. Get those clothes for me. Oh, young master, that is not okay. The master will hit someone. Fu Guwei said with a gloomy face. They had fought so much, but they had never done anything like stealing. If you don't go, I'll break your legs right now. Fu Guwei knew that the young master was just joking. The two had grown up together. He had never truly bullied him. And every time a master got angry, it was the young master who shielded him. Xiao Jian pretended to kick, and Fu Guwei had no choice. He always treated the young master's words as orders. He hunched over, sticking his butt out, and quietly crept towards a small courtyard, constantly looking around, afraid of being caught by someone suddenly. Chapter 11. Disguised as a woman and encountering a bully, seeing him fumble for a long time, without moving more than 10 steps. Xiao Jian was extremely speechless. He coughed lightly, wanting to remind him to hurry up. Upon hearing the cough, Fu Guwei was so frightened that he rolled and crawled back. Young master, is someone coming? He hid behind a rock and peeked toward the end of the mountain path. Damn, he didn't even get the clothes. And he's treating himself like a thief. Xiao Jian said irritably, pulling out a silver ingot and handing it to him. All right, go buy all the clothes hanging down there. Put the silver in a conspicuous place. No stealing, will buy. Fu Guwei nodded repeatedly as he swaggered into the small courtyard and collected all the clothes. The two went to a secluded spot, and Fu Guwei tossed aside a cotton robe and a set of linen women's clothing. Young master, we can't use these women's clothes. Should we return them? Xiao Jian picked up the linen women's outfit, which was a bit large but just right for Fu Guwei's build. Put on. Xiao Jian threw it to Fu Guwei. Huh, young master, this is women's clothing. Fu Guwei's face was full of grievance. He looked at Xiao Jian warily. Feeling that the young master was acting strangely today, he couldn't help but think he might have some weird ideas. He had seen plenty of sordid things in big households. Seeing Fu Guwei still staring at him foolishly, Xiao Jian glared at him. What are you looking at? Hurry up. As long as the young master likes it. Fu Guwei nodded vigorously, as if making a significant decision, and resolutely put on a black skirt, then donned a white top. Once dressed, he clasped his hands in front of his chest and bowed, raising an eyebrow and squinting slightly, throwing a flirtatious glance at Xiao Jian. Wow, gross. Take it off quickly. Change into those men's clothes. Usually, he looked quite presentable, but after putting on this women's outfit, he felt like a completely different species, more like a bear. In Julin Town, a sturdy young man dressed in coarse linen was carrying a load of firewood down the mountain path. Behind him followed a beautiful girl in a deep blue cotton long skirt. Upon reaching the entrance of the town, the girl glanced at a simple tea shed by the roadside. The tea shed was supported by a few bamboo poles and contained several old bamboo tables and chairs. Oh, brother, there's a tea shed. Can we rest for a moment before moving on? The girl's gentle voice seemed to contain a hint of metallic resonance, pleasant to the ears. All right, young master, Mississippi. Fu Guwei, carrying the firewood, almost called out young master but quickly covered his mouth, remembering to call her miss instead. It sounded almost like he was calling her young master, which made Fu Guwei feel quite proud of his cleverness. Inside the tea shed, There were a few simple-looking old farmers and fishermen. When Xiao Jian and Fugue entered, they didn't attract much attention, as most woodcutters selling firewood would stop by the tea shed to rest. They continued chatting about the latest gossip. Hey, have you heard? The recent thunderstorm in Beishan was said to be a calamity, star arriving. I told you, that big ball of light was terrifying. It really has a backstory. Sigh, our Huzhou might be in trouble. One man looked worried and then mysteriously added, the new Taoist priest said he came specifically for the calamity star. TSK. Uncle Zhang's chronic illness was cured with just a bowl of talisman water. A fisherman looked around, fearing others would overhear, and whispered, Shh. Uncle Zhang was haunted by an evil spirit. I saw him use his celestial powers to force the evil spirit to show its true form. Immediately, someone expressed concern. What about Shiwa and the others? They went hunting in Beishan 7 days ago and still haven't returned. Something must have happened. Old man, have you prepared this month's tribute money? Just as everyone was chattering away, a deep and forceful voice suddenly came from outside, and the tea shed fell silent. A bald middle-aged man with a bare torso swaggered in, wielding a shiny short knife that he flipped skillfully, the cold light glinting. Following him were two young men holding wooden sticks with iron nails, looking somewhat heavy. As he entered the tea shed, the bald man suddenly lifted his foot and, with a loud crack, broke a bamboo bench in two. So arrogant. An old man, hunched like a bow, hurriedly came out to greet him. He cupped his fists and bowed to the bald man, respectfully saying, Master Ma, business has been poor lately. I ask you to give me a few more days. Julin Town was located by the shores of Xingyue Lake. When there were more tourists, many would come to the tea shed to rest. Now, with fewer visitors, it was normal for only a few villagers to come by and sit, making it hard to pay the tribute. The bald man kicked the old man to the ground and then grabbed him, spitting in his face. Old man, if you don't bring the tribute money today, I'll tear down your doghouse. Fugue couldn't bear to watch any longer. He abruptly stood up. At Xianrenping, the two of them had often fought with such bullies. Xiao Jian coughed lightly, and Fugue didn't move again, but he also didn't sit down. Xiao Jian had long been fed up with this bald man, but he suspected the fortune-telling Taoist lived nearby and didn't want to cause a commotion that would attract him and his companions. Fugue suddenly stood up, attracting the bald man's attention. He glanced at Fugue, and when he saw Xiao Jian dressed in women's clothing beside him, his eyes lit up. He casually tossed the old man aside and walked over to Xiao Jian. With a whoosh, the short knife flew from his hand, embedding itself in the table with a thud, vibrating and buzzing. He stepped onto a bench, leaning forward, his eyes unabashedly fixated on Xiao Jian. Not bad, very good. I didn't expect to find such a pretty little lady hidden in this deep mountain forest. Saying this, he reached out 2 fingers, intending to lift Xiao Jian's chin. Fugue quickly swatted his fingers away and was about to punch him. Xiao Jian's eyes turned red, and with a trembling, weak female voice, he cried, Woo-woo, brother, I want to go home. The Taoist and the others should be looking for him. He absolutely could not expose his male identity here. Fugue stood in front of the bald man, and as Xiao Jian tried to go, he was blocked by the 2 young men holding wooden sticks. Little lady, it's a blessing for you to catch Ma Ji's eye. Don't be ungrateful. Xiao Jian was infuriated, thinking, damn that bald head. I swear I'll take it out on your ancestors. If I don't deal with you today, I'll have no face to see anyone again. The bald man turned back to look at the young men and said expressionlessly, Let her go. You're on my turf, and you think you could just leave? It's inconvenient to make a move here. If the officials are alerted, I might get into trouble myself. Xiao Jian dodged the 2 and wiped his eyes, pretending to cry as he quickly ran toward a fork in the mountain road. Chapter 12. The mysterious cause of death in the cave. When they arrived at the small town along the mountain road, they had already checked this fork in the road, which led directly to a secluded hollow. Fugue followed closely behind Xiao Jian, while the 3 bald men lagged behind at a leisurely pace. Maintaining a distance of several dozen steps, the 2 groups moved in unison towards the depths of the bamboo forest. Xiao Jian did not want to cause a commotion in the small town, and the bald men were even more eager to deal with a brother and sister in a remote location. Upon reaching the hollow, after turning a bend, Xiao Jian bent down to pick up a rock and leaned against a thick tree trunk. Fu Guwei continued a few steps forward, casually picked up a wrist-thick wooden stick, and hid next to the rock. The two had collaborated many times in fights and ambushes at Xianrenping, and had developed a tacit understanding. Just as the bald man passed by Fu Guwei's hiding spot, he suddenly sprang up and swung the wooden stick, striking the bald man's head with a loud thud. He didn't make a sound before fainting. At that moment, the last thug was walking towards Xiao Jian's hiding spot. Xiao Jian swung the rock and struck him on the back of the head, instantly causing a gash. The young man caught in the middle finally reacted. He looked panic-stricken at Fu Guwei, who was holding the wooden stick, realizing he was in over his head. He turned back to look at Xiao Jian, who was staring at him coldly, tossing the bloodied rock in his hand, making it seem like the rock could fly towards him at any moment. Just as he was about to kneel down and beg for mercy, Fu Guwei rushed forward and landed a punch on his back. With a thud, the thug fell face first to the ground. Xiao Jian stepped forward and swung the rock at his leg, with a sickening crack, breaking his bone. All three thugs were down, but only one let out a scream. Xiao Jian tossed aside the rock, brushed off the dust from his hands, looked at the other two who were unconscious, and said to Fu Guwei, "Break their legs." He then began to assess the surroundings, needing to find a hidden place to stash these people until the authorities could handle them. Xiao Jian didn't want to kill anyone, but he also didn't want to let them go easily. If they were just left on a mountain path, they might be rescued by someone. At the end of the mountain path, there were signs of trampling in the grass. Following this trace deeper into the bamboo forest, Xiao Jian found a cave at the edge of a cliff. The cave was obscured by dense bamboo and underbrush, making it hard to detect without close observation, which made a good hiding place. Fu Guwei, gag them and carry them over here, Xiao Jian instructed as he picked up a rock and threw it into the cave. Clang! The cave echoed with an empty sound. He stared at the cave entrance for a moment, not noticing anything unusual, and then cautiously entered the cave. The interior of the cave was large, and he could faintly hear the sound of water flowing deeper inside. Xiao Jian lit a torch, and, after walking a short distance, he tripped over something on the ground, nearly falling, and the torch flew from his hand. Looking down, he froze completely, his mind going blank, and a cold sweat broke out all over him. Right at his feet, there were three neatly arranged sets of cotton clothing, with outer garments made of raw leather. Xiao Jian picked up the torch and carefully scanned the surroundings, finding nothing unusual, before crouching down to examine the clothes on the ground closely. These clothes were very strange. From the shoes at his feet to the headscarves, they were arranged in order on the ground. Even more bizarre was that the headscarves and waist ties retained the form of being tied, just as they would be when worn, especially the outer leather garments. Not a single button had been undone, yet inside the clothes, there were no traces of flesh. It was as if the person wearing these clothes had suddenly turned into air, while the clothes remained intact. Based on the circumference of the waist ties and the distance between the shoes and headscarves, the owner of the clothes should be a young adult. Xiao Jian suddenly recalled the three hunters, Shiwa and his companions, mentioned in the tea shed. These three sets of clothes likely belonged to them. But why would they place their clothes so strangely in this cave? Where had they gone? At that moment, Fu Guwei had already carried the three thugs into the cave and securely tied them up with vine. Xiao Jian no longer hesitated. He needed to quickly report the situation to Uncle Shu. These three thugs also required him to send someone over to deal with them. As the two returned to the mountain path, hurried footsteps came from ahead. Xiao Jian pulled Fu Guwei and quickly dove into the grass, hiding behind a rock on the opposite side. They were 2 miles away from the mountain path, and Xiao Jian peeked out to see a group of three heading toward the cave. They were the three members of the horse team he had encountered on the official road, with a burly man walking in the middle and a thin little guy lagging behind as before. Just as Xiao Jian was observing them, a wave of malice suddenly struck him, and the image of the burly man turning around flashed in his mind. His body instinctively recoiled, and sure enough, before he could hide behind the rock, the burly man was looking in their direction. Xiao Jian dared not hesitate and quietly retreated a few miles before feeling safe. It seemed that the burly man sensed his presence. What puzzled Xiao Jian even more was that the other party should not have identified that there was someone here. let alone know who it was. Normally, such vague threats without a clear target could not be sensed, and it was impossible to predict their subsequent actions. But today, Xiao Jin not only sensed it, but did so with more accuracy and clarity than ever. He felt confused, wondering why his sensing ability had inexplicably improved. He recalled the recent events, but could not figure out the reason for the enhancement. After about half an hour, the three finally emerged from the cave. The burly man stood at the cave entrance, gazing for a long time at Xiao Jian's previous hiding spot. This time, he did not look in Xiao Jian's direction, indicating that he could indeed sense the presence of others, but there was definitely a limitation to the distance. After a moment, the burly man said something, and the three no longer lingered, heading straight towards the back mountain. It was only when they could no longer see the three figures that Xiao Jian and Fu Gui returned to the cave entrance, wanting to check on the three thugs' situation. As soon as Fu Gui entered the cave, he exclaimed in terror, "Young master, quick look! Here, there's no one left." Xiao Jian hurried inside, only to find that the place where the three thugs had been tied up was now left with 3 complete sets of clothes, and the vines that had bound them remained intact. The two stood rigidly in place, silently staring at the empty clothes, surrounded by silence, only hearing their own breathing. Suddenly, a cold wind swept from the dark depths, producing a strange howling sound, as if vengeful spirits were crying, turning the already dim cave into a chilling and terrifying place. "Let us go." Xiao Jian felt uncomfortable all over, not wanting to stay there for another moment. Chapter 13. The Ancient Cultivation Sect of the Altar in the afternoon. The two of them walked around the Xingyue Lake and arrived at a bustling street in the city center lined with shops. Steamed buns, hot steamed buns, candied hawthorn, little sister, fragrant and soft pancakes. Would you like to try a few? Xiao Jian politely waved his hand and casually handed 2 sticks of candied hawthorn to Fu Gui. Just as they turned the corner of the street, a sign indicating a fortune teller caught Xiao Jian's eye. He was surprised. It was that old fortune teller again. No wonder he hadn't seen him in Zhulin town. He had come here instead. He saw the old man holding a young boy's hand and talking to a middle-aged woman beside the boy. They were too far away to hear their conversation. The boy looked to be under 10 years old, thin and wearing an oversized coat, which made him look very out of place. The middle-aged woman was dressed in patched coarse linen clothes, clearly from a poor family. Xiao Jian glanced at his own female attire and then signaled to Fu Gui not to follow him, while he pretended to walk past casually. He stopped in front of a nearby grocery stall, picked up a wooden comb to look at, but his eyes kept glancing towards the old man. The old man first placed his hand on the boy's head, then began to feel around his body. After a moment, he revealed a satisfied expression and said, "This young man, would you like to join our altar sect and cultivate the ways of heaven?" The woman pulled the boy back, watching the old man warily. "This immortal, I do not know what the altar sect does. My dogwa is too young and cannot do anything yet." The old man released the boy, stroked a small tuft of goat beard on his chin, and smiled at the boy, who hid behind the woman. "There is no need for the woman to worry. Our altar sect is an ancient cultivation sect. The present world is in chaos. Demons have appeared, and at the request of the court, our sect will descend to exterminate demons and restore peace to the world." As he spoke, the old man looked up at the sky with a mysterious and profound expression, his tone very grave. After finishing, he looked at the woman, then at the boy behind her, and said solemnly, "This boy has a natural, pure, spiritual root. He has an excellent cultivation physique. Meeting me is also his fortune. Mama, I don't want to leave my parents." The boy shrank his neck, not daring to look into the old man's bright eyes. When the woman heard that they had the court's recognition, she relaxed and asked hopefully, "If I join your altar sect, can I also learn medicine, like the immortal, to heal people?" The woman had heard that this old man had excellent medical skills and had cured many people with stubborn illnesses. Today, she was hoping he could also cure her husband. Haha, healing people is just a small path. Cultivating the way of heaven, flying and exterminating demons is nothing to worry about. As he spoke, the old man raised his hand and pointed to a pile of grass not far away. Suddenly, a red light shot from his fingers, igniting the grass instantly. Xiao Jian felt a rush of anxiety, seeing the old man demonstrate his skill, nearly falling to the ground in shock. Didn't he expect the old man to be so powerful? The woman was even more overwhelmed. She fell to her knees with a thud, thinking the old man was angry, not daring to raise her head. Immortal, please don't be angry. This matter still needs to be discussed with his father. The old man hurriedly helped her up, his face full of kindness. There's no need for the woman to be afraid. I only want to demonstrate a little heavenly technique, and I have no intention of forcing you. Seemingly recalling the woman's original intention for seeking him, he comforted her. As for your husband's illness, I will go with you to diagnose him. Xiao Jian was filled with doubt. This old man was helping to heal people, and didn't he appear to be a wicked person at all? Could it be that he and the burly man were not in cahoots? From the old man's words, it seemed that the altar sect was a sect recognized by the court, also helping the government to exterminate demons. Remembering the neatly arranged clothes in the cave and the hint of green light in the burly man's eyes, he thought that he must be the demon the old man referred to. Perhaps the old man and the thin little man were investigating the whereabouts of the burly man? Xiao Jian recalled how the burly man had suddenly left after the cave was exposed. Could it be that they were afraid of this old man? But what was the old man asking about the heavenly falling light ball for? Was the altar sect also paying attention to this matter? Xiao Jian felt that everything seemed reasonable, but he still had an inexplicable feeling of unease. He trusted his instincts. Perhaps it was because he was different from others. Having had the ability to sense danger since childhood, his instincts were therefore more accurate than ordinary people. Arriving in front of the Shu residence, Xiao Jian was just about to hand over the visiting card to the guard at the door when, clop, 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 two tall horses approached. Shuya elegantly dismounted, tossing the reins to the maid behind her. Today she was dressed in a black fitted outfit, looking spirited with a bow and arrows slung across her back. Radiating a golden glow, she casually glanced at Xiao Jian, seemingly not recognizing him. Many people came to visit her father every day, and she didn't find it strange. However, when she saw Fu Guwei, her eyes noticeably widened, and she turned to look at Xiao Jian in surprise. Shuya raised her eyebrows, her eyes sparkling. Huh, it's actually you. She approached Xiao Jian, tilted her head to look at him, and teased, "Oh dear, whose daughter is this, looking so lovely dressed like this? Are you here to sell yourself as a servant?" Xiao Jian turned his head to the side, avoiding her gaze. He didn't dare to look directly into Shuya's eyes. "Cough, Miss Shu, I have important matters to discuss with Uncle Shu." "Humph, important matters." Shuya didn't believe him at all. She completely ignored his words, and seeing that he seemed to be avoiding her, she deliberately pressed the horsewhip against his chin, forcing him to face her directly. "Ah, are you shy? How cute. I happen to need a rough servant. How about you submit to me?" Shuya's words were filled with teasing intent, and Xiao Jian felt his face heat up. He reached out to push the horsewhip away, but before he could touch it, the whip suddenly moved aside and then steadied back in place. Xiao Jian was at a loss, feeling somewhat frantic. "Miss, please don't go too far." In front of everyone on the boat, she had seemed somewhat of a lady, but now her true nature was completely revealed. What fairy? Just a little demon. Shuya's lips curled up. She had finally caught the opportunity today and wouldn't let it go easily. I'll be excessive. What can you do about it? Aren't you sharp-toothed? Come bite me. I've learned a little bit of fancy footwork. How about we practice together? As she spoke, she made a fist and waved it in front of Xiao Jian, showing off. Xiao Jian was instantly overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Such a delicate and fair girl. A fairy-like person actually practiced martial arts. Was there no justice? He felt frustrated, unconsciously twisting his neck, trying to evade her mocking gaze. But the horsewhip was like it had taken root, firmly controlling his chin, unable to move. Chapter 14, falling again into Shuya's eyes. "Shuya, what do you really want?" Xiao Jian was furious. This time he called her by her name, too lazy to use any titles. "Guess." "Ahem." Xiao Jian coughed twice. Shuya's words almost choked him. "Are you kidding me? That's my usual line." A feeling of frustration rose in Xiao Jian's heart as he glared at Shuya, who was playfully staring back at him. Their gazes unexpectedly met. Suddenly, his heart sank, and just as he was about to turn away, it was too late. His vision suddenly turned pitch black. Xiao Jian realized he had fallen into her trap again. He felt himself sinking in her eyes, but what he saw was his own mind. Deep in the darkness, a golden point of light flickered. This golden point didn't bloom like last time. Instead, it kept striking in the same direction. It seemed that an invisible barrier was blocking its path, and every time the light point collided with the barrier, ripples spread around it, causing the light point to dim significantly. Xiao Jian's mind throbbed with pain. His limbs stiffened and unable to move. He could only watch in terror as the light point kept crashing into the barrier, unable to stop it. He was certain that this golden point of light came from the golden glow on Shuya's body, and the dark space he saw might be a manifestation of her eyes. Or perhaps she had drawn his vision into her own mind. Regardless of the situation, it was an incredible thing. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Who on earth is she? What does she want to do? Countless questions flooded Xiao Jian's mind. Could she be crazy enough to want to drill a hole in my mind? But why can't I sense any danger or malice? Boom! Before Xiao Jian could awaken from his confusion, a muffled sound suddenly echoed in his mind, and the golden point of light, like a sharp arrow, finally pierced through the barrier. The intense pain in Xiao Jian's brain almost made him lose control of his body, nearly causing him to fall. The golden point of light also dimmed significantly as it flew out through the open passage. Xiao Jian finally regained his freedom. His vision returned from the pitch-black space. But he still stared blankly at Shuya, taking a long time to come back to his senses. The maid who had been watching the spectacle was now also filled with astonishment. Based on her understanding of the young lady, she usually favored stable and pragmatic individuals who were determined to make progress. She had never had a good impression of a leisurely and impractical young master like Xiao Jian. But today, the young lady was so unrestrained in teasing Xiao Jian that the maid even felt as if the young lady was trying to train him. She glanced at her young lady and felt a somewhat unfamiliar sensation, but soon she was reassured. This might not be a bad thing. In her heart, compared to those noble young masters, Xiao Jian seemed to live more authentically, lacking pretense. Shuya, why aren't you coming in? Suddenly, a deep voice pulled Xiao Jian back to reality. He looked around but couldn't find the source of the voice. Taking a deep breath and shaking his head, he finally managed to clear his mind a bit. Shuya glared at Xiao Jian, pointed behind him, and waved her delicate fist, seemingly warning him not to act recklessly. Xiao Jian turned around to see a small sedan chair for two just landing. Shuya walked to the sedan chair and lifted the curtain. A tall figure stepped out from inside. Father, Xiao Jian is here. He says he has something important to discuss with you, she said softly, glancing at Xiao Jian. And the confident and domineering demeanor she had just displayed seemed like a different person. Xiao Jian from Zion Renping, greetings, uncle. Xiao Jian hurriedly stepped forward to bow. But he was thinking that from Shuya's expression, she seemed unaware of what had just happened. However, after two incidents, Xiao Jian had sensed no malice from the beginning to the end. He believed in his perception abilities. Shuya had no intentions of harming him. He needed to find an opportunity to ask her in detail what was going on. Uncle Shu, seeing Xiao Jian dressed in women's clothing, was initially taken aback but quickly regained his composure. My good nephew, come inside to talk. Once in the study, Uncle Shu asked Xiao Jian, you've been in Shangzhou City for a while. Why did you only come to the manor today? Xiao Jian couldn't reveal the truth about the Confucian-capped youth. So he could only explain, Uncle, I encountered some matters and have been investigating secretly for a few days. Now, I have some leads, which is why I came to disturb you. At this time, a servant brought in the tea set, and Uncle Shu poured tea for Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian quickly took the teapot, poured tea for Uncle Shu first, and then filled his own cup. Xiao Jian, now that you're in Shangzhou City, the Shu Manor is your home. Don't stay at an inn. By the way, what is the matter you mentioned? Xiao Jian detailed the situation he saw in the cave. In the end, he emphasized, Uncle Shu, I feel these three individuals are extremely strange. Their origins might be extraordinary. Uncle Shu listened quietly to Xiao Jian, his expression growing more serious. Yet he didn't show any signs of surprise. Once Xiao Jian finished speaking, he finally spoke. Actually, such events have been happening in many places. Their ability to leave on their own is not necessarily a good thing. As he spoke, he stood up and walked to the window, pushing open the window pane. After hearing Uncle Shu's words, Xiao Jian's heart sank. Such bizarre events were actually widespread. He looked at Uncle Shu with confusion. From his tone, it seemed that the government couldn't manage such matters. Uncle Shu stood quietly at the window, gazing into the distant sky, and remained silent for a long time, causing the room to become heavy with tension. Xiao Jian stared at the afterglow on the horizon. The sun was slanting to the west, as if shrouded in a layer of dark gauze, appearing unusually dim. Uncle Shu sighed, alas. Demons run rampant. The sun and moon are without light. This is a sign of great disaster. His tone was filled with weariness and worry, as if the end of the world was about to arrive. Xiao Jian felt that Uncle Shu was perhaps exaggerating. The actions of the burly man in the cave indeed went against the way of heaven. However, in Xiao Jian's view, they were merely employing some special means. Much like the fire-starting technique used by the old Taoist, Shuya's strange eyes and his own ability to sense danger, all could only be considered special skills. Calling them demons was somewhat forced. Uncle Shu, have you looked into the origins of the 3 individuals that appeared in the cave? Since Uncle Shu already knew about this matter, investigating their origins shouldn't be difficult. They must have relatives and friends. Surely they have wives and children. They, people? No, they are not people, but soul-devouring evil spirits. They are evil beings that consume souls. Uncle Shu's tone was unusually grave, filled with oppression and worry. After hearing this, Xiao Jian's body trembled suddenly. He looked at Uncle Shu in disbelief, his expression one of shock and incredulity. Uncle Shu seemed to realize he was too agitated. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and explained, they merely borrowed human bodies. Their true form is just a mass of mist. Possession. Xiao Jian involuntarily thought of possession, as if he had experienced something similar before, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him. Chapter 15. Shuya became unusually strange. He suddenly felt a wave of panic and unease. Ever since he woke up from the nightmare, everything seemed to shift from normal. First, a pendant had suddenly appeared on his chest, and a massive rock had materialized beside him. On the way to Huzhou City, he had inadvertently caught a glimpse of a terrifying green light in the eyes of a burly man. In the cave of the bamboo forest town, neatly arranged clothing was placed, but the bodies inside had mysteriously vanished. On the street, he saw an old Taoist casually ignite the weeds with a flick of his finger, along with Shuya's strange eyes. Each incident exuded an unusual aura. Now, the sudden emergence of a soul-devouring evil spirit made him feel that it had become intertwined with him. Xiao Jian touched the pendant on his chest, recalling the old Taoist asking about the falling light ball on the bridge, and the thin figure that had come out of the inn. He was certain that these people had already noticed him. Connecting this to the 3 sets of hunter clothing in the cave, the disappearance of these 3 hunters must be related to their visit to the North Mountain. From this, it was evident that they had been searching for clues about the light ball. Although he had narrowly escaped this time, would they let it go? If he confronted them, how could he protect himself? Xiao Jian raised his head and asked tremulously, Can we kill them? Uncle Shu walked back and forth a few steps aside, and then returned to sit at the tea table. Someone had hurt them, but their wounds were healing at a visible speed. Uncle Shu's answer sent a chill down Xiao Jian's spine, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. After Uncle Shu finished speaking, he noticed that Xiao Jian's face was somewhat pale and asked with concern, Xiao Jian, you don't look well. Is something wrong? Xiao Jian took a sip of water, rubbed his forehead, and shook his head, saying, Thank you for your concern, Uncle. It's just that I feel a bit apprehensive hearing the truth all of a sudden. Only he knew that his unease wasn't just from fear, but also related to the mental fatigue caused by locking eyes with Shuya. Regarding the strangeness of Shuya's eyes, he decided to talk to her first. He even suspected that neither Shuya nor Uncle Shu knew about this matter. As night fell, Xiao Jian did not decline and followed Uncle Shu's arrangements to stay in the Shu residence. After a good night's sleep, he was awakened by the sound of swishing outside, occasionally accompanied by bursts of cheering. Xiao Jian was staying in the courtyard, which had a sizable garden in the middle, and the noise was coming from the martial arts training ground in the garden. Upon arriving at the training ground, he saw Shuya wielding a sharp sword, executing continuous moves that formed a dazzling light under the morning sun. It seemed that Shuya was not just putting on a show. She was genuinely practicing martial arts and appeared to be quite skilled. Xiao Jian felt that he was definitely no match for her. In a corner of the training ground, a scholar in a cap was staring intently at Shuya. Beside him, a young man was practicing with a waist knife. It was unfortunate that he encountered this scholar again in such a place. Seeing him gaze at Shuya with infatuation made Xiao Jian feel displeased. At that moment, the scholar also spotted Xiao Jian. He walked over to the young man with a knife and seemed to say a few words before the young man sheathed his knife and approached Xiao Jian. The young man was dressed in a luxurious deep blue robe, wore leather boots, and had a jade pendant hanging at his waist, indicating that he was a city defense general. "You are Xiao Jian? I heard from young Master Zhang that you want to knock out his teeth?" This city defense general was quite handsome, taller than Xiao Jian, and he rested his hand on the hilt of his knife, looking at Xiao Jian with an imposing presence. "Yes, that's true. If he doesn't know how to restrain himself, then it might not be a threat anymore." Xiao Jian did not back down. After all, he could not retreat when someone was eyeing his fiancée. Just then, Shuya put away her sword and stood directly next to the city defense general. Xiao Jian caught a hint of disdain in her eyes directed at him. This expression was something he had never seen in her during their previous 3 encounters. "Humph. Xiao Jian, who I date, is my business. What right do you have to interfere?" Xiao Jian felt a sense of strangeness when he saw Shuya today, and her words only accentuated that feeling. He was even more displeased. It was one thing for the city defense general to stand up for the Zhang family, but it was unacceptable that Shuya also aligned with them. Her behavior today left him utterly disappointed. "I've already said it. Before we sever our relationship, if he dares to have any ill intentions, I'll knock out his teeth." Xiao Jian's tone was filled with anger. "To tell you the truth, it was my cousin who asked me to do it at the city gate." Shuya, seeing Xiao Jian still speaking disrespectfully, seemed a bit angry and directly exposed the situation at the city gate. Xiao Jian felt a sense of relief, as he had suspected that the scholar had intercepted him on time because he knew his itinerary, which only Uncle Shu and Shuya were aware of. Now that Shuya admitted this, it left Xiao Jian with mixed feelings. Although he had never taken the marriage seriously from the beginning, being slapped in the face like this was still hard to accept. "Haha, with your trashy character, you still want to be a toad staring at Shuya?" The scholar, seeing Shuya standing with them, became even more arrogant. He shed his usual scholarly demeanor and blocked the exit, watching Xiao Jian as if afraid he would escape. "Brother, this guy is too arrogant. We must teach him a lesson today. Doesn't he like knocking out people's teeth? Let's make him lose 2 front teeth." The city defense general turned out to be the scholar's older brother, but the two had no resemblance in demeanor or character. The city defense general, addressed as brother by the scholar, seemed to take his words seriously. Like he had received an order, he coldly said to Xiao Jian, "If you dare to be reckless in Huzhou City, you must pay the price. Today, if you don't leave 2 teeth behind, you won't get out of this door." With that, he reached out toward Xiao Jian. Fu Guwei was standing next to Xiao Jian, and upon seeing the impending danger, immediately stepped in front of Xiao Jian. The city defense general transformed his palm into a fist and struck Fu Guwei hard on the nose. Fu Guwei was no match for him. With a single punch, he was sent flying, blood streaming down his face. Fu Guwei. Xiao Jian felt a sharp pain in his heart. Although Fu Guwei was his attendant, they were closer than brothers. Seeing him suffer, Xiao Jian's eyes instantly filled with blood. He grabbed a nearby bench and wildly smashed it down on the city defense general's head. Bang! The city defense general was struck, blood gushing from his head as he staggered back several steps before barely stabilizing himself. Looking for death, the city defense general quickly drew his waist knife and swung it toward Xiao Jian's arm. Seeing this, Xiao Jian hurriedly retreated. But as a young master who had never practiced martial arts, he couldn't match the speed of a martial general. The gust from the blade sent Xiao Jian's hair flying. In that moment, Xiao Jian's heart turned as cold as ice. He didn't hate the scholar or the city defense general, but harbored extreme resentment toward Shuya. Regardless of the final outcome between him and her, she should not team up with outsiders to confront her fiancé. Just as blood was about to spill, Xiao Jian resigned himself and closed his eyes, waiting for the inevitable. Clang! A sharp long sword deflected the city defense general's waist knife. The sword's light spun, and with a flash of cold light, an arm holding the knife flew off, spinning through the air. "Ah, you!" A scream suddenly rang out. The city defense general clutched his empty shoulder, blood oozing between his fingers. He looked in terror at Shuya, who was holding the long sword. Was this really the Shuya who often hunted and practiced martial arts with him? Shuya stared fiercely at the city defense general, her sharp sword pointed directly at his throat. As long as the city defense general dared to make any movement, the sword would surely pierce his throat. Not a single hair on him is allowed to be touched. Shuya's voice was like a magical sound, deep and filled with authority, making it impossible for anyone to harbor even a hint of defiance. Xiao Jian also looked at Shuya in disbelief. Just moments ago, they had been in perfect harmony against him, and in the blink of an eye, Shuya had severed the city defense general's arm. Chapter 16. Don't move a hair on him at this moment. Xiao Jian finally saw a long-lost golden light in her eyes again. Although this golden light seemed much weaker than before, it was still very obvious. However, strangely, the many servants and maids around did not look at Shuya's eyes any further, seeming not to notice this anomaly. Could it be that they simply couldn't see this golden light? Shuya, what are you doing? Suddenly, a shout broke the silence, waking everyone from their shock. Uncle Shu strode in from the outer courtyard, staring at Shuya in astonishment, and scolded loudly. Clang! The sharp sword in Shuya's hand fell to the ground, and her body seemed to suddenly lose balance, falling backward. Xiao Jian rushed up and caught her, asking with concern, Shuya, what's wrong? Shuya's face was pale, and the golden light in her eyes was dimming more and more, as if it was about to extinguish. Recalling the moment yesterday, when he locked eyes with Shuya at the Shu residence's gate, the golden light had dimmed significantly when it opened a passage in his mind. And today, seeing it weaken again, Xiao Jian suddenly felt a dull pain in his heart. He had a feeling that this golden light seemed to have always been helping him, and everything that had just happened was likely related to this golden light. Chunju, quickly take the young lady back to her room to rest. Uncle Shu, still unaware of what had happened, ordered the maid when he saw that Shuya was not injured. The maid who had been following Shuya quickly supported her and walked towards the back courtyard. Xiao Jian felt somewhat relieved when he saw that Shuya could still take steps. Uncle Shu then instructed a middle-aged servant beside him, Old Wang. Take General Zhang to the clinic for treatment. The servant picked up Zhang's arm from the ground, and several people quickly carried General Zhang away. The scholar with the Confucian cap was already pale with fright. Seeing that Uncle Shu had not noticed him, he trembled and staggered away with General Zhang. Once everyone had dispersed, Uncle Shu finally looked at Xiao Jian and said, Come with me to the study. In the study, Xiao Jian lowered his head and did not dare to sit down. After all, today's incident was closely related to him. Uncle Shu, I'm sorry. Normally, Xiao Jian would just joke around, but today's matter had escalated too much, and he felt very uneasy. Uncle Shu waved his hand, interrupting Xiao Jian, and asked, What exactly happened? Why was Shuya so impulsive? Xiao Jian recounted in detail what had occurred in the garden, and then apologized if Shuya hadn't acted. I would have lost an arm today. Uncle Shu let out a sigh of relief and said calmly, Shuya didn't seem to care much about your marriage before. I wasn't aware of what happened at the city gate, so don't take it too seriously. After all, you two have never met. However, it seems she has changed her mind about you recently. After Uncle Shu finished speaking, he pointed to the seat in front of the tea table, indicating for Xiao Jian to sit down. Xiao Jian cupped his hands and sat down, saying, Uncle Shu, General Zhang being injured is likely to cause you trouble. Xiao Jian changed the subject, not wanting to discuss Shuya's situation. He felt there seemed to be more to it and needed to find a suitable time to ask Shuya directly. You don't need to worry about this. A city defense deputy daring to draw his sword and harm someone in my residence. If it weren't for Shuya stopping him, how could I explain to your father? He brought this upon himself. Xiao Jian then realized that this General Zhang was the city defense deputy of Huzhou, an 8th-rank military official. And Uncle Shu was the prefect of Huzhou, a 5th-rank civil official. So he indeed had the confidence to say this. However, Xiao Jian knew that sometimes official rank didn't determine everything. It also depended on the family's background. Suddenly, a rapid sound of hooves approached from afar, heading straight for the Shu residence. Report. A shout broke the tranquility of Huzhou, and Uncle Shu's face turned serious as he quickly walked outside. Just as he reached the courtyard, The guard had already helped a messenger soldier inside. The soldier, disheveled and stumbling, fell to the ground in front of Uncle Shu, holding up a document and shouting, "Emergency report from the border. The barbarian tribes are launching a large-scale attack. The Halifa tribe has 1,000 cavalry heading toward Huzhou." Uncle Shu took the document and glanced at it, his expression instantly becoming grave. He waved his hand, signaling the guards to let the soldier rest. "Xiao Jian, Huzhou is likely in danger. You must set out for Zion Rimping immediately." At this moment, Shuya had also learned of the emergency report and hurriedly rushed over with the help of a maid. "Shuya, you should also pack up and set off for Shangzhou." Uncle Shu did not mention General Zhang's matter again. Seeing Shuya's face regain some color, seemingly no longer in serious trouble, he did not inquire about her condition, as if the previous events had never occurred. Shuya did not offer any explanation either. She glanced at the emergency report and felt a chill in her heart, urgently saying, "Father, what are you going to do? They have also taken a large number of refugees. How can a few hundred remnants defend Huzhou?" Xiao Jian frowned. Huzhou was not far from the border. Such an important city only had a few hundred remnants for defense. Uncle Shu, noticing Xiao Jian's puzzled expression, said, "The harvests in various places have been poor for years, and the court is overwhelmed. They have long considered giving up Huzhou, and they won't even defend Shangzhou to the death." Xiao Jian understood. The court was looking to shed its burden. If a large number of refugees flooded into Huzhou, even without the barbarians, it would be difficult for Huzhou to hold out. "I'm not leaving. I want to stay with my father." Shuya's eyes were already reddening. If Xiao Jian hadn't been present, she would have likely started crying. "Don't be foolish. Once I finish dealing with things here, I will immediately go to Shangzhou. If anything changes, you should return to Qingsha City. Huzhou cannot be held. The court has no intention of defending Huzhou. Keeping them here will only increase the danger unnecessarily." Xiao Jian silently nodded, saying nothing further. The sudden appearance of the barbarian cavalry was somewhat suspicious. He had a premonition that their attack on Huzhou was likely related to the burly man. Perhaps it was also connected to the incident of the descending light sphere. The two people next to the burly man were indeed barbarians. Could this mean that a barbarian tribe had been controlled by the soul-devouring evil spirit? The soul-devouring evil spirit could possess humans, and controlling a barbarian tribe would be easy for them. The only thing he didn't understand was that the response speed of the barbarian cavalry seemed too quick. Perhaps they had some special means of communication? The soul-devouring evil spirit is not human, so if they had special means of communication, Xiao Jian wouldn't be surprised. Xiao Jian's mood suddenly became extremely urgent. He was worried that the dark rock was too conspicuous and would be discovered by them. He was certain that the descending light sphere seen by Fu Gui at that time was caused by the appearance of that rock, though he still didn't know what the pendant and rock were, or where they came from. Since the burly man and the old Taoist from the altar were paying attention to this matter, he could infer that they were definitely not ordinary objects. These two items must be closely related to him, possibly even life-threatening. He had to return quickly and find a way to move or hide the rock. Xiao Jian and Fu Gui traveled nonstop for 3 days before finally reaching the place of the rock. Xiao Jian wanted to confirm whether the rock was still in place, so he instructed Fu Gui to take the horse to the foot of the mountain to drink water. Just as he jumped off the horse, he felt the ground slightly tremble. He quickly lay down on the ground and held his breath to listen for a moment, his face instantly turning pale. At this moment, the sound of hooves rumbled towards him like continuous thunder, making his ears buzz. The sound of hooves grew closer, and a strong fear surged in Xiao Jian's heart. This must be the barbarian cavalry. They were going to attack Zion Rimping. Xiao Jian's heart sank to the bottom. They indeed came for the event of the falling light sphere. This place is closest to Immortal's Flat, and to find clues about the falling light sphere, the first target is Immortal's Flat. Without bothering to check that rock any further, Xiao Jian jumped back onto his horse and urgently said to Fu Gui, "Let's go. We'll take the shortcut back." The opposing side consists of elite cavalry riding strong warhorses. If they continue along the main road, the enemy will soon catch up with them. The two diverted from the main road and ran northward along a small path by the creek, which leads directly to the Xiao family's school. After crossing a small hill, Xiao Jian looked back at the main road and saw the cold light flashing on it, with dust rising for miles, obscuring the sky and blocking the sun. The sound of hooves thundering like thunder echoed, shaking even the hill where he stood. Chapter 17. The barbarian cavalry attacks Zion Renping. This is a cavalry unit of over 1,000 men. Go! Xiao Jian's face turned pale. His heart felt cold. The attack of over 1,000 barbarian cavalry on an unprepared Zion Renping would surely result in a bloodbath. He lashed the horsewhip fiercely a few times, and the horse galloped down the mountain, jolting him so much that he felt his bones might shatter, while the sides of his thighs were rubbed raw and bleeding. Xiao Jian's horsemanship was only average. He had never been so reckless as today, and he was nearly thrown off the horse several times. After rounding a bend, he finally saw the schoolhouse halfway up the mountain, surrounded by a low wall enclosing several wooden structures. The straight-line distance from the schoolhouse to Xiao family village was less than 5 miles, and standing outside the schoolhouse's wall, one could see the entire Xiao family village below. Behind the schoolhouse was a dense forest connected to the vast northern mountain range, with cliffs in front and on both sides. This place was originally a villa. The teacher found it elegant and pleasant, so his father transformed it into a schoolhouse. The mountain path leading to the schoolhouse was carved out along the cliff, which was several dozen feet high, with a stream at the bottom that intersected with the official road to Huzhou City. Xiao Jian was taking the small path along the edge of this stream. The two of them rushed to the cliff at the front of the schoolhouse, where they saw his father standing outside the wall, looking down, likely startled by the sound of hurried hooves. Xiao Jian had originally planned to head straight to Xiao family village, but since his father was at the schoolhouse, he quickly turned his horse around and charged up the mountain path to the schoolhouse. The horse was already exhausted, and the path to the schoolhouse was winding uphill. Just a few steps after the horse started running, its front hooves stumbled, and it suddenly knelt down, causing Xiao Jian to tumble off. Xiao Jian, his father exclaimed, rushing down the mountain and scooping Xiao Jian up. Before his father could speak, Xiao Jian gasped for breath and said, "Dad, hurry. The barbarian cavalry is coming. Quickly gather people and inform everyone to retreat, to evacuate." Seeing Xiao Jian's anxious expression, his father hurriedly carried him toward the schoolhouse, asking as they ran, "Don't panic. Take your time to explain what exactly happened. The barbarian cavalry is right behind us, heading for Zion Renping." Xiao Jian took a moment to calm his breath and briefly explained the situation he had seen on the way. After hearing this, his father quickened his pace to the schoolhouse. Just as he set Xiao Jian down, a little girl ran out from inside. "Brother Xiao Jian, what happened?" "Whoa! Brother Xiao Jian, what happened?" Seeing Xiao Jian being carried, the little girl thought he was hurt and rushed over crying. Xiao Jian reached out to hold her, gently wiping her tears and comforting her. "Don't cry. Xiaoling brother is fine. I was just too tired." Xiaoling was the teacher's granddaughter and was only 6 years old this year. Xiao Jian tried hard to conceal his anxious expression so as not to frighten her. At that moment, a thin boy came over, taking Xiaoling from Xiao Jian and asking with concern, "Cousin, what happened? Why do you look so exhausted?" This boy was Zhang Chun, his aunt's son and Xiao Jian's cousin. He wore a faded coarse linen shirt and looked quite frail. Zhang Chun was half a year younger than Xiao Jian, but was half a head shorter. Before heading to Huzhou City, his father had told Xiao Jian that Zhang Chun would come to study together. Today should be his first time at the schoolhouse, which was why his father accompanied him. Suddenly, the sound of urgent hooves came from below the mountain. Xiao Jian felt a chill run down his spine. Xiao family village was finished, and so was Zion Renping. Xiao Jian sat down on the ground, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. He and Fu Gui had galloped tirelessly, but they hadn't arrived home early enough. He slammed his fist on the ground, hating his own powerlessness, hating that he couldn't save Zion Renping. It was his fault that Zion Renping was in danger. If it weren't for the inexplicable appearance of the glowing orb, this might not have happened. He couldn't understand what was happening in this world, nor could he comprehend the soul-eating evil spirits and what they wanted to do. At that moment, he desperately wished to become stronger. He wanted to eliminate these beasts. Down below, the cavalry had already stormed into Xiao family village. In an instant, heart-wrenching screams and cries echoed faintly. Thick black smoke began to rise, with red flames occasionally flickering within it. At this moment, 3 cavalrymen emerged from Xiao family village, charging toward the schoolhouse. His father drew his waist knife and hurried toward the entrance, saying, "Xiao Jian, take the teacher and hide in the back mountain." Seeing Fu Gui still standing dumbfounded, pointing at a wooden box, he said, "This box contains some clothes and bedding. Take it with you." Xiao Jian felt anxious and restless, his eyelids twitching without warning, and urged, "Dad, we should leave together." His father glared at him and shouted, "Hurry and go. If you leave, I can get away." His father had been a soldier in his youth and usually exercised, so he was still quite capable. The teacher also came out of the study, smiling bitterly, and said, "At my age, what is the point of running? This old body will only slow you down. I'll wait here for the landlord." He stroked his granddaughter Xiaoling's hair and said to Li Anping, "I'm leaving Xiaoling in your care. Don't let her suffer." There was half a bag of sweet potatoes inside. "Take them with you." The barbarian cavalry had come to Xian Renping, and they didn't know when they would leave. If everyone hid in the deep mountains without any food, they would eventually starve to death. The teacher's expression was calm, and his tone showed no fluctuation. After speaking, he looked at Xiaoling a few more times with love and reluctance. The schoolhouse was not far from Xiao family village, and soon the 3 cavalrymen arrived at the schoolhouse entrance. When Xiao Jian saw them, his heart felt even heavier. Sure enough, these 3 were the cavalry team led by the burly man. Leading the charge was a scar-faced barbarian, wielding a large broadsword, fully armored, with even his horse wrapped in rawhide, serving as heavy cavalry. Right behind him was the burly man, still wearing his shiny leather armor, holding a gleaming saber. He was likely the leader of this cavalry unit. The small, thin figure lagged behind, holding a bow and arrows, dressed as light cavalry, with eagle-like eyes fixed intensely on Xiao Jian, who had reached the edge of the woods. It was evident that these 3 had fought together many times. Xiao Jian stood at the edge of the woods, staring at the burly man, realizing that among the trio, only the burly man was the soul-eating evil spirit. Strangely, the burly man did not use any special skills. He jumped off his horse, approached Xiao Jian's father, and swung his sword at him. The mountain path was narrow, unsuitable for cavalry combat. Clang! Xiao Jian's father parried the saber with his knife. The 2 blades clashed, and his waist knife felt as if it had been struck by a boulder, the heavy force pushing him back several steps. The scar-faced barbarian seized the opportunity as Xiao Jian's father retreated, suddenly spurring his horse forward, chasing after Xiao Jian and the others who were fleeing into the woods. Once they entered the woods, the war horses would lose their advantage, and it would be extremely difficult to find them again. The light cavalry at the back reined in his horse, drew an arrow, knocked it, and aimed at Xiao Jian. His father shouted in alarm, "Xiao Jian, be careful." At such close range, if the arrow struck him, there would be no chance of survival. He only had this one son. If something happened to Xiao Jian, he wouldn't be able to live either. His father disregarded the burly man's saber that was swinging toward him again and charged at the bowman, braving the blade. Swish! The burly man's saber slashed across his father's lower abdomen, blood spraying. "Dad!" Seeing his father injured, Xiao Jian's eyes instantly filled with blood, and his heart ached painfully. "Run!" His father yelled loudly, staggering for a moment, yet disregarding the intense pain in his abdomen. He forcefully pressed his shoulder against the horse's neck and, using the momentum, drove his dagger into the horse's neck. The war horse let out a painful neigh, rearing its front hooves high, tumbling down the cliff along with the cavalry, while arrows shot into the sky. Meanwhile, his father, soaked in blood, collapsed to the ground, his face pale. He laboriously turned his head to look at the scar-faced man rushing toward the woods. Then he looked up at Xiao Jian by the edge of the woods, seemingly gathering all his strength to roar, "Run!" At this moment, the scar-faced man had reached the entrance of the woods and jumped down from his horse. The woods were too dense, and the slope too steep for the war horse to enter. At the entrance, the gentleman stood barehanded in the middle of the path, calmly watching the scar-faced man approach with his knife drawn. The scar on a man's face writhed with his sinister smile, resembling a crawling, poisonous centipede, appearing exceptionally fierce. The gentleman took a deep breath, glanced back at Xiaoling, and then looked at Xiao Jian, saying, "Survive, protect Xiaoling." He had no other choice. If the scar-faced man entered the woods, none of them, including his granddaughter Xiaoling, would survive. Suddenly, the gentleman leaped forward like a rock, charging down the slope toward the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man's pupils contracted in horror. Behind him was the cliff, but the mountain path was narrow, leaving him nowhere to escape. Chapter 18. The Burly Man and the Soul-Eating Evil Spirit. With a swoosh, the scarred-faced man easily thrust his saber into the gentleman's chest. Before he could withdraw the saber, he was sent flying by the immense inertia. Both the gentleman and the scarred man fell off the cliff behind them. Two cavalrymen were swiftly defeated in just one exchange. The burly man had a frostbitten face, and his copper bell-like eyes emitted a green glow. "Father, be careful." Xiao Jian immediately sensed that the burly man was about to reveal the true form of the soul-eating evil spirit. Sure enough, a strange scene unfolded. The burly man's clothes seemed to suddenly lose their support and slid to the ground, revealing a gray body. The gray body gradually became transparent, transforming into a swirling gray mist in human shape, still retaining its facial features and limbs. However, on its head, there was a protrusion resembling newly sprouted ram's horns. Inside its semi-transparent head, a crystal emitted a green light that burst forth through its eyes. It turned out that the green glow in its eyes did not originate from the eyes themselves, but from this crystal. Xiao Jian's father, seemingly oblivious to everything, held his abdomen with both hands, staring blankly at Xiao Jian, repeatedly saying, "Go. Don't mind me, don't mind me." The soul-eating evil spirit suddenly floated up and lunged at Xiao Jian's father, the mist passing right through his body. The word from Xiao Jian's father abruptly stopped, and a gentle breeze swept through, causing his clothes to flutter away towards the cliff. Seeing this, Xiao Jian's eyes widened in horror, his body turning cold as a wave of despair surged in his heart. He cried out in anguish, "Father!" His voice echoed through the canyon. Xiaoling, who was right beside Xiao Jian, was already stunned by the nightmarish scene before her. Xiao Jian's desperate scream jolted her awake from her nightmare. She suddenly cried out, "Grandpa! Grandpa!" and ran toward the cliff. Xiaoling was only 6 years old. She could not accept the departure of her only family member. She wanted to retrieve her grandpa. At this moment, the soul-eating evil spirit had returned to the armor lying on the ground, which quickly rose and unfolded, transforming back into the armored burly man. He looked up to see the little girl running towards him and swung his saber at her. The burly man did not use the soul-eating skill again. Perhaps there were certain limitations to his soul-devouring abilities. Xiao Jian's teeth chattered with rage, hatred consuming his heart like a monster, and his eyes sparkled with uncontrollable fire. At this moment, he resembled an enraged lion. He picked up a stone and roared, "Bastard! I'll fight you." He sprang into action, charging towards the burly man like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Seeing Xiao Jian charging in, the burly man abandoned Xiaoling and turned to raise his saber, glimmering with a ghostly light, and struck down towards Xiao Jian with the force of thunder. The blade was still in midair, but the chilling aura it emitted made it feel as though death itself was descending. Xiao Jian's blood-red eyes focused solely on the burly man's forehead, sparks of hatred flaring in his gaze. As the saber came crashing down, he did not slow down at all, charging forward like an arrow released from a bow, recklessly throwing himself into danger. Xiaoling was in grave peril, and his father had just died before his eyes. He had been forced into a desperate situation. He could not abandon Xiaoling. He could not watch her fall under the blade. If he had to die, it would be him first. He knew he could not kill the soul-eating evil spirit, but he had no retreat left. The burly man wore a sinister grin. He was battle-hardened and did not care about this desperate fight. No matter how fast his opponent was, he could not outpace this thunderous strike. The saber descended like lightning upon Xiao Jian's head. The wind from the blade made his hair fly. In the next moment, his head would explode like a watermelon. But then, an unexpected event occurred. Just as the saber was about to strike Xiao Jian's head, a golden light descended from above, enveloping the area. Everything around suddenly froze, like a painting on a canvas. The willows swayed in the breeze, maintaining their fluttering form, and the falling leaves hung motionless in midair, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The burly man's saber halted just half an inch above Xiao Jian's head. In this moment of bizarre stillness, it seemed as though Xiao Jian was the only living being in the world, and he passed through the blade without any obstruction. This strange pause lasted only a moment before everything returned to normal. The golden light flickered and vanished, unnoticed by the furious Xiao Jian, while others frozen in time remained unaware. The sinister grin on the burly man's face remained unchanged as he continued his downward strike. However, he suddenly realized that his opponent had disappeared, only to find him reappearing right in front of him. The blow he aimed at Xiao Jian transformed into an arm striking against Xiao Jian's shoulder, causing the saber to be knocked from his hand. Before the burly man could recover from his shock, Xiao Jian's stone struck his forehead, instantly causing flesh and blood to splatter, with brain matter exploding out. The soul-eating evil spirit, in its normal state, was indistinguishable from a human. When struck on the head, it too fell to the ground unconscious. The difference was that the wound on its head was covered by a faint green light, visibly healing at a rapid pace. Xiao Jian, still engulfed in extreme rage and sorrow, continued to swing the stone in his hand, mercilessly smashing it against the evil spirit's head. Its recovery speed could not match Xiao Jian's destructive force. The head was crushed, revealing the green crystal from its brain. Xiao Jian paused, finally regaining his senses. He had seen this green crystal before. It was the source of the green glow in its eyes. Now it was still emitting green light, and the areas covered by the light were healing quickly. Strangely, this green light seemed to manifest anywhere on its body. Xiao Jian quickly understood that the terrifying recovery speed of the soul-eating evil spirit relied on this green crystal. The green light at the wound was not emitted by the crystal itself, but was a substance released by the crystal, which emitted light after moving to the wound. This green crystal must contain the energy needed by the soul-eating evil spirit. Xiao Jian forcefully extracted the green crystal from its brain. Once the crystal left the burly man's body, it no longer emitted green light, and its flesh ceased to heal. Xiao Jian kicked the burly man's body into the cliff and knelt at the edge, crying out, "Father! Sir!" He then looked towards the billowing smoke of the Xiao family estate and shouted, "I will kill all these beasts to avenge you. They will pay with their blood." The grudge of exterminating his family and killing his father was something he could never forgive. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling seemed to have shut herself off, completely unaffected by the surrounding chaos, still crying out, "Grandpa! Grandpa!" and continuing to run towards the cliff. When Xiao Jian saw this, he was immediately alarmed. If no one stopped her, she would run straight off the cliff. He quickly got up, scooped her up in his arms, and gently patted her back. Trembling as he comforted her, "Don't be afraid, Xiao Ling. Your brother is here. Brother will stay with you." Xiao Jian held back his tears, but his body continued to tremble. He wanted to reassure Xiao Ling, not wanting to leave too many shadows in her young heart. At this moment, Zhang Chun came to his side, glanced at the Xiao family estate below, and said, "Cousin, we cannot stay here long. We must leave quickly." Xiao Jian snapped back to reality. The commotion at the school would soon be noticed, and if they didn't leave now, everyone would be in danger. He looked around, wiped away a tear, and asked, "Where's Fu Guwei?" Zhang Chun looked at the peak of the back mountain and said, "I'll let him take the sweet potatoes and the wooden box ahead. By now, he should have already reached Jinjiling. Fu Guwei is strong and sturdy. Only he can carry these heavy items." Chapter 19, Meteor. An alien soul takes over at the top of Jinjiling behind the academy. One can clearly see the academy, which is now engulfed in flames. After they escaped, a cavalry squad arrived at the academy, and not finding Xiao Jian and the others, set the academy ablaze, leaving nothing behind. When Xiao Jian carried Xiao Ling to Jinjiling, she had already fallen into a deep sleep. He walked aimlessly forward with Xiao Ling on his back, unsure of where to go. Zhang Chun and Fu Guwei silently followed behind him. They walked for several hours along the mountain path, deeper into the mountains, until they reached a small flat area. The flat area was not large, with a stream extending from the mountain gully to the north. Surprisingly, there was a trickle of fresh water flowing in the stream. Finding even a little fresh water in this prolonged drought was extremely difficult. As dusk approached, after fleeing from the academy for dozens of miles with no signs of life, Everyone was tired and hungry. Xiao Jian took out 2 sweet potatoes from the bag and asked, Fugawei, do we have any fire starters? Seeing Xiao Jian take out the sweet potatoes, Fugawei's mouth watered. He had been carrying a wooden box and a bag of sweet potatoes while running and was extremely hungry. Young master, there are no fire starters in the box. They had fled in such a hurry that no one thought to bring fire starters. Without them, they couldn't make a fire, but fortunately, the sweet potatoes could be eaten raw. He handed one to Fugawei and Zhang Chun, then looked around. There were no nearby hills or larger rocks. You too. Look around to see if you can find a sheltered spot. We'll spend the night here. Xiao Ling had not woken up and had been sleeping soundly. Xiao Jian took out a sheet and some bedding, laid it on the dry grass, and placed Xiao Ling flat on it, covering her with a piece of clothing from the wooden box. He then lay down beside her, and the scene of his father fighting desperately flooded back into his mind, causing tears to flow involuntarily. Xiao Jian took out the pendant from his chest, looking at its ugly appearance, feeling extremely displeased, his eyes filled with disgust. Perhaps the people of Julin Town were right. This was an ominous object. Ever since it inexplicably appeared, everything had gone wrong, and now it had caused his family to be shattered. He took the pendant off and considered throwing it away, but hesitated, feeling that the malevolent spirits seemed to care greatly for it. Discarding it might just please them. Xiao Jian put the pendant back into his chest, squinting at the sun that was about to set on the horizon. At first, the sun was fully visible, its rays warm and bright. As it slowly descended, it emitted golden light, turning the sky golden, and then only a small sliver remained, giving off a final dazzling light. Just as this dazzling light disappeared, Xiao Jian suddenly widened his eyes. He saw several bright points of light suddenly flying out from where the sun had vanished. Among them, one point of light seemed to sense something or was drawn by a mysterious force, curving in a long arc and flying straight towards him. The speed of the light point was astonishing, arriving in front of him in an instant. Just as Xiao Jian was about to jump up, the light point expanded and enveloped his entire body. Immediately, his body emitted a bright beam of light, illuminating the surrounding trees brightly before instantly disappearing back to normal. Fugawei and Zhang Chun were not far away and also saw this strong light. Not knowing what had happened, they quickly rushed back. Xiao Jian lay unconscious on a sheet, his whole body burning red. Sweat poured from him like thick mud, faintly exuding white mist. His hair stood up strangely like steel needles, as if ready to shoot out in all directions. Most bizarrely, a sharp horn had grown from the top of his head, resembling a conical horn just sprouting from a lamb, or a sharp flesh bump that seemed to have been caused by an impact. After a long time, the standing hair slowly lay down, and the horn on his head became more pronounced, even revealing a small red bead at the tip that was faintly glowing. Zhang Chun reached out to check his forehead, and at the moment their skins touched, a loud popping sound erupted, accompanied by a burst of blue sparks, causing his palm to feel as if it had been stabbed by a steel needle. Zhang Chun withdrew his hand to look. There was nothing unusual, so he reached out to his forehead again, but the blue sparks did not reappear. Xiao Jian's forehead was as hot as a coal. The night had completely fallen. Without even a fire starter, Zhang Chun and Fugawei anxiously sat beside Xiao Jian, unable to sleep all night. The night passed slowly, and by dawn the next day, Xiao Jian still had not woken up. His body temperature showed no signs of decreasing, and his clothes were dirty, as if they had been soaked in a muddy pond. Xiao Jian's high fever persisted, and they were at a loss for what to do. Among the three, only Zhang Chun remained relatively rational. Knowing that Xiao Jian could not handle matters, Zhang Chun realized he had to rely on himself. He went to the stream, crouched down, dipped his fingers in the water, and tasted it on his tongue. The water from the stream, surprisingly, had a salty taste. Zhang Chun frowned and turned to Fugawei, saying, "This stream water is not drinkable. Please go back to the academy and find something. Try to bring back some clean water." Before leaving, he added, "Make sure not to go into the village. The barbarian cavalry has already burned the academy and won't return, so the area around the academy is safe now." Fugawei, anxious about Xiao Jian's condition, hurriedly turned and ran back the way they came. After Fugawei left, Zhang Chun opened the box, took out 2 towels, soaked them in the stream, and placed them on Xiao Jian's forehead to cool him down. As for Xiao Jian, ever since the light point invaded his body, a strange foreign soul consciousness had appeared within him. When this foreign soul consciousness first invaded his brain, he felt as if he had become another person. No, not a person. It felt like he had turned into a bug, into a humanoid monster, a monster with horns on its head and glowing eyes. As the horns just sprouted, a counting command came from them. He involuntarily reported a number, 5. The horn emitted a brief glimmer, a light so faint it was difficult for the naked eye to detect. This horn was, in fact, a communication organ, capable of sending and receiving information. As he transformed into a monster, all the memories of this monster appeared unreservedly in his mind. He saw a gigantic roundhouse, surrounded by a circle of transparent windows, with stars outside shooting backward like arrows, moving so fast that they could only be seen as bright lines. Chapter 20. Fractured Memories. The black net covering the sun from its memories, a strange scene was witnessed. A red sun in the sky was shrouded by a large black net. In the center of the black net, a transparent pipe was entwined. This transparent pipe extended outward, ultimately connecting to a square box. Inside the pipe, a stream of golden liquid flowed gently, accompanied by flickers of lightning, entering the square box. The box was also transparent, and the golden liquid had accumulated to about half. The liquid rippled slightly within the box, emitting an extremely dazzling light, showcasing its powerful energy. All of this was seen in the memories of the monster when Xiao Jian transformed into one. At this moment, Xiao Jian's self-awareness had completely vanished, as if he had never existed. Just as the foreign soul was about to occupy the entire brain and body, a mysterious force suddenly entered, driving the soul away. It was only then that he felt he was still himself, with the foreign soul leaving behind only some fragmented memories in his mind. The foreign soul did not settle down, but quickly invaded again, only to be driven away by the mysterious force once more. These two forces clashed continuously, and Xiao Jian kept shifting between human and monster, with the speed increasing. Each transformation left a part of the fragmented memories in his mind. This rapid switching in the brain caused his head to throb, as if it would explode. This pain did not disappear regardless of who he transformed into, until he finally fainted from the agony. The brain had completely turned into a battlefield for the two forces, and Xiao Jian had lost all consciousness. Zhang Chun had been continuously changing the sweat towel on Xiao Jian's forehead. Approaching noon, Fu Guwei returned safely. He not only brought back clean water and several clay pots, but also found a usable fire striker and 2 damaged clay bowls in the ruins of the school. Zhang Chun quickly took the clay bowl, poured a bowl of clean water, and slowly fed it to Xiao Jian. After feeding him water, Zhang Chun happily discovered that his body temperature began to drop, and within half an hour, it had returned to normal, though he had not yet awakened. Seeing Xiao Jian's miraculous improvement, Zhang Chun hurriedly instructed Fu Guwei to boil some sweet potato soup in the clay pot, hoping that if he could feed him a bit of the soup, he would wake up. In reality, Zhang Chun completely misunderstood the reason for Xiao Jian's temperature drop. It was because the struggle in his brain had finally reached a conclusion, and the brain was gradually regaining calm. As the sun tilted to the west, Xiao Jian finally woke up. He happily realized that he was still himself and had not been taken over by the foreign soul. He reached up to touch his head, and there were no abnormalities. The sharp horn that had appeared before had collapsed. At that moment, he suddenly understood. Wasn't he this possession? Remembering the feeling from last night made the hairs on one side of his body stand up. If the other party had successfully possessed him, he would have disappeared silently, and Zhang Chun and the others would have been completely unaware, at most noticing a small, inconspicuous lump on his head. He reached up to touch his head. Fortunately, the lump on the top had disappeared. The foreign soul's attempt at possession had ultimately failed, which was certainly related to that mysterious force. But the residual memories left behind by the other party remained in his mind. These memories seemed to have been filtered. Even the recollections of the roundhouse and the horn on the head that received and transmitted information had been cleared. He wanted to know where this soul came from and what its purpose was, but this information was completely blank. Xiao Jian suddenly thought, Could this foreign soul be the soul-chewing, evil spirit? If it were an evil spirit, then it could be confirmed that they were not native beings but came from outer space. This light point should be the protective layer carried by the soul-chewing evil spirit while traversing the sky. And the mist of the soul-chewing evil spirit was within this protective layer. The more Xiao Jian thought about it, the more he felt his conjecture was correct. He broke into a cold sweat. The method of possession by the soul-chewing evil spirit should be to copy the information carried by the mist into the host's body and mind. If the copying succeeded, the possession would also succeed. When Xiao Jian opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a pair of blood-red eyes filled with tears, followed by a pretty, cute little face full of grievance. During his unconsciousness, the little girl must have cried a lot. Xiaoling, Xiao Jian called out, reaching out to touch her hair. Upon hearing his call, Xiaoling immediately widened her already large eyes, making them look like a pair of copper bells, with the blood vessels clearly visible. She exclaimed in delight, "Brother, you're awake? Brother is awake. Fugawei, come quickly, brother has woken up." After shouting, her not-so-harmonious little mouth pouted, and it looked like she was about to cry again. Xiao Jian quickly extended his hands, just as he was about to hug her, but he realized that he was dirty all over. He wrapped his hands around Xiao Ling's back, gently stroking her back, and said, "Ling Ling, be good. Don't cry." A 6-year-old girl had gone through difficulties in just a few days that even an adult would struggle to bear. Xiao Jian did not want her to suffer any more grievances. Excessive trauma could impact her future life, and even her personality. Xiao Jian's awakening brought everyone out of the shadows. Zhang Chun, sitting beside Xiao Jian, was obviously very happy. After experiencing this ordeal, he had matured significantly. His originally small eyes narrowed slightly when looking at Xiao Jian, giving Xiao Jian the sensation of a piercing gaze, as if trying to see through him. Then, Zhang Chun introduced to Xiao Jian what had happened over the past half-day. After Fugawei went to the school, he brought back some bad news. The barbarian cavalry still showed no signs of retreating. Xiao Jian felt somewhat heavy-hearted, but sincerely thanked Zhang Chun, saying, "Zhang Chun, thank you. You did well." Not far away, on a few stacked stones, a clay pot was set up, steaming as hot air wafted into the air, carrying a sweet aroma of sweet potatoes. Gurgle, someone's stomach growled twice. It was already afternoon, and everyone had not eaten anything, especially Fugawei, who had traveled back and forth for dozens of kilometers. If it weren't for his strong physique, he would have probably collapsed from hunger. Xiao Jian was also very hungry, but his clothes emitted a strange odor, so he said, "You all eat first. I'll go change my clothes." Fugawei nodded repeatedly, picking up a clay bowl and pouring a bowl of sweet potato soup from the pot, eating heartily. Fugawei only brought back 2 clay bowls. So Zhang Chun said to Xiaoling, "You go eat first. I'll talk to cousin." After saying that, he walked over and sat down on a stone by the creek. Xiao Jian found a water hole in the creek, preparing to wash up there. After taking off his clothes, he also removed the pendant from around his neck to place it aside, when he suddenly felt the pendant warming slightly. Curiously, he picked up the pendant to examine it. Through the light spots around the pendant, he noticed that the interior seemed to have become much clearer. Xiao Jian wondered if the mysterious force in his brain came from a pendant. Chapter 21, Survival Issues. Where to go? Xiao Jian washed his body and felt unprecedented comfort, as if he had undergone a transformation. He was surprised to find that his skin seemed to have become much smoother, and the scars that were once on his body had disappeared. Could it be that the dirt he had accumulated was all due to impurities inside him? After changing clothes, he saw Zhang Chun sitting on a rock, seemingly waiting for him. When Xiao Jian approached him, Zhang Chun stood up. Xiao Jian asked Zhang Chun, "Were you waiting for me?" Zhang Chun respectfully clasped his hands together and said, "Cousin, what should we do next? Just give me a command if there's anything you need me to do." Xiao Jian thought for a moment. During his unconsciousness, he had greatly relied on Zhang Chun's help and considered him a capable person. He was cautious and very organized in his actions. So he asked, "Do you have any thoughts?" Seeing that Zhang Chun seemed a bit constrained, Xiao Jian said heavily, "The Xiao family village has been destroyed, and the other villages probably aren't doing much better. Your Zhang family village is only about 20 miles away from the Xiao family village. It's hard to say you won't encounter the same fate. You need to be mentally prepared. Zhang Chun stood silently. His eyes dimmed, and two streams of tears flowed from the corners of his eyes down to his chin, dripping onto the dirty ground and forming two streaks like streams on his muddy face. Zhang Chun couldn't possibly not think of these things. But the constant changes and pressure had left him no time to consider them, or perhaps he was consciously avoiding them. After Xiao Jian woke up, all the pressure shifted back onto him. With the pressure lifted, he thought of his loving mother, his hard-working father, and his adorable younger sister. And these relatives were very likely to have been harmed by the barbarian cavalry. Thinking of them, his sorrow could not be contained and flowed from the corners of his eyes. Xiao Jian quietly gazed into the distance, his heart also aching. Ever since his mother passed away, his father had not remarried and worked hard to raise him alone, always choosing the best for him. Even when Xiao Jian got into trouble outside, his father stood up for him without hesitation, shielding him from the storm. Not knowing how much time had passed, when Xiao Jian felt his emotions calm slightly, he walked over and patted Zhang Chun's shoulder, saying, "All right, the deceased are gone. The main thing is how the living continue. We only have a bag of sweet potatoes. We can't last long in the mountains. Tomorrow we need to go to the mine to check things out and also to understand the situation in Xianrimping." Xiao Jian knew that there was little hope for survival in Xianrimping, but the mine and ironworks were located in Jiulong Mountain, and the barbarian cavalry should not venture there. The group had fled in a hurry, without any money, making it impossible to survive anywhere. The Jiulong Mountain ironworks and mine were their own property, so if possible, Jiulong Mountain was a good destination. Zhang Chun wiped his tears with his sleeve, making his face look even messier. Xiao Jian stepped forward and used his own sleeve to help Zhang Chun wipe away the tear stains on his face. He didn't want to bring any more sorrow to Xiaoling. Otherwise, she would cry for half the day. It was already afternoon, and in a few hours, it would be dark. Xiao Jian and Zhang Chun ate some leftover sweet potato soup and then built a makeshift thatched hut for the night. The weather was still quite cool, and sleeping outdoors could easily lead to illness. Building a simple hut was easy. First, they found two large rocks not far apart, which were everywhere in the mountains and not hard to find. Then they placed some dry branches across the gap between the two rocks. They also had Fugue fetch some thatch and palm leaves, binding small bundles of thatch to the arranged dry branches, completing a rudimentary hut. They flattened the ground inside, laid a thick layer of thatch, and then placed bedding on top. As long as it didn't rain heavily, it would be relatively comfortable to sleep inside. The night passed without conversation. At dawn, Xiao Jian got up. There was still some clean water left, and while washing up wasn't possible, making a few pots of sweet potato soup was sufficient. Fugue had already started cooking, boiling sweet potatoes in clean water using firewood that Xiao Ling had collected. Xiao Jian and Zhang Chun sat on the stones talking. Today, Xiao Jian and Fugue were going to Jiulong Mountain to investigate the situation of the mine and ironworks, which had been arranged with Zhang Chun the day before. Xiao Jian was worried that this place was too close to the Xiao family village and right by the road. Leaving Zhang Chun and Xiao Ling here was extremely unsafe. The barbarian cavalry in Xianrimping had probably not yet retreated, and taking Xiao Ling with them was too dangerous. The two of them needed to find another hidden place to wait for their return. Xiao Jian hesitated to let Zhang Chun and Xiao Ling seek a new place to stay, fearing they might encounter venomous snakes or other dangers. However, Zhang Chun said, "Encountering a snake would be good. We might get some meat." Zhang Chun wasn't afraid of snakes. He often caught them in the past. Seeing Zhang Chun's confidence, Xiao Jian thought for a moment. They had not yet entered deep into the northern mountains, and there were no fierce beasts nearby, so it should be fine. He instructed, "You can follow this stream to find a clean water source. It will take us a few days to get to Jiulong Mountain. And if you and Xiao Ling don't have water, it will be hard to survive. I don't want you to take risks fetching water from the study. This stream has a bit of running water, but it's probably just polluted. It must have a clean water source at its end." Zhang Chun nodded and said, "You don't need to worry about us. You two should be more careful not to be discovered by the barbarian cavalry." Xiao Jian nodded and calculated the route, saying, "I plan to go around from the west side of Xianrimping. I can come back the day after tomorrow at the earliest, and it might take 3 or 4 days if it's slow." upon hearing that he would take 3 or 4 days to return. Xiaoling immediately grabbed Xiao Jian's hand, pouting her little mouth and starting to cry. Xiao Jian quickly picked her up, scratched her delicate little nose, and said, "Aren't you very brave, Xiaoling? Even the little puppy can't beat you. How can you turn into a crying general?" As he spoke, he helped her wipe away her tears. "Brother will be back as soon as possible. You must listen to Brother Zhang Chun and not run around. Follow the stream. Maybe you can catch some crabs. When I come back, we can roast crabs together. How does that sound?" Upon hearing crabs, Xiaoling stopped crying. When they were in the study, they often caught crabs in the stream. The crabs they caught were cooked over a fire. Although the crabs in the mountain stream didn't have much meat, they were still edible. "Then brother will come back tomorrow." Xiaoling pouted, extending her little pinky to make a pinky swear. Xiao Jian immediately countered, "The day after tomorrow, brother will definitely be back." And he extended his own pinky to quickly hook hers. Xiaoling pouted and said, "I haven't agreed yet, and you hooked me. That doesn't count." Xiao Jian retorted, "Our Xiaoling is just like her brother. Her word is her bond. After making a pinky swear, you can't go back on it." "All right then. I'll catch crabs and leave the biggest one for brother." She finally compromised. Xiao Jian put her down and took out a few sweet potatoes from the bag, telling Fu Gui to keep them on him. They would rely on these few sweet potatoes for food during their few days out. Otherwise, they wouldn't know how to get through the days ahead. They jogged along the way, and in less than an hour, they arrived at Jinjiling behind the study. Chapter 22. The Destruction of Xianrenping. People like weeds standing on the ridge of Jinjiling. The entire Zaijiazwang was laid out below, with soldiers constantly coming and going outside the village. What puzzled Xiao Jian was that these soldiers were disheveled and weak. They were not barbarians, but refugees, what the government referred to as bandits. He had not seen a single barbarian cavalryman who had previously attacked Zaijiazwang. Had they already retreated? Xiao Jian quickly understood that during his time in Huzhou City, urgent reports had mentioned that barbarian cavalry had coerced a large number of refugees. And it seemed that these so-called refugees were indeed the bandits. The barbarian cavalry must have reached some sort of agreement with the bandits to capture Huzhou City. The cavalry alone would definitely not suffice. They needed the bandits as cannon fodder. The barbarians had only come for the heavenly light sphere. They would not occupy this place for long. Most areas around Huzhou City were uncultivable, and even the court had to give up on them, making it meaningless for the barbarians to occupy it. However, the bandits were different. They urgently needed a place to settle, and it was only natural for the two sides to reach a consensus that benefited both. Thinking of this, Xiao Jian's heart sank to the bottom. He had anticipated that the barbarian cavalry would eventually retreat from Xianrenping, but now with the bandits taking over, they might very well occupy this place for the long term. Xianrenping had iron mines and ironworks, resources that the bandits desperately needed, and they would not easily give them up. Xiao Jian's mood suddenly turned bleak. If Jilong Mountain was also occupied by the bandits, where could they go? They had fled in a hurry, with not a single coin in hand, and could not survive anywhere. They could only take it one step at a time. Right now, they had nothing but a bag of sweet potatoes, which wouldn't last them long. Since the bandits had occupied Xianrenping, they probably wouldn't leave in the short term. The urgent task now was to find food. Xiao Jian silently got up and walked west along the ridge. 30 miles west of Jinjiling was the back mountain of Zhangjiazhuang, where Zhang Chun's family lived. When Xiao Jian arrived, he found an open area to observe the situation in Zhangjiazhuang. The village had no walls, and from a distance, it looked like a pile of ruins, with broken walls and collapsed structures everywhere, and not a single person in sight. In the fields, several war horses were gnawing at the withered crops. These horses were much shorter than those of the barbarian cavalry, clearly of a different breed, and definitely belonged to the bandits. Xiao Jian shook his head and sighed, saying, "Let us bypass Xianrenping from the west and go to Julong Mountain to see the situation at the mine and ironworks." Fu Gui merely responded with an then got up and slipped into the woods to the west, with Xiao Jian following behind. After crossing a small hill, they reached a small flat area where Fu Gui suddenly stopped and hid behind a tree trunk, whispering, "Young master, there are people below." Xiao Jian bent down beside Fu Gui and saw an old man with white hair standing at the edge of the small flat area. Gazing at the village at the foot of the mountain, Wang Jiazwang, Xiao Jian observed for a moment and then walked toward the flat area. There was no path in the flat area, nor were there tall trees, just a ground covered with dead branches and leaves. As Xiao Jian walked, his footsteps crunched loudly. The old man continued to stare down at the village, and despite the noise of Xiao Jian's footsteps, he did not turn around. Right in front of him was a sheer cliff. When Xiao Jian was about 10 steps away from the old man, he stopped and called out in a calm tone, "Sir." The old man seemed not to have heard Xiao Jian's call and remained motionless, staring at the bottom of the cliff. Xiao Jian took a few more steps forward and called again, "Sir." This time, the old man turned around, looking at Xiao Jian with lifeless eyes, remaining silent, which made Xiao Jian feel a bit anxious. Xiao Jian tentatively asked, "Sir, are you from Wang Jiazwang?" The old man finally reacted. His pale lips began to tremble continuously, and his already disheveled white beard shook along with them. After a long time, the old man spoke in a hoarse voice, "Wang Jiazwang? Wang Jiazwang is gone. Not a single person is left, just me this old life." His voice, like his beard, contained a trembling rhythm. This was the first person from Zion Rimping that Xiao Jian had encountered in the past 2 days, so he wanted to inquire more and asked, "Sir, do you know Zhang Jiazwang?" The old man let out a laugh that was extremely unpleasant. Xiao Jian could not even distinguish whether it was a laugh or the cry of a despairing old man. "Zhang Jiazwang is gone. Wang Jiazwang is gone. The Xiaos are finished. Not a single person is left. Woe is me, my grandson, my granddaughter." The old man's voice grew louder as he spoke, turning around, opening his arms, and staggering forward. In front of him was a bottomless cliff, and below there was the former Wang Jiazwang. "Dear grandson, don't run. Slow down. Grandpa can't keep up with you. Slow down." The old man's voice became more distant, as if it were coming from the depths of the earth, echoing in the cliffs for a long time. Xiao Jian's face was covered in tears. What kind of world was this, where people were like weeds? When the old man ran toward the cliff, about to fall off, Fu Gui wanted to grab him, but Xiao Jian stopped him. He knew that for the old man, living was a kind of torment. Death would be a release for him. The old man stood at the edge of the cliff, reminiscing about the joyful times when he had a full house of descendants. At that moment, not far away, the sound of sheep bleating came, "Ba-ba." Fu Gui followed the sound and brought over 2 goats, then tied the goats' ropes to a small tree. Xiao Jian wiped his tears and turned to say, "Let us go. Let us check the mine first." He no longer held much hope for Julong Mountain, but he had to go see it to be at peace. The living must continue to strive to live, or else it would be a disservice to his father and to Xiaoling's grandfather. The mine was located on Jiulong Mountain, directly across from Wang Jiazwang. Zion Rimping was Xiao Jian's hometown, and he was very familiar with the environment there. To the west of Wang Jiazwang was the Xianren River, where the wide riverbed was filled with round pebbles, and only a little stream could be seen in the middle. The section of the river near Wang Jiazwang flowed from south to north, while upstream it ran east to west. There was a wooden bridge at the bend of the river that spanned over 100 meters of riverbed. This wooden bridge indicated the former prosperity of Zion Rimping. Even if it was just a wooden bridge, its cost was considerable. Walking across the wooden bridge into the mountain on the opposite side was the shortest route. But Xiao Jian did not dare to take that risk. The wooden bridge was a checkpoint, and if bandits were guarding it, it would be troublesome. Crossing the river from Wang Jiazwang was much safer. There were no crops on the riverbed for the horses to eat, and he found no living animals or people on this side. At the edge of the small, flat area, there was a small path leading directly to the foot of the mountain. They would then take the small path behind Wang Jiazwang to reach the Xianren River. After crossing the river was a forest, and following this forest would bring them to the foot of Julong Mountain. The northern slope of Julong Mountain was relatively gentle. Unlike the southern side, which was all sheer cliffs, there was more than one path into the mountain. The entire northern side of Julong Mountain was covered in dense woods, and one could climb to the top from anywhere. Xiao Jian did not dare to take the mountain path into the mountain. He reached the foot of the mountain and directly dove into the woods. Julong Mountain was very high, and once he reached the top, it was another scene altogether. At a glance, one mountain was higher than the next, with mountains within mountains, as if he had arrived in a new continent. There were also some scattered small flat areas on the mountain, but in this extremely dry year, the mountaintop had long been deserted. The people had either fled the famine or gone down the mountain to become tenants. Chapter 23. The Dangerous Pass of Jiulong Mountain. Iron Mine, the Shao family's mine, is located just south of Jiulong Mountain. After climbing to the top from the north, one still has to walk dozens of kilometers along mountain paths. The terrain at the summit is perilous, with cliffs crisscrossing and towering mountains interlocking. It is impossible to traverse the mountaintop area and weave through the woods like when ascending. Xiao Jian climbed onto a tall rock and looked towards the Mute Wind Gap several kilometers ahead. The Mute Wind Gap is flanked by two steep peaks, with a gorge just a few meters wide in between. A winding mountain road extends into this gorge, which is the road to the mine. The Mute Wind Gap serves as the entrance to the mine road. Once inside, this road becomes a solitary path, flanked either by towering mountains or separated by cliffs. There's also a small path to the west that could lead around to the back of the mine, but it is farther than the route through the Mute Wind Gap. Although the west path might be safer, Xiao Jian simply could not afford the detour. He was genuinely worried about Zhang Chun and the others at the northern mountain. He found a flat stone to sit on. After climbing and wading through, both of them were already starving. He asked Fuguei to take out some sweet potatoes so they could eat something first. There was no drinkable water source here, but fortunately, sweet potatoes contained moisture, which was better than nothing. Glancing at the sun, it was already afternoon. If they were to reach the mine today, they would have to travel through the night. After finishing the sweet potatoes, Xiao Jian walked around and found 2 wooden sticks, one for each of them, and headed towards the small path down the hill. After entering the Mute Wind Gap and walking for more than 2 hours without encountering any bandits, they turned a bend ahead and found a narrow valley called One Line of Sky. One Line of Sky stretches over 10 kilometers with sheer slopes on both sides, making it difficult to climb without assistance. Xiao Jian hesitated for a moment at the entrance of One Line of Sky. If he rashly entered and happened to encounter bandits inside, there would be nowhere to hide. He looked around again, and all he could see were cliffs, if possible. He truly did not want to pass through One Line of Sky, but it was the only road to the mine. There was no alternative route. He looked up at the hill on the bend, which was dozens of meters high. If he could climb to the top, he should be able to see the mine and the situation inside One Line of Sky. However, the cliff facing the mine was too steep to climb. So Xiao Jian turned back and planned to go over the hill from the north side to reach the cliffs on the south side and observe the situation inside One Line of Sky before making any plans. Just as the two reached the hilltop, they heard voices coming from the valley of One Line of Sky. Xiao Jian broke out in a cold sweat, relieved that he had retreated. He signaled to Fuguei behind him and hid in the grass. One Line of Sky was directly opposite this hill. Anyone inside could easily see people on the hill if they looked up. Before long, they saw a group of 5 people emerge from a bend. The one at the front appeared to be a young man, probably under 30, holding a more than 3-meter-long wooden spear with an iron tip at one end. Following closely behind him was a tall and strong middle-aged man with a full beard, carrying a heavy axe on his shoulder, the handle nearly a meter long. This middle-aged man walked steadily, chatting with the young man in front and occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. The others behind them looked indeterminate in age, wielding a variety of weapons. Some had machetes, while others carried wooden spears, the tips of which had been sharpened but lacked iron tips. The group did not form any particular formation, especially the last 3, who looked as if they could collapse at any moment. Xiao Jian pulled Fuguei, who was mesmerized by the axe, and the two slowly retreated deeper. This appeared to be a patrol team, and with their numbers and the presence of 2 tough individuals, they were not opponents for the 2 novices. After the group of bandits passed, the 2 climbed to the southern side of the hill. Xiao Jian was already panting. After walking dozens of kilometers on mountain roads, he was both thirsty and hungry. If they did not rest for a while, it would be difficult to reach the mine. Xiao Jian asked Fuguei to take out 2 sweet potatoes and sat on a stone, eating while observing the situation at the mine. His view was blocked by a hill beside the mine, preventing him from seeing the entire layout. He could only see a few thatched huts in the residential area, with occasional people coming in and out. It seemed that the bandits had already taken over the mine, but whether they had started mining was unknown. These few thatched huts were previously designated for miners. Xiao Jian remembered that opposite these huts, there was a stone-built tile-roofed house, which contained rooms for the overseer and had several guest rooms reserved. At the southern end of the tile house were the kitchen and dining room, and to the north, there was a stone warehouse. The warehouse was built very solidly, with a layer of iron plates on the surface of the main door, making it difficult to open without a key. The warehouse mainly stored mining tools and also kept some food supplies, with the key managed by the overseer of the mine. There would be no silver or money inside. The supplies needed for the mine were purchased from outside, with procurement managed by the overseer of the village. After observing for a while and realizing he could not gather more information, he got up and started moving along the edge of the cliff. On the west side of the hill, he found a cave in the cliff face. He climbed down into the cave using a vine. The cave was small but dry, with a large rock protruding at the top blocking the entrance, so even in the rain, it would remain dry inside. This cave was remote and served as a good temporary resting place. Xiao Jian asked Fugui to gather some dry grass from a distance to lay inside the cave. After preparing, the two returned to the mountain road and cautiously made their way through one line of sky towards the mine. They walked carefully, trying to choose paths with more trees and bushes. They were not afraid of encountering people ahead, but were concerned that the patrol team they had just seen might return and discover them. However, time was pressing, and they could not afford to wait for the patrol team to come back before moving on. When Xiao Jian set off, Zhang Chun had only a jar of clean water left. If they could not find a usable water source and did not return in time, they would quickly run out of water. The journey was calm until they stealthily climbed to the hillside opposite the mine, without encountering any more bandits. The previous patrol team had not returned. Lying in the grass on the hillside, they could see everything in the mine. The entire mine was situated in a valley, surrounded by mountains on three sides, with sheer cliffs facing north. The mining area was located at the foot of the southern mountain, providing them with an unobstructed view. Mining this iron ore was not easy. The first to discover this iron ore vein was likely from the generation of Xiao Jian's ancestors. At that time, the ore vein was exposed and located exactly where it is now. All it took was to dig straight down. However, by the time it reached his father's generation, the ore vein had begun to extend inward at an angle into the mountain, and the surface area of the vein was quite small, only about 10 to 20 meters wide. Opening the mine was very complex. The mountain where the vein extended was also a mix of mud and stone, making the mountain body unstable and prone to collapse. Chapter 24. The bandits captured Huzhou City. Mining iron ore like this is difficult without long-term accumulated experience. The Xiao family has been mining here for generations, but even so, the output has never been high. Xiao Jian's main target is the warehouse at the mine, so he chose a vantage point directly opposite it. From here, he could see the warehouse door lock clearly, feeling that his vision had improved significantly. What puzzled him was that the warehouse door was intact and the lock was unharmed. If it weren't for the encounter with a bandit patrol on the way, he would have doubted whether the bandits had really been here. However, after seeing the burned thatch huts and some damaged facilities, Xiao Jian dismissed that thought. Moreover, not far below, there were a dozen bandits armed with knives and guns, escorting some people dragging iron chains, repairing the damaged facilities of the mine. They were indeed preparing to mine iron ore here. No wonder the bandits near Zhao's village hadn't retreated yet. Xiao Jian felt disheartened and hopeless. If the bandits occupied this place for a long time, how would they survive? As night gradually fell, the patrol team they encountered earlier had not returned, and there should only be these dozen bandits in the mine. When he met that team of 5, Xiao Jian had assumed that in such a desolate place, miles away from any human habitation, there was no need for a bandit patrol. Even if the patrol discovered someone attacking the mine, these dozen bandits couldn't defend it. As night completely fell, a bright moon slowly rose, and the mine became lively for a while before gradually quieting down. Xiao Jian remembered that there used to be 2 dogs at the mine. After observing for a long time, he didn't hear any barking, so he guessed that the 2 dogs had probably become the bandits' meal. Not wanting to wait any longer, he and his companion had not had water for a day and were feeling very thirsty. There was a water source near the kitchen, so he decided to go down and drink some water first. Xiao Jian got up patted Fu Gue, and then retraced his steps, climbing down from near the mining area of the mine. There was no one around, and when he reached the residential area, he stopped to observe carefully for a moment. Surprisingly, the bandits hadn't even stationed a sentry. The two of them drank a few sips of water by the kitchen and then pressed against the wall, sneaking around to the back of the large tiled house. Every room in the large tiled house had a back window. The northern end was where the manager lived, while the remaining rooms, except for 2 guest rooms, were more like offices. As Xiao Jian passed each window, he crouched down to listen carefully, but he didn't hear any signs of life. There were no indications that these rooms were occupied. When he reached the back window of the manager's room, he noticed a faint light shining through the window, along with the sound of 2 people talking. Xiao Jian crouched beneath the window when a man's voice came from inside. "General Liu, these people sent by Team Hu today are not locals, right?" Hearing this voice, Xiao Jian felt it was very familiar, but he couldn't immediately recall who the person was. "The locals are all dead. There are no more people. These are all captives, and they're all meant to die. I only need the ore. Their lives are of no concern to me." After a series of clanging sounds, General Liu's voice came again. "Come on, Manager Huang, this dog meat is not bad, and the wine is good too." Then came the sound of drinking. Manager Huang? Xiao Jian suddenly remembered that this person was the original manager of his family's mine. Had he defected to the bandits? "Manager Huang, orders have been given from above. If you don't complete the task, neither of us will have a good outcome. You must do your job well, and your family will be safe." The tone of the man named Liu clearly carried a sense of threat. Manager Huang immediately flattered. "Of course, General Liu, rest assured. Since I have taken on this task, I will not let it go to waste. Come, General Liu, please." After a moment, Manager Huang added, "However, I hope General Liu can understand that we need to hurry with the miners. General Liu, could you please speak about it? Mining is not an easy task, and the current number of people at the mine is completely insufficient." Manager Huang was urging them to arrange miners as soon as possible. Xiao Jian thought to himself that Manager Huang had quickly adapted to his role. "Don't worry, Manager Huang. I have already spoken to Team Hu. He will mention it when he returns. According to Team Hu, the people from the iron factory are already enough, and they are expected to start work tomorrow." Xiao Jian guessed that the team we mentioned was likely the big man he encountered on the road. "It's all because of our leader, who doesn't know where he found a bunch of barbarian cavalry. Once they start killing, they can't stop. Now the miners still have to be brought from Huzhou City." Xiao Jian was startled to hear this. Could it be that Huzhou City had fallen so quickly? He was worried, not knowing how Uncle Shu was doing. "General Liu, have you allied with the barbarians?" It was apparent that Manager Huang's tone was somewhat surprised. The bandits had actually colluded with outsiders. "Sai, how could they possibly think highly of us? The barbarian cavalry came to Huzhou City as if they were looking for something. We are merely cannon fodder they are using." Then they chatted about some unrelated matters, and Xiao Jian lost interest in listening further. He unconsciously touched the pendant on his chest. Indeed, the barbarian cavalry had come for the matter of the falling light sphere. At this time, it was already past midnight, and the sound of snoring from the thatched hut across could be heard from afar. The man named Liu took his leave, and Manager Huang said he would see him off. Xiao Jian and Fu Gue took the opportunity to round the corner and saw Manager Huang walking out with Liu. Manager Huang accompanied him for a few steps, bending down and raising his hand respectfully, saying, take care. Xiao Jian and Fu Gue seized the moment, darting around the corner and slipping into the manager's room. They waited until Liu opened the guest room door and went inside before Manager Huang returned to his own room. Xiao Jian and Fu Gue hid under a desk in the outer room, quietly waiting for the right opportunity. This was their first time doing such a thing, and both were somewhat nervous. It wasn't until they heard snoring from the inner room that they slowly walked in. A sliver of moonlight was shining on Manager Huang's face, which looked like a dead pig. Xiao Jian looked at Fu Gue and pointed to the pillow at the head of the bed. Fu Gue picked up the pillow and suddenly pressed it tightly against Manager Huang's mouth. At first, Manager Huang didn't react, but soon began to make muffled sounds. His mouth was covered by the pillow, so no sound could come out, and his legs started kicking wildly, causing the wooden bed to creak. Xiao Jian quickly pounced on him, pinning down his legs. The room gradually quieted down. Xiao Jian signaled Fu Gui to remove the pillow, and they saw Manager Huang's mouth agape, eyes wide open, already dead beyond recovery. Seeing his miserable state, both of them trembled, taking a long time to regain their composure. They had fought many times, but this was their first time killing someone. In the quiet night, this disharmonious sound was particularly loud. Fu Gui's eyes lit up as he stared at the untidy desk of Manager Huang, saliva dripping down. Chapter 25. The mysterious technology of the strange space. After having a raw sweet potato for lunch, the two were already exhausted and sweating from hunger. Xiao Jian pushed Fu Gui, and without caring about cleanliness, they began to wolf down the remaining large bowl of dog meat and a bowl of rice, quickly finishing it all. After eating and drinking their fill, Xiao Jian searched Huang Guan's body and found a few taels of silver at the head of the bed, then took down a string of keys hanging there and headed towards the storeroom. Fu Gui noticed 2 jars of wine in the corner, picked them up, and hugged them to his chest. One jar still had more than half of the wine left, while the other was unopened. He was not interested in the wine itself, but rather in the jars, as they could hold more than clay pots. He also grabbed the kettle on the stove, which would be useful since there was no water source from the mine all the way to the Immortal River. With this kettle, they wouldn't suffer from thirst on the way back. With the keys, the two entered the storeroom smoothly. By the dim light of the moon, they saw that it was filled with supplies. Since the bandits planned to continue mining, the contents of the storeroom had remained almost untouched. Xiao Jian quickly spotted 8 bags of grain piled in a corner, opened one, and found several bags of white rice. The mine lacked processing tools, so the rice was hauled in the village before being sent to the mine. There were also 2 bags of flour and several bags of other coarse grains, which Xiao Jian didn't recognize, but as long as they were edible, it was fine. The two found a wooden stick to use as a carrying pole and made several trips back and forth to move all the grain bags to the dense forest outside. On the last trip, Xiao Jian found some tools in the storeroom, including hoes, axes, machetes, and fire tongs, all of which he stuffed into a bag. As they exited the mine, he looked up at the sky. In a few hours, it would be dawn. Xiao Jian glanced back at the mine, which remained as quiet as ever. The two quickened their pace and moved the supplies from the dense forest to a temporary resting cave. There was no need to go to the iron factory. Based on Huang Guan's conversation, there were likely quite a few bandits there, and they wouldn't accomplish anything by going. The two were busy moving supplies all night without sleeping, and now it was time to rest and see how the mine reacted. Xiao Jian lay on the hay, just closing his eyes and in a half-asleep state. Suddenly felt himself being pulled into a vortex with a strong suction. The surrounding scenery began to spin and distort, as if the entire world was morphing. When the spinning stopped, he found himself in a completely different scene. Xiao Jian felt calm in his heart. He believed this was just a strange dream caused by his exhaustion from moving supplies. However, what puzzled him was how real this dream felt. He found himself in a space surrounded by white mist, with thick fog all around, bottomless. He looked up at the sky, where a red sun hung on the horizon, surrounded by a large black net. A transparent pipe ran through the entire black net, with a trickle of liquid flowing into a transparent square box, which was nearly half full. The liquid in the box surged at times, emitting a dazzling golden light, indicating that it contained a tremendous amount of energy. Xiao Jian suddenly realized this was definitely not a dream. The scene felt somewhat familiar. 2 days ago at the overnight spot in the North Mountain, he had been possessed by an external soul. The possession had failed, but during the process, he seemed to have seen this scene from the memories of that soul. However, he clearly remembered that at that time, the golden liquid in the box was only about a quarter full, and now it was nearly half. Could it be that everything in this scene was not illusory, but truly existed? What exactly was this place? What was this square box accumulating golden liquid? Could this red sun be the same as the sun in the real world? Was this bizarre scene foreshadowing something? Xiao Jian stared blankly at the sky, feeling extremely confused, along with a sense of urgency. He had a feeling that when this box filled with golden liquid, something bad would happen. He thought of the reality where the sunlight was dim and the temperature was continuously dropping. Could all this be related to this giant net? He then cast his gaze to the ground, where withered grass and cold smoke spread out like a colorless ink painting desolate enough to make one shiver. On the side where he stood, there was an endless corridor with countless pale pillars standing on both sides, made from an unknown material. The pillars shot straight into the clouds, their tops obscured by the thick white mist, blocking Xiao Jian's view of the top of the corridor. Just as he was gazing at the corridor, a strange calling sound echoed from within, seemingly inviting him to enter. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Jian walked towards the corridor, as everything here was too strange, and he wanted to explore this mysterious space. As soon as he stepped into the corridor, the scene before him nearly dropped his jaw to the ground. Floating in front of him was a metallic sphere the size of an egg. Next to the metallic sphere was a floating mass of clear water, and further away was a diverse array of sights. There were suspended glass cups filled with various liquids, platforms piled high with colorful ores, and even towering iron furnaces. Everything one could imagine. The most eye-catching was a peculiar machine, with yellow copper wires leading from it to smooth glass spheres hanging throughout the corridor. Xiao Jian reached out to touch the glass sphere and found that it didn't exist at all. He then tried to touch the metallic sphere before him, but his arm passed right through it. Everything here seemed to be just a kind of illusory three-dimensional image. Suddenly, while Xiao Jian was looking around, these three-dimensional images underwent astonishing changes. First, the strange machine began to rumble and rotate, and the glass sphere connected to it emitted bright light, instantly illuminating the entire corridor. As if influenced by this machine, the metallic sphere and the mass of clear water nearby began to slowly enlarge. The image of the metallic sphere quickly surrounded Xiao Jian, and he found himself within the metallic sphere, able to see its tiny structure, which was composed of many small particles. As the metallic sphere continued to enlarge, these tiny particles were also magnified. Xiao Jian soon discovered that these particles were not individual entities, but were composed of several smaller red spheres and one blue sphere. The smaller red spheres continuously revolved around the blue sphere, as if following a mysterious pattern. Xiao Jian's eyes widened. He had never imagined that the interior of the metal was such a peculiar structure. He stared in astonishment at these strange spheres, wondering if the blue core and the red outer spheres were not independent entities either. To verify his hypothesis, he carefully observed these spheres, and soon they were continuously magnified and split into more tiny spheres. After being decomposed layer by layer multiple times and appearing in various colors, the decomposition finally stopped. In the image, only 3 types of particles remained: black particles, white particles, and gray particles located between the black and white particles. It seemed that the gray particles played a role in restraining and isolating the black and white particles. Suddenly, Xiao Jian had a brilliant idea. Perhaps all the matter in the world is composed of these 3 types of particles? Chapter 26. The fundamental particles of matter. To unravel this mystery, he walked up to the enlarged image of the water droplet and indeed found the same phenomenon. Only these 3 magical particles remained in the water droplet. It turned out that these black, white, and gray particles were the most basic building blocks of matter. However, the arrangement and combination of the fundamental particles within different spheres of matter varied. In some cases, the quantities of the 3 particles were the same, but their arrangements were different, while in others, the ratios of the 3 particles differed. Originally, Xiao Jian had planned to check the image of the iron smelting furnace to improve the smelting level of his iron factory. But after seeing the image of the structure of matter, he abandoned the idea of the furnace. He suddenly had an absurd thought. If he could move these fundamental particles and change their structure, could he not change the matter itself? If this were true, could he directly transform this droplet of water into a mass of metal? If he could do that, why would he even need to smelt iron? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he shook his head, feeling that he was being too fanciful. These fundamental particles were only visible after being magnified countless times. Who would have such an extraordinary ability to change their arrangement? But no matter how much he shook his head in denial, this absurd idea remained deeply rooted in his mind, refusing to dissipate. It seemed that a mysterious force was guiding his thoughts. Xiao Jian found himself unable to take his eyes off the group of fundamental particles in front of him, wanting to uncover the secrets between them. Suddenly, a strange feeling arose in his mind. He was startled, This feeling was very similar to when he sensed malice. But it was different. This perception felt more like insight, a higher level of insight beyond mere perception. When had his perceptive abilities actually broken through. Soon, a space in his mind suddenly lit up. He was astonished to discover that this brightened space was where he had first locked eyes with Shuya, the place where she had used golden light to set off fireworks. During their second gaze, she had also created a passage with golden dots here. This discovery immediately caught Xiao Jian's attention. He had never understood why Shuya did these things in his mind. He believed in his perceptive abilities. He had never sensed any malice while she was doing these things. Perhaps Shuya was helping him? Was she transforming his mind? But how could she have such an ability? Who exactly was she? Once again, a heart full of confusion arose in Xiao Jian, and he shook his head, abandoning these distracting thoughts. This question could wait for a suitable opportunity to ask her directly. Xiao Jian focused his attention on his mind, and to his surprise, he could see everything in his mind without obstruction. This inner vision had occurred twice before, both after locking eyes with Shuya, but this time, he saw the condition of his mind simply by concentrating. Had he actually learned inner vision during his gazes with Shuya? For a moment, Xiao Jian felt Shuya was even more mysterious, and a hint of fear arose in his heart. At this moment, in the brightened space of his mind, he saw a group of fundamental particles, which was the same group of particles he had been staring at earlier. The image of the particles presented in his mind was even clearer than the image in the corridor, and it displayed some different things. In the image in his mind, the gray particles emitted faint lines that firmly held the black and white particles in fixed positions. The black and white particles, however, seemed restless. They continuously revolved around the gray particle, always trying to break free from its constraints and merge with each other. Xiao Jian wondered what it would look like if the gray particle relinquished control over the black and white particles, allowing them to merge together. As soon as this thought appeared, the gray particle seemed to receive a command and truly retracted its lines, causing the black and white particles to lose their constraints and collide with each other. Then, it seemed there was nothing more. The black and white particles mysteriously vanished without a trace, leaving only the gray particle wandering in the space, eventually settling deep within his mind. Xiao Jian suddenly realized this was a neutralization of the two particles. They were two completely opposite energy particles, and when they met, their energies neutralized, causing both to vanish into thin air. Xiao Jian was overjoyed. He wanted to shout out loud that the fundamental particles of matter could indeed be changed. However, at this moment, he was not in his physical body, and no matter how wide he opened his mouth, he could not make a sound. After the joy, he calmed down again. What had just happened was merely a demonstration. He could modify the images in his mind, but that did not mean he could truly control the gray particle. At least, he could not do so yet. After the gray particle disappeared, his mind became dark again, and his consciousness returned to the corridor filled with moving images. He gazed at the endless corridor and suddenly realized that this corridor seemed to be imparting profound knowledge to him. Just as he was about to wander through the corridor to view other marvelous images, the moving images in the corridor suddenly began to shrink, quickly condensing into a mass the size of an egg. Before Xiao Jian could react, this shrunk image suddenly flew towards him, instantly drilling into his forehead. Xiao Jian was startled and fell back, lying on the ground, as the images he had just seen replayed continuously in his mind. This time, he not only saw the enlarged images of the metal sphere and water sphere, but also saw various substances merging together, generating other substances. In these images, several substances combined to produce new matter. Accompanying the creation of new matter, the images would always emit a strong light, especially when the structure of the three fundamental particles changed. The explosive force was simply earth-shattering. Subsequently, his head felt as if it were about to explode with pain. Yet he was incredibly awake, unable to avoid these images replaying in his mind. Thus, various images took turns appearing in his mind, and he did not know how long had passed. Perhaps 3 months? Perhaps half a year? There were no sunrises or sunsets, nor any reference points, and the images in his mind constrained his thoughts. He had no idea how much time had passed. Until he could recite these images backward, they gradually faded away, and he finally regained his senses, only to find that the moving images had disappeared. Even the corridor of moving images had completely vanished. But the distant corridor still stretched on endlessly. Xiao Jian felt as if he had been reborn. He had acquired various kinds of knowledge that were completely different from this world, which made him incredibly excited and feel a sense of disbelief. Chapter 27, The Time Rules of the Strange Space. He looked at the remaining corridor, where many still images lingered, all of which had remained motionless from the beginning and had not entered his mind. Xiao Jian speculated that the knowledge he had gained so far was only the tip of the iceberg. Even this technology and knowledge had long surpassed the understanding of this world. He began to view his past self with a new perspective, feeling as though he had been a foolish wild monkey. If he were to digest all the images in the corridor, what kind of height would he reach? He could hardly imagine. Xiao Jian did not know where this space came from, nor did he know if he would have a similar opportunity in the future. Despite being exhausted, he still did not want to give up. Fearful of missing out on this village and losing this shop, he stepped forward, trying to approach the still images. However, just as he lifted his foot, a dazzling light flashed, and the strange space disappeared. In the cave, Xiao Jian opened his eyes, astonished to find himself still lying in the same place, with Fu Guei still fast asleep beside him. Everything in front of him felt somewhat unreal. He had spent several months in the strange space, but it seemed that not much time had passed in the real world. Suddenly, a noisy sound of footsteps came from below the mountain, waking him from his astonishment. He quickly got up, crouched on a rock at the cave entrance, and looked into the valley, seeing 5 figures walking out from a narrow passage. The events that had occurred at the mine had already been discovered by bandits, and these 5 were likely going to report back to Xiao family village. Remembering that they had killed Manager Huang and transported the warehouse's supplies without handling the scene or even closing the warehouse door, it was no surprise that the bandits quickly noticed something was wrong at the mine. Considering that there weren't many bandits stationed at the mine after these 5 left, there shouldn't be any other bandits coming out from the mine. After the 5 bandits passed, Xiao Jian and Fu Guei took machetes and went into the bamboo forest to cut down a bamboo about the size of a bowl, crafting several bamboo tubes to hold water. Xiao Jian was worried that Zhang Chun had not found a drinkable water source, so these bamboo tubes were meant to collect water from the immortal river. The two made their way back along the original path. Fu Guei carried 2 bags of grain, and their return speed was much slower than when they came. By the time evening approached, they arrived at a small flat area at the back of Wang family village. From there to Jinji Ridge, the mountains were high and the forest dense, even more difficult to traverse than the woods of Jiulong Mountain, and the two could only make do and spend the night there. Xiao Jian slept soundly in this small clearing. Since the barbarian cavalry attacked Immortal Flat, a series of strange events had occurred, leaving him unable to rest properly. Fu Guei brought the 2 sheep left by the old man, and as dawn broke, they set off again. When they climbed to the top of the mountain and hadn't gone far, they faintly heard a woman crying. The 2 set down their things and took their machetes, following the sound of the crying. The cries came from a cave, likely where a fleeing villager was in trouble. In such a desolate area, it was difficult to find a clean water source, let alone food. Fleeing was not easy at all. Since they encountered them, they decided to see if they could help. Xiao Jian walked to the cave entrance and shouted, "Is anyone there? I am Xiao Jian from Xiao family village below the mountain. May I come in?" He was afraid of barging into the cave and causing a misunderstanding, so he introduced himself first. The crying inside stopped, and after a moment, a girl-esque voice came out. Is it young Master Xiao? My mother asked you to come in." The voice was soft, seemingly filled with hesitation and panic. Upon entering the cave, he saw a woman with a waxy complexion, barely clinging to life, lying on the dark, damp ground. There was only a thin layer of straw beneath her, and there was no warming fire in the cave. The woman's lips were cracked from dryness, her eyes tightly closed, barely breathing, and beside her was a young girl with tear-streaked cheeks on her fair face. On the other side of the woman lay a small boy who was motionless, unsure if he was dead or alive. Xiao Jian crouched beside the woman and asked, "Annie, what happened to you?" The woman hoarsely muttered a few words, but Xiao Jian couldn't hear clearly, so he turned to look at the girl beside him. The girl was about the same height as Xiao Jian, wearing a light green fitted long dress, with a pale pink satin bodice inside, adorned with lace on the front, and a wide waistband with a white and gold trim accentuating her slim waist, making her slightly protruding chest and rounded hips even more prominent. Her long hair was loosely braided on top of her head, with a few strands cascading down her fragrant shoulders, giving her an ethereal elegance. The girl bowed to Xiao Jian and tearfully said, "Please, young master, save my mother and brother. I will serve by your side for the rest of my life to repay your great kindness." It seems she did not consider herself a good person. Speaking of his reputation in a mortal flat, it indeed was indeed very good. Xiao Jian coughed awkwardly and replied, "You don't need to be so courteous. Since we've met, I will help as much as I can." He glanced at Fu Gui and said, "Go get the bamboo tube for water." He then found a place to sit down and asked, "What happened to your mother and brother?" The girl sniffled and said, "My mother has been burning up with fever, and my brother hasn't eaten or drunk anything for days and has fainted. My father went down the mountain the day before yesterday, and he hasn't come back yet." After saying this, the girl began to cry again. Xiao Jian stood up, placed the back of his hand on the little boy's forehead, feeling some warmth but not too hot. He should wake up after drinking some water and eating something. He wanted to check on the woman's condition, but felt it was inconvenient. Since the girl said she had a fever, it should be due to a cold. The woman hadn't had a drop of water in the cave, and with her husband gone and her son's life in the balance, she naturally fell ill from exhaustion. In this desolate wilderness, once someone fell ill without timely medical treatment, the condition could quickly spiral out of control. The woman's face turned a deathly gray, clearly at death's door. Xiao Jian could only give her some water and thin porridge to the best of his ability. Whether she could recover would depend on her own fate. Fu Gui returned quickly, and Xiao Jian instructed the girl to support her brother and to slowly pour water into his mouth. Soon, the little boy began to cough. Xiao Jian removed the bamboo tube and gently patted his back, stopping the cough, and his complexion gradually returned to a healthy pink. Xiao Jian called Fu Gui over to support the boy and signaled to the girl to help her mother drink water in the same way. The woman did not cough like the little boy, but soon opened her eyes and weakly shook her head. This woman was not frail. She was even somewhat plump, with a hint of nobility. After drinking water, her face remained as pale as paper and did not redden like the boy's. After Xiao Jian removed the bamboo tube, the woman struggled a few times, wanting to turn and check on the boy beside her, but ultimately could not complete the motion. Chapter 28, A Woman's Last Wish. A young girl's heart, Xiao Jian, and the girl helped her mother sit up, and at that moment, the boy opened his eyes. "Mom," the boy weakly called out, lifting his arm toward his mother, only to let it fall back down helplessly. A kind smile appeared on the woman's face, and then she turned to look at Xiao Jian, seemingly using all her strength to grasp his hand. Her breathing suddenly became very short, her face flushed, and her words, no longer as hoarse as before, came out in broken phrases. "Please, please, young master, take them away. I beg you to take them." The words she clearly wanted to say were not finished as her grip on Xiao Jian's hand faltered and fell, and until her death, her eyes remained open. The girl immediately began to cry loudly, and Xiao Jian raised his hand to gently close the woman's eyelids, which finally allowed her eyes to close. Looking much more peaceful, the girl was weeping uncontrollably while supporting her mother, and Xiao Jian waited for a moment before handing her a bamboo tube. "Put it down. Take care of your brother. Don't let him lie on the ground." The boy was lying there weakly. Even moving was a struggle, and the cave was dark and damp, which would surely lead to illness over time. Xiao Jian gathered some dry branches, started a bonfire by the fire pit, and laid some straw beside it. After doing this, he took the boy from the girl's arms and carried him to the fire, asking the girl, "Do you have anything to cook porridge with?" The girl, still with red eyes, said nothing but shook her head gently. Xiao Jian called for Fu Gui, asking him to go to Wangjia village to fetch some clay pots. Wangjia village was not too far away. A round trip would only take a few hours. Xiao Jian placed a bamboo tube filled with clean water by the fire, intending to boil some hot water for her brother. Suddenly, he thought that the bamboo tube could also be used to cook porridge, right? He poured rice into the bamboo tube and slowly roasted it by the fire. To lighten the girl's mood, Xiao Jian assigned her the task of tending the fire. He then went outside the cave to chop some tree branches to make wooden handles for the hose. The tools he brought back from the mine warehouse didn't have wooden handles, and he needed 2 hoes with handles to dig a pit for her mother's burial. After fitting the wooden handles onto the 2 hoes, the aroma of rice porridge wafted from the bamboo tube. Xiao Jian took a pre-made bamboo bowl, poured some thin porridge into it, blew on it for a moment, and then handed it to the girl. Just as her brother was sleeping soundly, he suddenly awoke to the smell of porridge and stared at the thin porridge in his sister's hands. "Sister, I'm hungry." The girl took a small sip of the porridge before slowly feeding it to her brother, and soon half the bowl of porridge was devoured. Xiao Jian took the empty bowl back and poured another bowl from the bamboo tube for the girl. "You eat it. Your brother can't have too much right now." The girl took the bamboo bowl, softly responding with a sound of agreement. Xiao Jian only made 1 bamboo bowl, waiting for the girl to finish drinking before he started drinking himself, with still half a tube of thin porridge remaining. Before long, Fuguwei returned, loaded with a bag of clay pots and bowls. Exhausted and hungry from running back and forth, he immediately took the bamboo tube and drank it all in one go, still wanting more. After finishing the thin porridge, Xiao Jian felt invigorated. He and Fuguwei took the hose, while the girl held her brother, and the 4 of them went outside the cave. He walked around the cave, choosing a more convenient spot that seemed to have decent feng shui. He didn't really understand feng shui. Convenience was the priority. Life was tough for the living, and there was no time to consider these matters. The 2 dug the pit while the girl knelt beside them, crying until the pit was finished. Xiao Jian then told her to take her brother away for a moment. Her mother didn't even have a coffin, and Xiao Jian didn't want the siblings to see such a tragic scene, fearing it would leave them with psychological scars. The girl was very sensible. She took her brother and 2 sheep to find a patch of grass, sitting there watching the sheep graze. After taking care of her mother's affairs, the sun was already setting in the west. If they set off now, they would definitely not reach the campsite before dark. When the girl returned, her brother was already able to get up and move around, but he was still very weak and didn't have the strength to climb mountains. Xiao Jian thought for a moment and decided to leave tomorrow. If Zhang Chun and the others had moved to a new place, it would be inconvenient to search for them at night, since they had decided not to leave. Everyone sat by the fire and started talking to get to know each other better. They didn't even know each other's names yet. Xiao Jian looked at the girl, unsure how to start, and bluntly asked, "What is your name?" The girl sat beside Xiao Jian, her head lowered, too shy to look at him, and softly replied, almost like the sound of a mosquito buzzing, "My name is Chun Bihua, and my brother's name is Chun Wenxuan." Chun Bihua. That is a nice name. Xiao Jian sincerely thought the name was beautiful, but when Chun Bihua heard his compliment, she didn't know how to respond, and her entire face turned red. How old is your brother?" He originally wanted to inquire about the girl's age, but felt it a bit abrupt. So he changed the question to ask about her brother's age. "He is almost 13. Then in a voice only she could hear, she said, I'm 15. Fortunately, since Xiao Jian's hearing had greatly improved after the fusion of souls, he could hear her clearly. Xiao Jian didn't ask her about other matters, not even where her family lived, as he didn't want to make the girl cry again. Her brother lay in her arms, oblivious to their conversation, and thankfully, he didn't ask about their mother, which Xiao Jian was relieved about. At night, Fuguwei cooked a large pot of thin porridge in the clay pots, and, after everyone had a hearty meal, they didn't know when they fell asleep on the straw by the fire, feeling drowsy. The bleating of sheep suddenly woke Xiao Jian. He opened his eyes and glanced around. It was already bright outside, and the fire pit only had a little warmth left. Surrounding the fire pit, several people lay in disarray with the straw scattered everywhere. Xiao Jian broke out in a cold sweat, relieved that the straw hadn't caught fire. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Fuguwei had completely fallen asleep on the ground, and Xiao Jian was not much better off, with most of his body lying on the ground, but he felt warm because he was still holding onto a leg. Suddenly, he thought, whose leg am I holding? Xiao Jian dared not move, following the long leg with his gaze, and suddenly feeling embarrassed. He was actually holding Chun Bihua's leg. Perhaps everyone had been too exhausted and under too much pressure, as they had all slept very soundly that night. At that moment, Chun Bihua also looked ungraceful. One of her arms was resting on Xiao Jian, while the other was around her brother. Fortunately, Chun Bihua had not yet woken up, so Xiao Jian gently moved his arm from her leg. Perhaps the movement disturbed her, as he could clearly feel her leg shift slightly. The arm pressing down on her leg was easy to deal with, but the arm under her leg was a bit trickier. In a hurry to erase the scene, Xiao Jian forcefully withdrew his other arm. Extracting that arm without waking her was impossible, but the important thing was not to let her see the scene of the incident. Chapter 29. The Unruly Sister-Guarding Maniac. Fortunately, Chun Bihua had not woken up yet. Xiao Jian gently took her hand off his body and slowly placed it aside. He noticed that she trembled slightly when he grasped her arm. Suddenly, Xiao Jian thought, could this girl be pretending to be asleep? Whether she was faking it or not was no longer important. He decided to treat it as if she were still asleep. Xiao Jian sat up, shook his sore arm that had been pressed down, and called out loudly, "Time to get up." Chun Bihua was startled and immediately opened her eyes, sitting up with a blush on her face. Her younger brother also sat up with her, rubbed his eyes, looked around, and said sleepily, "Sister, where's Mom?" Chun Bihua hugged her brother and kissed his forehead. He didn't bring up their mother again. Fu Guwei had cooked a large pot of thin porridge, and after everyone had a hearty meal, they packed up and set out. Chun Bihua carried 2 hoes. Chun Wenxuan herded 2 sheep, while Xiao Jian and Fu Guwei carried grain bags and clay pots. They trekked over mountains and hills until they arrived at the small flat area where they had camped before. Xiao Jian looked around, but didn't see Zhang Chun and Xiao Ling, which made him anxious. He hurried to the makeshift thatched hut. The hut was still there, but it was empty inside. On a stone, there was a strange drawing, 3 downward curves ending in a circle. Xiao Jian felt relieved. This was definitely Zhang Chun's work. Not daring to leave a written message, he used this drawing to indicate their whereabouts. They had agreed to look for a water source along the creek when they parted, and Xiao Jian understood from the drawing that they must have found the creek's source. However, others wouldn't know what it meant. For example, Chun Bihua didn't understand. She stood in front of the drawing for a moment, then shyly asked, "Young master, what is this?" Xiao Jian took a clump of dirt and wiped off the drawing, then looked at Chun Bihua seriously and said, "Guess." This made Chun Bihua blush deeply. Her brother, Chun Wenxuan, was immediately displeased and pouted. "What is there to show off?" "It means they are upstream on the creek." Xiao Jian looked at Chun Wenxuan in surprise and patted his shoulder. "Not bad, kid. Quite clever. Have you studied?" Chun Wenxuan stumbled a bit from the pad and nearly fell, and Chun Bihua quickly hugged him. He had a weak constitution since childhood and was curious about everything, except martial arts and fitness. The few teachers he had praised him for being smart. Xiao Jian glanced at Chun Wenxuan and said, "With that physique, martial arts might not be suitable. When I have time, I'll teach him a bit. Let him focus on academics." "Oof." Chun Wenxuan snorted and ignored Xiao Jian, pulling his sister directly toward the creek. He looked down on Xiao Jian's so-called guidance. The creek wound between 2 mountain cliffs, with a thin stream of water flowing continuously, always rushing through the mountains regardless of the rugged path ahead. The variously shaped stones were casually strewn across the bottom of the water, shining like beautiful gems in the sunlight. On both sides of the creek, clusters of long-lost green grass made the scenery even more enchanting. They walked slowly. Chun Wenxuan climbed onto a smooth stone to look around, then ran to the water's edge to pick up some pebbles, looking like a curious child. Chun Bihua sat on a large rock, watching her brother play tirelessly in the creek, a smile appearing on her face. This gentle stream diluted everyone's sadness, and their moods seemed to brighten. Xiao Jian sat down next to Chun Bihua, both enjoying the rare beauty of the scenery. Seeing this, Chun Wenxuan immediately dropped the pebbles in his hand, climbed up on the rock, and squeezed between Xiao Jian and his sister, pretending to be very surprised, and asked, "Young master, you said you would teach me a thing or two. Is that true?" Xiao Jian was pushed aside by Chun Wenxuan. He shifted his body, smiled, and casually said, "Of course, if you're interested, I'll teach you a thing or two." Chun Wenxuan pouted and mocked. "I'm afraid you can't teach me." Chun Bihua knew her brother well and realized he was trying to trouble Xiao Jian. She scolded, "Wenxuan, don't be rude to the young master." Then, she apologized to Xiao Jian, saying, "My brother loves to ask tricky questions. He has changed several teachers. Please don't mind him." Xiao Jian waved his hand and laughed. "No witties. If a little brat can stump me, then I wouldn't dare say I could guide him." Xiao Jian sensed that Chen Wenxuan seemed very displeased with him getting close to his sister, so he deliberately provoked him. Chen Wenxuan, being short and weak, looked younger than his actual age, and anyone would be annoyed to be called a little brat. Chen Wenxuan turned his head and sneered. "You're not much older than me, and I bet you haven't read more books than I have." Then he huffed, looked up at the sky, and said, "If you want to be my teacher, you better have some real skills and be able to answer my questions. Don't hide away." He didn't say turtle directly, which was already giving Xiao Jian face. Xiao Jian was notorious for being idle and unproductive, yet he confidently claimed he would be Chen Wenxuan's teacher, which was simply laughable. Teaching him, and still being picky about the student's qualifications? "Wenxuan, stop it." Chen Bihua was a bit angry. Xiao Jian's offer to guide him was clearly just a formality, yet he was still hung up on it. Xiao Jian chuckled and ignored it, instead surveying the scenery around him. He picked up a stone and threw it towards a bird hiding in the grass, his gaze following the bird into the distance. He didn't even glance at Chen Wenxuan, casually saying, "The 4 books and 5 classics, the stuff of scholars. I'm ashamed to say I can't compete. Nor am I interested. Now is a chaotic time. Everything should be practical. No matter how tricky your questions are, feel free to ask." He added emphatically, "You must have read quite a bit. It's not that reading is useless, but the little you've read is." His demeanor and tone completely disregarded Chen Wenxuan. Xiao Jian's arrogance further displeased Chen Wenxuan. It seemed that today he had to hit back hard, saying, "Young master, why doesn't it rain? Why don't you teach me where the rain comes from?" Chen Wenxuan was deliberately trying to make things difficult for Xiao Jian. He didn't like the way Xiao Jian looked at his sister and wanted to annoy this playboy. Xiao Jian was still looking for the birds that had flown away and casually said, "When it's going to rain, a mother's going to get married. Haven't you heard? Rain comes from the sky. Go. You just said you don't like the stuff of scholars. What kind of explanation is that?" Chen Wenxuan scoffed, and Chen Bihua couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Xiao Jian suddenly turned around and asked Chen Wenxuan, "Do you really want to know?" Chen Wenxuan mimicked Xiao Jian's tone and replied slowly, "I want to know the cause of rain formation. If it's just a bunch of grand principles, then forget it. I might as well lie down." He then focused on looking at the sky, as if fairies were descending from above. Chapter 30, Betting with Sister and Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian nodded and said seriously, "I can teach you, but you must remember every word I say, whether you understand it or not. Otherwise, I will punish you. Do you still want to listen?" Chen Wenxuan's eyes were filled with excitement upon hearing Xiao Jian's words. He immediately sat up from the rock, surprised, and asked, "Do you really understand these things?" Xiao Jian looked firmly into his eyes and nodded again. During the months he spent in the strange space, he learned many astonishing and extraordinary pieces of knowledge that would be absolutely amazing and even difficult to comprehend in this world. However, he did not want Chen Wenxuan to underestimate this knowledge just because he could not understand it. He believed that as long as Chen Wenxuan continued to learn and accumulate, he would eventually grasp it all. "You say, I'll remember it," Chen Wenxuan responded, then lay back down. He felt a bit ridiculous about his earlier excitement. After all, Xiao Jian was just an uneducated young master. How could he possibly understand these things? Xiao Jian paid no attention to Chen Wenxuan's attitude. He gazed at the sky and calmly explained, in simple terms, rain is the water vapor in the sky. When the water vapor cools, it condenses into water droplets. Chen Wenxuan immediately sat up again. This explanation was new to him and made a lot of sense, but there were still some unclear points. He asked, "Then where does the water vapor in the sky come from?" Just as Chen Wenxuan sat up, Xiao Jian lay back down, resting his hands behind his head, and answered, "The main source of water vapor is sunlight. When we boil water for cooking, it also produces water vapor or steam, which turns into gas when heated, water when cooled, and ice when frozen." Upon hearing this, Chen Wenxuan suddenly jumped down and dug out a piece of cool, smooth stone from the gap. He blew a few breaths onto the surface of the stone, and indeed, a layer of water film formed on the stone. Chen Wenxuan exclaimed in delight, "I understand. Clothes can dry in the sun, and the water in the kettle will evaporate because the water turns into gas and flies away. And this water vapor, yes, steam, will turn into rain in the sky. Chen Bihua was also very surprised. Because of this rain problem, her brother had driven away several teachers. Later, the family did not dare to hire teachers for him anymore. Yet, young Master Xiao managed to explain this unsolvable problem so clearly in just a few words. Xiao Jian smirked and looked at his sister with a mischievous expression, which made Qin Wenxuan feel uncomfortable again. He looked at Xiao Jian with suspicion, thinking that this young master must have heard it from somewhere and could not let him get away with it. Seeing her brother looking at Xiao Jian in a strange way and not intending to stop, Chen Bihua found it excessive. After all, Xiao Jian had helped him solve a major doubt, and he was still not satisfied. Qin Wenxuan, don't be greedy. Hurry up and apologize to young Master Xiao, thanking him for his guidance, she said, fearing that Xiao Jian would get angry. Xiao Jian waved his hand and laughed heartily. What are you apologizing for? It's nothing. Qin Wenxuan is still young, just a child, at the age of innocence. I said I would guide him a bit. Qin Wenxuan was furious, feeling like he had turned into a childish kid again. He called out, Xiao Jian, don't act so sanctimonious. If you can't be stumped today, I. He thought for a moment and realized he had nothing to bet, feeling a bit at a loss for words. Xiao Jian teased, what will you do? I'm not a childish kid. The stakes are too low. I'll want to accept. Qin Wenxuan was so angry he was about to explode, gritting his teeth and shouting, I'll call you sir. I won't care about you and my sister anymore. If you lose, you can't have any designs on my sister. Chen Bihua's face instantly turned red with embarrassment as she turned away and buried her head between her legs. Xiao Jian also got up, brushing off his hands, and said with a sly smile, let us change the stakes. If you can stump me within 6 months, then you win. After you win, I'll listen to you. Until you stump me, I'm allowed to have designs on your sister. I'll test you occasionally, and if you fail 3 times, you lose. Qin Wenxuan was so angry his eyes turned red, wishing he could eat Xiao Jian. Without thinking, he agreed, okay. I don't believe you can't be stumped even once in 6 months. Xiao Jian held up 3 fingers and added, a maximum of 3 questions a day. I have the right to delay my answers. Otherwise, if I get busy, how can I have time to play with a kid like you? Qin Wenxuan did not object and directly asked a question. Why does water turn to gas when heated and to liquid when cooled? By the way, why is the water in the creek salty? Qin Wenxuan felt a bit proud. These questions were practically unanswerable. Let's see how you respond. Xiao Jian replied, matter has 3 states, gas, liquid, and solid. The main factors causing these states are pressure and temperature. Iron is solid at room temperature, but will turn liquid and even gas when heated to a certain extent. By the way, temperature is a new term. You should remember that. Qin Wenxuan was not going to let him off easily and countered, no. Yu Haven Tea explained why they turn into liquid and gas. Xiao Jian helplessly shrugged and said, all right, let us go a bit deeper. We need to use a few new terms. You better remember them. Qin Wenxuan waved his hand impatiently and said, just say it. My memory is great. Xiao Jian said, the smallest particles of matter are so small that they can't be seen with the naked eye. He briefly explained the composition of matter and the principle of thermal expansion and contraction that he learned in the space. Qin Wenxuan immediately started to argue. You say matter is made of particles, but how do you prove that these smallest particles exist? His question was indeed sharp and even a bit nitpicky. Xiao Jian was not impatient and said, if you pour half a cup of alcohol and half a cup of water together, the total volume will be less than 1 cup. This can prove that there are gaps between the smallest particles, which also proves the existence of the smallest particles. What is alcohol? Qin Wenxuan speculated that alcohol was a type of strong liquor, but still wanted to confirm. Xiao Jian explained, when you heat white wine, the evaporated gas cools into liquid, which is alcohol. It's also a type of high-proof liquor. Indeed, it was liquor, but both liquids were half a cup each. When poured together, wouldn't that make exactly 1 cup? How could it be less than a cup unless there were gaps inside the liquid? Now that Xiao Jian provided a method of proof, whether it was true would have to be tested by himself. All right, even if the smallest particles exist, why is there a difference between liquid and gas? Seeing that he wouldn't let it go, Xiao Jian began to tease him again, saying, The smallest particles of matter have mutual attraction, just like your sister and me. The closer I am to your sister, the greater this attraction becomes. As he spoke, he reached out toward Chun Bihua, and Chun Wenxuan immediately objected, raising his hand to swat his hand away, saying, "Stick to particles. Don't involve my sister." Chapter 31, A Hidden Paradise Deep in the Northern Mountains. Xiao Jian laughed heartily, saying, "The smallest particles of matter vibrate when heated. And this vibrational force is just like you, always preventing me from getting close to your sister. When the two forces reach equilibrium, I can't approach her, and you can't drive me away, so we can only stalemate here, which is the state of liquid." Chen Wenxuan felt a surge of anger when he heard Xiao Jian mention his sister again, but upon reflection, he found it incredible that the internal structure of matter could be so fascinating. His curiosity quickly took over. "Are you saying that if the vibrational force exceeds the gravitational force, it will turn into a gaseous state?" Xiao Jian nodded and replied, "You're right. If you had the ability to force me off this rock, or if you ran away with your sister, it would turn into a gaseous state." Indeed, as expected, Xiao Jian was a spoiled young master, and Chun Wenxuan was furious, saying, "Can you stop using my sister as an analogy?" Xiao Jian looked at Chun Wenxuan with pride and said playfully, "Well, that will have to wait until you win against me." Then, with a mischievous smile, he turned to Chun Bihua and added, "There is also the possibility of becoming a solid state, so you better put in some effort." Chun Wenxuan was enraged by Xiao Jian's provocations, but felt utterly helpless. He could only flail his arms and shout, "I have another question. Answer it quickly." Xiao Jian turned his head away, ignoring Chun Wenxuan's fury, and said, "As for why the water in the creek is salty, that's even simpler. There are other substances in the water. If you evaporate the water, you'll naturally know what's inside." At this moment, Chun Bihua was completely flustered by Xiao Jian, hiding her delicate face, which was as red as a ripe peach, between her legs. However, her eyes were filled with wonder. She had never imagined that the notorious playboy from Zion Renping, a seemingly uneducated young master, could possess such extraordinary insights. Although Xiao Jian was disrespectful to her, she felt little aversion and instead grew more curious about him. After thinking carefully about his description of the structure of matter, she realized it was like a mysterious world, and Xiao Jian had opened a new door for her brother. Within that door lay infinite secrets, and she hoped her brother could explore this world to his heart's content, knowing that he would enjoy it. Chun Wenxuan was still seething with anger, while Xiao Jian jumped off the rock and stretched his body, saying, "You finished asking your questions for today. I need to test you. If you fill a closed container with water and keep heating it, will the water inside turn into steam?" After saying this, Xiao Jian suddenly turned around and walked around Chun Bihua, nodding in satisfaction, adding, "If you fail 3 times, you might lose your sister. Think carefully before you answer." Chun Wenxuan suddenly calmed down. He had always been afraid to answer this question, and he hadn't dared to interfere while Xiao Jian was with Chun Bihua. It wasn't until they reached the creek's exit that he stepped forward and said to Xiao Jian, "In a closed space, the water won't turn into steam because the water particles don't have room to vibrate. The particles can't separate from each other." Xiao Jian nodded and asked, "And then?" Chun Wenxuan thought for a moment, hesitating before saying, "Then, if you keep heating the water, it will break the container because the container is also made of particles. When the vibrational force of the water particles exceeds the gravitational force of the container particles, the container will be broken." A look of satisfaction appeared on Xiao Jian's face. This kid was teachable. Then he suddenly pretended to be disappointed, slumping his shoulders and dramatically spreading his arms, as if regretting, "Alas, this time you passed. For now, you can keep your sister safe." At the creek's exit was a flat area like a basin. It had only one exit, and while you could climb over the mountains to enter, it would be much more troublesome than following the creek. The mountains on the east and west sides of the flat area were gentle, basking in abundant sunlight. The North Mountain was a bit far away, with small hills and cliffs, and in the distance, only faint outlines of tall, dense forests could be seen. The creek split here into 2. The larger one flowed along the eastern foot of the mountain, heading north, while the other meandered out from the western gorge. Both creeks had flowing water, and strangely, The water flow here was noticeably stronger than downstream. Xiao Jian was certain that somewhere along the creek they had traveled, there was at least one secret passage where part of the creek's water flowed into the Yinxin River. Xiao Jian looked around but didn't see Zhang Chun and the others. How could they find anyone in such a large area? Zhang Chun didn't leave any marks here either. They had only eaten some thin porridge for breakfast, and now they were already hungry. Since they couldn't find Zhang Chun for the time being, they decided to put down their things and prepare something to eat. Chun Bihua took out a pottery pot to prepare food, which was actually just cooking porridge, looking very much like a big sister, as she was indeed the oldest here. Fu Guwei collected firewood, chopped bamboo to make bamboo bowls. Chun Wenxuan herded the sheep, acting as a shepherd. There was plenty of water and sunshine here, with grass growing everywhere. Xiao Jian wandered around, wanting to familiarize himself with the environment and see if he had missed any marks left by Zhang Chun. Before long, smoke started rising from the valley. Fu Guwei made 5 bamboo bowls, which were perfect for drinking porridge, even better than pottery bowls. Chun Wenxuan carried a small bundle of grass, leading 2 sheep with their bellies bulging. Xiao Jian no longer wandered around as he found nothing. When Chun Bihua's porridge was cooked, the aroma wafted through the air, attracting everyone back. Suddenly, they heard a melodious voice. "Brother, brother, are you back? Brother has returned. Zhang Chun, it's them." The voice came from the mountaintop to the east of the flat area. Xiao Jian looked up and saw Xiao Ling running down quickly from the top of the mountain, anxiously shouting, "Xiao Ling, slow down, don't fall." Zhang Chun followed closely behind her, also running down, while Fu Guwei looked at them from the hillside with a silly grin. Chun Bihua put down what she was organizing and looked at the hillside. Chun Wenxuan stood beside his sister, also watching the hillside. The 2 little sheep bleated beside them, seemingly clueless. At this moment, Xiao Jian was in a great mood, seeing that Zhang Chun and Xiao Ling were safe and sound. The worry that had been hanging in his heart was finally set at ease. He strode toward Xiao Ling, who jumped in his arms, crying, "Ling Ling missed brother so much, woo-woo." Tears streamed down her clean little face as if they were free-flowing. Xiao Jian supported Xiao Ling, wiping her constantly wet tears with his sleeve, comforting her, "Don't cry, Ling Ling brother is back. Remember we promised to come back today?" Just then, Zhang Chun also came down, and Xiao Jian patted Zhang Chun on the shoulder, saying, "Good job, thanks." Chapter 32, Advanced Lowly Crops. At this moment, Zhang Chun also came down. Xiao Jian patted Zhang Chun on the shoulder and said, "Good, thanks." Then he carried Xiao Ling and walked down, saying, "Ling Ling, are you hungry? Brother has some delicious food here." As soon as Xiao Ling heard there was food, she stopped crying. "Brother, Ling Ling is hungry. Brother, I saved a really big crab for you. I didn't eat it because I wanted to save it for you." After putting Xiao Ling down, Chun Bihua had already prepared a bowl of thin porridge in a clean bamboo bowl and handed it to Xiao Ling, whispering, "Sister." Xiao Ling glanced at Chun Bihua, frowned, and pouted her lips as if someone had taken her precious toy and was about to cry again. Xiao Jian quickly reached out to take the bamboo bowl and fed her a few spoonfuls, which finally calmed her down. This little ancestor really couldn't be provoked. She cried at the slightest thing, and Xiao Jian was at his wits' end with her. Zhang Chun stood beside Xiao Jian, waiting to talk to him about what had happened in the past few days. Xiao Jian glanced at him. His face was clean, so it seemed the water issue had been resolved, and he didn't appear particularly hungry, which made Xiao Jian feel more at ease. "Let us drink porridge first." No pity. After Xiao Ling was full, she finally discovered a new toy, which was the 2 cute little sheep, and she rushed over eagerly. Only then did Xiao Jian come to Zhang Chun's side. He briefly explained the situation from this outing and asked, "How is it here? Is there a suitable place to live?" Zhang Chun stood up and pointed to the west. "There's a smaller cave over there. For the past few days, Xiao Ling and I have been living there." After speaking, Zhang Chun looked around and noticed 2 more people had joined, making a total of 6. He added, "It's no problem for 6 people to live inside, but it needs some tidying up and some thatch added." Zhang Chun didn't have any tools, so it wouldn't be easy to gather more thatch for insulation. Xiao Jian glanced at the western mountain. The sun was still several feet above the horizon and already in shadow. The western mountain was not an ideal living place. He looked around, and the best location should be to the north of the flat area, where sunlight shone the longest. Seeing Xiao Jian looking north, Zhang Chun said, "We haven't been over there yet. I was afraid you wouldn't find us when you came back." He then pointed to the creek in front of them and said, "The water issue has been resolved. The water from this creek coming out of the canyon still has a salty taste." He pointed to a larger creek to the east and added, "The water in this creek is very clean and drinkable." Xiao Jian nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "Let us settle temporarily on the western mountain for now. In the next few days, let us try to understand the situation in the vicinity." He then told Fu Gui, "You still need to go back and forth to Julong Mountain to transfer the grain over there as soon as possible. The longer this drags on, the more dangerous it becomes. The grain at the mine had been cleaned out by them, and they didn't even have enough to eat. So they couldn't start working. Now is the safest time. Once they returned to normal and set up sentries, it would be very dangerous to go to Julong Mountain." Zhang Chun suggested, "I think it's better to gradually move it. First, transfer it to the north slope of Julong Mountain. Then from the north slope to the northern mountain, and then move it here." Xiao Jian nodded and said, "The grain we got this time is about over 400 pounds, and this grain has already been shelled and can be eaten directly." After speaking, he curiously asked, "Why didn't I see any sweet potatoes inside?" Sweet potatoes are the most suitable grain for the mine. They don't need to be shelled and are easy to preserve. Xiao Jian was just a young master from a landlord family and didn't recognize many crops, let alone what was grown in the fields. Zhang Chun asked dismissively, "Are you talking about the one we eat raw? I ate it for the first time too, and it's quite tasty, but unfortunately, there aren't too many left now." Zhang Chun spoke naturally, but Xiao Jian felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that sweet potatoes hadn't been planted here? He had seen this lowly crop in an image in a strange space. It seemed to be called Digua, but from the shape, it was clearly this thing. Xiao Jian remembered clearly because it was mentioned that sweet potatoes had high yield among lowly crops. Zhang Chun was not like him, who couldn't distinguish grains. If someone in their family had planted sweet potatoes, or if someone nearby had planted them, he shouldn't have never seen them. Xiao Jian immediately called Xiao Ling over and asked, "Xiao Ling, do you know where the sweet potatoes we eat came from?" Xiao Ling frowned, tilted her little head, and thought carefully for a moment, then replied with certainty, "Last year someone gave them to us. Grandpa told me to call him Uncle Wang." His voice was strange, and he only came once. I haven't seen him since. Xiao Jian saw Fu Gui sitting on a rock, gnawing on a sweet potato, and he was about to go crazy. He shouted, "Fu Gui, put that down." When he and Fu Gui went to the mine, they had brought 8 large sweet potatoes, and after eating 6, there were only 2 left on him. Xiao Jian took a few steps over and snatched the half-eaten sweet potato from Fu Gui's hand. Then he carefully wiped the saliva off the sweet potato with his sleeve, treating it as if it were a treasure. This shout, combined with this action, left everyone stunned. Fu Gui's one hand was still in the motion of eating the sweet potato. Xiao Jian was carefully wiping the sweet potato, looking as if he were heartbroken, as if someone had taken his wife away. Perhaps feeling that it was already clean, Xiao Jian came to Chen Bihua's side, handed the sweet potato to her, and asked, "Do you recognize this?" Chen Bihua was startled by his earlier reaction and reached out with trembling hands twice before she caught the sweet potato. Afraid of damaging it, she stared at it for a while and then handed the sweet potato back to him, shaking her head without saying a word. She still didn't understand what had happened and why Xiao Jian was so agitated. Zhang Chun walked to Xiao Jian's side and whispered, "What's wrong?" "This." He pointed at the sweet potato in Xiao Jian's hand, swallowed, and said, "Is it poisonous?" At this moment, Xiao Jian finally came to his senses, walked over to Fu Gui, pressed down his hand that was still in eating mode, patted his shoulder, and apologized, "Sorry, I overreacted." After that, he raised the sweet potato in his hand and excitedly said, "Do you know what this is? This is a sweet potato. Do you know what sweet potato is?" Everyone was even more dumbfounded. "We all know it's called sweet potato. What do you mean by sweet potato?" "Sweet potato is just called sweet potato. It definitely can't be called mouse." Everyone continued to stare at him blankly, as if looking at a fool. Was this child sick? It looked like he was seriously ill. Seeing that everyone had no response, Xiao Jian slapped his forehead and gathered his thoughts. Then he held up the half-sweet potato and continued, "This is a high-yield crop. It is drought-resistant and doesn't need to occupy rice fields. It can be planted in dry land. This sweet potato, if planted well on an acre of land, can yield about 2,000 caddies, which is 6 to 7 times that of rice. Chapter 33, A Brief Rural Life. This had an effect. A few people's expressions were still foolish, but they were now looking at the sweet potatoes in his hand instead of at Xiao Jian. After a long time, Zhang Chun was the first to react. Afraid he hadn't heard correctly, he quickly confirmed, "Cousin, you mean this?" Zhang Chun was so flustered he could barely speak. He pointed at the sweet potato, then quickly set it down as if afraid of offending it, and swallowed hard before asking, 7 times? Just plant in the ground? Xiao Jian nodded seriously and affirmed. Yes, 7 times, just plant in the ground. He pointed at the surrounding barren land and said, "It won't be afraid of drought. This kind of place will definitely work." Hearing Xiao Jian's confirmation, everyone immediately changed their expressions to one of excitement. In this era, who hadn't gone hungry, who didn't understand the importance of food, the bandits outside had turned to banditry because of food issues if they had something to eat, even if it was just enough to not starve. Who would want to become a vagrant? Xiao Jian, in a moment of excitement, forgot an important thing. How many sweet potatoes did they still have? All along, they had treated sweet potatoes as their staple food. Right? Fu Gui should still have one. Shouldn't he? Xiao Jian immediately ran over and rummaged through Fu Gui's belongings. Nothing. He could only pin his hopes on Zhang Chun and cautiously asked, "Zhang Chun, how many sweet potatoes do we have left?" Xiao Jian was filled with hope. If Zhang Chun dared to say there were none, Xiao Jian would definitely hit him. Zhang Chun saw Xiao Jian's expression, shrank his head back, took a few steps back, and then awkwardly said, "It seems there should still be a few." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jian patted his chest and finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there were still a few left, they could plant them slowly, and they would eventually multiply. Feeling reassured, he waved his hand grandly and said, "Let's go. We're going home." The cave that Zhang Chun found was indeed small, but it was only a temporary shelter, so they could make do with it. In the middle of the cave, they lit a bonfire, and Xiao Jian and Zhang Chun were discussing plans for the next day. Fu Gui was going to transfer the grain, and he instructed Chen Bihua to cook more porridge in the morning for Fu Gui to take on the road. The temperature was still not too hot, so it could be kept for a few days without any problem. Xiao Jian and Zhang Chun then went to explore the surrounding terrain, while Chen Bihua stayed at home with the 2 children. After making arrangements, Xiao Jian asked, "Have you traced the source of this salty creek?" "I have. It flows out of a cave in the western mountain. I've been inside the cave, and the soil there is all bitter." Upon hearing Zhang Chun's words, Xiao Jian felt disappointed. The cave should contain nitrate soil, which could be found in many caves and wasn't rare. However, nitrate soil wasn't without its uses. It could be used to make saltpeter. Saltpeter is the main ingredient in black powder. In the process of refining it, compound fertilizer could also be obtained. Is this soil plentiful in the cave? Yes, there is a lot. Many places even have white crystals growing. After Zhang Chun finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Jian with anticipation, hoping he would say that this soil was a treasure. Xiao Jian saw Zhang Chun's expression, smiled, and shook his head, saying, "This is just very ordinary nitrate soil. It can be used to make saltpeter for gunpowder, but making gunpowder also requires sulfur." These relatively basic pieces of knowledge he had already become thoroughly familiar with from the images in the strange space. The urgent problem now was salt. Without salt, people would get sick over time. At the mine, they hadn't found any salt, and the dog meat they had eaten in the steward's house tasted very bland, indicating that there was likely no salt added. In this world, salt was a controlled commodity by the government, and a large portion of the government's revenue came from these controlled goods, making the price very high. Xiao Jian felt around his chest. The few taels of silver he had gotten from the mine were still there. But the problem was that there was nowhere to buy it. It seemed he could only make a trip to Shangzhou City. Apart from Huzhou City, Shangzhou City was the closest. When leaving Huzhou City, Uncle Shu had already sent Shuya to Shangzhou City, so it was a good opportunity to check on her and inquire about the golden light. While they were talking, Chen Bihua had already boiled hot water in a clay pot, and everyone washed their hands and faces before going to bed early. The next day at dawn, everyone began to act separately. Fu Gui's task was extremely dangerous, and before leaving, Xiao Jian carefully reminded him once more. The next few days passed uneventfully. Chun Bihua and her brother chopped some sticks to attach the tools they had brought back to wooden handles. Zhang Chun and Xiao Jian thoroughly explored the surrounding terrain. The new campsite had been determined. The terrain was slightly higher than the flat area, and importantly, there was a spring with sweet-tasting water at the back of the mountain. This place received plenty of sunlight, with the sun shining on it from sunrise until sunset. The back mountain of the campsite was relatively gentle, allowing for a lot of land to be cultivated. In front, it faced the creek's outlet, giving a clear view of the entire flat area. As soon as it was light, the five of them brought various tools to the new campsite to start building houses. Of course, they could only construct a simple, thatched hut for now. They chose a flat piece of land near the mountain, dug 4 deep holes in the flatland, and inserted 4 tree trunks as supports for the house. They then crossed tree trunks to tie between the supports, forming a triangular stable structure. At the moment, they didn't have suitable tools and couldn't make connecting joints between the tree trunks, so they could only use bamboo strips to tie the tree trunks together. After connecting the tops of the supports with tree trunks, the framework of the house was completed. Xiao Jian shook the supports, and the structure was very stable. Even in strong winds, it wouldn't collapse. With this sturdy framework in place, other tasks became much easier. They tied some thin wooden poles around the sides and roof, then wove bamboo strips horizontally to fill it in. Next, they covered the roof and sides with thatch. They had done this before at their temporary campsite, so everyone was familiar with the process. It took them 7 busy days to finish the work. After that, Xiao Jian built a simple latrine a little farther away. The latrine was not just to solve hygiene issues. It was crucial for collecting organic fertilizer, as sweet potato planting required fertilizer. It was already mid-April, the season for sweet potato seedlings, and there was no time to build a straw house. For now, there was only this one room, so temporarily, the men and women had to live together. They first cleared and dug a piece of dry land near the straw house, and then buried 6½ sweet potatoes half a foot apart in the soil, covering them with a layer of thatch for insulation. To prevent animals from damaging them, they also inserted a circle of wooden stakes around the area. Sweet potato seedlings needed more than a month to grow. They would only be transplanted when the shoots were a foot long. During transplantation, they also needed to apply fertilizer to the soil. Making the fertilizer was very simple. They chopped up some weeds, piled them together, compressed them with soil, and then ignited the weeds. After smoldering the soil, it became fertilizer. The fertilizer could help loosen the soil and contain various other elements, making it the best fertilizer for planting sweet potatoes. None of them had ever farmed before. Xiao Jian had learned all this from the images in the strange space. With plenty of tools on hand, making the fertilizer was quite easy. Everyone was busy all day, feeling fulfilled and happy. Xiao Jian sincerely hoped that this rural life could last. He knew this was just his one-sided wish, and he cherished this brief peace very much. Chapter 34. The Mysterious Passage in the Cave at the end of the afternoon shift. Xiao Jian and Zhang Chun arrived by the creek and took a stroll around a relatively flat area. Xiao Jian picked up a handful of dark soil, looked at it, and said to Zhang Chun, "You all start clearing this flat land. Once the sweet potato seedlings grow, we can transplant them here. This land is close to the creek, making it convenient for watering." Zhang Chun sensed that Xiao Jian seemed to be organizing things, and he curiously looked at Xiao Jian, asking, "Are you going out again?" Xiao Jian nodded. Everyone hadn't had salt for over 10 days, and he felt a bit anxious. He decided to go out once, as he only needed to arrange things at home and didn't need to worry too much afterwards. It was still too early to transplant the sweet potatoes, and clearing the wasteland and making soil fertilizer would be enough to keep them busy for a while. When Xiao Jian returned home, Chun Bihua was cooking. While Xiao Jian and the others were planting sweet potatoes, Chun Bihua, along with Chun Wenxuan and Xiaoling, had gathered some wild vegetables nearby. While cooking porridge, she added these wild vegetables to the clay pot. Eating them together could reduce the consumption of grains. Xiao Jian increasingly felt the warmth of home, and he was quite satisfied. After dinner, with still some daylight left, Xiao Jian decided to use the remaining thatch to create a small separate space for Chun Bihua in the grass hut, providing more privacy. With no entertainment activities in the evening, everyone sat by the fire making ropes. There were palm trees all over the mountain, and the trunks were wrapped in palm fibers, which were excellent materials for making ropes. Palm ropes were strong and of quality comparable to hemp ropes. Xiao Jian hadn't considered what the finished ropes would be used for. His goal was to teach everyone to learn various skills. In harsh conditions, they had to make full use of all available free time. While twisting the palm rope, Xiao Jian said, "Fu Guwei and I are going out for a while. You all continue with the clearing and making soil fertilizer at home." As he spoke, Xiao Jian casually picked up a strand of palm fiber from Chun Bihua's feet and placed it at the junction of the rope. He twisted the rope with the skill of an old farmer. Chun Bihua and the two children tore the palm fibers apart and placed them together for rope making. Xiao Jian glanced at Zhang Chun, who was making rope, and said, "When you have free time, build another kitchen to the west." Chun Bihua stopped her work, looked at Xiao Jian with concern, and quietly asked, "Are you really going to the mine?" Xiao Jian shook his head, focused on twisting the palm rope, and said, "The mine must be on guard by now. I want to go to Shangzhou City." Shangzhou City was located to the north, separated by several mountains, and should not have been occupied by bandits yet. How we get there? When do we leave? Chun Bihua became even more worried upon hearing about Shangzhou City. It was far away, and a round trip would take at least 15 to 16 days. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Jian felt there was not much preparation needed. Leaving early and returning early might be better. We'll cross over the back mountain and leave early tomorrow morning. It should take over 20 days to come back. Xiao Jian put down the rope he had twisted, looked at Chun Bihua, and reminded her, "Be careful at home. If there is danger, head to the back mountain and don't worry about losses here." Chun Bihua's eyes started to redden as she lowered her head, her voice choking as she said, "On the way to Shangzhou City, I heard there are several groups of mountain bandits. Are you really going?" Xiao Jian clapped his hands to shake off the dust and stood up, saying, "Don't worry, I'll be careful. We have no salt at home, and over time, it will affect our health." He then looked at Chun Wenxuan and Xiaoling, who were both in their developmental stages. Not having salt was absolutely not acceptable. The next morning, after some coaxing, they finally calmed Xiaoling down. Fu Guwei carried a backpack and held an axe, while Xiao Jian held a long-handled machete and carried a bundle of palm rope. They followed the creek northeast into the depths of the north. After walking a distance north along the creek, the mountains on both sides became steeper, forming a long canyon where the creek flowed through. They walked along the canyon all day until they finally reached the end, blocked by a towering cliff. At the top of the cliff, a stream cascaded down, with droplets sparkling like jade, creating a colorful display. The sound of the water was thunderous, splashing droplets everywhere, resembling a fine rain. At the bottom of the cliff was a pond about several dozen zhang wide, with deep blue water, home to various fish and shrimp that swam in schools, creating ripples. On the inner wall of the pond was a cave where a large amount of pond water flowed in, and the downstream creek had little water, as it was diverted by this cave. The North Mountain Range stretched for thousands of miles, dotted with countless peaks and canyons, many of which were shrouded in clouds and mist year-round, with sparse human presence. The trees and soil on the mountain retained a large amount of moisture, which gradually seeped down, eventually forming this creek. Here was the end of the North Mountain Range, and the creek before them meandered from the 10,000 great mountains in the northeast. As the sun gradually set in the west, the two continued their journey. Having only drunk a little thin porridge from the bamboo tube, feeling both tired and hungry, Fu Guwei watched the fish swimming in the pond, his mouth watering. Xiao Jian chopped 2 sturdy logs, sharpened one end, and roasted it over the fire until it was slightly charred, making a wooden spear several meters long. The fish in the pond had likely never encountered danger. They appeared particularly naive, and as soon as Xiao Jian stepped into the water, the fish that had been swimming around began to swirl around his feet. Xiao Jian originally intended to use the wooden spear to catch fish, but instead bent down and caught a large fish caught off guard, saving the use of the spear. Other fish sensed something was wrong and quickly scattered. It is said that fish have a memory of only 7 seconds, and indeed, after a moment, the fish swam back around, allowing Xiao Jian to catch another. Fu Guwei had already lit the fire, and Xiao Jian tossed the fish to him and paid no more attention, as both were quite skilled at grilling fish in the wild. Xiao Jian looked at the cave on the inner wall of the pond. noting that part of the cave entrance was submerged. A large amount of water surged into the cave, and even if the upstream flow was strong, it couldn't fill this bottomless cave. He circled the cave for a long time and suddenly had an idea. If they blocked the cave entrance and built a reservoir at the canyon's exit, the water shortage in Xianrimping could be resolved. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he couldn't help but crawl towards the cave to check the size of the entrance for himself. Xiao Jian crouched on a rock by the cave entrance, peering inside. The cave was filled with bizarre stones, crisscrossing in all directions, with no bottom in sight. In this intricate environment, he vaguely seemed to see a passage extending deep into the cave. He frowned, his face filled with confusion. How could there be a passage in the cave? Had someone been here before? Xiao Jian carefully observed the passage, trying to see if there were any signs of human activity. Since it was not far from their camp, he began to worry about Zhang Chun and the other's safety. Chapter 35. At the end of the passage, the mysterious stone house, suddenly, an unusual sensation surged in his mind. He had experienced this feeling in the strange space before. Immediately, he focused his attention deep within his mind. Sure enough, in that familiar place in his mind, an image of a cave had formed. Xiao Jian concentrated his consciousness on the passage within the cave image, and the image immediately drew a dotted line that overlapped with the passage. The dotted line twisted and turned, extending deep into the cave. He followed the dotted line, exploring forward, not knowing how far he had gone, and finally arrived at the end of the passage. When the cave image in his mind reached this point, it began to blur, and he seemed to see a small space, or perhaps a room. But just then, a flash of white light suddenly passed through his mind, and in an instant, everything turned pitch black, forcing his consciousness to retreat. Xiao Jian shook his head. He was still too weak, and his body could not withstand such consumption, causing the image to automatically retreat. At that moment, he felt a splitting headache, and his forehead burned like a piece of charcoal. He hurriedly poured water on his head to cool it down, and his head instantly felt like a pot of boiling water, emitting wisps of white steam. He touched his forehead and felt it still radiating heat, so he simply submerged his head in the pool to relieve it. Sitting on the rock, Xiao Jian organized his thoughts. It seemed that after his mind was modified by Shuya, he had gained new abilities. As long as he focused on a particular object or scene, a corresponding image would be generated in his mind. This image seemed to be a super copy, even including things that were invisible. Just now, he had only seen a very short segment of the passage, but in the image in his mind, the entire length of the passage was clearly displayed. This miraculous phenomenon of creating something from nothing was simply unbelievable. The ability in his mind had surpassed simple perception and possessed insight. This strange insight should be able to perceive the internal relationships between things, seeing the truth hidden beneath the surface. The potential of this ability was limitless, capable of helping him unravel many mysteries and explore deeper realms. Xiao Jian looked back at the cave. He felt that there was something in the space deep within it. Just as he was about to get up, he saw Fugui bringing him 2 roasted fish. Xiao Jian was indeed hungry, and after taking the roasted fish and eating a few bites, he found it delicious. If only there was some salt, it would be even better. Fugui, I want to go into the cave. You stay outside, Xiao Jian said, tossing away the clean fish bones, clapping his hands, and standing up. Young master, I want to go in too. Fugui was uneasy about Xiao Jian entering the cave alone, as the two of them rarely separated. The passage in the cave is narrow. You won't fit. Just light a fire outside and wait for me. I'll be out soon, Xiao Jian replied. Fugui was tall and robust, and there were several narrow crevices in the cave that he definitely could not pass through. Fugui said nothing more. He gathered some dry branches and grass to make a torch. Xiao Jian took the torch and headed straight for the cave, following the route indicated in the image. Xiao Jian walked steadily and safely for a long time, climbing dozens of steps, and finally arrived at a pool of water. The pool was about several dozen steps in area, and ahead was a rock wall. The end of the passage was located inside this rock wall. The entrance to the rock wall was at the bottom of this cold pool. Xiao Jian crouched down and gently extended his palm into the water. As soon as he touched the water, a chill immediately surged from his palm, making him shiver involuntarily. The water in this pool was as cold as ice, which was hard to believe. He tightened his clothes, hesitating whether he would freeze immediately upon submerging into the water with his small frame. He glanced back at the path he had come from and was surprised to find that this cold pool was significantly higher than the entrance of the cave. Just as he was in doubt, a rustling sound suddenly came from nearby, and he sensed a wave of malice approaching him. Xiao Jian looked in the direction of the sound and saw two green lights moving toward him in the darkness. His heart raced. He threw the torch in his hand toward the green lights, and the flames instantly illuminated the rock wall ahead. On the wall, a giant python was slithering out from the crevice, flicking its tongue. A snake! Xiao Jian's face turned pale with fear, and he fell to the ground. Watching the giant python draw closer, he braced himself with both hands on the ground and kept retreating, just as he had nowhere else to retreat. The giant python opened its mouth wide and suddenly lunged at him. Ah! Xiao Jian screamed in shock, his body falling backward, plummeting into the cold pool with a splash. The giant python relentlessly pursued him, swimming into the cold pool and quickly heading toward Xiao Jian. For a moment, waves rolled in the cold pool, glimmering with silver light. Xiao Jian was so frightened that he forgot about the cold, diving into the depths of the pool. At this point, his body had turned purple from cold, and his limbs began to numb, but the bottom of the pool was pitch black, and he couldn't find the entrance to the cave. The breath he had held was already exhausted, and the extreme feeling of suffocation forced him to surface again. Just as his head broke the surface of the water, it seemed the giant python was waiting for him, opening its large mouth to attack. Xiao Jian took a deep breath and quickly sank back into the water. Fortunately, the giant python couldn't dive. As long as he submerged, he would be safe. But if this continued, he would either be eaten by the python or freeze to death in the cold pool. Looking at the pitch-black bottom of the pool, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration, opened his eyes, and focused on the direction of the rock wall. Soon, an image appeared in his mind. Indeed, even if he couldn't see the dark bottom of the pool, his insight ability could still replicate the image of the bottom. After the image appeared in his mind, his body began to warm up, and the numbness in his limbs gradually faded. He even felt that the water in the cold pool was no longer that cold. Following the guidance of the image in his mind, Xiao Jian quickly found the entrance to the rock wall. Inside the entrance was a cave extending upwards. He climbed up this cave, and, after climbing several dozen steps, he surfaced from the water. Seeing the scene before him, Xiao Jian was filled with disbelief. He found himself in a square stone chamber. The stone chamber was clearly man-made, and in the center stood a stone table. Beside the stone table were two smooth, cylindrical stone stools, and, on the table, there was a particularly eye-catching, exquisite square box. This box was pure white and flawless, looking like it was carved from jade, stunningly beautiful. The jade box was 3 inches square, with many exquisite patterns carved on its surface. Patterns that Xiao Jian had never seen before. Xiao Jian explored the box, finding it solid with not a single seam. After circling the jade box, he still couldn't find a way to open it. He gently picked up the jade box and carefully examined the intricate patterns on it, wanting to use his insight ability to observe its interior. Suddenly, with a crisp sound, the jade box actually shattered in his hands. Chapter 36: The Cultivation Technique in the Jade Box. Xiao Jian gently picked up the jade box, observing it intently, trying to use his insight ability to glimpse its contents. Suddenly, the jade box shattered, revealing 2 items at the bottom. Xiao Jian's eyes widened in surprise as he gazed at the 2 items. One was a crystal, clear as jade, which turned out to be the core of a soul-eating evil spirit. The other item was a jade pendant. Curiously, he picked up the jade pendant and examined the patterns on it when it emitted a golden light that shot from his forehead into his mind. Startled, Xiao Jian almost dropped the jade pendant, but at that moment, a bright light flashed in his mind, revealing a clear image of a human model. This jade pendant contained an image of a human model. Xiao Jian was filled with anticipation and immediately focused on the image in his mind. The human model depicted a complete acupoint map, with each acupoint clearly marked. From the markings, he saw astonishing information. Within these acupoints lay a factor that could transform the human body. According to the annotations, as long as the meridians of the acupoints were opened, The factor would flow into the body through the meridians, strengthening the physique and even transforming the body. Of course, the factors in each acupoint were different, and they had to be extracted in a specific order to be beneficial for the body. This meant that the order of opening the acupoints determined the combination of factors. If the acupoints were opened randomly, the wrong combination of factors could lead to disaster. Xiao Jian glanced for a moment, realizing that the factor combinations were too complex to understand in a short time. He shifted his attention to the hands of the human model, which held a soul-eating evil spirit core that was releasing a milky white mist, flowing into the meridians from the palm. The milky white mist traveled along the meridians, gradually purifying and becoming clear and transparent, eventually converging in the dantian. Seeing this, Xiao Jian's eyes lit up with excitement. Wasn't this a cultivation technique? He quickly calmed his mind and focused on observing the flow pattern of the mist. He discovered that when the mist reached the acupoint in the neck, it would separate into tiny parts and enter his mind. The mist entering his mind was precisely the pathway that Shuya had opened. Xiao Jian suddenly realized that the pathway Shuya had opened in his mind was actually a meridian leading to the depths of his consciousness. And the endpoint of the meridian was where the image appeared in his mind. This cultivation technique could even enhance his insight. If the level of insight improved, it would bring him great convenience. Just as Xiao Jian was becoming more and more excited, the image in his mind suddenly disappeared, and his consciousness instantly withdrew. Xiao Jian picked up the soul-eating evil spirit core from the stone table and began to control the mist to enter his body according to the method indicated in the image. However, he soon discovered that cultivating was not as simple as he had imagined. The core in his hand was quickly consumed, yet he had not opened a single meridian. The mist could only circulate in a very small meridian. Nonetheless, a small amount of impure mist had accumulated in his dantian. Looking at the core that had turned to ashes, Xiao Jian sighed. This core was indeed a cultivation item, but where could he find another core to continue his cultivation? He then took out the core of the burly man from his pocket. This core was clearly of lower quality than the one in the jade box and was more turbid in color. Just as Xiao Jian was about to continue his cultivation with this core, the stone chamber suddenly began to shake. Oh no, it might collapse. He immediately ran towards the cave entrance, but a torrent surged into the cave, forcefully pushing him back. The stone chamber was sinking, with a loud rumble of collapsing rocks. The water instantly flooded the stone chamber. Boom! Immediately, Xiao Jian felt his feet give way, and the stone chamber seemed to crash down, directly dropping him into the water. The rocks could not withstand the force of the fall, and the stone chamber suddenly shattered. In an instant, torrents of water surged in from above, sweeping Xiao Jian away as it rushed downward. When Xiao Jian woke up, he found himself lying on hay, with a pile of firewood beside him. Fu Guwei was adding sticks to the fire. "Young master, you are awake?" Fu Guwei's eyes were red and swollen, likely from crying. Seeing Xiao Jian awake, he immediately dropped the firewood and helped him sit up. "How did I end up here?" Xiao Jian only remembered being swept away by the torrent. It seemed that the water must have rushed out of the cave entrance. "Young master, what happened in the cave? How could there be a flood?" "You were swept out by the flood." "Oh, there was a cold pool that collapsed." Xiao Jian did not want to discuss what had happened in the cave. A falling light ball had killed everyone in the Immortals Plateau, and he couldn't let anyone know about obtaining the cultivation technique. Fu Guwei wiped his eyes, blinked a few times, and then retrieved a roasted fish from the fire, handing it to Xiao Jian. "Young master must be hungry. I saved this for you. Please eat." Just as Xiao Jian was about to take the roasted fish, he realized he seemed to be holding something in his hand. When he opened it, he found that it was the jade pendant he had obtained in the cave, along with the core of the burly man. He couldn't help but laugh. Even at the brink of death, he had not dropped what he was holding. The next morning, the two enjoyed another feast of roasted fish, and, armed with wooden spears prepared for spearing fish, headed towards the cliff with the waterfall. At the water pool, aside from the canyon they had come from, there was no other way out. They could only climb the cliff. Fortunately, Xiao Jian had brought brown rope. If he had arrived empty-handed, they would likely have to go back and find another way. Since the incident at the small flatland involving the possession, Xiao Jian's physique seemed to be strengthening. If it were in the past, he wouldn't have been able to climb this cliff, even with the brown rope. But now he felt stronger than Fu Gui. Working together, they quickly climbed to the top of the cliff. Looking up, a winding stream flowed through the towering mountains, sending up wisps of white mist that blended with the clouds of the mountainside. This stream came from the 10,000 mountains in the northeast, while Shangzhou City was directly to the north. They could no longer follow the stream, so Xiao Jian stood on a high point and observed. All he saw were high mountains and canyons, dense forests everywhere, with no visible paths. After determining the direction, he headed straight into the northern forest. Paths are always made by people. After climbing over mountains and traversing through dense woods for 5 to 6 days, they finally arrived at an open flat area. Xiao Jian sat on a rock and took several gulps from a bamboo tube filled with water. This flat area had only low grass and shrubs, with the sun shining down unobstructed, making them feel particularly comfortable after days of wandering in the dark woods. Xiao Jian placed the wooden spear and machete beside him, comfortably lying on the rock, with the warm sunlight directly on him and a gentle breeze brushing against his face, feeling no cold at all. The surroundings were silent. Even the birds that chattered all day seemed to have flown away. After days of moving through the forest, fatigue washed over him, and Xiao Jian's eyelids grew heavier. Just as he was about to doze off, he suddenly heard Fu Gui's voice shouting, "Young master, run. A tiger! There's a tiger!" Startled, Xiao Jian flipped over to sit up, but instead, he tumbled to the edge of the rock. In the chaos of falling off the rock, he grabbed a wooden stick, but provided no support, and he fell headfirst from over 10 feet high. Fortunately, the ground was covered in reeds, preventing him from suffering severe injuries. Though he still felt dazed. "Young master, run. The tiger. The tiger is coming." In front of Xiao Jian, Fu Gui was running this way in a panic. Glancing back from time to time, Xiao Jian hurriedly stood up and saw behind Fu Gui a large striped tiger, with a pair of green eyes greedily staring at Fu Gui. Its front paws were slightly stretched forward, firmly gripping the ground, ready to pounce at any moment. Chapter 37. The scene of the black net again. Xiao Jian was so frightened that he trembled all over, his limbs went limp and weak, and for a moment, he was stunned on the spot. He tightly gripped the wooden stick in his hand, staring fixedly at the tiger, instinctively pointing the stick forward. To be fair, Xiao Jian truly did not mean to point the stick at the tiger, but the tiger did not know that. It sensed the threat from Xiao Jian, abandoned its run towards the wealth, and turned to stare at him. Xiao Jian felt a chill run down his spine as the tiger's pair of green eyes fixed on him. He gripped the stick stiffly with both hands and involuntarily began to back away. Roar! A tiger's roar shook Xiao Jian's ears to the point of ringing, as the tiger pressed its front paws down on the ground and instantly leaped over a meter high, pouncing down towards Xiao Jian from above. Terrified, Xiao Jian leaned back and fell to the ground. The wooden spear that was originally pointed at the tiger now aimed at the sky. This is truly the end. He weakly closed his eyes, filled with reluctance, and could only passively accept death. Thinking of Xiaoling and Qinbihua back home, tears streamed down his face. In an instant, a tremendous pressure enveloped him, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. He had no time to resist and lost consciousness. As he lost the last bit of awareness, he seemed to hear Fu Gui's heart-wrenching cry, "Young master." In the haze, Xiao Jian saw the red sun again, with the black net still shrouding around it, and the transparent tubes crossing the net, with a trickle of liquid that seemed to have never stopped. At the end of the tube, in that square box, the golden liquid seemed to have increased, as if reminding him that time was slowly stepping toward its end. "Young master, Wu, young master." Fu Gui's cries finally awakened Xiao Jian. He opened his eyes to see Fu Gui shaking him continuously. "Young master, you're awake. That's great. Young master is awake." Wu. Xiao Jian sat up in confusion and quickly felt his body. What happened? Not a single hair was harmed. This seems a bit embarrassing. Beside him, the colorful tiger lay there like a dead dog, with a broken wooden spear stuck in its neck and blood all over its head. There was a bloodstain on the stone wall behind Xiao Jian, along with a few strands of yellow tiger fur. The beast had pounced onto the wooden spear Xiao Jian was holding and then crashed into the rock behind, dying cleanly. As for Xiao Jian, He had been scared unconscious by the tiger. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha. Xiao Jian suddenly burst into laughter, and Fu Gue, infected by his laughter, wiped his tears and also started laughing. The two laughed until their stomachs ached, then looked at the dead tiger with shining eyes. Tiger meat, this is a good thing. Tiger bones and tiger skins should be quite valuable, right? And the tiger whip, that seems even more valuable. This one is not for sale at any price. I'll keep it for myself. The two busied themselves, but what to do with so much tiger meat? Hundreds of pounds. What else can we do? Fu Gue picked it up, carrying as much as he could. First, sprinkle a layer of ash on the tiger's skin, rub it a bit, then let it dry. This way, the processed fur will be soft. A large chunk of tiger meat was cut off and roasted to eat. Even without salt, it tasted fantastic. The two toiled until dark before finishing their work, then slept soundly through the night. In the tiger's territory, no animals dared to come and disturb them. They slept until dawn, and Xiao Jian didn't want to wander around the dense forest anymore. He decided to descend the mountain from here. Too damn scary. If something like this happened again, it would surely scare him to death. This time, the wooden spear played a significant role, and they each made one to use as a carrying pole. Fu Gue carried 2 large pieces of tiger meat, while Xiao Jian carried the tiger skin and other items. Since they were going down the mountain, they moved much faster, just as the sun was setting in the west. They finally found a small path down the mountain at the hillside. Not long after following this path, they came to an official road. This official road should lead to Shangzhou City. It passed through the edge of the northern mountain range with no signs of human habitation, only desolate mountains and wilderness. After crossing a low ridge, they entered a section of dense bamboo forest, and trouble struck again. A group of scrawny bandits suddenly appeared ahead, blocking the official road. At a glance, these bandits looked extremely poor. The first man in front seemed relatively normal. At least he was holding a machete, but the bandits behind him were somewhat absurd. Some were holding pitchforks, others with wooden sticks or hatchets, and the last one even had a stone. Was that a long-range weapon? Their clothing was even more eclectic. A few were wearing colorful women-esque clothes, making Xiao Jian want to vomit. The man holding the machete was the only strong one among the bandits. He was shirtless, with muscles that made him look powerful. He stood firmly in the middle of the official road, legs apart. Xiao Jian was extremely frustrated. It was indeed a bad year. Just got bullied by a tiger. And now he encountered these trash, thinking they could bully him. He was someone who had killed evildoers and fought against fierce tigers. The tiger didn't show its power. Did they think he was a sick cat? He put down his load, pulled out the wooden spear, and quietly stood opposite the bandits, waiting to see what they would say. The man with the machete swaggered a few steps forward, pointed the machete ahead, and shouted, "This tree is planted by me. This road. Damn, no need to say it. I'm more familiar with this phrase than you are." Without saying a word, Xiao Jian suddenly turned around and threw the wooden spear like a javelin at the chattering strong man. The spear actually pierced directly into his chest. Sure enough, the saying was true. Bad people die from talking too much. The bandit could only let out a sound before collapsing to the ground. Fu Gue followed suit and threw his wooden spear, killing another bandit. Then he charged forward with his axe, striking at the bandit with a hatchet. The bandit's head instantly flew off, leaving the remaining bandits stunned. Seizing the moment while the bandits were still in shock, Xiao Jian quickly rushed up and struck with a knife. This hatchet was no ordinary hatchet. It had a long handle, about 2 meters long. One blow, and the bandit's skull was smashed into pieces. Xiao Jian was also stunned. What kind of operation was this? He looked at the hatchet in his hand and realized he had been holding it the wrong way, hitting with the back of the blade. In one exchange, 4 bandits were taken out, and they were the 4 strongest ones. The remaining bandits were enraged. Damn it, we haven't even finished our lines. And they're not following the script at all. Is there no code of conduct in the martial world? Particularly, the bandit with the pitchfork thrust it towards Xiao Jian. But the pitchfork was too wide, and Xiao Jian's waist was too thin. It did not hurt him, but got him stuck in place, unable to move. Seeing Xiao Jian get stuck by the pitchfork, Fu Gue thought he was injured. A bit far away, he directly threw the axe at the bandit with the pitchfork. The axe smashed into the bandit's mouth, instantly causing blood and flesh to fly. Teeth scattered everywhere. He involuntarily dropped the pitchfork and raised his hand to cover his mouth. But before he could do so, he collapsed. Having lost his weapon, Fu Gui quickly grabbed the wooden spear he had thrown and charged forward again, gripping it with both hands. Chapter 38. The tragic state of refugees in Shangzhou City. Those with machetes died, those with hatchets also perished, and those with wooden forks fell as well. Only a few with stones and wooden sticks remained. How could they fight? The bandits discarded their stones and wooden sticks and turned to flee. Fu Gui charged forward and stabbed one of the slower runners from behind. Xiao Jian chased this bandit, who ran incredibly fast for over a mile. Exhausted and panting, the bandit could no longer run and suddenly knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Fu Gui became even more frenzied and chased for over 3 miles, killing another bandit before returning. Out of a total of 11 bandits, 6 were killed, 1 was captured, and they seized a machete and over 10 taels of silver from the strong man. Quite a good haul. After cleaning up the battlefield, they approached the captured bandit, who was bound tightly like a rice dumpling, and asked, "Do you want to live or die?" The bandit knelt on the ground, repeatedly begging for mercy. "I want to live. I want to live. Young master, whatever you command, I will do it." Xiao Jian sat on a stone and asked, "How long have you been a bandit? Where is your lair?" The bandit, while knocking his head on the ground, replied, "I just joined 2 days ago. My parents starved to death, and I'm the only one left at home. Zhang Meng found me. I was desperate from hunger and joined him. Yesterday, we robbed a wealthy family and got some grain, which is in the cave ahead. How many of you are there?" "Just 11. He pointed at the strong man. "He is Zhang Meng. Are there many bandits around here?" The bandit honestly answered, "Yes, there are several groups north of Shangzhou City." He pointed to the nearby mountains. "There is also a group at Xianren Peak. We plan to finish this job and then go join them, but without a gift, they won't accept us." It seemed that even the bandits had no surplus food. Xiao Jian wiped his sweat. Fortunately, he had come down from the mountain early, almost stumbling into the bandit lair. Arriving at the cave the bandit mentioned, apart from some straw for sleeping, there were only 8 bags of rice, 1 bag of flour, a large iron pot, and some salt. The iron pot and salt were urgently needed items for Xiao Jian. There was little salt, and, aside from a bit left for food, it was all sprinkled on the tiger meat. He was counting on selling the tiger meat, and if it spoiled, that would be a shame. But what to do with the grain? He needed to find a place to hide it, but the captured bandit was another problem. If he left, the bandit would definitely take the grain away. Kill him? Xiao Jian immediately shook his head. There was no enmity here. This was different from fighting on the battlefield. The bandit had surrendered and was cooperating actively, so he couldn't bring himself to do it. Xiao Jian glanced at the captured bandit, who was still unaware that he was teetering on the edge of life and death, gazing greedily at Fu Gui roasting meat, drooling. Seeing that this bandit was not very old and seemed physically fit, he asked, "What are your plans for the future? Will you continue to be a bandit?" The bandit finally realized he was still tied up. "I beg you to take me in. I can work like a cow or a horse. I have no gift to offer, so they want me." Xiao Jian was speechless. To join a band of bandits, one had to offer a gift. Without a gift, they wouldn't accept you. What a world it was where a person was worth so little. Xiao Jian did not immediately agree. "How old are you?" "There is not much drought here. The river still has running water. How could you not survive?" He thought there should be water in the river at Xianren as well. "I'm 22 this year." Then he sighed and said, "Young master, you don't know. The river here dried up long ago, and everyone has fled to escape the famine." It seemed the drought around Shangzhou City was worse than that at Xianrenping. Alas, they were all just pitiful people. The two chatted for a while and learned his name was Goer, which wasn't a formal name, but that was what everyone called him. Xiao Jian ultimately decided to take Goer in. He stood up, untied the ropes binding Goer, and said, "Follow me for now. I can't guarantee anything else. But I promise you won't starve." He was boasting. Whether he could guarantee that depended on the will of heaven, and what he said didn't mean much. Goer knelt on the ground, bowed his head several times, and repeatedly said, "Thank you for taking me in. Thank you for taking me in." The 3 of them ate several large pieces of roasted tiger meat, and then moved the supplies to a small cave to hide them. After finishing all this, it was already the dead of night. The 3 spent the night in the cave. When morning came, they cooked some thin porridge to eat and then set off toward Shangzhou City. They were not far from Shangzhou City now, Along the way, they saw starving corpses everywhere, and the desolation stretched endlessly before them. Ahead was a wide river, its bed full of cracks, the water long since dried up, with wilted vines on both banks entwined around decaying old trees, making for a scene of great sorrow. Under the old tree was a dry well with smooth, round stones reflecting the joyful scenes of children once playing here. The village was already deserted, with dry branches and fallen leaves covering the ground. The cold wind blew through the bare little woods, making a mournful sound, as if telling of the past prosperity. Xiao Jian had initially thought to refill some water here, but seeing this scene, he shook his head and left directly. The journey continued through vast lands with few people until they were almost at Shangzhou City, when they saw a solitary figure appearing on the official road ahead. It was a little girl, even shorter than Chen Wenxuan, with a boy tied to her back. The girl looked about 11 or 12 years old, dressed relatively cleanly, and her clothes were of decent quality, unlike those of ordinary children. The weight of the boy on her back bent her frail spine, yet she still struggled to move forward. Xiao Jian quickened his pace, wanting to help her. The little girl sensed someone approaching and cautiously took a right turn onto a side road. Just after Xiao Jian passed the intersection, she returned to the official road. Xiao Jian slowed his pace, keeping a distance of a bowshot from her. When the little girl paused to rest, Xiao Jian stopped to wait for her. They continued this way until they reached Shangzhou City together. As the sun dipped behind the western mountains, the tall city gate of Shangzhou City was still bustling with people, shadows moving about, and the sounds of arguments and shouts were incessant. A little further from the gate, refugees filled the road, their faces pale. The ones lying down gasping for breath, those sitting with vacant stares, and those standing swaying unsteadily. Xiao Jian paused for a moment, and when the little girl caught up, he stepped into the crowd of refugees. As he passed, skeletal hands reached out toward him. Goer tugged at Xiao Jian's clothing and said, "Young master, don't pay them any mind, otherwise they will rob us clean." He glanced around and lowered his voice, saying, "Here, there are children without parents who often go missing for no reason. I've heard that some people eat them." Goer was warning Xiao Jian that this place was a mix of good and bad, and one should not show pity here. After hearing Goer's words, Xiao Jian felt a wave of nausea in his stomach, and his expression darkened, becoming somewhat grim. Not far away, a middle-aged woman kneeling suddenly collapsed, and the people around her rushed in, stripping her of her clothes. They left behind a naked corpse, and no one looked at her again. Xiao Jian felt an unusually low mood, but he could only turn a blind eye. His own situation wasn't any better, and the few bags of grain at home wouldn't last long. After a moment, two old men pushed a cart, lifting the woman's body onto it, silently driving away. The cart was piled high with corpses, creaking as it moved on. Chapter 39. Whose grocery and nitrate solution at the city gate. The line of people waiting to enter the city stretched like a dragon. A soldier in front of the gate was waving a whip, striking a boy in the queue, and then kicked him out of the line. The boy fell to the ground and stopped moving. Xiao Jian frowned, feeling a pang of pain in his heart. He said to Goer, "Don't go into the city. Go check on that child and gather the orphans among the refugees." After a long time, it was finally Xiao Jian's turn to enter the city. The soldier with the whip looked at Xiao Jian's decent clothes and relatively clean appearance, nodded slightly, and began to tap the whip against his palm. Xiao Jian suppressed his displeasure and quickly stepped forward, placing a few copper coins in the soldier's hand, cupping his hands in respect, and said, "Thank you for your hard work, sir." The soldier tossed the copper coins in his hand, glanced at the bag Xiao Jian was carrying, and asked, "What brings you to the city?" Xiao Jian bent his back, pretending to be obsequious, and said, "Just to let you know, I was sent by Manager Zhang of the Wang family to deliver some items to the Wang residents." The Wang family was a prominent household in the city and had some influence in Shangzhou, as Goer had informed him. Upon hearing this, the soldier immediately put on a smile. "Oh, since it's on Brother Zhang's orders, you can go in quickly. Don't keep Brother Zhang waiting." After saying this, he took a step back, clearing the way for them to enter the city. Xiao Jian also stepped back and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you for your trouble." The little girl carrying the boy had been following Xiao Jian closely. After Xiao Jian stepped back to her side, He let Fu Guwei go in first, then gently nudged the girl and walked in through the city gate with her. Once inside the city, it was a different scene altogether. It felt like a world apart from outside. People were coming and going. Carriages were bustling, shops lined both sides of streets, and small vendors filled the open spaces, with the sounds of chatter and shouts rising and falling continuously. The little girl stopped, untied the cloth strap from her body, lowered the boy, turned around, and bowed to Xiao Jian, saying, "Thank you for your help, young sir." Xiao Jian waved his hand with a smile, saying, "It was just a small effort. Is this your brother? Do you need me to take you further?" "This is my brother, Xiao Chong. I am somewhat familiar with the city, so you don't need to trouble yourself," she replied. Since both Xiao Jian and Fu Guwei were carrying burdens, it wasn't very convenient for them to accompany her. So they bid her farewell and left. Passing by a street stall, Xiao Jian casually bought a folding fan, tapped it in his palm, and felt that he was still somewhat familiar with the business. He arrived at a grocery store and glanced up at the signboard. "Whose grocery?" Entering the store, Xiao Jian knocked on the counter and asked, "Shopkeeper, do you buy tiger skins?" The shopkeeper was startled by him and asked with wide eyes, "Tiger skin? High-quality tiger skin. Take a look first," Xiao Jian said, casually pointing outside with the folding fan. Fu Guwei quickly brought the tiger skin inside and placed it on the counter, while Xiao Jian opened the folding fan and fanned himself leisurely. The shopkeeper first felt the tiger skin, looked at the large hole at the neck, rubbed it a few times, and asked, "May I ask what technique you used to make the tiger skin so soft?" The treatment of furs in this era was still quite rough. Generally, the skins were just skinned and air-dried, resulting in stiff fur. Xiao Jian's tiger skin had only been rubbed after being sprinkled with wood ash. It wasn't perfectly processed, but it was much better than untreated fur. Xiao Jian closed the folding fan and said with an unhappy expression, "Shopkeeper, you're being too abrupt. This nitrate solution for fur processing is a family secret. How can I easily show it to others? First, tell me how much this tiger skin is worth. If not, I'll go to another shop." After saying that, he pretended to leave. The shopkeeper immediately put on a smiling face and cupped his hands, saying, "I was too abrupt. Please forgive me, young sir. Please, let us discuss this inside." The shopkeeper led Xiao Jian to the back hall, where a servant quickly brought tea. The shopkeeper extended his hand, pointed to a chair, and said, "Please have a seat." Xiao Jian was not polite and sat down. After tapping the folding fan in his palm, he said directly, "Shopkeeper, I still have tiger meat to send to natural residents. Just tell me how much you'll pay for this tiger skin." Xiao Jian felt uncertain and didn't he know how much the tiger skin was worth. The shopkeeper, delighted, asked, "Do you still have tiger meat? How long has the tiger meat been stored?" Xiao Jian opened the folding fan and shook it, answering truthfully, "The tiger was hunted yesterday afternoon, and the meat was just salted yesterday." The shopkeeper nodded and said, "This tiger skin has a large hole at the neck, but if processed properly, it's worth 60 taels. If you sell the tiger meat and bones together, I'll offer 80 taels. What do you think?" Xiao Jian felt secretly pleased. According to current grain prices, 80 taels of silver could buy dozens of loads of grain, which would last his family for half a year if they were frugal. However, he couldn't show his happiness, so he hesitated, trying to see if he could squeeze out a bit more. He shook his head and stood up with a disappointed expression. The shopkeeper had been watching him closely, and seeing him dissatisfied and about to leave, he became a bit anxious. There were other grocery stores in Shangzhou. After a moment's hesitation, the shopkeeper offered his bottom price, 90 taels. "That's as high as I can go." Xiao Jian's folding fan struck his palm with a bang, and he said boldly, "Let us go with what you said." 90 taels of silver agreed. There was no point in dragging it out further. This price was already beyond his expectations. After the transaction was completed, the shopkeeper politely said, "Young sir, I have an uninvited request and am afraid to impose on you." Xiao Jian was in a good mood, fanning himself, and generously said, "Speak up. As long as I can do it, I'll help you." The shopkeeper, again politely cupping his hands, said, "You are righteous, young sir, and I admire you. I would like to discuss with you whether you could sell me some of that nitrate solution." He was afraid that Xiao Jian would refuse, assuring him, "Rest assured, the price is negotiable." Xiao Jian hesitated for a moment and said, "Well, it's not impossible, but I still lack some materials. and it can't be done right away. Hearing that it was just a matter of lacking materials, and knowing that he had plenty in his grocery store, the shopkeeper patted his chest and said, "Rest assured, young sir, whatever materials you need, just tell me, and there is nothing I can't get for you." Xiao Jian was still hesitant, repeatedly tapping his palm with the fan. The shopkeeper's eyes followed the movement of the fan up and down. It was to anything difficult to obtain, just a bit sensitive. He didn't want to attract trouble. It wasn't about the money, as he was short on it. The shopkeeper, sensing this, cautiously asked, "May I know what kind of sensitive materials you are referring to?" Xiao Jian didn't keep him in suspense any longer and said, "It's not anything valuable. I just need some sulfur. The quantity doesn't have to be much, but the amount needed for making nitrate solution is not small." Xiao Jian needed sulfur to make gunpowder, as his family had few people and were all weaklings, completely lacking self-defense capability. Gunpowder could at least increase their combat effectiveness. Chapter 40. Xu Yao from Shangzhou City in a coma after hearing this. Manager Hu's heart immediately relaxed. It was just sulfur, after all. He thought it wasn't anything too serious. He said, "This is a small matter, young master need not worry. I assure you that I will deliver the sulfur out of Shangzhou City." Sulfur is also considered military supplies, and purchasing it in bulk presents a challenge when trying to leave the city. If the gate guards were to detain it, it could lead to significant trouble. With Manager Hu willing to help, this issue seemed to be resolved. Operating a shop within the city, the movement of goods was quite normal. Xiao Jian tapped his folding fan against his palm decisively, as if he had made a significant decision, and said, "In that case, I will help with this favor. Manager Hu, as brothers, we must keep clear accounts. Whatever amount of sulfur you deliver, I will pay you accordingly, and for the nitrate solution that I owe you, we will also pay upon delivery." Manager Hu smiled happily. The nitrate solution for processing furs had a good market. With proper operation, it could be quite profitable. He quickly bowed and clasped his hands, saying, "Young master is righteous. I will make sure this matter is handled beautifully. It goes without saying that you will earn a fortune." He glanced outside and lowered his voice, saying, "Young master must hurry. The Shangzhou City." He only spoke half of his sentence, then looked at Xiao Jian and shook his head seriously, changing to a demeanor of having said nothing. Xiao Jian was startled and wanted to inquire further, but seeing Manager Hu's expression, he could only swallow the words back. After discussing some details, they got up to leave. The sky was nearing dusk when Xiao Jian arrived at a bun shop, bought a bucket of thin porridge and some buns, and had Fu Guai take them out of the city. Daguerre must have been waiting anxiously. He didn't know how many orphans had gathered. Across from the bun shop was an inn. He requested a room to rest for the night and planned to purchase some supplies before ending his trip. The guest room faced the street. He opened the window. Dusk was settling in, and the slanting sun caressed the horizon. The bustle of the market was gradually quieting down, with the afterglow still illuminating the street. As Xiao Jian stood by the window, two familiar figures caught his eye. He wondered, aren't those the brother and sister who came into the city with me? What were they doing here at this time? The little girl looked somewhat pale, her head drooping, appearing listless. Next to her brother Xiao Chong was a dried lotus leaf, with only a small remnant of a flatbread left. Xiao Chong picked up the piece of flatbread and looked at it for a moment, swallowed hard, and brought it to his sister's mouth. His sister, like a kind mother, stroked Xiao Chong's hair and shook her head, saying, "Sister is not hungry yet. Xiao Chong can eat." Saying this, she pushed Xiao Chong's hand with the flatbread closer to his mouth. Weren't the siblings in the city to look for someone? Could it be that they hadn't found anyone? Xiao Jian hurried out of the guest room and onto the street. As night fell, the street was filled with hurried pedestrians. But the brother and sister were nowhere to be seen. Looking around, there were many alleys, and he had no idea where they had gone. The next day, Xiao Jian started purchasing various supplies. Just as he came out of a stationery store, a little boy ran past him, followed closely by someone shouting, "Kid, don't run." Xiao Jian turned to look. A middle-aged man in satin was coming out of a pharmacy, chasing after the little boy. The boy, carrying several cloth bags, seemed about to be caught when he suddenly ran across the street. Xiao Jian was stunned. Wasn't that Xiao Chong? Where was his sister? At the peak of the day, when foot traffic was the heaviest, the street was bustling with carriages and people. A cart was about to collide with Xiao Chong, and the driver urgently pulled the reins. making a sharp turn, causing an uproar on the street. Xiao Chong continued to weave through the traffic, and just as he was about to reach the other side, another speeding cart knocked him away. The middle-aged man dared not pursue any further. Xiao Chong, who had been knocked away, staggered to his feet, picked up the fallen bags, and ran into an alley. Xiao Jian frowned as he looked at the middle-aged man, wondering what Xiao Chong had stolen from him to warrant such relentless pursuit that nearly resulted in an accident. Seeing that the middle-aged man was still searching for Xiao Chong, he said with some anger, "Boss, what did he steal from you that makes you pursue him so relentlessly? How much is it worth? I'll compensate you." Xiao Jian mistakenly interpreted little kid as little thief, naturally thinking that Xiao Chong had stolen something from him. The middle-aged man was still looking across the street, seemingly unaware of Xiao Jian's displeasure, and casually replied, "Just some worthless medicinal stones." After speaking, he shook his head and did not engage further with Xiao Jian. Walking back into the pharmacy, the middle-aged man was likely the owner of the pharmacy. The medicinal stones he referred to were mineral-based medicinal materials, essentially stones mined from the mountains, which indeed held little value. The siblings must have been at their wits' end to resort to stealing. Having narrowly escaped today, would they be so lucky next time? Xiao Jian glanced at the alley where Xiao Chong had disappeared, thought for a moment, and decided to find them first. If they were willing, he would take them to Zion Renping. Just as he was about to cross the street to search for Xiao Chong and his sister, a familiar figure hurriedly exited the pharmacy. To his surprise, it was Chun Ju, the maid beside Shuya. Chun Ju was holding a medicine bag and looked haggard, her hair disheveled, as if she hadn't had a good rest in a long time. Xiao Jian's heart sank. Could it be that Shuya was ill? He didn't have time to search for Xiao Chong anymore and quickly approached the pharmacy. At that moment, Chun Ju also saw Xiao Jian. She stopped and bowed to him. Without waiting for Chun Ju to speak, he hurriedly asked, "Chun Ju, why are you here alone? Where's Shuya?" "Young Master Xiao, Mississippi." "She is ill." Chun Ju's voice trembled, seemingly unable to finish her sentence, and tears immediately welled up in her eyes. Xiao Jian's heart became frantic. He took a deep breath to steady himself and gently asked, "Don't be anxious. Tell me slowly. What illness has Shuya contracted?" "Shuya, so be it. Miss has been in a coma and has not woken up. Even the doctor cannot find the cause. We give her medicine every day, but her condition has not improved. Instead, it is getting worse." As they spoke, they arrived at an inn. The Shu family had not yet acquired a residence in Shangzhou City, so Shuya could only stay in the inn. Upon entering the guest room, Xiao Jian saw Shuya lying quietly on the bed. She was pale, devoid of color, as if she had lost all vitality. "Shuya!" Xiao Jian called out anxiously, but she showed no reaction. An elderly woman sat by the bed. Upon seeing Xiao Jian enter, she quickly stood up to block him. Chun Ju wiped her tear-streaked face and handed the medicine bag to the old woman, softly saying, "Aunt Wang, he is Xiao Jian." The elderly woman was clearly a senior servant of the Shu family and might have heard of Xiao Jian's story. After hesitating for a moment, she accepted the medicine bag and bowed to Xiao Jian before stepping outside. Xiao Jian approached the bed and carefully reached out to check Shuya's breath, discovering that it was very weak. Chapter 41, When Will Shuya Depart, and When Will We Meet Again? Xiao Jian gently touched Shuya's forehead, finding no signs of fever, confirming that she was not suffering from cold. Suddenly, he recalled the training ground at Shufu, where Shuya had nearly fainted after severing General Zhang's arm. A premonition struck him. Shuya's coma might very well be related to him. When had she fallen ill? He asked for details. Xiao Jian remembered that when he killed the burly man in the study, there had been a flash of golden light, though it was very brief, almost like a fleeting moment. In that instant, the burly man's machete had weirdly paused mid-swing. At the time, he thought the light was just a reflection off the machete. The maid, Chuinjiu, recalled, "The young lady fell ill on the way to Shangzhou City. We were both sitting in the carriage when she suddenly said something strange and then collapsed." Xiao Jian immediately pressed for more details. "What did she say?" Chuinjiu remembered. "At that time, we were half a day's journey from Shangzhou City, both dozing off in the carriage when she suddenly said, 'Not good,' and then fainted in the carriage. It's my fault for not taking good care of the young lady." As she spoke, Chuinjiu began to cry again. Calculating the distance, It was indeed farther from Huzhou City to Xianrenping than to Shangzhou City, but he was riding a horse, which was much faster than Shiya's carriage. By the time he reached the study, their carriage was still on its way to Shangzhou City, and Shiya likely fainted at the moment he was fighting the burly man. Reflecting on that scene, if the burly man's machete hadn't paused mid-swing, he would have either died or been severely injured. But it was strange. How did Shiya know he was in danger? Xiao Jian quickly reassured himself. If she could help him open his meridians, sensing his safety shouldn't be too difficult. Suddenly, an idea sprang to his mind. With Shiya's familiarity with the meridians and her abilities, perhaps she could absorb the spiritual energy from the evil spirit crystal core? The mist emitted by the evil spirit crystal core was known as spiritual energy in cultivation techniques, a special energy used by cultivators to perform skills. Regardless of whether it would work, Xiao Jian decided he had to try. He looked at the still crying Chuanju and stood up, saying, "Stop crying. This isn't your fault. Don't worry, Shiya will get better. Go check if the medicine is ready." After sending Chuanju away, he pulled out the crystal core from the burly man. Xiao Jian speculated that Shiya's coma was likely caused by overusing some skill, leading to the consumption of her spiritual energy. He had experienced this situation multiple times while using his insight ability. Just before reaching the limit, it would automatically withdraw, preventing him from fainting. He placed the crystal core in Shiya's palm, and sure enough, the core immediately emitted a murky mist, which transformed into a fine thread and entered her body. With the replenishment of spiritual energy, Shiya's complexion slowly began to regain its color, and her breathing started to normalize. Just as the spiritual energy in the crystal core was about to be exhausted, a faint golden light flashed above Shiya's head, and with the appearance of that golden light, the crystal core instantly turned to dust. He shook his head and sighed. He had almost succeeded, but unfortunately, the level of the crystal core was too low. This single core was only enough to save her life, not enough to awaken her. Gently, he brushed the messy hair from her forehead, his heart aching. Shiya had paid a great price to save him in the study. At that moment, he heard chaotic footsteps outside the door. Xiao Jian stood up and saw Chuanju and a middle-aged man walk in. He recognized this man from Shu Fu in Huzhou City. He was a servant of a Shu family, known as Old Wang. When Wang the servant saw Xiao Jian, he also recognized him and stepped forward with cupped hands, saying, "Young Master Xiao, I didn't expect to see you here. The master has learned that the young lady is ill and sent me to take her back to Qingsha City." Xiao Jian had learned from the shopkeeper that there might be major changes in Shangzhou City. With Shiya currently unconscious, staying in Shangzhou City was definitely not an option. Has Uncle Shu returned to Qingsha City? Since the fall of Huzhou City, Xiao Jian had been worried about Uncle Shu's safety. When he left Huzhou City, Uncle Shu had mentioned coming to Shangzhou City, but he hadn't arrived for some reason. "You all left just a couple of days ago," and Master Shu received an imperial edict from the court summoning him back to the capital. He is currently in Qingsha City waiting for the young lady to prepare to take her to the capital. It seemed Uncle Shu had already understood Shiya's condition and was planning to go to the capital to find a skilled doctor. Uncle Shu surely still didn't know that no doctor could treat Shiya's condition. After thinking about it, Xiao Jian decided it was best to inform Uncle Shu. After all, Uncle Shu had connections with the court, and it would be much easier for him to find the crystal core of the soul-eating evil spirit than for Xiao Jian. The soul-eating evil spirit was something Uncle Shu had told him about, but he seemed unaware that the soul-eating evil spirit could quickly recover from injuries relying on the crystal core in its head. Xiao Jian glanced at Chuanju and the old woman, saying, "Chuanju, I need to talk to Brother Wang for a moment. You two help keep an eye outside." Once the two had left, Xiao Jian closed the door, took out paper and pen, wrote a letter, sealed it in an envelope, and then looked at Wang the servant, instructing him, "You must personally deliver this letter to Uncle Shu. Make sure it doesn't fall into anyone else's hands." After handing the letter to Wang the servant, he quietly added, "Let Uncle Shu be wary of the Shintan sect. The Shintan sect claims to assist the court in subduing demons and eliminating evil. But they should know the soul-eating evil spirit's weakness is the crystal core in its head. Such important information, and they actually concealed it, must mean they harbor ill intentions. I feel these people cannot be trusted." Moreover, ever since he met the fortune-telling old Taoist in Huzhou City, he had always felt something strange, sensing that the old Taoist was not a good person, though he couldn't quite articulate why. And this fortune-telling old Taoist was one of the Shintan sect, likely holding a significant position. Wang the servant nodded, accepted the letter, tucked it away securely, then opened the door to let Chuanju and the others back in. Hey, young Master Xiao. The young lady seems to be much better than before. Chuanju rushed to Shuya's bedside, and, seeing her complexion was rosy and her breathing much smoother, excitedly said to Xiao Jian. She looked at him in amazement. Even the doctor had no solution, and this son-in-law seemed to have used some method to help the young lady recover. Xiao Jian nodded, saying, Yes, take good care of your young lady. If she rests for a while longer, she might wake up. His words were vague, and Chuanju did not ask further. She and the old woman carefully carried Shuya to the carriage. Wang the servant bowed to Xiao Jian and then drove the carriage toward the city gates, where there should be other servants waiting for them. Xiao Jian watched as the carriage gradually disappeared into the distance, a profound sadness swelling within him. A rush of emotions flooded over him as memories of his encounters with Shuya in Huzhou City resurfaced. He couldn't help but ask himself, after this parting, when would they meet again? Chapter 42. Procurement plan for Shangzhou City. After Shuya left, Xiao Jian began to plan his procurement in Shangzhou City. Goer was still outside the city collecting orphans, and there would definitely be many to bring back this time. They also needed to build houses at home. Thinking back to the situation of building simple thatched huts before made him feel distressed. It was all due to the lack of tools. This time, the carpentry and tile-laying tools had to be fully prepared. Salt is a long-term necessity and also a key item to purchase. He also needed to buy several sets of kitchen supplies like iron pots, a few packets of vegetable seeds, and various needles and fabrics. Remembering Xiaoling, he decided to buy some maltose as a gift for her. Xiao Jian and Fugui began to walk through the streets, purchasing the necessary items. Passing by a meat stall, Xiao Jian was surprised to see beef displayed on the counter. Beef was considered a rarity since the government prohibited the slaughter of cattle. Hey, young man, would you like to buy some beef? It's freshly slaughtered, the butcher, a bearded man, called out, tossing a piece of beef onto the counter in front of Xiao Jian. This cow, was it slaughtered? Xiao Jian swallowed hard, looking at the bearded man in astonishment, as he dared to say that the cow had been slaughtered. In the past, people had secretly slaughtered cows, but they always did it discreetly and had to report it to the authorities, claiming it was dead from falling or illness. No one dared to openly say it was slaughtered, not to mention slaughtering working cattle. Even just walking through the street with beef could lead to questioning by the authorities. The butcher seemed to see Xiao Jian's concerns and smiled, explaining, Don't worry, young brother, the government doesn't care about this anymore. The government allowed the slaughter of cows? Xiao Jian still felt very strange. Could it be that there were suddenly more working cattle, and they were allowed to be slaughtered for meat? If the plowing can't be done, what is the use of keeping the cattle alive? Can't afford to raise them. Seeing that Xiao Jian had no intention of buying meat, the butcher stopped paying attention to him and turned to serve others. Indeed, there was no need to mention whether the working cattle were still useful. How to feed them was already a huge problem. Every year there were droughts, and everywhere was covered in white soil. Where could they find food for the cattle? Of course, there were still some in the depths of the North Mountain, but not everyone dared to enter the North Mountain, not to mention the bandits on Immortal Peak. Even the ferocious beasts in the mountains were not something ordinary people could deal with. Not far behind this meat stall was a livestock market, where many cattle and sheep awaited buyers, but customers like Xiao Jian were rarely seen. As soon as he entered the market, he saw an old farmer with a face full of wrinkles, gently stroking the head of a working cow, his lips quivering as if he were talking to the cow. The cow, still harnessed to a cart, seemed to sense the old farmer's sadness and gently rubbed its head against the old farmer's face. Seeing this scene made Xiao Jian feel a pang of sadness in his heart. He approached and touched the still relatively strong working cow, softly asking, Old man, is this cow for sale? The old farmer wiped his eyes and looked up at Xiao Jian. Seeing that he was just a child, he said with disappointment, Young master, if you buy the cow, you intend to slaughter it, right? After saying this, the old farmer shook his head and squatted down, hugging his head in silence, revealing his inner struggle. Xiao Jian could understand the old farmer's feelings. The working cow that had accompanied him for so long was about to leave him and would be slaughtered. Anyone would feel sad in such a situation. In this agrarian world, everyone treated their working cattle like family. Old man, are there others at home? The old farmer looked up at Xiao Jian with swollen red eyes and said, "There's still my daughter-in-law and grandchildren at home. But the family really can't make ends meet. Otherwise, I wouldn't think of selling it. Old man, I'm not buying the working cow to slaughter it. I want to use it for hauling goods." The old farmer stood up, grasped Xiao Jian's hands, and seemed a little excited as he asked, "Is what you said true? If you just want to haul goods, I will give you this cart." Xiao Jian didn't really want to take the old farmer's cart for free. In the end, he gave the old farmer 20 taels of silver for the working cow and cart. At the current price of a little over 2 taels for grain, it would be enough for their family to survive for more than half a year. Xiao Jian spent the silver happily. The working cow could not only pull the cart, but would also be a great help when they started farming soon. He had purchased so many supplies that it would be difficult to transport them out of Shangzhou City. With the cart, it would be much easier. Since the cart could only travel on official roads, he also bought 2 pack donkeys, as they were suitable for mountain paths. 2 pack donkeys were equivalent to 2 strong laborers. The key was that these livestock were very cheap. There were many livestock being sold in the market, but there were hardly any buyers, so the prices were dropping. Now was actually a very cost-effective time to buy large livestock. It wasn't easy to make a trip to Shangzhou City, and he didn't know when he would be able to come again. Bringing back silver would be useless. It would be spent anyway. After several busy days, Xiao Jian just focused on spending money, while Fugui took care of delivering things to the inn. By the end, he couldn't even remember what he had bought. The silver was almost spent, and the inn's backyard had piled up like a small mountain. In the cave, there were still several bags of rice confiscated from bandits, and with the supplies bought this time, it was clear that the 3 of them couldn't transport everything back by themselves. The farming and house repairs at home needed manpower. Relying solely on a few weaklings wouldn't accomplish anything. Xiao Jian decided to recruit a few strong laborers from among the refugees to take back with him. Xiao Jian had been purchasing in the city for several days and hadn't left the city. During this time, he had Fugui send some food to Goer, but he didn't know how they were doing now. Just as he walked out of his guest room, he saw Fugui and Goer coming up the stairs. Goer quickly walked up to him and hoarsely asked, "Young master, are you planning to go out?" Xiao Jian noticed that Goer's lips were dry, indicating that he had suffered quite a bit outside the city. He turned around and opened the door, saying, "Yes. I was just thinking about going out to take a look. Goer, since you were here, tell me about the situation outside the city." The 3 of them entered the guest room, and Xiao Jian poured a cup of tea and handed it to Goer, asking Goer, "How many children have you gathered?" Goer took the cup with both hands and drank it all in one go. "Young master, there are only 11 children outside the city without parents. The oldest is not yet 13, and the youngest is only 6 years old. They have all been arranged in Wangjia Village." Wangjia Village was an uninhabited village not far from Shangzhou City. Xiao Jian frowned. He found it strange that there were so few orphans among the refugees. This was far from his estimate. There must be tens of thousands of refugees here. How could there only be a dozen or so orphans? Goer's expression darkened instantly, and his eyes began to redden. "Young master, children outside the city go missing every day. I've searched everywhere among the refugees and only found these. What about the missing children?" Although Goer didn't say it, he knew. Xiao Jian slammed his fist on the windowsill and sighed helplessly. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Xiao Chong and her sister. He didn't know how they were doing now. Chapter 43, Goodbye to Xiao Qiang and his sister. This chapter is a bit tragic. I apologize in advance. Please forgive me. Actually, Xiao Qiang will come back to life. He is very important in the later plot. The main text begins, "Dog, you should be familiar with Shangzhou City, right?" The dog nodded and said, "I am somewhat familiar. Please give your orders, young master." Having completed what he needed to do, Xiao Jian planned to talk to the brother and sister. "Do you remember the brother and sister we met on the road? Find them quickly. The little girl seems to be sick, and her brother is named Xiao Qiang." At this moment, Xiao Jian still did not know that the Xiao Qiang he mentioned was lying in front of the bun shop across from the inn, suffering a beating from the shop owner. At this moment, The bun shop was in chaos, with steamers overturned and buns scattered everywhere. The shop owner was a burly man with dark, rough skin and thick eyebrows raised like two sharp swords. People called him the Black-Faced Tiger, a notorious thug in this street. How could Xiao Qiang expect to fare well in his hands? The Black-Faced Tiger kept kicking Xiao Qiang with his feet, muttering, "Letting you steal my buns, letting you topple the steamer. I'll beat you to death, you little thief." Xiao Qiang curled up on the ground. Even after being beaten black and blue, he still did not cry out. The Black-Faced Tiger kicked at the buns Xiao Qiang was holding several times, but he blocked them with his frail body. The Black-Faced Tiger kept kicking Xiao Qiang, even on his head, yet Xiao Qiang still desperately protected the buns in his arms. At this moment, in the alley next to the bun shop, a frail girl was leaning against the wall, stumbling toward this direction. This girl was Xiao Qiang's sister. She was clearly gravely ill, her pale face twisted in pain, her cracked lips parted slightly, and her eyes lacked any sparkle, like wax balls. She reached the corner of the bun shop, but in front of her was an empty area with no support to lean on. This short distance was as difficult to cross as a chasm. She extended her trembling arm towards Xiao Qiang, but then helplessly let it drop. She opened her mouth, but could not make much sound. She hoped someone would help her, but no one around noticed her. The girl gasped for breath, then bent over, leaning her body against the wall, pushing with all her might, staggering a few steps forward, but then stumbled and finally fell beside Xiao Qiang. She crawled in front of Xiao Qiang, her lifeless eyes looking at the Black-Faced Tiger, shaking her head repeatedly, hoping he would spare her brother. "What sickly thing is this? Get away from me." The Black-Faced Tiger kicked the girl in the face, leaving a bloody mark, but the girl held onto Xiao Qiang tightly, allowing the blood to flow down her face without letting go. Xiao Qiang, lying in his sister's embrace, seemed to forget his predicament upon seeing her. He struggled to take a bun from his arms, broke off a small piece, and extended his trembling little hand to feed it to his sister's mouth. "Sister, eat the bun quickly. After you eat the bun, you'll feel better." The little girl spat out the bun from her mouth and, in a hoarse voice, weakly said, "I won't eat things you've stolen. If you steal again, I won't recognize you as my brother." Xiao Qiang, who hadn't cried out from being beaten, suddenly burst into tears upon hearing his sister reject him. "Sister, don't abandon me. Sister, don't leave me behind. I'm scared. I'll miss you. I want you to get better quickly so we can find Mom together. I miss Mom so much." His sister reached out her weak hand, wanting to touch her brother's swollen little face, but ultimately gave up and could only tremblingly ask, "Does it hurt? It's all my fault for being useless." As she spoke, the girl also began to cry. Seeing his sister crying, Xiao Qiang hurriedly stopped his own tears, using a trembling little hand to touch her bleeding face. "Sister, don't cry. Xiao Qiang is fine. Xiao Qiang doesn't hurt." At this moment, Xiao Jian finally heard the commotion outside. He pushed open the window to look out and saw blood trickling from the corner of Xiao Qiang's mouth. Meanwhile, the Black-Faced Tiger, seemingly displeased with the siblings embracing each other, kicked Xiao Qiang away from his sister, causing him to roll several steps away. Not good. It's Xiao Qiang in them. Xiao Jian felt a tightening in his heart and rushed downstairs like a madman, fearing that Xiao Qiang might have been badly beaten, and he had to stop the Black-Faced Tiger immediately. Just as Xiao Jian rushed downstairs, Xiao Qiang struggled to get up from the ground, took 2 steps toward his sister, but then suddenly fell down without warning. The buns he had been protecting with his body rolled out of his arms, and blood flowed profusely from his ears and nose. "Xiao Qiang!" The girl cried out heartbreakingly and desperately crawled toward her brother, but after moving half a step, she suddenly collapsed. At the moment Xiao Qiang fell, a vague gray figure flashed by his side, silently taking away Xiao Qiang's soul. No one at the scene noticed this anomaly. The Black-Faced Tiger, seeing both siblings collapse on the ground, suddenly felt something was wrong and quietly slipped away while everyone was focused on them. Xiao Jian rushed out of the inn toward the siblings lying on the ground. At that moment, the owner of the drugstore who had been chasing Xiao Qiang squatted beside him, looked into Xiao Qiang's eyes, shook his head and sighed, then stood up, carrying the girl toward the drugstore. Xiao Jian was completely enraged. Looking around but finding no trace of the Black-Faced Tiger, his inner anger had no outlet. Seeing the drugstore owner carrying his sister leaving, he was instantly consumed with fury. Grabbing the drugstore owner, his eyes glinting coldly, and shouted, "Are you not going to spare even his sister?" Xiao Jian's face was filled with tears. He was heartbroken, feeling deep hatred for his own helplessness, for the drugstore owner's heartlessness, for the black-faced tiger's cruelty, and for this cannibalistic world. The drugstore owner stumbled a bit from being grabbed, turned to look at Xiao Jian, and calmly said, "Young master, don't misunderstand. If this girl isn't treated soon, she might lose her life." The sudden turn left Xiao Jian somewhat stunned. Could this drugstore owner really be so kind? He still felt uneasy and stepped forward to pick up the lifeless Xiao Qiang, following the drugstore owner into the drugstore. In front of the drugstore counter was a sickbed, and the drugstore owner sat beside it, focusing intently on checking the girl's pulse. After a while, he instructed his assistant to fetch medicine. Xiao Jian was perplexed. This drugstore owner had relentlessly chased Xiao Qiang for a bit of medicine, yet now he was treating his sister. The girl had no money to pay for the treatment. Seeing that he was indeed sincerely trying to help, Xiao Jian's mood calmed down slightly. As long as there were still kind-hearted people, there was hope for the world. The assistant brought in the prepared medicinal soup, and Xiao Jian lifted the girl's upper body with a pillow, carefully feeding the medicine to her mouth. The drugstore owner then gave the girl a few injections and said, "You're also a kind-hearted person. My surname is Chu. May I ask for your name?" Xiao Jian stood up, sincerely bowed, and said, "Xiao Jian from Xianrimping. I have met Mr. Chu. I was reckless just now. I will cover her medical expenses, and I will also compensate for the things her brother took. I also consider this girl to be someone I know." Boss Chu waved his hand and said, "It was just a misunderstanding. No need to take it to heart. The medicine he took isn't worth much, but there are red stones, green alum, and realgar in it, which are all poisonous. I was afraid he would misuse them. Do you really know this brother and sister?" Chapter 44. The True Identity of the Black-Faced Tiger. The Black-Faced Tiger is actually from the Shintan sect. Xiao Jian briefly recounted the incident of encountering the girl to Boss Chu. He continued, "I have already taken in the orphan outside the city. This girl has no means of living in Shangzhou City. If she has nowhere to go, I will take her back with me." Boss Chu stood up and clasped his hands, saying, "I didn't expect that young Master Xiao, at such a young age, would have such a generous heart. On behalf of these children, I thank you, young master. As for the medical fees and compensation, you need not say more. This amount of money is nothing." He resolutely refused to accept the medical fees, and Xiao Jian did not insist. "The medicinal stones that Xiao Chong took from you were likely intended for treating his sister's illness. Those stones should still be here. Once the girl wakes up, let her return them." Although Boss Chu was accustomed to life and death, he still felt a bit sad. In order for his sister to recover, he took risks, which could be considered a benevolent act. In a child's mind, any medicine can cure illness. Fortunately, he didn't give those stones to his sister. He sighed and shook his head, saying, If only I'd caught up to him at that time, perhaps this wouldn't have happened." He then looked at Xiao Jian and waved his hand, saying, "There's no need to trouble yourself with sending the medicinal stones again. They're all mixed together now and can't be used. Just throw them away." Xiao Jian also felt some regret for not sending Dog earlier to look for them. It was also because of Shu Ya's illness that he overlooked the matter of the siblings, unaware that they were in a life-and-death predicament. Both Xiao Jian and Boss Chu felt guilty, and for a moment, they fell into silence. It wasn't until a boy dressed as a scholar brought tea that they resumed their conversation. Boss Chu introduced, "This is my son," and then addressed his son. "This is young Master Xiao." His son respectfully bowed and said, "I am Chu Junyan. Pleased to meet you, young Master Xiao." Chu Junyan appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, resembling an old scholar. Xiao Jian politely returned the greeting before sitting down to drink tea. Seeing that the little girl wouldn't wake up for a while, he decided to bury Xiao Chong on a hill outside the city and asked Dog to guard the bun shop to look for the whereabouts of the black-faced tiger. The little girl woke up the next day, and Xiao Jian took her to the hill. The girl cried until she fainted again, and Xiao Jian carried her to Wangjia village. Just then, Dog was also there, and Xiao Jian asked, "Have you found a black-faced tiger?" He returned to the bun shop today, using the back door, but left quickly and went into a small courtyard in an alley across the street. As he spoke, Dog took out a piece of paper and handed it to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian took the paper and looked at it. It was actually a map. He nodded and patted Dog's shoulder in approval. The black-faced tiger killed Xiao Chong. He should pay with his life. Such a vicious person cannot be spared, or else his anger will not be quelled. That night, under the cover of darkness, the three of them arrived in front of the black-faced tiger's courtyard. Xiao Jian observed the dilapidated and desolate little courtyard. The bricks on the surrounding wall had begun to fall off. There was a pile of garbage and miscellaneous items at the base of the wall, and the wooden bench that was once meant for resting was now in ruins. The courtyard wall was not high, and Xiao Jian stood on a stone to look inside. A tall tree in the yard had shed all its leaves, and the trunk seemed to be covered with knife marks. The houses in the courtyard were lined up in an east-west direction, with only the easternmost room emitting light. Through the window, three swaying shadows seemed to be talking. "Young Master Zhang, I accidentally killed a little thief. I may not be able to show my face for a while." This slightly hoarse voice belonged to the black-faced tiger. Xiao Jian recognized it from having bought buns a few times. "Brother Black-Faced Tiger, don't tarnish your reputation. It's just a little beggar you killed. Is it necessary to be this cautious? Young Master Zhang?" Xiao Jian suddenly froze. Wasn't this the scholar-capped youth? He was also familiar with his voice. Why was he calling the black-faced tiger brother? "Young Master Zhang, you flatter me. I am merely an outer disciple. How can I dare to claim the title of brother?" From the black-faced tiger's tone, it seemed that the scholar-capped youth's status was even higher than his. What was this outer disciple nonsense? Then he heard the black-faced tiger sigh and say, "Ah, who can say otherwise? But I don't know which deity is keeping an eye on my bun shop." Xiao Jian furrowed his brows. It seemed that Dog had likely been discovered by the black-faced tiger while spying on the bun shop. "Your bun shop is better off not opening. Elder Wang sent me to Shangzhou City this time for matters concerning Beishan." Xiao Jian was shocked again. This scholar-capped youth was actually here for the matter of the falling light sphere? Who was this Elder Wang he spoke of? Suddenly, he recalled the fortune-telling Taoist in Huzhou City. Could it be that the scholar-capped youth was taken in as a disciple by him? Did this scholar-capped youth also possess excellent cultivation talent? Young Master Zhang has just joined the sect and has been entrusted with an important task, being a chosen disciple of Elder Wang. His future is limitless, and I hope young Master Zhang will take care of us in the future. Indeed, Xiao Jian quickly confirmed his suspicions from the black-faced tiger's words. He was certain that the Elder Wang they mentioned was the fortune-telling old Taoist. So, the scholar-capped youth had actually joined the Shenan sect? How unpredictable the world is. Xiao Jian had never thought much of the scholar-capped youth, but now that he had joined the Shenan sect, he would no doubt become a formidable rival sooner or later. He had witnessed the old Taoist's miraculous skills, summoning a fireball with a wave of his hand. This was no mere trick of the Jianghu, and the Shintan sect was definitely not simple. This is easy to say. Zhang Dezhan, you assist Brother Black-Faced Tiger in investigating the bandits on Xianren Peak. Pay special attention to those who have recently gone to the south side of Beishan. There was indeed a third person in the room. It was evident from the scholar-capped youth's tone that this Zhang Dezhan was likely a guard he brought along. Young Master Zhang, what exactly happened over there in Beishan? This question was posed by the black-faced tiger, and Zhang Dezhan seemed to have been silent all along. The task issued by the sect leader personally states that something important has fallen into Beishan. As for what it is, even Elder Wang is unclear. They discussed a few more things, but Xiao Jian was no longer interested in listening. He had initially planned to deal with the black-faced tiger today, but with the addition of the scholar-capped youth and Zhang Dezhan, that plan could only be abandoned. Just based on the black-faced tiger's nickname, it was clear he was not simple. Among the three of them, Dog had no fighting capability. If it came to a fight, depending solely on himself and Fu Gui, they might not fare well. Xiao Jian was determined to avenge Xiao Chong, but he needed a proper opportunity. After returning to the inn, the group discussed for a while, and they all believed that if they didn't eliminate the black-faced tiger this time, they might not have another chance in the future. Since the black-faced tiger was a member of the Shintan sect, he likely wouldn't remain in Shangzhou City if any changes occurred. In the end, Xiao Jian decided to linger in Shangzhou City for a few more days, letting Dog continue to monitor the movements of the black-faced tiger. Chapter 45. Rich Gua is captured in one move. Black-faced tiger is a skilled fighter. Xiao Jian almost capsizes in the gutter. Dog Air was monitoring Black-Faced Tiger in the city, while Xiao Jian was not idle either. He and Guigui had arrived at Wangjia village outside the city. The orphans collected by Dog Air were all here, and they were provided with thin gruel and steamed buns to eat every day. Although they were all skin and bones, their spirits were still quite good. Xiao Jian's mood improved again. In a chaotic world where countless people died every day, feeling pity was meaningless. Protecting the people around him and ensuring they could survive was what he needed to do now. He had already discussed with manager Hu that he would send sulfur out of the city tomorrow, and today Xiao Jian needed to recruit people among the refugees. Most of the refugees were relatively young. The elderly, weak, sick, and disabled were few, as those with poor health had already starved or died from illness. Xiao Jian stood with his hands behind his back, while Guigui carried Xiao Jian's machete, and they walked around the refugees, asking, "Are there any blacksmiths or carpenters among you?" As soon as he finished speaking, there was a stir around them. Soon, 5 people stood up, 3 young men, probably in their 20s, and 2 middle-aged men, who were relatively large but very thin. Xiao Jian directly pointed at the 3 younger ones and said, "You 3, go wait at that corner." After saying this, he didn't even look at the 2 older men again. It wasn't that he was cold-hearted. If he showed even a hint of sympathy, the surrounding refugees would immediately overwhelm the 2 older men. He scanned the area again with a blank expression and asked, "Are there any tile workers?" This time, more people stood up, with more than 10 coming forward, including quite a few young people. This put Xiao Jian in a difficult position, as currently, even 2 tile workers would be too many. However, tile workers could also farm. So he pointed directly at the 2 youngest ones and said, "Just you 2, go over there." He also recruited a kiln worker and a bamboo craftsman, totaling 7 people. He was recruiting all craftsmen, as hiring craftsmen was more cost-effective than recruiting ordinary farmers. During busy farming seasons, craftsmen could also farm, and during the off-season, they could do other work. He brought these people to Wangjia village, gave them some thin gruel, and said, "We need to go to a relatively far place. If anyone doesn't want to go, you can withdraw now." The group had no reaction, staring straight at Xiao Jian, waiting for the boss to continue speaking. Seeing that no one was willing to withdraw, Xiao Jian continued, "Follow me, and I can guarantee you won't starve to death. That's all." Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone changed slightly. 2 of the more clever ones knelt down and said, "I am willing to follow the young master. Whatever the young master says to do, we will do." The others saw this and understood it was time to pledge loyalty, so they all knelt down one by one. Xiao Jian nodded, expressing his satisfaction. They still needed to wait for manager Hu and would spend the night here. Guigui and Dog Air instructed the others to cut reeds for bedding and gathered firewood to light a fire. The next day, manager Hu personally delivered 50 pounds of sulfur, and Xiao Jian paid him 5 taels of silver. The 2 exchanged pleasantries, completing the handover. That afternoon, Dog Air returned to inform Xiao Jian that the scholar-crowned youth and his guards had moved into the small courtyard. It seemed unlikely to sneak in and take out Black-Faced Tiger in the dark. All the supplies in the city had been transferred out, and Xiao Jian instructed Dog Air to scout the city for another 2 days. If no opportunities arose, they would head back. During these 2 days, Xiao Jian didn't want to waste time. He instructed Guigui to cut some tree trunks, and each person made a wooden spear. They set up several straw figures in an open area to practice stabbing. Although this place was not far from Shangzhou City, the refugees still did not dare to cause trouble openly, but they had to put on a show, at least to let others know that their group was not to be trifled with. After waiting for 2 more days, just as Xiao Jian was about to give up, Dog Air rushed into Wangjia village, panting, and told Xiao Jian that Black-Faced Tiger had left the city. Xiao Jian had been waiting impatiently. He selected the 5 strongest craftsmen from the recruits and sent them with Dog Air to the refugee gathering place. It would be much easier to take out Black-Faced Tiger outside the city. If they brought these people into the city and made too much noise, it would definitely attract the attention of the authorities. Outside the city, small-scale fights occurred constantly among the refugees, and the officials sent only a few constables, who could hardly manage these situations, or perhaps they simply didn't want to get involved. A few miles from the city gate, near a roadside, Black-faced tiger was talking to a refugee. Although the refugees here were sparse, there were still quite a few. When Xiao Jian and his group arrived, they did not attract Black-faced tiger's attention. The refugee talking to Black-faced tiger was dressed in tattered clothes, but unlike other refugees, he did not look pale. Though he was thin, he walked steadily. This person did not seem like a typical refugee, but more like a bandit. Recalling what the scholar-crowned youth had said in the small courtyard, Black-faced tiger must be searching for clues about the falling light sphere. And the person he was talking to was very likely a bandit from Xianren Peak that he had bribed. Regardless of who he was, since he was mingling with Black-faced tiger, he certainly wasn't a good person. Xiao Jian raised his hand and signaled for the 5 men with dog ear to quickly surround Black-faced tiger and the other man. Seeing the situation turning against him, the man talking to Black-faced tiger turned to run. Guoge was about to chase after him, but dog ear stepped in first, charging with his wooden spear, which pierced through the man's back. The man was impaled, fell to the ground, convulsed a couple of times, and then lay still. The surrounding refugees, some lying down and some sitting, panicked and scattered, fleeing from this place of trouble. Black-faced tiger, however, remained calm. He casually glanced at the man dog ear had killed, then turned back to quietly watch Xiao Jian approach him. Xiao Jian stopped 10 steps away from Black-faced tiger, remaining silent, raising his wooden spear and pointing it directly at Black-faced tiger's throat. Guoge stood beside Black-faced tiger, holding a long-handled machete. The machete Guogue had taken from the bandit was too conspicuous, so Xiao Jian didn't let him carry it. Instead, he gave Guogue a long-handled machete while he himself held a wooden spear. Seeing that the other side seemed unwilling to speak, Black-faced tiger calmly cupped his hands and asked, "My friend, when did I, Black-faced tiger, offend you?" Xiao Jian coldly stared at Black-faced tiger, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Black-faced tiger, you killed Xiao Chong. Today is the day you pay for his life." Before Xiao Jian could finish speaking, Guogue's machete had already swung towards Black-faced tiger's head. Black-faced tiger, a clearly skilled fighter, despite his sturdy build, was not clumsy at all. He twisted his body to evade Guogue's downward strike, and Guogue could not stop his momentum, causing the machete to miss Black-faced tiger by a good half a foot. Before Guogue could retract his blade, Black-faced tiger swept his left leg towards Guogue's lower body while grabbing Guogue's wrist with his right hand. Guogue had never trained in martial arts. Although he was strong enough to match Black-faced tiger, his techniques and agility were completely inferior. Before Guogue could react, Black-faced tiger's other hand had already come around from behind Guogue, locking around his neck. Chapter 46. The Black-faced tiger becomes the one-eyed tiger. If you don't kill the snake, there will be future troubles. Xiao Jian is constantly creating enmity with the Shintan sect. The entire movement of the Black-faced tiger was like flowing water. In just one move, he subdued Fugue. At the moment the Black-faced tiger had his hand around Fugue's neck, Xiao Jian's wooden spear shot towards him like lightning. Ever since Xiao Jian experienced the incident of an external soul taking over in the small flatland of Beishan, his physique had been growing stronger, and his agility had increased significantly. The spear he thrust was merely a blur to ordinary eyes, but the Black-faced tiger, being a trained fighter, could clearly see the trajectory of the spear. However, at this moment, both of his hands were occupied with Fugue, leaving him no time to react. He could only let go of Fugue and jump back. At this time, Fugue had already reacted, as the Black-faced tiger released him. He quickly grabbed hold of the Black-faced tiger again. The Black-faced tiger felt a surge of panic. He couldn't break free from Fugue's grasp in time, and his leaping body was pulled back down by Fugue. Just as Xiao Jian's spear was about to pierce his chest, he squatted down and leaned his head back to avoid the deadly thrust, but he was still a moment too late. Ugh! The Black-faced tiger let out a muffled groan, feeling a tearing pain in his right eye, and suddenly everything went dark. The tip of Xiao Jian's spear grazed his face and struck his eye, causing his eyeball to be pierced out. The Black-faced tiger covered his hollow eye socket and fell backward onto the ground, blood gushing from between his fingers. His other eye widened in terror, staring at the spear that was coming again. He braced himself with one hand and repeatedly kicked the ground with his legs, trying to retreat. His speed of retreat was far slower than that of the spear, and at that moment he felt the fear of death, as if he could almost feel the pain of the spear passing through his chest. Just as the black-faced tiger was in despair, suddenly a horse-drawn carriage rushed in, heading straight for Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian could no longer focus on killing the black-faced tiger. He pressed down hard on his spear and used the force to leap sideways. Hiss! The carriage brushed past Xiao Jian, catching his clothes on the edge and tearing off a large piece. By the time Xiao Jian steadied himself, the carriage had already sped away, and the black-faced tiger had vanished without a trace. The carriage headed straight for the city gate, and the man driving the carriage looked back at Xiao Jian. The person who saved the black-faced tiger with the flying carriage must be Zhang Dashan, the bodyguard of the scholar-capped youth. Xiao Jian watched the carriage that had entered the city gate and gradually disappeared, sighing as he shook his head. The plan to eliminate the black-faced tiger had failed. The possibility of killing him in Shangzhou City was now very slim. However, blinding him in one eye was a form of revenge. Having spent a considerable amount of time in Shangzhou City, Xiao Jian was very worried about Zhang Chun and the others. He had to go back. Upon returning to Wangjia village, Xiao Jian glanced back at Shangzhou City, turned around, waved his hand, and said, "Let's go." Before dark, a group of people arrived near the previous bandits' cave, retrieving the 8 bags of rice hidden there, dividing them into 5 loads, which were carried by 5 young craftsmen. Following the official road, when they reached the small path down the mountain, the ox cart could not go further, so they found a place to hide it. Some lighter items from the ox cart were shared among the orphans, and a bit of weight was added to the 2 donkeys, while a few bags of flour purchased were carried by the other 2 craftsmen. Xiao Jian, Fugue, and Goer also carried things, and the group returned home with a full load. They took the same route back, but some difficult areas were simply repaired a bit. Next time they went to Shangzhou City, it would be much easier. A large group of people suddenly appeared at the creek's exit, startling Zhang Chun and the others who were clearing and cultivating the land. Xiao Ling looked up and saw Xiao Jian. She dropped the grass in her hand, pushed away the little sheep around her, and quickly ran towards him. "Brother is back! Brother is back! Baba!" The 2 sheep bleated in discontent. Xiao Jian put down his burden, strode forward, grabbed her small arms, and quickly spun her around. Xiao Ling soared into the air like a flying person, her silver, bell-like laughter echoing in the mountains. There was a chorus of laughter and joy. After putting Xiao Ling down, he took out a sugar wrapped in cowhide paper and handed it to her, saying, "Don't eat it all by yourself. You have to share it with your friends," pointing to the more than a dozen orphans behind her. Xiao Ling took the paper package, planted a quick kiss on his face, and cheerfully said, "Thank you, brother," before skipping towards the group of orphans. Chun Bihua and Zhang Chun also dropped their hoes and came over. The patch of wasteland behind them had been leveled neatly, with drainage ditches arranged in an orderly fashion. Around the plot, several piles of fertilizer were still emitting green smoke. Xiao Jian grabbed Zhang Chun's hand, noticing the calluses all over it, feeling a bit sour in his heart. He gently patted his shoulder and said, "Zhang Chun, you've worked hard." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Chun Bihua walking this way, and after a few glances, he noticed her younger brother Chun Wenshuan following behind her. Xiao Jian's mouth curled into a mischievous smile, and he opened his arms, enthusiastically walking towards Chun Bihua. "Chun Bihua, you've lost weight and gotten a bit darker, but I like it even more." Behind them, Chun Wenshuan's eyebrows shot up, his eyes bulging out as he stood in front of his sister, chin raised, saying, "Xiao Jian, what do you want to do?" Xiao Jian stopped in his tracks, surprised to look at Chun Wenshuan, casually pulling out a folding fan and waving it, pretending to be nonchalant. He shrugged and spread his hands. "Little brat, we had a prior agreement. If I don't answer a difficult question within 6 months, you can let me have designs on your sister." After folding the fan, he looked at Chun Wenshuan and said, "It's been over a month. Don't you think I should collect some interest?" Chun Wenshuan's momentum instantly weakened. His face flushed, his gaze darting around, unsure how to respond. We'll see about that. I will definitely come up with a difficult problem to stump you." Xiao Jian waved the folding fan again, looked up at the sky, and said, for no reason, seeking sorrow and resentment, sometimes foolishly mad. Even if one has a good appearance, the belly is originally filled with weeds. As he spoke, He flicked Chen Wenxuan with the fan and disdainfully walked past him. Dozens of onlookers surrounded them, making Chen Wenxuan extremely angry. He lowered his head and ran back, needing to think of a difficult problem to embarrass Xiao Jian, or he wouldn't have the face to see anyone. Xiao Jian winked at Chun Bihua and then looked at Xiao Chong's sister, softly saying, Chun Bihua, pay more attention to this girl. She just lost her brother. Chun Bihua hurried over to talk to Xiao Chong's sister. Xiao Jian turned back and shouted loudly, We're home. Everyone follow me back. The newcomers were instantly excited. For them, home was a term both familiar and strange. A group of people returned to the big grass house, and Chun Bihua started cooking. This time, she used a large iron pot to make food with salt. Chun Wenxuan stepped on a fish, glaring at it with a frown, feeling that this fish was like Xiao Jian, and he angrily brought down his knife. The fish sensed the impending danger and jumped up desperately, slapping its tail against Chun Wenxuan's face, flipping him onto his back. The fish had been caught by Fu Gui when he passed by the pond. Chapter 47. The Guardian's collection mission. When everyone saw Chun Wenxuan's appearance, they burst into laughter, and for a moment, there was no trace of chaos to be found. During the days that Xiao Jian was away, Zhang Chun had already built the kitchen, and a large flat area had been cleared in front of the thatched house, with the weeds cleaned up neatly, equivalent to a small square. Piles of wood were stacked at the edge of the square, which should have been brought back from work. Next to the kitchen, 2 small thatched sheds were built, one for sheep and the other piled high with firewood. Zhang Chun came to Xiao Jian's side, and the two stood at the edge of the square. In front of the square was a gentle slope, the terrain rising dozens of feet above the flat area, allowing them to overlook the entire small flatland, which was refreshing. A bonfire burned in the center of the square, and the new arrivals sat around it, bustling with laughter. The two remained silent for a long time, savoring the warmth of home, reluctant to wake from this dream too soon. Xiao Jian spoke as if to himself, saying to Zhang Chun, Don't be mesmerized by the present. We are still too weak to withstand even the slightest setback. Zhang Chun replied softly, Cousin is right. This place is not far from Xiao family village, and the bandits just don't know about it yet. This comfort probably won't last long. Xiao Jian did not turn around but gazed into the distance, saying, As the number of people increases, so does the pressure. It's already the end of May, and the rice should be in the seedling stage, but we haven't even set up the paddy fields yet. Relying on purchasing food from outside is not a long-term solution, and the situation in Shangzhou City is also not optimistic. Zhang Chun asked in surprise, Are you saying that Shangzhou City might have problems? Xiao Jian said worriedly, There are tens of thousands of refugees in Shangzhou City, and no one cares for them. They are in a precarious situation. I must quickly procure another batch of supplies. Zhang Chun frowned as well, lamenting, Where can we find the money? The last time we encountered a tiger, it was a tiger that came to its own demise. Such things are rare. Xiao Jian sighed. Going to Shangzhou City again is probably 100 times more dangerous than encountering a tiger. Don't worry about these matters. Just help me with the land preparation and sowing. While it was still early, Zhang Chun directed everyone to build some thatched sheds as temporary accommodations for the newcomers. After dinner, the sky had completely darkened, and only the bonfire in the center of the square still emitted light. The 7 newly recruited craftsmen had already become familiar with their names on the way, but they did not yet know what they could do. Xiao Jian wanted to inquire about each of them one by one to see if the heavens would drop any treasures. He first asked the 2 blacksmiths, Zhuzi, Shiwa, What kind of iron tools can you forge? Zhuzi replied, Young master, we can make all kinds of farming tools. Xiao Jian was not concerned about farming tools, but weapons. Have you ever forged firearms? Seeing the 2 shake their heads, Xiao Jian gestured for them to sit down. Everything seemed normal. Nothing fell from the sky. Craftsmen who were not from the army were unlikely to forge firearms. He turned to the carpenter and asked, Zhang Erlang, What woodworking skills do you have? Zhang Erlang stood up and said, Young master, as long as we have tools, we can repair houses and make furniture. This was also a normal person, not someone who fell from the sky. He then looked at the tiler. What about you two? What can you do? Xiao Jian yawned, feeling a bit lackluster in his questioning, just going through the motions. Lu Shan and Zhang Dachui stood up simultaneously. Lu Shan glanced at Zhang Dachui and sat back down. Zhang Dachui said, "Young master, I can build walls, dams, and stone bridges." Xiao Jian nodded. Zhang Dachui was also a normal person. If a tiler couldn't do these things, what kind of tiler were they? Not worth the trouble. He then turned to Lu Shan and casually asked, "Can you do these things too?" Lu Shan replied, "Yes. I have helped my father build iron furnaces. There is an iron furnace at Jiolong Mountain Iron Factory, which my father and I built using refractory bricks." This was promising. It finally sounded like a treasure. He asked, "How are refractory bricks made? Can you do it?" Lu Shan explained that the refractory bricks from Jiolong Mountain were made from yellow soil mixed with sand, but he was unsure about what kind of sand was mixed in. Generally, refractory bricks need to be mixed with quartz sand, which Lu Shan probably did not recognize. Xiao Jian pressed down his hand and casually praised him. You're not bad." Then he turned to the kiln worker. "Zhang Xiong, what kilns have you fired?" Zhang Xiong stood up and said, replying to young master, "My family operates a porcelain kiln. I understand porcelain kilns. This could be considered a decent treasure. Firing kilns was indispensable and would definitely be useful in the future." Finally, it was the bamboo worker's turn. Xiao Jian was too lazy to ask and simply turned to him. Xiangzi quickly stood up and replied, "I can make all kinds of bamboo products. Soil baskets for carrying, back baskets for carrying things, and family baskets." A very ordinary person, but now very needed. It seemed that talent had to be cultivated by oneself. Relying on the heavens to drop things down was not reliable. Xiao Jian somewhat reluctantly praised, "You all did well. Let's work hard together in the future to maintain our home." After a pause, there was no applause, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. It seemed they were not interested in this, and Xiao Jian sat down awkwardly. Next, Zhang Chun arranged the tasks. The terrain here was flat, and the difficulty of land preparation was not great, but the water level in the creek was relatively low, requiring a dam to be built upstream to divert water. He had Xiangzi specialize in weaving baskets at home, as land preparation and dam construction would require carrying soil and stones. The bamboo worker's role would be crucial. Without baskets, it would indeed be troublesome. The remaining people were divided into two teams, with two cooperating with Zhang Dachui to clear land and build levees, while the others were led by Lu Shan to construct the water-retaining dam. Time was pressing, and the requirements for the dam were not high. It only needed to hold water. It could be reinforced or rebuilt during the slack farming season. At least dozens of acres of rice needed to be planted this year. Otherwise, they would starve in the second half of the year, putting considerable pressure on land preparation. After arranging the tasks, Zhang Chun came to Xiao Jian's side and pointed towards the East Mountain, saying, "Cousin, there is a family of 4 fleeing from disaster over there. They used to be your family's tenant farmers." Xiao Jian was somewhat surprised. How did they discover this place? Zhang Chun explained, "A few days ago, they saw the smoke from the burning soil fertilizer here and came over to seek help. Sister Chun gave them some rice." Xiao Jian nodded gravely. This place was indeed not safe enough, but they couldn't find a better place, so they could only leave it to fate. He glanced at Qin Bihua and asked, "How much food do we have left? Estimate how long it can last?" Qin Bihua thought for a moment and said, "Excluding the grains and flour brought back this time, there were still 12 dan of food left at home, with 13 orphans, 7 craftsmen, plus Xiao Jian, Xiaoling, Zhang Chun, Fugui, Chun Wenshuan, Go and herself, totaling 27 people. Qin Bihua looked up at Xiao Jian, feeling a bit pained for this little man. A family of dozens depended on him to support them. She said softly, "We can probably last for a little over 2 months." Xiao Jian looked at Zhang Chun and said, "If they can't make it, let them move over. We're all from the same village, so we should help if we can." That night, Xiao Jian entered his bedroom, which was a single-room partition from a thatched house. He had just lain down to rest when he suddenly heard a strange sound. "Congratulations! Your team has officially exceeded 20 members for the first time and has become a guardian. You are about to enter an unknown space to participate in a resource collection task." Chapter 48, The Mysterious Unknown Space. This is a transitional chapter, and later you will see a whole new world. I hope everyone won't be disappointed. Xiao Jian was startled and nearly jumped up, but he soon realized that he was no longer lying on his bedroom bed. Instead, he was standing in a sea of white mist. His feet were also on the white mist, and his whole body seemed to be suspended in the air. Am I dreaming? Xiao Jian looked around, but couldn't he find the source of the voice or anyone to talk to him. The voice was devoid of any emotional tone, with a pitch so flat it was maddening, completely unlike that of a normal person. In the unknown space, you need to ensure your survival and seek resources to exchange for contribution points to upgrade the base. The speaker seemed indifferent to whether Xiao Jian was listening or not, continuing to speak slowly. Hey, who are you? Xiao Jian circled around in the white mist, his voice echoing in the void. Although there was no solid ground beneath his feet, he could still move his body within a small area. No one responded to his question, and the strange voice continued mechanically. Here, you may encounter other competitors. You can form alliances with them or plunder each other's resources for your own use. There are no laws in this space, nor any fear of death, but if your base is destroyed, you will be eliminated, and your soul will not be able to return to your body. You will fall into eternal sleep in reality. Good luck. Immediately after, a ring abruptly appeared before his eyes. The mechanical voice ceased. Xiao Jian realized that there was no one present. The voice was likely recorded here by some means. He was completely unaware of the guardians and a maintenance system the mechanical voice mentioned and didn't care at all. What he was most concerned about now was whether his soul could return if he didn't participate in this collection task. Would he end up like the voice said, never able to awaken? Xiao Jian felt extremely unwilling. There were dozens of people at home relying on him. If he didn't wake up in a few days, Zhang Shun and the others would be frantic. He wandered around in the white mist a few more times, growing increasingly frustrated. It felt like a closed cage with no way out. Xiao Jian understood that since the other party could bring him here, they weren't afraid of his disobedience. From the beginning to the end, there was no other choice. He looked up at the ring in front of him, steeling his resolve. Since there was no way out, he might as well accept this task first. Otherwise, being trapped here indefinitely wouldn't be a solution. He reached out to grab the ring and examined it closely. The ring was just a very simple, milky white band, with many complex and mysterious patterns visible on its smooth surface. Xiao Jian even had the illusion that the inside of the ring resembled an endless abyss, unfathomable. Could this ring be related to the so-called base? Or is it the base itself? Just as he put the ring on his finger, a blinding white light suddenly illuminated the surroundings, and Xiao Jian immediately felt a strong dizziness. Cough! Gag! Xiao Jian coughed violently, and then began to retch. The dizziness made him feel as if his insides were about to be expelled, extremely painful and unbearable. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a milky white room. It was a bit of a stretch to call it a room. It resembled a circular corridor. The shape of this room seemed somewhat familiar. Xiao Jian raised his hand to look at the ring on his finger, and as he expected, the ring had vanished. This circular corridor was the milky white ring. This ring was his base. The circular room was empty and filled with dust and unknown debris. Oh, what a broken base. Not even one chair, and so dirty. After the dry heaving stopped, Xiao Jian cursed angrily. What a bunch of nonsense, guardians. He felt like he had nearly died just now. His voice echoed in the circular room, but no one responded to his dissatisfaction. He was all alone. Just as he caught his breath, an image suddenly appeared in front of him, and an emotionless voice rang out again. Xiao Jian, ID 0001, congratulations on successfully crossing over to this place. This time, 1,000 people crossed over, with 800 surviving. Xiao Jian trembled, his face pale. 200 people had actually died? Right, they weren't exactly dead, they were eliminated. Then, a string of data appeared in the image, including the statistics of the surviving population. At the bottom of the image, there were 2 round buttons the size of buttons. One green button had an upward arrow on it, with a label indicating it was the base upgrade button. The other blue button featured a wide-open mouth, with a label saying it was the chat button. Chat button? Xiao Jian was somewhat confused when he saw this label. What does chatting mean? Can he talk to other guardians? Xiao Jian's heart raced, and he clicked the chat button. Suddenly, a flood of text began to scroll in the image. Ah, so much sand. Is it a desert? Woo, I'm surrounded by water, and this broken base is leaking. I'm about to drown. I think I saw a metal man. What is this? The person who mentioned the metal man was clearly trembling while speaking. Xiao Jian's heart quaked when he saw this message. A metal man? What kind of place is this? How could there be metal men? He leaned out to look out the window, and, thankfully, he was on flat ground. He didn't see any dangerous creatures around. It should be safe for now. Xiao Jian turned back to continue watching the image, and soon the number of survivors in the image decreased by a few dozen more. These people must have been eliminated right from the start. He wondered whether their souls could return to their bodies. Xiao Jian then clicked the base upgrade button in the image, and a string of text immediately popped up. Base level 0. Upgrade conditions. Next time transported here, must not be eliminated to upgrade. Seeing this information, his mood brightened instantly. Does this mean he can still go back? Xiao Jian pushed open the door and stepped outside, taking a deep breath of fresh air and feeling refreshed all over. Compared to the world he lived in, it was much warmer here. He turned to observe the environment surrounding the base and saw desolation. In the distance were a few rolling gray mountains shrouded in white mist. Looking around, he saw no hint of green, only black soil and a ground covered in sand and stones. The entire world looked like a black and white ink painting. Xiao Jian felt despondent. He had nothing in his hands. How was he supposed to survive here? He wandered around dejectedly for a few laps, but found nothing of value. What exactly was he supposed to collect for this task? As the sky gradually darkened, Xiao Jian began to feel uneasy. There were no green plants here. Could there be wild beasts lurking around? Xiao Jian picked up a sharp rock and tapped it against the milky white exterior of the base, but surprisingly, it didn't leave a single scratch. The material of this exterior looked like jade, but was even harder than steel. It could definitely withstand attacks from wild beasts. He discarded the stone and retreated back into the base. Until he fully understood the situation here, it was better to play it safe. Chapter 49, Mysterious Battlefield. Steel soldiers, unknown space, a battlefield ruin. Why did a large-scale war occur here? What were they fighting for? Xiao Jian walked around the base and finally found a box in a corner, which contained a bottle of water and a few hard biscuits made of unknown material. His stomach was growling with hunger, and he picked up a biscuit, biting into it with force. After tasting it, he felt as if he was chewing on wax. Xiao Jian struggled to swallow the food, opened the bottle cap, took a sip of water, and looked at the transparent water bottle before carefully putting it back. He only had this little food and water. If he didn't conserve it, he would struggle to survive a day. He didn't know when he would find food and water again. Feeling bored, Xiao Jian opened the chat channel again and saw that the number of survivors in the video had decreased by dozens. Now only 720 remained. In less than a day, nearly 100 people had been eliminated. How did so many people get eliminated? In the chat channel, Xiao Jian didn't see any valuable information anymore. He was tired and laid down on the smooth floor, falling into a deep sleep. The next day at noon, Xiao Jian was awakened by hunger. Today, he had to search for food and water. Once he ran out of what he had, he would either starve or die of thirst. Xiao Jian climbed to a small hill, looked around, and found what seemed to be a swamp not far away. He speculated that there might be a water source near the swamp. After carefully observing and confirming that there were no dangers around, he stood up and headed towards the swamp. Upon arriving at the swamp, he looked at the remnants of dead grass inside and felt a glimmer of hope. This indicated that plants should be able to grow here, giving him some hope for survival. Not far from him, a tree stump about the thickness of an arm was exposed above the ground. Xiao Jian squatted down, and just as he was about to examine the stump after pulling it out, he suddenly sensed a malicious intent. A rustling sound came from behind him, and when Xiao Jian turned around, he saw a scaly crawling monster staring at him with red eyes. The creature resembled a crocodile he had seen before, but with an extra sharp horn on its head, and its limbs were equipped with sharp claws. Xiao Jian instinctively tightened his grip on the tree trunk, locking eyes with the creature. At that moment, the monster suddenly charged at him, using its horn as a weapon. Xiao Jian quickly jumped to the side, dodging its frontal attack, and swung the tree trunk upward, sweeping it towards the monster's waist. The monster let out a terrible scream and was unexpectedly split in half. Flying away, Xiao Jian warily watched the monster's two halves, suspecting whether it was playing tricks. He had only struck it with a tree trunk. How would he have split it in two? Moments later, a large amount of green liquid began to flow from the monster's body, and it became silent. Xiao Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the stick in his hand and suddenly widened his eyes. What he was holding was not a tree stump, but a sword. This sword resembled the swords he was familiar with, sharp at the tip and edged on both sides. However, the entire sword was black, with no luster even along the sharpened edges. The middle of the sword was thick, making it look more like a stick. Yet, despite its appearance, the sword was surprisingly light, allowing Xiao Jin to wield it easily. Xiao Jin glanced at the spot where the sword had been embedded. There was still a bit of white light flickering. He walked over, dug through the soil, and pulled out a silver metallic arm. This metallic arm also had 5 fingers, with very flexible joints. The entire arm was thicker than an adult's thigh, and its broken end showed clear signs of high-temperature melting. Holding these 2 metallic items, Xiao Jin was filled with astonishment. He couldn't imagine what kind of weapon could instantly melt such thick metal. Remembering that someone in the chat channel mentioned seeing a metallic person, could it be that this place was once a battlefield where soldiers were all metallic beings? Were metallic beings still considered human? Everything before him had completely exceeded Xiao Jin's understanding. Were these metallic beings all manufactured to create humans out of metal? It was unimaginable. Even legendary deities would find it hard to accomplish, right? Back at the base, the chat channel exploded with activity. It seemed everyone had gone out today. Haha, brothers. Do you know what I found? A box full of dry biscuits. I'm so hungry. Why don't I have any dry biscuits here? I did find a big knife, but what use is that? It can't be eaten. Brothers above, stop showing off. Weapons are for survival. I'm the unfortunate one. After walking so far, I only found a broken iron shovel. I also found a box full of bottled water, dozens of bottles. Help! I've been wandering outside, and all I found was sand. I'm about to die of thirst. Please, someone, give me a bottle of water to save me. The person who found water did not respond to his message. The person in the desert was probably so thirsty that he was losing his mind. Now, no one knew where anyone was or how far apart they were. Even if someone was willing to give him water, could he get it? The chat channel fell into a brief silence. The previously rolling messages suddenly stopped, and the Desert Brother's plea for help remained at the top. Desert Brother, the base should be sending us back soon. Hang in there. Finally, a kind person comforted him, but there was no response for a long time. Xiao Jin glanced at the number of survivors, which had decreased from 720 to 719. Everyone noticed the reduction in survivors, and one person said, "The guy in the desert must have been eliminated. I wonder if his soul returned to his body?" No one picked up on his comment. Who could know? This topic felt heavy. If the Desert Brother's soul hadn't returned, he would be in eternal sleep, and in that case, he might as well be dead. Everyone, could this collection task just be about collecting this garbage? Soon, everyone found a new topic, one that interested them all. Hey, even if we find useful supplies, how do we recycle them? Do we just pile them up in the base? If that is the case, what is the base upgrade? Damn, brother upstairs. Haven't you seen the upgrade prompt? The next time we return here, the base will automatically upgrade, and new functions will definitely appear. Once this information came out, many people agreed. Xiao Jin firmly believed that since this was a collection task, the base must have a recycling method, and once the base upgraded, that function would surely be available. In fact, up to now, the collection task had not officially started. As for what exactly needed to be collected here, they could only wait until the base activated the recycling function to find out. Chapter 50. Time independence of 2 worlds. The time in the real world and the unknown space is mutually independent. That's right. I'm actually a bit looking forward to it. I wonder if there will be any surprises after the base upgrade. Hopefully some supplies. The people upstairs probably haven't woken up yet. Looking at the shabby state of this broken base, I feel like these damn guardians are even poorer than us. This person seems to see clearly. There's just a bag of dry biscuits and a bottle of water in the base. If it weren't for being at the end of their rope, how could it have come to this? Of course, there may be other reasons as well. Xiao Jin no longer paid attention to the information in the chat channel. He knew that as long as he spoke in the chat channel, it would be converted into text and published, but he had never sent a message. From the information in the chat channel, he concluded that the supplies everyone had found so far were just 3 types: weapons, tools, and food. Among these 3 types of supplies, weapons should rank first in importance. There are no laws here. It's survival of the fittest. Having a weapon means having power. The second type should be tools. Only with tools can one produce and build, which is essential for long-term survival. As for food, although it is also precious right now, it can only alleviate hunger temporarily. Once it's gone, one will still have to face starvation. This is just Xiao Jian's thought. No one can be sure of the actual situation. For example, a person with a weapon might want to be a robber, but if he can't find a target for days, he might end up starving on the road. In such a case, the weapon is less useful than 2 pieces of dry biscuits. Aside from these, there must be many other undiscovered items here. However, before the base activates the recycling function, no one knows which items are useful. Just as Xiao Jian was thinking about this, an image showed a progress bar, with a text at the bottom indicating, "Countdown to return." The chat channel fell silent for a moment, then suddenly erupted with noise. Congratulations to the brothers who found dry biscuits and water. This person was clearly mocking them. Everyone was about to return, and the value of food and water diminished significantly. I tossed out the half piece of dry biscuit. When I get home, I want to eat a whole cow. Next time I come, I won't have to eat this disgusting stuff. This person also had a point. It's only 2 days, right? As long as I eat a big meal at home before coming, I can endure these 2 days. At least I won't starve. Me too. I threw away the dry biscuit and gulped down the remaining water. It felt so good. I haven't had a satisfying drink in 2 days. Seeing others drink water so satisfyingly, Xiao Jian swallowed hard and took out his water bottle from the box. He had only taken a sip of water that morning, and his lips felt like they were about to crack from thirst. Just as he unscrewed the cap, he saw that the progress bar had already passed halfway. So he tightened the cap on the water bottle again. It was estimated that in just half an hour, he would return to Beishan New Village, making it unnecessary to waste the water here. Xiao Jian carefully wrapped the leftover dry biscuit and stored it along with the water bottle in the box. At this moment, the progress bar was almost complete. Xiao Jian stood up, closed the doors and windows of the base, held the box, and walked to the innermost room of the base. Placing the box in a corner, he turned around to close the door and leaned against the wall, preparing to sit and wait for the return time to arrive. Just as his body was halfway down, before he could sit on the floor, the entire base suddenly lit up with a white light. In the thatched-roof bedroom of Beishan New Village, Xiao Jian sat up. He looked outside. It seemed that it had just gotten dark not long ago, and there were still a few people in the square, quietly talking. He suddenly realized that this was exactly the scene before he lay down. Did he really spend 2 days in the unknown space while time here remained unchanged? Or rather, was the time in this world completely independent from that unknown space? He instinctively raised his hand to look at his fingers. A translucent ring was on his finger. Everything that happened before was definitely not a dream. How could such a ring have followed him back? How is this possible? Xiao Jian was shocked, and a hint of fear arose in his heart. What kind of existence could control even time? To confirm he wasn't mistaken, Xiao Jian found Zhang Chun, who had not yet rested, by the bonfire in the square. Zhang Chun stood up immediately upon seeing Xiao Jian and asked in confusion, "Cousin, why are you up again after just lying down? Is something wrong?" Xiao Jian waved his hand, trying to appear nonchalant. "Nothing, I just came out to take a look. You should rest early too." He would never dare to mention the bizarre experience of entering the unknown space to anyone unless absolutely necessary. The next day, when Xiao Jian got up, his family had already gone to work. He went to the kitchen and suddenly smelled a strange aroma of alcohol. Following the scent, he found several bamboo tubes emitting fragrance. He picked up a bamboo tube and pulled out the wooden stopper. The aroma immediately spread throughout the room. This bamboo tube contained alcohol. He remembered that he had brought back 2 jars of alcohol from Huang Guan's house at the Jilong Mountain mine, but no one had drunk it. So it must have been distilled into alcohol by Chen Wenshuan. Xiao Jian looked at the bamboo tube placed in the corner. It should be used for distilling alcohol. The bamboo tube was bent into a U shape and showed no signs of damage or cracks, to prove that there are gaps between molecules. He had mentioned to Chen Wenshuan that when half a cup of water and half a cup of alcohol are combined, the volume would be less than 1 cup. Chen Wenshuan had actually distilled the alcohol to verify this hypothesis. Just as Xiao Jian was about to put the bamboo tube back, Chen Wenshuan and Chen Bihua walked in. It was lunchtime, and the square was starting to get lively. Xiao Jian, holding the bamboo tube filled with alcohol, tossed it up and down, looking at Chen Wenxuan with a mischievous grin. "Hey kid, have you verified the gaps between molecules?" What was the result? Chen Wenxuan, seeing him act like a spoiled brat, looked at him with disdain. "Self-important. Have you only read a strange book? I don't believe that books can encompass everything. Today, I'll expose your true colors. What is the lightning in the clouds?" Xiao Jian said that his silly poetry had already spread widely, and even children could recite it. When these children said it, they would look at his belly, and some even directly called him Grassland Brother. Several teachers had already been driven away by him, showing how extremely arrogant Chen Wenxuan was. Xiao Jian's doggerel made him feel very embarrassed. At this moment, everyone was present, and he brought up the lightning question in front of everyone just to make Xiao Jian awkward, to make him look bad in front of the crowd and regain his face. He had already anticipated that Xiao Jian would mention Thor, and he was fully prepared with his rebuttal, just waiting for Xiao Jian to fall into the trap. Chen Wenxuan's goal was achieved, and everyone's attention was drawn to them. Surrounding the kitchen door, Xiao Jian was momentarily stunned, secretly pleased. The issue of electricity would eventually need to be resolved, but he didn't have the energy to study generators right now. Chapter 51. Chen Wenxuan's difficult question. In the real world, it's necessary to cultivate a group of helpers to support the development of unknown spaces in the future. Xiao Jian understood the importance of electricity from the images in the strange space. Many materials must be refined using electricity. Xiao Jian originally wanted to lead Chen Wenxuan to raise the issue of electricity, but unexpectedly, he brought it up himself. What a stroke of luck. This kid's practical skills are even stronger than his own, so he must be lured into the world of electricity to study and manufacture generators. Suddenly, as if performing a magic trick, Xiao Jian produced a folding fan, fanning himself leisurely while glancing sideways at Chen Wenxuan, and asked with a smirk, "Want to know?" Chen Wenxuan was driven crazy by him, as if he were genuinely seeking his advice, and disdainfully replied, "Stop pretending. If you can't answer, just admit defeat." Xiao Jian snapped the fan shut, clapped his hands, and then said seriously, "This question is quite valuable. I usually don't tell just anyone. However, for your sister's sake, I suppose I can share it with you." With a sly grin, Xiao Jian approached the square where everyone was gathered in front of the kitchen, which would affect Chun Bihua's cooking. As he stepped out, he glared at Chen Wenxuan and said, "Bring out the table and get some paper and ink. Don't you understand respect for your teacher? I wonder how your master teaches you." As Chen Wenxuan moved the table and chairs, Lu Shan found paper and ink from inside and placed them on the table. Xiao Jian pointed at Lu Shan and remarked, "Look how proactive he is. Once I win your sister over, I'll have to give you, this little brother-in-law, a good lesson." Chen Wenxuan was finally provoked and shouted, "Who asked your little brother-in-law? I want T let you win my sister. I want T let her marry you." Xiao Jian ignored him and pointed the fan at the sky, carefully observing it, and asked, "Those two deities of thunder in the sky, do you think they are male or female?" Pausing, he looked at Chen Wenxuan, whose heart raced, and his eyes began to shine. It was indeed a glitch. He thought to himself, "Let us see how I can embarrass you." Without thinking, Chen Wenxuan casually replied, "They should be male, right?" He just hoped Xiao Jian would continue speaking. He couldn't wait any longer. Xiao Jian suddenly turned the fan down, pointing at Chen Wenxuan, and mocked, "Wrong. They are merely products fabricated by fools and children. So you're this naive too?" Chen Wenxuan felt he had fallen into a trap. He had just said that the thunder god was male. Xiao Jian no longer looked at him and, shaking the fan, elaborated, "Everything has its principles. Don't be easily swayed by ghost stories. In simple terms, when air flows and rubs against each other, it generates static electricity. When it rains, different clouds collide, which causes discharge phenomena. This is thunder and lightning." He then looked at Chen Wenxuan with a disdainful gaze and said, "You can understand thunder, air, and lightning, right? If you don't get it, go read some books. I don't have time to teach you these. You just say it, I can understand. You said friction generates static electricity. But how do you prove it? Don't just speak empty words." The word electricity already existed and referred to lightning. Chen Wenxuan, who often read miscellaneous books, naturally understood these concepts. The Taoist perspective states that electricity is produced by the interplay of yin and yang, which is quite close to the truth. As Xiao Jian spoke, He tore some paper scraps and placed them on the table. He took bamboo chopsticks and rubbed them on silk a few times, and magically, the chopsticks attracted the paper scraps. When he touched the end of the chopsticks with his fingers, the scraps fell again. Xiao Jian explained, friction generates static electricity, which attracts the scraps. The static electricity then discharges through the finger and disappears. If this static electricity reaches a certain level, it will produce lightning upon discharge, along with light and sound. Chen Wenxuan also picked up the bamboo chopsticks to try, his eyes shining as he exclaimed, "Sparks when taking off clothes are actually caused by static electricity. It's the same principle as thunder and lightning." But what exactly is static electricity? Chen Wenxuan was so absorbed in static electricity that he completely forgot the purpose of his question, only wanting to understand what static electricity really is. He thought quietly for a while, but still couldn't figure out, so he had to ask, what is static electricity? Breaking the pot to ask to the end is Chen Wenxuan's consistent style. He wouldn't be able to enjoy his meal without clarifying the issue of static electricity. At this moment, Chen Bihua had already finished cooking, and Xiao Jian's stomach was growling with hunger. Today ends here. You think about what static electricity is first. If you can thoroughly understand electricity, the world will change because of you. At that time, I won't just stop trying to pursue your sister, even if she pursues me. I won't resist. There were no magnets at home, let alone insulated copper wires, so teaching him the working principle of a generator was currently beyond his ability. Lu Shan, at some point, sat beside Xiao Jian, taking notes with paper and pen. Xiao Jian glanced at him appreciatively, thinking this person might be useful in the future. The next day, just after Xiao Jian finished washing his face, he saw Chen Wenxuan walking out of the kitchen with 2 dark circles under his eyes. He curiously asked, "What happened to your dark circles?" Chen Wenxuan glanced at the sky, looked around, and ignored Xiao Jian. After Xiao Jian mentioned static electricity yesterday, without explaining it, leaving him to ponder, he and T slept all night. Seeing Xiao Jian now made him feel irritated. Xiao Jian didn't mind and was about to enter the kitchen when he turned back and asked, "Did you find out why the water in the creek is bitter?" Last time, Chen Wenxuan asked Xiao Jian why the creek water was bitter, and Xiao Jian told him to find the answer himself. He wondered whether Chen Wenxuan had tried. Chen Wenxuan turned back, brought out a jar, and tossed it in front of him, saying irritably, after boiling the water dry, "These white crystals are left. I don't know what they are. You look." Xiao Jian picked up a bit and tasted it. It was salty and bitter. He said, "If you mix some plant ash during distillation, it might turn out quite different." Chen Wenxuan skeptically looked at Xiao Jian, suspecting he was deliberately trying to make things difficult for him. What was so special about plant ash? After thinking it over, he decided not to argue and thought. Let him fiddle with it. It would be clear once the water in the jar was boiled dry, and it wouldn't take much effort. After Xiao Jian finished speaking, he no longer bothered with Chen Wenxuan and entered the kitchen, where he immediately spotted several familiar cloth bags. How did the medicinal stones that Xiaoqiang took from the pharmacy end up here? These stones are toxic, and if the mischievous kids play with them, the consequences would be disastrous. Back in Shangzhou City, Xiao Jian forgot to instruct Gore to dispose of these stones, so he brought them back. Opening the cloth bag, the yellow mineral inside was realgar. The red mineral must be cinnabar, also known as crane top red, which is highly toxic, and the green mineral should be copper sulfate. Xiao Jian held the medicinal stones and looked around, unsure of where to put them, but then he saw Chen Wenxuan sitting motionless at the table, staring intently at the 2 piles of white crystals on the table. Chen Wenxuan was familiar with his home, was organized in his tasks, and rarely went out, making it most appropriate to entrust the medicinal stones to him for safekeeping. Chapter 52, Yellow Gunpowder Mixed with Black Gunpowder. Xiao Jian walked into the room, and surprisingly, Chen Wenxuan was completely unaware. He seemed to be lost in thought. Xiao Jian stepped forward and picked up 2 types of crystal from the table for comparison. Although both were white, there was a clear difference in their shades and thickness. Only then did Chen Wenxuan notice Xiao Jian. Rubbing his eyes, he stood up and said, "After adding plant ash to the stream water, 2 crystallizations occurred during cooling, resulting in 2 types of white crystals. When plant ash wasn't added, only 1 crystallization occurred. right? Xiao Jian asked calmly. There was only one crystallization when plant ash wasn't added, which is the type of crystal that looks like salt, right? He pointed to the two piles of crystals on the table and said, these two types of crystals should not be the same substance. Their colors and tastes are distinctly different. Chen Wenxuan's tone was indifferent, and under the influence and request of Xiao Jian, he began to use some new terminology. Xiao Jian licked both types of crystals with the tip of his tongue. The fine crystal had a strong salty taste, likely belonging to the salt category, while the coarse crystal tasted bitter with a slight saltiness. He picked up the coarse crystal and, deep in thought, said this should be saltpeter, right? He remembered that realgar and saltpeter would undergo a chemical reaction, so he found some realgar from his bag to test it. As he stood up, he warned Chen Wenxuan, these medicinal stones are toxic, especially realgar. It's very dangerous. Keep them stored away and don't let the other kids come into contact with them. He went to the square and found a stone with a depression, placed the realgar on it, crushed it with a stone, and then mixed in some saltpeter. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the collision of the stones caused the saltpeter and realgar to react rapidly, resulting in a violent explosion. The stone he was holding was blown away, and he was knocked to the ground by the powerful shockwave. Chen Wenxuan, who was standing behind Xiao Jian watching him operate, was also knocked down, seeing stars from the fall. Fortunately, the depression on the stone's surface wasn't too deep. Otherwise, if an explosion occurred in a confined space, it could have been deadly. Zhang Chun and Fu Gui, who were digging a water channel to the east, heard the explosion and saw Xiao Jian being blown to the ground, and they hurriedly ran back. Xiao Jian got up and saw Chen Wenxuan looking more disheveled than he was, and suddenly burst into laughter. These coarse crystals were indeed saltpeter. It seemed the experiment was a success. The people around him stared blankly, not laughing along. So Xiao Jian quickly wiped the smile off his face and said seriously, this experiment shows us that messing around can indeed lead to trouble. Seeing that he wasn't injured, everyone began to laugh. Xiao Jian then mixed sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal to make some black gunpowder, using a long bamboo pole to ignite it from a distance. With a whoosh, the gunpowder ignited, but compared to the realgar gunpowder, its power was significantly diminished. Zhang Chun excitedly asked, cousin, does this mean we can make gunpowder now? Xiao Jian nodded, then shook his head and said, the black gunpowder we made isn't very effective. We can't produce firecrackers yet, so it's not useful for now. Zhang Chun felt a bit dejected and then thoughtfully said, wasn't it the black gunpowder that knocked you down earlier? If we pack in a bamboo tube and mix in some stones, it should definitely work. Xiao Jian pointed to the realgar nearby and said, what you're talking about is realgar gunpowder. This type of gunpowder is extremely unstable. It exploded just because I wasn't careful while mixing it. Zhang Chun bent down to pick up the realgar from the ground and said, I know about this. It's in realgar wine, and it's very safe. Then he picked up the saltpeter with one hand and said, this saltpeter doesn't seem very dangerous either. As he spoke, he was about to mix the saltpeter with the realgar. Xiao Jian turned pale with fright, snatched the saltpeter from his hand, and said, are you trying to get yourself killed? These two substances will explode when they come into contact. Zhang Chun was also startled. He had seen Xiao Jian get blown away earlier and quickly dropped the realgar, rubbing his palm on his clothes anxiously, fearing there might be any residue left. As he rubbed, his movements slowed, and he continued to wipe unconsciously, frowning down at the realgar he had dropped on the ground. Xiao Jian didn't disturb him. After a moment, Zhang Chun muttered to himself, they only explode when they touch. What if we prevent them from touching each other normally? Zhang Chun suddenly looked up at Xiao Jian and said, cousin, we can use cowhide paper to separate the realgar. When the black gunpowder explodes, it will destroy the cowhide paper, and the realgar will then come into contact with the saltpeter. Chen Wenxuan was even more excited than Zhang Chun. He held the saltpeter and looked around, continuously following Xiao Jian, wanting to speak several times, but swallowing his words back. Chen Wenxuan was in pain from holding back, and Xiao Jian felt sorry for him, saying, if you have a question, just ask. Twisting and turning is exhausting, isn't it? Chen Wenxuan stopped being coy and asked, just adding a bit of plant ash resulted in saltpeter? Isn't saltpeter usually mined from saltpeter mines? Xiao Jian was waiting for Chen Wenxuan to walk into his trap. The saltpeter solution that Hu Zhang wanted was actually plant alkali, and making plant alkali from plant ash required an experiment. But he didn't have time for it at the moment. Although the alkali-making experiment was tedious, it was not dangerous. It would require a lot of energy and time, and it was just right to coax Chen Wenxuan into doing it. He might even thank him for it. He patiently explained, plant ash contains plant alkali, which is what is the work. By soaking the plant ash in water, filtering it, and evaporating the water, you can obtain plant alkali, also known as potassium carbonate. He pointed to the salt crystals that were first distilled from the stream water and said, the stream water dissolves the saltpeter, making it bitter. The main component of saltpeter is nitrate, and saltpeter is also called potassium nitrate. Indeed, Chen Wenxuan casually said, thank you. After taking a few steps, he suddenly remembered a new question. But how does nitrate turn into potassium nitrate? Xiao Jian suddenly found a folding fan in his hand, opened it with a swish, and waved it while saying, this question is a bit complicated. I'll have to use your sister as an analogy. You don't mind, do you? Zhang Chen, standing to the side, smiled knowingly, realizing his cousin was up to something again. Chen Wenxuan hesitated for a moment, thinking it was just an analogy. If he disagreed, Xiao Jian would definitely stop, so he gritted his teeth and said, you say? Xiao Jian closed the fan, pointed to himself, and said, I am nitric acid. Then he pointed at Chen Bihua and said, your sister is salt. I, along with your sister, am the happy nitrate, which is also the saltpeter. He then pointed at Chen Wenxuan and said, you disapprove of me being with your sister, so you sent potassium carbonate, which is plant ash, to cause trouble and break us apart. As he spoke, Xiao Jian even tapped the ceramic jar containing the alkali powder. Then he shook his head and sighed, saying, you got your wish. Your sister was taken away by bicarbonic acid, forming carbonate, while the potassium in potassium carbonate was kicked out and had nowhere to go, so it combined with me to form potassium nitrate, which is saltpeter. This analogy was a bit hurtful, and Chen Wenxuan nearly cried, pounding his chest and stamping his feet, saying, don't say nonsense. I wouldn't send anyone to harm my sister. Chapter 53. The Niter Workshop and the Alkali Workshop turning around. He looked for the plant ash and grabbed some potassium carbonate, as it was the one that had taken his sister away. At this moment, Chen Bihua walked up to him, her eyes slightly red. She glanced at Xiao Jian, hesitating to say something. Xiao Jian then suddenly realized that the metaphor he used was not quite appropriate, and he apologetically said, I'm sorry, I spoke without thinking. After explaining that it was just a metaphor, the others ignored it, but no one expected that his unintentional words would turn out to be prophetic. Zhang Chen was still laughing on the side. He was clearly watching Xiao Jian's every move. Xiao Jian glanced at him and said, Zhang Chen, the process of making niter is somewhat dangerous, and Chen Wenxuan is still too young, so you should take charge of it. Once the dam is completed, you can start the niter-making process. He explained the niter-making procedure to him again, and finally said, the concentration of water in the stream is still too low. You need to dig out the niter soil, dissolve it in water, and then use it. The wastewater from niter-making is excellent fertilizer, so collect it. It will be very useful in the future. The process design, let Chen Wenxuan handle it. When Xiao Jian got up in the morning, Zhang Chen and the others had already left early, and only Chen Wenxuan was still in the kitchen fiddling with something. Xiao Jian walked over to him and saw him heating a clay pot, presumably distilling alkali. He asked, is the alkali not ready yet? Chen Wenxuan turned around, lifted a clay pot, pointed it at Xiao Jian without saying a word, and then turned to walk out. Xiao Jian glanced into the pot and saw that there was a good half pot of white powder. Did this kid not sleep all night? He looked up just in time to see Chen Bihua walking in, followed by a somewhat familiar little girl. The girl came over to him, bowed, and said, I am Xiao Miaoying. Nice to meet you, young master. Xiao Jian looked at Chen Bihua in confusion, wondering who this Miaoying was. Chen Bihua realized and said, young master, you probably don't know her name yet. She is called Xiao Miaoying. This girl was indeed the sister of Xiao Qiang, but Chen Bihua did not mention Xiao Qiang. The girl poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of Xiao Jian. It was only then that Xiao Jian realized. She had changed into a coarse cloth dress, and he did not recognize her immediately. Xiao Jian nodded to Xia Miaoying and said, "Thank you, Miss Xia. For now on, you will work alongside Chen Bihua." Xia Miaoying bowed again and said, "I will follow the young master's arrangements." She did not mention Xiao Qiang or express any gratitude, as they all seemed to be avoiding the painful past. With the alkali ready, it was time to test its niter effect. Xiao Jian casually took a piece of rabbit skin and soaked it in warm water, then added a little alkali. After the leather softened, he kneaded it for a while, then stood up and said to Chen Bihua, "Put the leather in the room to air dry." He pointed at the remaining white powder and said, "This alkali powder will be needed in many places in the future. Produce as much as you can. For the manufacturing process, consult Chen Wenxuan." The water dam on the east side of the stream had taken preliminary shape. The cliffs on both sides of the dam had a protruding section, which not only reduced the amount of work, but also made it less likely to collapse. There was a large flat area at the bottom of the dam where a water mill or other hydraulic facilities could be built. Most of the western bank of the stream was a rock wall several meters high, with only gentle soil layers at the middle of the mountain. It was very difficult to open a water diversion channel in the rocks. The channel could only be excavated in places where there was soil on the mountainside. The higher terrain of the water diversion channel increased the workload for building the dam, if the water level needed to be higher than the diversion channel. The height of the dam had to be increased. Once the dam was completed, it would be impressively high and store a considerable amount of water. Fortunately, the downstream stream was wide and deep, so even if the dam collapsed, it would not flood the fields on both banks. The dam construction was overseen by Lu Shan, so Xiao Jian did not need to worry about it. He simply stood on the hill for a while, surveying the area without disturbing anyone, and then turned to leave. Passing by the bamboo weaver's straw shed, he went in to take a look. The shed was built by the weaver himself, located on the east side of the square, near a bamboo grove. Inside the shed were piles of winnowing baskets. The weaver was weaving them quickly, and besides meeting his own needs, he also had some surplus. Xiaoqiang was making curved bamboo pipes, presumably preparing for the workshop. Both the niter and alkali workshops needed curved bamboo pipes for water diversion. The method he used to make the curved bamboo pipes opened Xiao Jian's eyes. First, he cleared the bamboo joints, filled the bamboo tube with sand, and then heated and bent the bamboo pole to shape it, so the bamboo pipe would not crack. He also remembered the U-shaped bamboo pipe that Chen Wenxuan used to distill alcohol in the kitchen. He wondered if Xiaoqiang learned this method from Chen Wenxuan. Xiao Jian only stayed briefly on the side before moving on. Ahead was the sweet potato seedling area, and between the stumps surrounding the seedling area, bamboo strips had been woven, with a small door opened in the middle. He tiptoed to look inside. The sweet potato seedlings were growing well. Each sweet potato had a dozen green shoots, almost reaching a foot tall, and soon a batch could be transplanted. The sweet potato seedlings, like leeks, could be cut and regrown continuously until autumn. Returning to the square, Zhang Chun and the others had already returned from work, and the two were chatting. Chen Bihua came over, waving a piece of rabbit skin, happily saying, "Young master, it's so soft." This rabbit skin was the one that had been treated with alkali powder yesterday. Xiao Jian took the rabbit skin, rubbed it a few times with both hands, and found it very soft. In this era, it could be considered a premium product. The niter skin treatment experiment was a success. Solving two products at once made Xiao Jian very excited. He casually tossed the rabbit skin into the air and shook his fist. His fist nearly struck Chen Bihua, and Zhang Chun quickly dodged in response, leaving the fist awkwardly without a target. He still had to make up for it. This will be our first flagship product. Chen Bihua, you need to speed up. I need at least 30 pounds of alkali powder within half a month. Chen Bihua, unaware of the direction of his fist, nodded excitedly and said, "Yes, I will do it well." Selling niter treatment solutions was part of the deal with manager Hu. Once enough stock was accumulated, Xiao Jian would set off for Shangzhou. The production speed of the alkali was slow, and relying on small-scale operations couldn't meet the demand. Time was pressing, and expanding production was urgent. After dinner, Chen Bihua directed the workers, lighting torches to dig out the mixing and filtering pools needed for alkali production overnight. In the fields, there were ashes everywhere, and as soon as dawn broke, she took a group of children to collect plant ash and straw across the mountains. Zhang Chun's niter workshop also took advantage of the free time at night to dig out the dissolution and sedimentation pools. Carpenter Zhang Erlang had to work late into the night every day after returning from work, rushing to make various wooden barrels and steamers. Seeing this, Xiao Jian simply decided to keep him at home to craft urgently needed items. The new house was still in its early stages, and there were no bathtubs or buckets for carrying fertilizer yet. Meanwhile, Xiao Jian continued to study various formulas for gunpowder, and with Zhang Chun's reminders, he finally made some progress in stabilizing yellow gunpowder. Chapter 54: Completion of the Water Dam Construction. If the real world can support unknown spaces, the development here will be crucial. At the firearms testing site, the explosions grew more and more shocking each day, until they completely shattered the small wooden hut used for experiments. The water dam project in the creek, directed by Lu Shan, was finally completed. When the water was released from the irrigation canal, Lu Shan invited Xiao Jian to open the sluice gate, marking the official inauguration of the water dam. A group of people arrived at the base of the dam and looked up, causing Xiao Jian to blush a little. The entire dam looked like a shoddy construction. The outer side of the dam was made up of various large and small irregular rocks, and the dam stood straight in the creek without any stable arch shape. When they reached the top of the dam, the water inside the creek was rippling, and Xiao Jian wondered, "Is it already full of water?" Lu Shan replied, "We blocked the cave at the end of the creek with wood planks, so all the water flowed into the creek, filling the reservoir quickly." The sluice gate of the irrigation canal was just a small wooden plank. Xiao Jian casually lifted it, completing the sluice gate ceremony with no applause. The water from the reservoir rushed into the irrigation canal, creating splashes of white foam. Although there were no cheers, everyone's faces were filled with hopeful smiles. The opening of the sluice gate was the first thing worth celebrating in the new home. Fu Guowei, along with a few blacksmiths and brickworkers, ventured deep into the mountains and surprisingly brought back a wild boar. Accompanying them was a family of 4, the same family that Zhang Chun had mentioned before. Fu Guowei encountered a wild boar, and the group chased it across the mountains, eventually arriving at the cave where this family lived. The head of the family, surnamed Zhang, appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, with a cloth wrapped around his head and a towel tied around his waist, which was actually a vine. Originally a tenant farmer from Lijia's Wang, upon seeing Xiao Jian, he broke down in tears, repeatedly calling him young master, as if he had finally found his organization. Xiao Jian felt awkward asking for his name, and just called him Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang, overwhelmed by gratitude, repeatedly said he couldn't accept the title, bowing his head in respect until he finally conceded. "Uncle Zhang, you can be considered one of our family's elders. Haven't you been here before?" Uncle Zhang knelt down and said, "Young master, Beishan is also your family's property. When you were very young, some strange things happened here, but I'm not very clear about the specifics." Later, the master designated this place as a forbidden area, and no one was allowed to enter. After the incident at Xianrenping, I had nowhere else to go, so I hid here. It was the old servant who broke the rules. Please punish me, young master. After saying this, Uncle Zhang knocked his head on the ground a few times, causing blood to ooze from his forehead. Xiao Jian had heard some stories before, but he never managed family affairs. His father only said that Beishan was very dangerous, so he never dared to come here. In reality, he had long forgotten about the so-called forbidden area. If Uncle Zhang hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have remembered it at all. He quickly helped Uncle Zhang up. This was a simple and honest man. If he didn't help him feel relieved, he might feel guilty for a lifetime. "Uncle Zhang, you needn't blame yourself. Since I arrived here, this place is no longer a forbidden area. You must have come after me, so it doesn't count as breaking the rules." Upon hearing Xiao Jian's words, Uncle Zhang seemed to have let go of his worries and called his daughter and son to bow to the young master. The daughter, named Ru Hua, didn't seem particularly flowery to Xiao Jian. She was 16, with a round face and a sturdy build, and despite having fled for a long time, she showed no signs of thinning out. The son, Lai Fu, appeared somewhat foolish at 14, and, after bowing to Xiao Jian, became very friendly with Fu Guowei, even linking arms and swaying together. Aunt Zhang, Uncle Zhang's wife, appeared relatively clean and tidy, likely having tidied up before moving. After greeting Xiao Jian, she took Ru Hua to the kitchen. Ru Hua quickly became close friends with Chun Bi Hua, the only mature woman in the village, as it was usually hard to find someone to talk to. With Ru Hua's arrival, Chun Bi Hua finally had a companion. After the brief introduction, everyone happily enjoyed a feast to celebrate the completion of the water dam construction. After eating and drinking to their fill, they began to discuss matters. Just as Xiao Jian was about to sit down, Chen Bihua brought over a wooden stool made from a log and placed it next to him, quietly slipping a lotus leaf pouch into his hand. Upon opening it, he exclaimed, "Wow, wild boar cracklings. I love this." He rewarded Chen Bihua with a pinch of her smooth little hand and a playful kiss. Chen Bihua's cheeks suddenly turned red, and her shy expression captivated Xiao Jian. Her slender, willow-like brows, charming eyes, luscious lips, and skin as smooth as jade made her irresistible. Since meeting Chen Bihua, Xiao Jian had never really looked at her closely. Now, he couldn't take his eyes off her. When Chen Bihua pulled her hand back, she pinched him hard and quickly ran away. This pinch brought Xiao Jian back to reality, and he looked around like a thief, relieved that no one had noticed his little actions. He quickly put on a serious expression, sat on the stool, and cleared his throat to signify the start of the meeting. Xiao Jian first introduced Uncle Zhang's family before turning to the main topic. After the dam was completed, personnel needed to be readjusted. The fieldwork would still be overseen by Zhang Deze, and with the addition of Uncle Zhang's family of 4, there were now plenty of hands. Zhang Chun will be pulled out to help with saltpeter refining. Zhang Erlang, the carpenter, would also not participate in fieldwork, as he needed to craft necessary tools and furniture for the household, including bathtubs and fertilizer buckets, and prepare construction tools, beams, and windows for the upcoming housing construction after the seedlings were ready. There wasn't much to discuss, and it was all wrapped up in just a few words. Finally, Uncle Zhang stood up and said, "Young master, I saw we have an ox for plowing, but why haven't I seen a plow?" When they bought the ox, Xiao Jian had indeed considered getting a plow, but after seeing the plows available in the market, he abandoned the idea. The plows used in this era were all straight plows, essentially a large wooden frame at a 90-degree angle, requiring a person to carry it, which he found unworthy. Xiao Jian looked at Zhang Erlang and asked, "Zhang Erlang, have you ever made a curved plow? You know, the one with a bend in the front?" Saying this, he picked up a pen and paper, drew a sketch of a curved plow, and handed it to Zhang Erlang. Zhang Erlang took a look and said, "I haven't seen this kind of plow before, but it seems much lighter than the straight plow. This curved part must be made from a bent tree, right?" Xiao Jian nodded and said, "There are plenty of bent trees in the forest, like pine trees and camphor trees, which work well." Uncle Zhang came over to take a look and exclaimed with excitement, "Is this what you designed, young master? This plow is great. It looks easy to use and turns easily. With this plow, plowing will be much faster, and it will save the ox's strength." Xiao Jian rubbed his nose and said vaguely, "As long as it works well." "Zhang Erlang, you should make it tomorrow. Oxen plowing is much faster than people digging." The next morning, Zhang Erlang cut down a bent piece of wood and finished the curved plow in half a day. After obtaining the curved plow, Uncle Zhang woke up early every day and worked diligently in the fields, significantly increasing the speed of field preparation. It seemed that accepting Uncle Zhang's family was not a loss after all. With Uncle Zhang leading the way, tasks like preparing fields and sowing became well organized, and both Zhang Chun and Xiao Jian no longer had to worry about these matters. What Xiao Jian was currently concerned about was the transplantation of sweet potatoes, a new crop that he needed to teach them how to grow. The land for planting sweet potatoes had already been prepared, and Xiao Jian instructed them to bring the manure from the toilet and mix it with the soil to serve as the base fertilizer for the sweet potatoes. Since there were only a few sweet potato seeds, the seedlings only filled a little over 2 mu of land, but once the sweet potato seedlings grew, they could continue to transplant more. With all household affairs falling into place, the food supply, however, became insufficient. Everyone was exhausted every day, their appetite increased, and with the addition of 4 more people at this rate of consumption, it was estimated that they would struggle to sustain themselves for even a month. "I must set off for Shangzhou City to deliver the gunpowder solution I promised to Manager Hu. It has been a long time, and he must be anxious by now. I wonder how much alkali powder Chen Bihua and the others have produced." Chapter 55. Back to the unknown space. Looking forward to the day when the material resources of the real world and the unknown space can complement each other. At that time, many unexpected results will surely emerge. The main text begins. Arriving at the grass alkali workshop, Chen Bihua sat in front of the distillation stove, adding firewood and stoking the flames. The chubby hands of hers were smeared with a bit of charcoal, making them appear even whiter. The branch she held had been bent several times, but remained unbroken. The red flames in the stove roasted the beads of sweat on her cheeks, causing them to float down her neck like rainwater. She rolled up her sleeves to wipe her face, which was covered in soot and sweat, looking as dirty as a stray cat. Xiao Jian sat down beside her, took the branch from her hand, broke it, and tossed it into the distillation stove. He then held her palm and looked at it, noticing that the center was slightly red from being rubbed. Chen Bihua, being a young lady from a wealthy family, had never done such work before and asked, "Didn't you ask Hua, and the others to help you?" Chen Bihua lowered her head, and didn't Ti pull back her hand, softly saying, "They are busy too. I came over to add some fire temporarily. Look at your face. It's covered in black soot, and your clothes are soaked. Hurry and wash up and change into something clean, or you might catch a cold," she said, then suddenly thought about how she would get clean with all that sweat. Xiao Jian suddenly remembered something, grabbed Chen Bihua's hand, and ran toward the kitchen, saying, "Watch me perform a magic trick for you." Upon reaching the kitchen, he remembered that he hadn't bought cooking oil when he returned from Shangzhou City last time and asked, "Do we have any oil at home?" Chen Bihua pointed to the cupboard, confused, and said, "Last time, Fuge hunted a wild boar and rendered 2 large jars of lard. But I haven't had the heart to use it. Do you want some, young master?" Xiao Jian took the lard from the cupboard and poured it all into the pot. While busy lighting the fire and heating it, he said, "Wait a moment. I'll make you something good that you'll definitely like." After the lard melted, he added a small amount of grass alkali, water, salt, realgar powder, flour, and took a wooden stick to stir the pot continuously. Chen Bihua watched in distress and stomped her foot, saying, "Young master, that lard is reserved for you. If you mix in all these things, you won't be able to eat it anymore." Xiao Jian touched some soot on the stove, grabbed Chen Bihua's hands, and rubbed them a few times, making her hands black. He then reached out to touch her face. Chen Bihua quickly pushed away his mischievous hand, shyly saying, "Ah, young master, you're so naughty. Don't mess around. It's hard to wash off if you get on my face. Look at what you did to the oil." Xiao Jian looked at the solidified substance in the pot and said, "It's fine, just watch me." Saying that, he used a spoon to scoop the solidified substance into a bamboo tube and tossed it into the water to cool. Once it hardened, he took it out and cut it into small round pieces. Chen Bihua looked at him in surprise. The pot of lard had instantly transformed into crystal clear little round pieces. Just like a magic trick, Xiao Jian pulled Chen Bihua to the basin, rubbed a round piece on her hand, and then held her hand, rubbing it. Chen Bihua's face turned red, feeling weak and tingly all over. She lowered her head, not daring to look at him, and let him knead her little hand without resisting. "All right, look up," Xiao Jian whispered close to her ear. Chen Bihua felt a tickle in her ear, shyly looking at him, and awkwardly asked, Look at what?" Xiao Jian pinched her smooth face and said, "Look at your hands. Why would you look at me?" Only then did Chen Bihua notice her hands, which had been turned pitch black by him, were now washed clean. She asked in surprise, "Is this something you made specifically for washing hands?" Xiao Jian held the round piece up to her eyes and said, "This is called soap. It's great for washing hands, face, and clothes. If you add some flower petals, it will have various floral scents. Do you like it?" Chen Bihua exclaimed happily, "Really? Thank you, young master. I like it." Seeing Xiao Jian's gaze towards her beginning to change, Chen Bihua quickly snatched the soap from his hand and turned to run away. There were no outsiders here. They couldn't stay too long. Xiao Jian wanted to chase after her and tease the little girl some more, but suddenly, a progress bar appeared before his eyes. "Ah," Xiao Jian sighed in frustration. "I'm off to that godforsaken unknown space again." He was very attached to Beishan New Village. Xiaoling, Zhang Chun, and Chen Bihua were all here. This was their shared home. The dam in the creek had been built, and the paddy fields were being developed. Sweet potatoes were about to be planted. All of these were their hopes for the future. However, in the unknown space, they hadn't even found a source of drinkable water, and they constantly faced unknown dangers. Perhaps one day, he would be devoured by a beast or have his base destroyed by competitors, becoming a vegetative state he could never wake from. Every night, As Xiao Jian lay alone on the floor of the base, he would miss every person here and every blade of grass and tree. But all of this, he had to bear alone. He couldn't share these matters with anyone. Yet he also understood that whether he went to the unknown space or not was not up to him, no matter how reluctant he was. Once the time to cross came, he would be forcibly sent away. Thinking of the food and water in the unknown space, he suddenly had an idea. What if he could bring the resources from here to the unknown space? What if he used the manpower and commercial advantages of this world to obtain a large amount of minerals and other resources to complete the collection tasks in the unknown space? He began to feel excited, while also sensing the urgency of time. There were other competitors in the unknown world, many of whom were powerful candidates in the real world. Once that day truly arrived, the competition would not only be about the development of the unknown space, but the development of the real world would also become crucial. When that time comes, only the complementary advantages of the two worlds would allow both to develop rapidly in sync. He firmly believed that day would surely come. Xiao Jian looked at the progress bar. There were still nearly 2 hours left. Looking at the sky, he estimated he would have to wait until evening to cross. There was still enough time. He needed to prepare well to face new challenges. Back in Xiao Jian's bedroom, just as the progress bar was about to finish, he looked at the ring on his finger, and suddenly, the ring emitted a white light that enveloped him instantly. Xiao Jian instinctively closed his eyes, seemingly unaware of the passage of time, and the white light flashed by. As soon as Xiao Jian opened his eyes, he found himself sitting down abruptly, startling him into jumping up. Looking back, he saw the familiar milky white walls, and beneath his feet was the smooth floor of the base. Had he returned to the base? Compared to the last time he crossed over, this time was calm and peaceful. It seemed that only the first time crossing had dangers. The room he was in was the innermost part of the base he had chosen when he left. Xiao Jian suddenly remembered that last time he had intended to lean against the wall and quietly wait for the return time. Perhaps he had miscalculated the timing. As just when he was halfway down to squat, the base emitted a white light, instantly sending him back. He had just sat down abruptly on the floor, continuing the motion he had started last time. Could it be that the time of returning here and the time of leaving last time were seamlessly connected? There's still one more chapter. Everyone please help give a high rating. I promise it will get more exciting from here. Chapter 56 Base Upgrade Mysterious Visitor. Xiao Jian instinctively touched his dry lips and shriveled stomach. Before coming here, he had made ample preparations. But looking at himself now, both thirsty and hungry, he was completely the same as when he left here to return. Xiao Jian smiled and shook his head. It seemed that no matter how much he ate and drank at home, it had nothing to do with his current self here. Because the time here seamlessly connects with the time before he left, and the state at that time has completely continued. Everything here remains the same. Food and water are still scarce. Thinking of those who wasted food and water when leaving, their lives must be tough now. Xiao Jian opened the chat channel. And sure enough, it was filled with cries of despair. Oh dear, I'm so hungry. All the cows at home died for nothing. Just a moment ago, I was too full to walk, and now I'm so hungry I can't move. This person probably had a big feast before the teleportation, thinking that once he arrived here, he wouldn't feel hungry, but it turned out to be nothing like he imagined. Everything here was still exactly the same as before he left. Where did the half-eaten, dry biscuit go? Didn't time stop here? This person must be the one who discarded the biscuit before returning. But if time here had truly stopped, he shouldn't have lost the biscuit he threw away, right? Could it be that there are animals here that are not affected by the time freeze? Or perhaps the native animals are not affected by the time freeze? If that's the case, growing crops would be a bit troublesome in the future, and he would have to find a way to ensure that they wouldn't be destroyed by native animals while he was away. Water, I've drunk it all. How am I going to get through the days ahead? This person deserves it. He drank all the water before returning and is probably dumbfounded now. However, it seems there are quite a few people in similar situations, and many should be out of water now. The cute and charming little fairy said, stop complaining. Quickly upgrade the base. There are new features now, and you can set nicknames. Seeing this message, Xiao Jian's eyes lit up. This was the first message with a nickname. And if they all did it this way in the future, it would be clear who sent the message. I've been in the water. Thank the heavens. Thank the Earth. The legendary teleportation device has finally appeared. We can also teleport resources to each other. No one will starve with water or die of thirst with biscuits anymore. This guy might just be the one who found a box of water. Please call me Garbage King. The recycling system is here. Haha, it's simply amazing. From now on, please call me Garbage King. I'm going to become the richest in space. Why am I hungry again? What the heck is this auction house? Wow, everyone look, the auction house has stuff for sale. Xiao Jian was also very excited. He clicked the upgrade button, and new imagery appeared. The area that originally only had the chat button and upgrade button now had several new buttons added. The newly added buttons were item teleportation, material recycling, auction house, and a data inquiry function in the upper right corner of the image. Xiao Jian immediately clicked on the auction house, and an item bar appeared in the imagery, with a large area but only a few lines of items. Dry biscuit, 2 contribution points for 1 pack. Bottled water, 0. 5 contribution points for 1 bottle. Unknown seeds, 10 contribution points for 1 bag. Terminal box, 150 contribution points for 1 item. There's also an account button in the lower right corner. Xiao Jian clicked it, and surprisingly, there was personal status data. The first item was his physical status, 100. If he were injured, this value would drop. If it fell to 0, he would die. The second item was cultivation level. Level 1, experience points 30, and 300 points to level up to level 2. This level should have been achieved after obtaining the cultivation method from the cave in Beishan. Level 1 can only be considered entry level. Cultivation requires the crystal core of a soul-eating evil spirit. Without the evil spirit crystal core, he couldn't continue cultivating, so he remained at level 1. Seeing the experience points, Xiao Jian was dumbfounded. It actually required 300 experience points to level up to level 2. He had previously used 1 evil spirit crystal core, leaving only 30 experience points. Doesn't that mean he would need to consume 10 evil spirit crystal cores to level up to level 2? Isn't that a joke? Where'd he find 10 evil spirit crystal cores? The third item was contribution points, 5 contribution points. He already had 5 contribution points. These 5 contribution points should be a gift from the system, and everyone should have them. The fourth item was strength, 12. The notes explained that the maximum strength of a normal person is 8. According to this calculation, he was already 4 points stronger than a normal person, which should be due to the gradual enhancement of his body after absorbing the foreign soul. The fifth item was agility, 15. The maximum agility of a normal person is 8, so he was twice as fast as a normal person. Xiao Jian felt this aspect himself. When he was outside Shanzhou City, his spear couldn't be dodged by the black-faced tiger, and at that time his agility was probably not as good as it was now. The sixth item was special ability, insight ability level 1, experience points 10, and 100 points to level up to level 2. Insight was upgraded from perceptive ability, and he could upgrade insight from perceptive ability, which should still be thanks to Shuya. Cultivating the perceptive ability also required the evil spirit crystal core. There was currently no way to cultivate, so Xiao Jian exited his account. By this time, the chat channel was already boiling like boiling water. Old monk, save me. Ba. The old monk won't starve or die of thirst here. 5 contribution points are enough to buy 2 packs of dried biscuits and 2 bottles of water. So at least this time, he doesn't have to worry about not having enough food and water. The cute and charming little fairy said, "What is the unknown seed? It costs 10 contribution points. It's so expensive." Funny, calling silly. The cute girl upstairs, are you scared by 10 points? Haven't you seen that terminal box behind? It's 150 points. The cute and charming little fairy said, This thing seems really powerful. What is it used for? Funny, calling silly. Look at the introduction. It seems like, oh, I understand with this thing you can chat and mess around everywhere. Hey, all the functions in the base are included. Although the terminal box has many functions, it's not an urgent need right now. Its main function is just a communication tool. Can't get enough. Chief, the terminal box doesn't have a teleportation device. The teleportation device is in the base. By the way, how do you use this teleportation device? I didn't see any new devices added to the base. After the base upgrade, Xiao Jian also checked, besides an extra bed and a chair. He really didn't find any other changes. He was also very curious. The teleportation device was very important. And the system's item recycling and exchanging items with others should all require this device, right? Xiao Jian clicked the teleportation button, and a green beam of light suddenly shone from the ceiling onto the floor. The imagery also immediately popped up an operation interface, where the position of the beam could be moved, even allowing it to be moved several meters outside the base. This green beam of light is emitted by the teleportation device. As long as the transmission is confirmed, the items covered by the beam will be teleported out. Chapter 57 Upgraded Terminal Box. The upgraded terminal box is quite a treasure. This device is convenient to use for transporting large objects that can be placed outside the base, avoiding the awkwardness of not being able to move oversized items into the base. In the operation interface, one can select the transport target, but the selection box is currently blank. Only friends will appear here. The excitement of the system upgrade quickly faded away, and now there are only 5 contribution points in the account. If he doesn't earn money soon, he will soon find himself in trouble. Xiao Jian stood up, just about to go out, when a message popped up in the chat channel. Someone added him as a friend? Xiao Jian looked blankly at the nickname in the message box, pretending to be a little fairy. Who is this? Xiao Jian was confused. Did he know anyone here? He hadn't sent any messages in the chat channel, so how did she find him? After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Jian clicked agree. Soon, pretending to be a little fairy sent a message. There's a chance to make money. Do you want it? Don't ask me how I found you. And don't ask me why I'm looking for you. This person is quite direct. She seems to know he would ask her these questions. But her attitude made Xiao Jian even more curious. Xiao Jian also entered a nickname. If we disagree, I'll draw my sword. And then sent a message. Can I ask why I can't ask? The other party quickly replied. Falsehood. Want to hear it? This person, who could be either male or female, was rather amusing. Xiao Jian stopped teasing and directly replied. Just tell me, what is the money-making opportunity? I want half of the earnings. If you agree, I'll tell you the specific location. Pretending to be a little fairy seemed to respond very quickly. As soon as Xiao Jian sent his message, she replied. Xiao Jian didn't want to waste time, so he directly asked, First, tell me how much I can earn. If it's too little, forget it. No less than 10,000 contribution points. Are you in or out? Seeing pretending to be a little fairy-esque reply, Xiao Jian was instantly shocked. 10,000 contribution points, he could get 5,000. 5,000 contribution points would be enough for him to live here for at least 10 years if he only ate dry biscuits. This temptation was indeed too great. Xiao Jian immediately decided, okay, I'm in. No matter what the other party's intentions were, he felt it was worth a try. Anyway, he was currently without any possessions. Nothing for others to covet. The other party quickly sent 2 numbers, and Xiao Jian stared blankly at them. What does this mean? Coordinates, right? You don't have a terminal box. I'll sell you one for 500 contribution points. Do you want it? Wasn't it only 150 points? This person is too greedy. Something that is only 150 at the auction house. She wants 500 for it. It's worse than loan sharking. This terminal box is an upgraded version. This is just the cost price. Take it or leave it. Xiao Jian was puzzled. How did she get something that hasn't even appeared in the system? What does she mean by cost price? Could she have gotten it directly from the manufacturer? Thinking about the other party's indifferent attitude, even if he asked her, she probably wouldn't tell him anything. Xiao Jian simply chose to play dumb. Sure, 500 contribution points, deducted from the money earned. You have no objections, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a green light beam suddenly lit up in the base. And where the beam shone, a palm-sized black box appeared, just as Xiao Jian was about to send a message to thank her. The nickname pretending to be a little fairy turned gray, and she logged off directly. Well, she doesn't seem to want to talk to him much. Xiao Jian found a user manual for the terminal box in the base's database, which was quite vast, but most of it was still locked. Following the instructions, Xiao Jian quickly bound the terminal box to the base. He cautiously pressed the power button on the terminal box, and the base's image immediately disappeared, replaced by a brand new image. This new image had many differences from the base's image and in the terminal box's image. The item recycling and item transport features seemed to be available. The system manual specifically mentioned that the terminal box does not have a transport function. To recycle or transport items, it must be done within the base. But this terminal box has a built-in transport function. Could this be the difference of the upgraded version? He was very curious and tried pressing the transport button. Indeed, a green light beam shot out from the terminal box. Xiao Jian felt like he had struck gold. The 500 contribution points spent were truly worth it. Just the ability to transport in the wild alone was worth 5,000, which is not expensive at all. He pressed the off button for the terminal box again, and the 3D image outside disappeared, but a smaller image appeared on the terminal box. Clicking the map button on the image, he input the coordinates given to him by pretending to be a little fairy, and an arrow appeared on the screen. Following the map's indication, Xiao Jian arrived near the marshland where he had found the sword last time, but the arrow on the terminal box pointed deep into the marsh. He tried to step into the marsh, but his feet were immediately swallowed by the mud and sank deeper. He hurriedly struggled towards the shore and narrowly pulled his legs out of the mire. Looking at the endless marsh, and then at his legs covered in black mud, he still felt apprehensive. How would he get to the location indicated by the arrow? He sat on a rock, propped his chin on his hands, and stared blankly at the marsh, thinking about how to enter it. After staring at the marsh for a moment, a flash of light appeared in his mind. The image of the marsh had already manifested in his head. He actually forgot about his insight ability. Xiao Jian immediately focused his attention into his mind, and soon he discovered abnormalities in the marsh through the image. Through the image, he saw a huge, elongated box buried deep in a marsh. This elongated box was not straight. It was twisted like a rope, and the entire box was covered in wheels, making it look like a crawling caterpillar from a distance. Just as Xiao Jian was about to focus on the box to see what was inside, his vision went dark, and his insight ability retreated. He shook his head helplessly. He was too weak, and his insight ability could only last for a short moment. Xiao Jian didn't know what this box was, seeing it covered in wheels. It might be something like a cart. Regardless of what this long box was, it was certain that the item pretending to be a little fairy had asked him to retrieve was likely inside this box. Without any tools, not even a wooden board or a rope, trying to retrieve an item from the bottom of the marsh was simply fantasy. Chapter 58. The Mutated Sprite Little Dumpling. Mutated sprites are an extremely rare species in the universe, characterized by the fact that their offspring, besides inheriting the mutated genes of their race, are completely different from their parents. Each mutated sprite has a unique and extraordinary ability. The items have been confirmed, but can only be seen, not touched. He simply lay on the rock, hands behind his head, gazing at the sky while thinking of a solution. Just then, the ground trembled, followed by a rumbling sound. Xiao Jian immediately got up and looked towards the source of the sound. Two black objects were rapidly approaching him. Xiao Jian's heart tightened. He quickly jumped down from the rock and instinctively felt around him, but found nothing. It was then he remembered that the sword he had picked up here was left back at the base. At that time, he had come here unconsciously guided by the map, neglecting to take the sword for emergencies. Just as Xiao Jian tried to escape, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Xiao Jian felt at a loss. The other's speed was several times faster than a warhorse, and even if he exerted all his strength, he could not shake them off. Fortunately, he did not sense any malice from them. These two unknown giants seemed completely indifferent to his small presence. Xiao Jian stared at the figure rushing past him, and with his keen eyesight, he could barely capture an image. However, this image left him utterly shocked, not because it was larger than a rhinoceros, but because from its mouth, he actually saw the face of a little girl. Even more bizarre was that this small face was flowing with tears. She was crying. Only the rumbling sound of running masked her cries. The creature resembling a rhinoceros had just desperately fled past Xiao Jian, and right after it, another beast was closely pursuing it. It resembled a giant leopard with strong and powerful limbs and sharp fangs dripping with blood. As this beast ran past Xiao Jian, it didn't even glance at him, its large, round eyes fixed intently on the animal ahead, flashing past him. Xiao Jian watched the black dot fading into the distance, patted his pounding heart, and quietly sighed in relief, thankful that they did not take an interest in him. If they had casually attacked him, he would likely be done for. However, before Xiao Jian could recover from his joy, the rumbling sound came again. In Xiao Jian's eyes, the two black dots that had just disappeared into the distance quickly ran back along the same path. Xiao Jian was filled with anger. He could hardly contain his curse. What were these two guys doing, running back and forth in front of him? His little heart could not withstand their scares. Even more frustrating for Xiao Jian was that the large animal that resembled a rhinoceros suddenly stopped in front of him. At this moment, Xiao Jian could clearly see its appearance. A large chunk of flesh was missing from its neck, and its smooth black fur was stained with blood. Its limbs were short and stout, resembling 4 wooden stumps. Its face was dominated by a large mouth, with the remaining space occupied by a pair of round, shiny eyes. Like 2 bright jewels, on either side of its head stood a pair of pointed ears like those of a rabbit. From its neatly arranged teeth, it was evident that it was not a carnivore. Its appearance was a complete mishmash, lacking any coordination. After the mishmash stopped in front of Xiao Jian, it suddenly knelt down, an unexpected action that startled Xiao Jian. He thought to himself, "Are you bowing down to me? Isn't that putting me in danger? With my build, I can hardly escape, and you expect me to protect you?" Just then, its head leaned forward as if trying to get closer to Xiao Jian, scaring him into retreating, only to find his back against the rock. Before Xiao Jian could move away, the mishmash opened its mouth wide and surprisingly spat a furry meatball into his arms. It was then that Xiao Jian realized it knelt down to lower its height, worried that the meatball might get hurt. Xiao Jian extended his trembling hands to hold the meatball, but the mishmash did not leave. Instead, it looked deeply at Xiao Jian, its eyes filled with tears and a pleading expression. It whimpered softly a few times and gently nudged the meatball in Xiao Jian's arms with its lips, seemingly begging him to protect the meatball. Touched by its actions, Xiao Jian nodded naturally. Seeing Xiao Jian's response, the mishmash let out a loud roar and charged towards the ferocious beast that was chasing them. The leopard-like beast seemed to have its sights set not on the mishmash, but rather on the meatball in Xiao Jian's arms, ignoring the mishmash's interception as it charged straight toward Xiao Jian. The ferocious beast was coming for the meatball. The mishmash, seeing that the beast had evaded its block, suddenly lunged forward, biting the beast's tail and dragging it step by step toward the swamp. Although the beast had a strong and powerful body, the mishmash's massive size and stout limbs gave it a clear advantage in the struggle. The beast's limbs clung tightly to the ground, but were still dragged step by step into the mud, leaving deep claw marks on the surface. In the mud, the mishmash's body began to sink slowly, but it still did not let go of the beast's tail. The beast struggled and roared in the mud, even biting at the mishmash's body, yet it still could not break free, sinking into the swamp along with the mishmash. In the end, only a series of bubbles remained. Holding the now sleeping meatball, Xiao Jian gazed at the swamp that did not recede for a long time. Regardless of the race or the world, maternal love is the greatest. Back at the base, Xiao Jian placed the meatball on the bed. The meatball, feeling the soft comfort, spread its body out and realized it actually had legs and feet, which were hidden when it curled up in a ball. It looked like a mini little girl with fluffy brown hair, a round and smooth face, extremely cute. Its slightly upright ears made it very sensitive, occasionally turning with sounds, even alert to the movements around it while sleeping. Amazingly, it seemed to dream of happy things. Able to smile like a human, its smile was very sweet, especially that adorable dimple, making one unable to resist wanting to pick it up and kiss it. Its body was covered with a layer of soft, fine fur, making it even more charming. This little cutie and the mishmash that desperately protected it had almost no other similarities besides both having short little legs. Xiao Jian couldn't help but feel puzzled. What was their relationship? Chapter 59. The mischievous little dumpling. When Xiao Jian got up, the little dumpling was still sound asleep. He left behind some dry cakes and a half-full water bottle and walked out of the base. He planned to find something to replace the wooden boards and ropes, and then find a way to enter the swamp to retrieve the long rectangular box. After searching for a while, he still couldn't find any usable items. Unconsciously, he found himself back at the swamp, staring blankly at it. At that moment, his terminal box suddenly beeped, and when Xiao Jian picked it up, he found a message pretending to be from a little fairy. "Is a little dumpling something you picked up? It's no small matter. Don't tell anyone about this." Xiao Jian immediately replied, "What species is it? How does it have a human face?" The message continued, "The little dumpling is a mutated spirit. Its mother must have seen humans, so it looks like one. There's information in the system. Check it out yourself." By the end of the message, her tone had clearly become impatient. Hey, wait, how do you know about it? Xiao Jian knew she wouldn't say anything more. You'll find out when you return to the base. Surprisingly, she replied this time, but the little fairy had already turned gray and logged off. Xiao Jian shook his head with a bitter smile. This little fairy seemed to hold a grudge against him, always logging off without a word. He opened the terminal box and indeed found an introduction to mutated spirits in the database. Mutated spirits are a rare species in the universe. They inherit only the mutation abilities of their race, and their appearance and body shape are randomly generated, not inheriting their parents' looks. Therefore, in their populations, they are diverse and varied, making it hard to find two similar mutated spirits. Each mutated spirit has at least one unique ability, and like their appearance, their abilities are also different, even unique within the entire race. If other species consume a mutated spirit, they have a chance to gain its unique ability. So once mutated spirits appear, they are hunted to near extinction. After reading this introduction, Xiao Jian was left in a daze. The universe truly was vast and full of wonders. He also realized that the fierce beast, which resembled a leopard, was desperately chasing after the little dumpling's mother, because it wanted the little dumpling's unique ability. No wonder the little fairy warned him not to disclose the little dumpling's secret. This little creature was like Tang Seng's meat, and once exposed, everyone would want to cook it. Through this incident, Xiao Jian developed a bit more affection for the little fairy. Although she was cold, she didn't seem to have a bad heart. From her last reply, it seemed something had happened in the base, so Xiao Jian hurriedly got up and headed back. Upon returning to the base, he saw a fluffy white ball standing on a chair, chattering away about something. Perhaps the chair was too high for it to reach the image, as it was also cushioned with a soft fabric, and surprisingly, it was holding a terminal box in its hands. The chair was covered with a piece of yellow cloth, a color that seemed familiar. It looked similar to his bedding. He glanced at the bed and was instantly dumbfounded. The bed legs and the bed frame were gone, leaving only a bedboard collapsed on the floor. The fabric on the chair had indeed been torn from his bedding. You come down here, did you do this? Xiao Jian pointed at the bedboard on the ground, his voice a bit loud and tinged with anger. The little dumpling burst into tears, leaving Xiao Jian at a loss for what to do. He rubbed his hands on his body, stepped forward to pick up the little dumpling, gently patting its back, and offered it a piece of dry cake. The little dumpling completely ignored him, skillfully pushing the dry cake aside while continuing to cry. Xiao Jian didn't know how to comfort it and brought over the water bottle that had rolled into the corner. The little dumpling's eyes lit up at the sight of the water bottle. It licked its dry lips and stopped crying. But when it took the water bottle and found it empty, it immediately started crying again. It seemed it was thirsty. Xiao Jian quickly bought 2 bottles of water from the system, unscrewed the caps, and handed one to it. The little dumpling took the bottle and gulped it down in one go, then looked at the water bottle in Xiao Jian's hand with eager eyes. When Xiao Jian didn't give it the bottle, tears began to well up in its eyes again. Xiao Jian hurriedly handed over the water bottle and bought another 2 bottles from the system. The little dumpling drank 3 bottles of water in one go before finally lying in his arms, satisfied and falling asleep. Xiao Jian stared at the 4 empty water bottles in a daze. It hadn't even been half a day, and the 4 bottles were already completely drained. He had really picked up an ancestor. Not to mention food, he couldn't even afford to keep it hydrated. This mutated spirit drank water so voraciously. How did it survive normally? Right? It must know where there are water sources. Holding the little dumpling and carrying the 4 empty bottles, Xiao Jian returned to the swamp. He walked along the edge of the swamp for over an hour with the little dumpling on his back before it finally woke up. Xiao Jian did his best to communicate with the little dumpling, waving his arms and dancing around. Finally, the little dumpling understood what Xiao Jian meant and led him to the foot of a mountain, stopping in front of a cave. A cool breeze blew out from the cave, carrying a damp smell, accompanied by the sound of trickling water. Xiao Jian picked up the little dumpling and walked deeper into the cave. In a crevice, he discovered the source of the water. Water flowed slowly from the crevice, forming a clear pond. Xiao Jian felt immense joy and excitement. This was the first water source he had found in the unknown space, and it was of great significance to him. He carefully approached the pond, gently touching the water's surface with his hand, feeling its moisture and coolness. This water source filled him with hope and comfort. With it, not only could he solve the drinking problem, but he could also plant various crops. He remembered that there were seeds for sale at the auction house, and these seeds had not been purchased by anyone yet. However, the seeds were quite expensive, costing 10 contribution points for a pack. He only had a few contribution points given by the system, and having spent 2 points to buy water for the little dumpling, he didn't even have enough to buy a pack of seeds. Thinking of the water in the system, which cost half a contribution point per bottle, he realized it was a huge profit. Could he also sell water? Xiao Jian opened the chat channel. There were only a few messages in it, as it was still daytime, and many people were likely still out. Ghost King, I ate 5 children, and I'm still hungry. Do you have any food? I have no contribution points left. I can exchange with a machete. Ice Emperor, this ghostly weather is so hot, and the water in the system is ridiculously expensive. If anyone find a water source, get me some. I'm about to die of thirst. Everyone, please help by giving a good review. Click on a rating. Select good looking, and leave a message in the book review. There will definitely be a reward later, you know. Chapter 60. The metal monster in the swamp. Xiao Jian immediately sent out a message, drawing his sword at the slightest disagreement. Selling water, 0. 2 per bottle. Please bring your own bottle. Serious inquiries only. Ice Emperor Star Person, wow. Big shot. Did you find a water source? Quickly send me 11 bottles. I have 11 empty bottles. Where's this guy from? The temperature doesn't seem particularly hot, yet he has already consumed 11 bottles of water. Is he really that afraid of the heat? All right, send the water bottles over to me. Xiao Jian quickly replied, and soon he received dozens of friend requests. Lowly Style Soft Girl, big shot, I want 3 bottles. Just after completing a transaction with the Lowly Style Soft Girl, another dozen people added him as a friend, all wanting to buy water. Aside from the Ice Emperor Star Person who bought 11 bottles at once, the others were buying 2 or 3 bottles, probably because they didn't have extra water bottles. Xiao Jian sat in the cave for just 1 hour and sold over 100 bottles of water, earning over 20 contribution points. He immediately bought a pack of seeds at the auction house. This business is really good. Xiao Jian couldn't help but pick up the little ball of fluff and give it a kiss on its forehead. All of this was thanks to the little ball of fluff. After sitting for a while, seeing that no one else contacted him, Xiao Jian put away the terminal box and got up to return to the base. Just as Xiao Jian took a few steps, he suddenly stopped and stared at the terminal box in his hand. It can teleport minerals. Can it also teleport sludge? He set the teleportation target to himself and aimed the light beam at a pile of rubble, clicking the teleport confirmation button. The rocks instantly disappeared, filling Xiao Jian with confidence. He placed the little ball of fluff on his shoulder and quickly returned to the swamp. He adjusted the light ring of the teleportation device to maximum and pressed the teleport button. Within the coverage of the green light beam, all the sludge instantly vanished, revealing a hard surface underneath. Xiao Jian happily looked at the terminal box, forgetting that the teleport destination was his base, and began teleporting directly over the swamp. Soon, he had opened up a safe passage in the swamp, and unexpectedly discovered a ground full of robot remains while clearing the passage. However, Xiao Jian did not recover these robot remains, but instead teleported them away along with the sludge. The passage he opened could be submerged by sludge at any time. He had to maintain teleportation mode and could not frequently switch to the recovery system to collect these low-value items. His target was the elongated rectangular box in front of him. When Xiao Jian saw this elongated rectangular box, even though he had already envisioned it in his mind, he was still shocked. This elongated rectangular box was made up of several rectangular metal boxes connected together, each over 3 zhang long, with a height and width exceeding 2 zhang. The rectangular boxes were connected by 2 hemispheres, like movable joints. The entire elongated object resembled a centipede that could twist and turn, with a sharp conical head engraved with spiral grooves. The sides of the elongated object were filled with serrated metal wheels, and there were many metal claws between the wheels, resembling steel shovels for digging or the legs of a centipede. When a little ball of fluff saw this metal monster, its eyes lit up. It stretched out its nimble little hands, pointed at it, squeaked a few times, and jumped down from Xiao Jian's shoulder, happily running towards it. Its short legs made it bounce along the ground like a furry ball, making Xiao Jian chuckle. when it reached the side of the box. It sprang up like a ball, leaping above the box, then reached out and pulled, causing a wheel to instantly disappear. Xiao Jian stared blankly at its actions, unable to recover for a long time. How did that wheel just suddenly vanish? Next, the little ball of fluff removed a dozen more wheels and, still unsatisfied, ran back, jumping onto Xiao Jian's shoulder. Xiao Jian was very curious. He patted around the little ball of fluff, but found nothing unusual. Where did it put those wheels? The little ball of fluff swayed its body, extremely resistant to Xiao Jian's rudeness. It chattered at him for a while before jumping down from his shoulder in displeasure. Seeing the little ball of fluff looking unhappy and unable to communicate with it, Xiao Jian had to give up on further exploration. He circled the rectangular box, preparing to enter its interior to obtain recoverable items. But the entire elongated rectangular box was tightly sealed, showing no signs of doors or windows. The terminal box in Xiao Jian's hand remained in teleportation mode, continuously sending out the surrounding sludge, but the sludge kept flooding into the passage, gradually filling the space. And the pace was getting faster. The teleportation speed of the terminal box could no longer keep up with the influx of sludge. If he waited any longer, things would get increasingly troublesome. Xiao Jian had no time to think. He quickly switched the teleportation mode to recovery mode, directing the green light beam at the box for direct recovery. The beam was insufficient to cover the entire elongated rectangular box, and with each recovery operation, a segment of the box would disappear, like a sharp knife cutting through tofu. In just a moment, the entire box was completely recovered by him. He had no time to check the recovery results, grabbing the little ball of fluff and quickly retreating. Just as he returned to the shore, the passage they had walked through was filled with sludge again, and at this moment, the sludge in the swamp had become even thinner. The flow speed of the thin sludge was several times faster than before, and the teleportation speed of the terminal box would definitely not withstand this flow. Xiao Jian patted his chest, grateful that he had run fast. Otherwise, he would have been stuck in the swamp. Back at the place where he had set up the base, looking at the mountain of accumulated sludge in front of him, Xiao Jian was completely dumbfounded. He circled around the sludge several times before confirming that the base was buried within it. At this point, the terminal box beeped twice, and when Xiao Jian opened it, he saw a message that pretended to be from a little fairy. Got it. The other party seemed to never say more than necessary, barely using words. Xiao Jian was shocked by her message. Could she be hiding nearby? Otherwise, how could she know so quickly? The little ball of fluff saw the image of the little fairy and happily pointed at it, chattering nonstop. Xiao Jian didn't know what it was babbling about, so he climbed to a higher place to look around, but noticed nothing unusual. After thinking for a moment, he gave up on continuing the search. The terrain here was quite complex, with towering rocks everywhere. If she intended to hide nearby, it would be difficult for him to find her anytime soon. So far, Xiao Jian had not sensed any malice from her. She probably didn't have any harmful intentions towards him, with the base still buried in the sludge. Xiao Jian had nowhere to go for the time being, so he randomly found a rock to sit down on. Chapter 61, Dodo Spring. A bit sweet after retrieving the long rectangular box from the swamp, Xiao Jian couldn't wait to check the results. He eagerly opened his account and was astonished to find 15,000 contribution points inside, although he had pretended to be a little fairy before. Seeing that number made his heart race with excitement. He never expected this long, rectangular box to be so valuable. To put in perspective, a complete robot carcass is only worth 15 points when recycled. Xiao Jian was very curious about what this long rectangular box actually was. At the time of retrieval in the swamp, the situation was urgent, so he didn't look at the feedback information from the recycling system. The box had wheels on all four sides and was made entirely of metal. If it were a vehicle, how could such a heavy thing move on uneven ground? He shook his head, not wanting to ponder these questions any longer. If metal robots could run all over the mountains and serve as soldiers, it wouldn't be surprising if a metal box could move as well. There were many things he couldn't understand, so he didn't mind adding one more. Perhaps he would gradually figure these things out in the future. Thinking of his own world, the items here seemed incredibly advanced in comparison. If only he could manufacture such things, just the thought excited him. Xiao Jian chuckled at himself for having such an absurd idea. He looked up at the still high sun and realized he was daydreaming in broad daylight. He transferred 8,000 contribution points to the little fairy he was pretending to be, of which 500 points were for purchasing the terminal box. This was something they had agreed upon from the beginning. The coordinates were provided by the little fairy, and the recycling profits would be split evenly between them. After transferring the points, he remembered that the little dumpling also had a terminal box. He looked at the little dumpling, pointed to the terminal box in its hand, and asked, "Little dumpling, where did you get that?" "Gigi, Gigi." The little dumpling seemed to only know how to say Gigi or Zatsa, and it looked like it was trying to talk. But Xiao Jian couldn't understand what it was saying. Seeing him shake his head, the little dumpling opened its terminal box, pointed at the picture of the little fairy, and kept calling out Gigi, Gigi. When Xiao Jian still seemed not to understand, it took the terminal box from his hands, skillfully added him as a friend, and then shouted into its own terminal box, "Gigi." Xiao Jian took back his terminal box and couldn't help but laugh. The little dumpling was saying that the small box was a gift from its sister. It turned out that the Gigi it was saying referred to sister, but it sounded like Gigi. Looking at the message from the little dumpling, Xiao Jian admired the power of this base. It could even translate the language of mutated sprites. With a base as a translator, it would be much easier to communicate with the little dumpling in the future, avoiding misunderstandings. Xiao Jian recalled the messy bed that the little dumpling had dismantled in the base and asked the terminal box, "Little dumpling, where did the bed we sleep on go?" "Hungry, delicious," the little dumpling said, smacking its lips, looking as if it hadn't had enough. Xiao Jian understood. No wonder it hadn't eaten the dry cakes he left for it. It was actually eating metal. His heart sank again. What kind of species was this? What couldn't it eat? It actually needed to eat metal. How could it digest that? With those little white teeth, could it really chew on metal? If he told people from his world about this, they probably wouldn't believe it. Recalling the dozens of metal wheels he had lost in the swamp, he wondered if they had all been eaten by it. That was quite a lot to consume. Did you eat those wheels? Xiao Jian was afraid the little dumpling wouldn't understand, so he made a circular gesture with his hands and pointed to its little mouth. The little dumpling shook its little head and patted its round, fluffy belly, replying, "Here." Then, as if performing a magic trick, it suddenly placed a wheel on the ground. This wheel was several times larger than the little dumpling's body. "TSK, TSK, this little guy is so strange." Xiao Jian picked up the little dumpling and looked all around, still not understanding where the wheel was hidden. He asked the little dumpling again, but it told him it only knew how to put things away and take them out. It didn't know where things went. Since the little dumpling didn't know, Xiao Jian could only give up for now, compared to the base's ability to transport items. The little dumpling's skill wasn't that surprising after all. Xiao Jian looked at the mud in front of him and started to worry again. This mud had to be dealt with, otherwise they would have to live outside. The system's data had warned that nights here were extremely unsafe. "Little dumpling, does your terminal box have a transmission function?" Xiao Jian suddenly thought that he could transport the mud to the little dumpling's terminal box. The little dumpling misunderstood Xiao Jian's meaning and hurriedly hid the terminal box behind its back, looking at him warily, tears starting to circle in its eyes. "Don't take my terminal box. It was given to me by my sister." Xiao Jian was speechless. This little guy was hopeless. Just by looking at its expression, he could tell it had become obsessed with the chat channel. "I'm not taking it. I just want to borrow it for a bit," he quickly explained as he saw the little dumpling was about to cry. "Really not taking mine?" The little dumpling hesitated, taking out the terminal box with its big eyes fixed on Xiao Jian, afraid he would take it and not return it. "Just give it to me. I have my own. Who wants yours?" Xiao Jian opened the little dumpling's terminal box, moved the transmission beam to a low-lying area outside the base, and then opened his own terminal box to transport the mud. Immediately, the mud was transferred out in piles, just like animal waste. Xiao Jian was very happy. This thing was really useful. The little dumpling also found it fun, hopping around with its terminal box, and even picked up a large pile of robot remains from the mud. These remains were transported over while cleaning the mud. Finally, the base was cleared of mud, but it was still dirty and uninhabitable. Xiao Jian picked up the little dumpling again and returned to the cave with water, continuously transporting water from the pool to the base, working all night. The little dumpling also stayed up all night, sitting on one side with its terminal box, busy with something. As long as it wasn't crying or making a fuss, Xiao Jian didn't bother to pay attention to it. Back in the base, Xiao Jian worked for several more hours before finally cleaning it up. He was so tired from today's work that he decided to rest in the base. He opened the chat channel and was surprised to find a pinned advertisement. Nicknamed Little Sweet Bean. Dodo Spring a bit sweet. Who is this Little Sweet Bean? They actually found a water source. Xiao Jian didn't pay much attention. He no longer cared about this little income. It was just fine that someone else was selling water in his place. He was happy to have a break. Chapter 62. Stockpiling seeds and terminal boxes. Please call me Garbage King. Huh? I'm rich. 500 contribution points in hand. I should be the first millionaire, right? Fried cute. Oh, Garbage King, what good stuff did you find? Spill the beans. I scoured the area and only found 2 robot remains, earning just 30 points. The recycling device can identify the name of an item as long as you align the green light beam with the item during the recycling process. So, everyone is no longer calling it a metal man. They all know it's a robot now. Please call me Garbage King. Cute. Your robots don't have energy boxes, right? Fried cute. Nope. The places for energy boxes are just piles of powder. Once the energy in the energy box is used up, it automatically shatters. This is all mentioned in the system documentation. I don't know how long this battlefield has been here, but if the robots weren't completely destroyed, even a tiny part that consumes energy would deplete the energy box. So, it's hard to find usable energy boxes among the robot remains. Please call me Garbage King. So they've run out, and the robot remains aren't worth much. A complete robot remains is only worth 15 points. From head to toe, cool. I found a whole bunch of robot remains, and there's only 1 energy box left, but it's still pretty good. I earned 300 contribution points. Everyone started showing off their gains, perhaps because they were becoming more familiar with the area. Their activity range began to expand, and their harvest over the past 2 days was quite good. The highest gain was indeed Garbage King, followed closely by From Head to Toe Cool, who had just over 300 points. Of course, there might be hidden players as well. People like Xiao Jian and pretending to be a little fairy already had several thousand points, and neither of them showed off their gains. Xiao Jian opened the auction house again and inadvertently discovered that the terminal boxes were continuously decreasing, with only 1 being reduced at a time. And the time intervals were very regular. It was obvious that one person was making purchases. The auction house has a rule that one person can only buy one of the same item within a certain period. The key point is that terminal boxes are limited, with 719 available, 1 for each survivor. If someone buys an extra one, then someone else is missing out. Xiao Jian immediately understood that someone was stockpiling. He didn't hesitate and participated in the rush to buy. He first bought terminal boxes, and seeds were also limited items. There were still over 700 bags in the auction house, priced at just 10 points per bag. So Xiao Jian bought 1 bag at a time when the time came. Soon, Xiao Jian noticed that the rate of decline in seed quantity was accelerating. It seemed another stockpiler had come, probably due to insufficient funds. The other party only bought seeds and did not purchase terminal boxes. Xiao Jian glanced at the dry biscuits and water. Both of these items were unlimited, and he couldn't tell if anyone was buying them. Since dry biscuits and water wouldn't earn money, he didn't buy any. After a busy night, Xiao Jian finally spent all his 7,000 contribution points, purchasing 40 terminal boxes for 6,000 points and 100 bags of seeds for 1,000 points. Looking at the auction house, there were still over 600 terminal boxes left. If he wanted to make money by selling terminal boxes, he had to clear the stock, which was no small number. Xiao Jian began to doubt whether he had been too hasty this time. Looking at his empty account, he had become broke again. He must earn contribution points quickly. Since he had already started stockpiling, there was no reason to stop halfway. He thought of the robot remains in the swamp. Now, with 2 terminal boxes, recycling the remains would be much simpler. Before leaving, Xiao Jian adjusted the light beam of the base's teleportation device to a depression outside. He didn't want to flood the base again. With the little dumpling on his shoulder, they went back to the swamp. Looking at the endless swamp, Xiao Jian suddenly felt incredibly small. The passage he had opened when recycling the long boxes had long been submerged in the muddy water, leaving no trace. He focused on the depths of the swamp, and soon an image of the swamp appeared in his mind. Xiao Jian's attention quickly scanned through the image. The entire swamp resembled a giant funnel, with the mud getting deeper towards the center. When his consciousness reached the central area, he unexpectedly discovered a pitch-black cave entrance. The entrance was about the size of a small hill, and the cave was bottomless. Xiao Jian even felt that the entire swamp was the outer edge of this cave entrance. As soon as his consciousness probed slightly into the cave, his perception ability automatically retreated. Inside the deep cave, he saw many long rectangular boxes and other items, but due to the depth of the cave entrance, he couldn't clearly see the specific shapes. This deep cave was far from the shore and very deep. With his current abilities, he couldn't reach that place. Fortunately, there were many robot remains on the shallow banks of the swamp. Salvaging these remains would also be a significant gain. This time, with the Little Dumpling's terminal box. Operating was indeed much more convenient than last time. He handed his terminal box to the Little Dumpling, letting it ride on his shoulder and specifically handle the recycling of robot remains. He himself took the Little Dumpling's terminal box and was responsible for clearing the path. They were having fun, unknowingly walking deeper and deeper. At that moment, Xiao Jian felt the surroundings suddenly become dark. He looked up in confusion. The clear sky had been covered by thick clouds. Boom! A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, breaking the tranquility and ease of the moment. Oh no! It's going to rain. Xiao Jian tightened his grip on the Little Dumpling on his shoulder and immediately turned to run. The Little Dumpling felt like it was flying and excitedly clapped its little hands, squealing. Just as they hadn't run far, a torrential downpour came pouring down. Xiao Jian was frightened, his face paling, and quickly instructed the Little Dumpling to hold onto his neck tightly. He freed his hands, holding one terminal box in each, continuously clicking to confirm the teleportation as he ran toward the shore, transporting the mud along the way. The ground was wet and slippery. He fell several times, not even having time to wipe his face before getting back up and rushing forward. Behind Xiao Jian, the mud was like a wall, rolling toward him, ready to completely engulf him. Just as the mud wall was about to reach him, the mud on both sides of the passage suddenly collapsed, merging with the mud wall. Combined with the dilution from the heavy rain, the mud became even more turbulent, forming a huge wave of mud several meters high. The howling wind pushed the mud wave, crashing violently against Xiao Jian's back. He felt as though he had been struck by a hammer. His body instantly lifted off the ground, crashing onto the shore and sliding several meters forward before finally coming to a stop. At that moment, the mountain flood around him roared and surged with a thunderous force. Xiao Jian tightly grasped a rock, struggling to stabilize himself so he wouldn't be swept into the swamp. The Little Dumpling, who had been happily squealing just moments ago, was now clinging tightly to Xiao Jian's head, its short legs wrapped tightly around his neck, terrified and wide-eyed, stunned by the scene before it. Chapter 63. Food prices skyrocket. Xiao Jian turned back and saw that the passage in the swamp had long disappeared, and the entire swamp had turned into a lake filled with muddy water. He let out a long sigh. If he had been any slower, even activating the teleportation feature of 2 terminal boxes wouldn't have been able to withstand this crazy mud. The teleportation feature of the terminal boxes was not continuous but intermittent. No matter how fast one clicked, it still took time to confirm the teleportation button. Each time the system completed the teleportation of items, there would also be a brief pause. Upon returning to the base, the original low-lying area had turned into small hills of sludge, with sewage flowing everywhere. Fortunately, the base was situated on higher ground. Otherwise, it would have been buried in the mud again. The weather here was like a child's face, changing unpredictably. The torrential rain showed no signs of stopping. Xiao Jian opened his account system to check the day's harvest, which was not bad. He had gained over 3,000 contribution points. When he opened the auction house, he was stunned to find that the price of dry cakes had skyrocketed. The dry cakes, which used to cost only 2 contribution points, had now risen to 20 points and was still climbing. Xiao Jian immediately purchased 10 packs of dry cakes, and like water, he could buy up to 10 units at a time. At that moment, the price of dry cakes instantly jumped to 21 points. He stared wide-eyed at the price, and without needing to look at the system prompt, he understood that while dry cakes had no purchase limit, the system would raise the price by 1 point for every 10 packs sold. Xiao Jian then looked at the price of water, which remained at 0. 2 contribution points. However, next to it, a number 1500 appeared, and it was continuously decreasing. Although water had not increased in price, it had started to be supplied in limited quantities. Xiao Jian hurriedly purchased 10 bottles of water. Although he was not short on drinking water, he might need the bottles later. After buying water, it was time to buy dry cakes again. By this point, the price of dry cakes had risen to 25 points. Without hesitation, Xiao Jian bought another 10 packs. He had no idea when he would be able to plant crops again. Although dry cakes were not tasty, they were currently the only food available. So it was better to be prepared. After purchasing dry cakes, he quickly bought seeds. With food prices rising like this, who knew how high they would go? In the end, he still had to rely on growing his own food. The auction house did not categorize the seeds, and Xiao Jian did not know what kind of seeds he had bought, so he could only buy one pack at a time continuously. At this moment, the chat channel was buzzing with activity, various messages flooding the screen as people cheered for the heavy rain. Most people did not notice the abnormality in the auction house. Of course, some did, but no one was foolish enough to mention it. If everyone found out, the price of dry cakes would surely skyrocket even more. I've been in the water. Thank the heavens, it's finally raining. Heavens, what do I care? Not a drop of rain has fallen here. Senior cute. Brother water. Haven't you always been in the water? Are you still short on water? I've been in the water. Nonsense, I'm on a deserted island, surrounded by the vast sea, and the seawater is undrinkable. Otherwise, I'd have sold water long ago. How to eat enough? Now, little Sweet Bean's water-selling business is probably going to fail. I bought dozens of bottles from her. I wonder if I can return them? Sleeping to cook in the human world. They must have made thousands of contribution points. They won't starve even if they don't sell water. Ice Emperor Alien. What you said isn't quite right. Everyone should be grateful. Dodo didn't sell a high price, so there's no reason to return what was bought. This Ice Emperor Alien was quite right. In fact, the one who bought the most water should be him. I actually like the sea because I like waves. I also bought more than 10 bottles from her. This business is truly easy money. Why am I so unlucky? At this point, Xiao Jian had spent all his contribution points, purchasing 40 packs of dry cakes, which cost him 1,000 contribution points. He also bought 200 packs of seeds and 50 bottles of water, clearing out his contribution points again, leaving him with 15 points. In the chat channel, someone finally noticed the abnormality in the auction house. Not beautiful, not cute, still cool. Hey, everyone, take a look. Is there something wrong with the auction house? Please call me Garbage King. What the hell did I read that wrong? Wasn't dry cake 10 points a pack? How did it become 40 points? Dragging the baby bottle around. This bottled water's price hasn't changed, but what's the 1,000 next to it mean? I've been in the water. Heavens. Is there no way to live anymore? Every time you buy 10 packs of dry cakes, the price goes up by 1 point, and in the blink of an eye, it has risen by 5 points. Please call me Garbage King. Oh no, that's all old news. It has now skyrocketed to 55 points. I only snatched 10 packs, and it increased by 15 points. The channel was suddenly filled with wails. How to eat enough? Oh my gosh. My contribution points are not enough. I only bought 1 pack of dry cakes. How can I survive now? Sleeping to cook in the human world. Woo. I just bought a terminal box and have no contribution points left. Can someone lend me some? I can trade 10 packs of dry cakes for a terminal box. As soon as this person's message was sent, the price of dry cakes had soared to 100. Apart from a few people lamenting their lack of money, no one paid him any attention. Everyone was busy scrambling for dry cakes. It wasn't until the price of dry cakes exceeded 200 points that the rate of increase began to slow down. It wasn't that people didn't want to buy. It was that their contribution points could not even afford 1 pack. It was evident that everyone had earned quite a few contribution points in the past few days. Otherwise, the price of dry cakes wouldn't have risen so quickly. Please call me Garbage King. This rain, why won't it stop? If it keeps going, the base will start flooding. Xiao Jian glanced out the window. The heavy rain showed no signs of stopping, and the area around the base had turned into a vast ocean. In the chat channel, no one was concerned about the auction house anymore. It was all pleas for help. Single eyelid cricket. Help. My base is flooded. Ooh, I'm going to drown in here. Invincible little rice porridge. Ah, my base was washed away by the flood. Ice Emperor Alien. Damn it, there's a landslide here, and my base has been buried. I've shared my coordinates. Whoever is nearby, come help me. This Ice Emperor alien had bought water from Xiao Jian before, and they had added each other as friends. So he was somewhat familiar. Xiao Jian opened the shared coordinates and indeed saw his location, which was not far from him. Given his current stamina and agility, he estimated he could reach there in less than 2 days. However, sharing his location with everyone felt very inappropriate to Xiao Jian. He immediately messaged the Ice Emperor alien. You remove the location sharing. I'll come help you after the rain stops. Just hold on for 2 days. Ice Emperor alien. Thank you, boss. I can hold on for 2 days. From now on, you are my boss. I'll follow you. Everyone, please help recommend or give a good review. Thank you all. Chapter 64. The heavy rain awakens the underground monsters the next day. The rain finally lessened, but the sky remained gloomy with not a trace of sunshine. This little rain had little effect on Xiao Jian. He had gotten up early and set off towards the Ice Emperor's direction with the little dumpling. Before leaving, Xiao Jian sent a message to the Ice Emperor. I'm setting off to help you now. Are you okay? The Ice Emperor replied, Boss, I'm fine. My name is Han Xiao, and I'm from Ice Emperor's Star, Ice City. From now on, just call me Han Xiao. Seeing this message, Xiao Jian was quite surprised. Where was Ice Emperor's Star? He had never heard of it before. Could it be that all those who came to this unknown space were from different planets? Han Xiao, do you know about Earthstar? On his own planet, everyone called it Earthstar, and no one from his world would be unaware of it. The Ice Emperor replied, Is Earthstar also a planet? I haven't heard of it. Boss, are the people here all from different planets? Earthstar is the planet you live on, right? Xiao Jian had never proactively contacted others in the chat channel, so he naturally didn't know where these people came from. Han Zhao's message shocked him greatly. Who were these guardians? They had gathered over 1,000 people from various planets here. How did they manage it? What was special about the people gathered here? Why were they brought together? Was it really just for resource gathering? It seemed implausible that such a grand effort was made just to collect resources, and Xiao Jian couldn't believe it. He pondered as he continued on his way, his pace never slowing. He had a good impression of Han Xiao and didn't want anything to happen to him. Half a day passed, and Xiao Jian's terminal box beeped twice. He quickly opened it to find a message from Han Xiao. The Ice Emperor wrote, Boss, I'm about to be killed by a creature with green light in its eyes. It directly entered my. The message abruptly stopped, clearly unfinished. He was likely about to say that it had entered his base. Xiao Jian stared at the message, his mouth agape in shock. A soul-devouring evil spirit. How could there be a soul-devouring evil spirit here? He hurriedly sent a message. Hey, Han Xiao, are you still there? I'm coming right away. You have to hold on. The soul-devouring evil spirit could potentially pass through the outer walls of the base and enter directly. But how did it find Han Zhao's location? Was it among them? Thinking of the soul-devouring evil spirit, Xiao Jian's eyes reddened with rage. It was responsible for killing his father and the villagers of Immortal Peak. It had caused his family to be destroyed. He would kill every single one he encountered, and he wouldn't stop until they were all eradicated. Xiao Jian didn't slow down, but rather quickened his pace, sensing that Han Xiao might already be in danger. Night fell, but Xiao Jian continued to rush forward without rest. Just before dawn, he finally reached the location shared by Han Xiao. Not far ahead, half of a large mountain had collapsed, and the foot of the mountain was strewn with rocks and mud. Xiao Jian took out his terminal box, set the target for teleportation to the Little Dumpling's terminal box, and soon saw the base buried in the mud. The base was securely locked, and the outer walls were intact. Xiao Jian peered through the window and saw a complete set of clothes lying on the smooth floor. He took out the terminal box, scanned the base, and immediately received a message. Unclaimed base detected. You can reclaim this base. Your base will be upgraded to level 4. The control panel had 2 buttons, Open Base and Reclaim Base. Xiao Jian clicked on Open Base, entered, and after a quick look around, found no signs of struggle. In Han Zhao's resting room, he discovered dozens of bottles of water and half a pack of dry biscuits. Using the terminal box, Xiao Jian reclaimed the base, which transformed into a ring that he wore on his finger. The soul-devouring evil spirit that killed Han Xiao should not have purchased the terminal box yet, so it couldn't take Han Zhao's base. Xiao Jian chose not to reclaim this base to upgrade his own, fearing that if Han Xiao had returned, reclaiming the base at that moment might harm him. If he had the chance to meet Han Xiao again in the future, he would return the ring to him. As dawn broke, the sun emerged, casting a beam of light across the land, bringing warmth and hope to all. However, for the unknown space, the sunlight, after heavy rain, might not necessarily bring hope. It could also herald danger. Wherever the sunlight shined, tinder sprouts began to emerge from the ground. At first, Xiao Jian didn't pay much attention, but he soon noticed something was off. The growth rate of these sprouts was alarmingly fast. In no time, they had grown to half a foot tall. Moreover, they were stretching wildly at a visible speed. Soon, the hills were covered in lush green grass, resembling a spring meadow. As Xiao Jian stared in bewilderment at this vibrant landscape, he suddenly felt something wriggling beneath his feet, as if insects were stirring underground. Startled, Xiao Jian jumped back. Soon, small mounds began to rise from the surface, growing larger until they eventually burst open. A gaunt, emaciated monster slowly crawled out from the ruptured mound. Its body resembled that of a pangolin, covered in dry, cracked scales, looking lifeless. Its limbs were short and frail, slightly bent, as if ready to spring into action at any moment. Long toes bore eagle-eye claws. Its head was triangular, with sharp angles dominating its face, covered in razor-sharp edges like a deadly blade. On either side were small, lifeless eyes that seemed to have just awakened from slumber, dazedly surveying the surroundings. Its mouth, located at the base of the sharp angles, was like a fissure, revealing two fangs that showcased its ferocity. As time passed, more and more monsters emerged from the ground. They paused momentarily, then suddenly sprang into action, dashing towards the grass, ravenously devouring it. They gulped down the green grass without even chewing, as if afraid of missing out if they ate too slowly. The roots of the grass were pulled from the surface, thicker than fingers and brimming with tendrils. Once uprooted, the grass would wither at a visible speed. The angular monsters swallowed the roots along with the soil, as if these roots were a great delicacy. After consuming the green grass and its roots, the previously emaciated bodies of the angular monsters swelled like balloons, their limbs becoming plump, and their scales glistening with luster. Chapter 65. Life and death struggle with monsters. The monsters had eaten enough green grass and suddenly let out a low growl at their companions, baring their fangs and lunging at each other. Soon, they were entangled together, and when one companion fell, the others immediately swarmed in, tearing it to pieces. After devouring their companion, these monsters became stronger and more agile. The bulging muscles showed their immense power. Their fangs gleamed, sharp as blades. Their eyes became dark and fierce, revealing a vicious glare. At this moment, they seemed to notice the presence of Xiao Jian, the anomaly among them. The surrounding monsters began to turn toward Xiao Jian, greedily staring at the little bundle on his shoulder, growling softly with their mouths open. Xiao Jian drew his sword, and, as one monster charged at him, he did not dodge or evade, but instead met it head-on. This sword was one Xiao Jian had picked up from the swamp, incredibly sharp. Just as the monster's sharp horn was about to pierce his body, Xiao Jian sidestepped and swung his sword. The monster could not adjust its direction in time and brushed past Xiao Jian, the sword instantly slicing a massive wound on its body, flinging off a large patch of its scales. A woo! The monster let out a tragic cry and fell to the ground. And this cry immediately attracted the attention of more monsters, who turned to look in Xiao Jian's direction. When they saw the little bundle on his shoulder, their eyes lit up as if they had discovered a delicious prey, abandoning their infighting and turning to pounce on Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian kept swinging his sword, and soon, green blood sprayed everywhere, filling the air with a disgusting, fishy smell. He felt the sword in his hand becoming heavier, while the monsters around him only grew in number, several of them piercing him with their sharp horns, staining his clothes with blood. At that moment, a monster that was clearly larger and stronger than its kin let out a low growl and slowly walked toward Xiao Jian. The monsters surrounding him heard this roar and scattered, giving this towering beast a clear path. Xiao Jian's heart sank, seeing the imposing aura of this monster. It must be their leader, and judging by its size, it had probably devoured countless kin. He was already at his wit's end dealing with these lower-level monsters. How could he possibly stand against this leader? As Xiao Jian pondered his countermeasures, he suddenly sensed a wave of malice coming from the beast before him. Previously, even when surrounded by dozens of monsters, he had not sensed their malice because they were all after the little bundle. Only this monster leader had locked onto him as its target, knowing that only by killing him could it obtain the bundle. When the monster leader was still several feet away, it stopped, twisted its body, and suddenly exerted force with its legs. Just as the monster leader was about to jump towards Xiao Jian, an image flashed in his mind. At that crucial moment, Xiao Jian's insight ability activated, clearly displaying the attack pattern of the monster leader in the predictive image. When Xiao Jian saw the image, he was taken aback. The monster's attack trajectory was not a straight line, but an S-shaped curve. Moreover, unlike the other monsters that only charged with their sharp horns, this one utilized its claws to the fullest. As it charged, its front claws swayed left and right, twisting its body to create a phantom several feet wide. Even with Xiao Jian's sharp eyesight, he could hardly see its true form. The monster leader seemed to be dancing wildly, seemingly without any method, yet it almost blocked all of Xiao Jian's escape routes. If it weren't for his perceptive ability to foresee its attack route and techniques, he would have definitely been unable to dodge its claws after evading its horn. Even though Xiao Jian knew its moves, he still couldn't find any space to evade. He could only fight desperately, swinging his sword towards the predicted position of the horn. In reality, when Xiao Jian swung his sword, the monster leader's horn was still several feet away from where he struck. It was as if the monster was offering its horn to him. Just as Xiao Jian's sword connected, it eagerly presented its horn right under the blade. Clang! A sound like metal colliding rang out, and a tremendous force surged from the sword, forcing Xiao Jian to step back several paces, nearly losing his grip on the sword. At the point where the sword and horn met, it was like a hammer striking an iron ingot, sending sparks flying. The monster leader was also shaken by Xiao Jian's strike, stumbling sideways a few steps, almost falling to the ground. Xiao Jian glanced at its horn, which was surprisingly unharmed. His sword could slice through ordinary monsters as easily as cutting vegetables, yet it left not a trace on the leader's horn. The monster leader was stunned. How had its invincible moves failed today? Moreover, coincidentally, its horn had collided with the opponent's weapon. Although its horn was hard enough, it still ached from the impact. After a moment's pause, the monster leader charged at Xiao Jian again. This time, Xiao Jian could see from the predictive image in his mind that the horn aimed at him was merely a feint. As the horn approached his body, its front claws suddenly gripped the ground, and its body flipped over, using its hind claws to strike at his chest and back. This monster leader was truly becoming clever, devising such tactics. If Xiao Jian followed his previous approach and swung his sword at its horn, his body would definitely be pierced by its hind claws. In truth, Xiao Jian was now too weak to swing his sword to deflect its horn, if the monster leader didn't play tricks and charged at him head-on, as before. He wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. Its current move seemed unsolvable, but actually gave Xiao Jian an opportunity. Just as it was about to reach Xiao Jian, its front claws indeed gripped the ground firmly, and as its body was about to roll, Xiao Jian lunged forward, suddenly seeming to trip over something, his body diving down as his sword precisely aimed at a point. At that moment, the monster leader's head was perfectly positioned downward, almost in an upside-down stance, and its left eye coincidentally met the tip of Xiao Jian's sword. A whoop! The monster leader let out a scream, its body losing balance and crashing on the ground, kicking up dust. In fact, if this monster leader hadn't come in to insert itself, Xiao Jian would have been unable to resist the onslaught of dozens of monsters. After the monster leader arrived, the other monsters stood aside to watch the show, not daring to join in. With his foresight, Xiao Jian found it much easier to fight alone. The monster leader lay on the ground, wailing endlessly, and the surrounding monsters began to stir again. If they launched another attack, Xiao Jian would definitely be torn to pieces. Just as they hesitated, Xiao Jian quickly pulled out the terminal box from his pocket and scanned the ring on his finger. The terminal box immediately displayed the base control panel, and Xiao Jian clicked to expand it. With a loud boom, the ring flew off his finger and landed on the ground, instantly unfolding into the base. There's one more chapter coming. Please give a good review and a recommendation if you can. Chapter 66. Returning to one's own world, many monsters around were unable to escape in time and were crushed beneath the base, while the other monsters were still stunned. Xiao Jin swiftly entered the base and locked the door behind him. At this moment, the monsters finally reacted, rushing to the front of the base and continuously ramming their sharp horns against the outer walls, the banging sounds echoing like firecrackers. Xiao Jin breathed a sigh of relief. He had tested the outer walls of the base and knew they were not something these monsters could shake. Though it was not yet dark, the chat channel was already bustling with activity. I'm hungry again. What kind of grass is this? It grows so fast. I wonder if it's edible. Smack you want monsters. So many monsters. They are fighting each other. Call me Garbage King. I have a lot of monsters here too. They seem to have burrowed up from underground. Luckily, I didn't go out in the rain today, or I would have been done for. Vegetarian mosquito. Oh my god, my leg was eaten by a monster. It followed me into the base. Boo-hoo, my location is 213-438. Can someone help me? A machete would do. I want to kill it. As soon as this message was sent, the chat channel fell silent. This vegetarian mosquito didn't even have a knife and would surely not last long. Indeed, after that, no more messages from him were seen. Xiao Jin glanced at the number of survivors. He noticed it had dropped to 712. He remembered it was still 719 when he returned last time, and most of these people had probably died after the downpour. After the storm, it seemed everything began to change. Food prices soared, and suddenly there were so many monsters outside. The days of comfort were likely gone for good. Xiao Jin pondered for a moment and decided to send a reminder in the chat channel, though he did it anonymously. There are soul-eating evil spirits here, and the outer walls of the base may not hold against them. They could very well be among us, so please do not casually share your locations with others. The chat channel fell silent immediately. Though they were not together, the heavy atmosphere could still be felt. After a long while, someone finally sent a message. Sitting in front of the grave, teasing ghosts immediately asked, "Who are you? How do you know about the soul-eating evil spirit?" Xiao Jin ignored this person. Sending this reminder was indeed a bit risky. After the soul-eating evil spirit saw this message, it could easily deduce that he was not far from the base where he had been chatting. It was even possible it would come to check the area. After this message, there was another long silence before everyone started discussing the soul-eating evil spirit. Some people here were also aware of it. At this time, his terminal box beeped twice. When Xiao Jin opened it, he found a private message from someone pretending to be a little fairy. You discovered the soul-eating evil spirit? Xiao Jin did not deny it and replied, the Ice Empire people were harmed by it. If we kill this soul-eating evil spirit, can the crystal core be taken back? Xiao Jin had been worried about Shuya's situation and did not know how she was doing. If he could get an evil spirit crystal core, he was confident he could wake her up. Xiao Jin felt that the person pretending to be a little fairy was quite knowledgeable, so he casually asked. This time, the little fairy did not reply immediately, but waited a moment before responding. Currently, it can't be taken. You can't provoke the soul-eating evil spirit yet. Don't think about it. After returning, wait for my message. Xiao Jin also knew his own capabilities. Last time he killed the burly man. If it weren't for Shuya risking her life to help him, he would have been dead long ago. From her tone, it seemed she could help him obtain the evil spirit crystal core. She was indeed not simple. With her assistance, there was a bit more hope in waking Shuya. All right, I'll wait for your message. Do you have anything else for me? The little fairy replied. Earn a little money, but it's a bit dangerous. Do you dare to go? Could he say no? Not to mention, she was willing to help him get the evil spirit crystal core. Just for the favor of her sending him a message, he had to go. Of course. How could I not go? What's the task? By the way, how much can I earn? Xiao Jin answered very decisively and even threw in a little flattery, but the last sentence exposed his greedy nature. The other party replied immediately. An energy mine worth 50,000 contribution points. Xiao Jin instantly became energized. In fact, he wouldn't refuse even if it were 5,000 contribution points. He replied without hesitation, I'm going. Whether it's a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, I will go. Xiao Jin was indeed in need of money. He had not finished buying the seeds for the auction house, and there were still several hundred terminal boxes. If he just gave up like this, all his previous investments would have been in vain. However, this matter was not urgent. After the price of food increased, everyone had basically exhausted their contribution points, and no one was buying seeds or terminal boxes. After the little fairy sent the coordinates, she followed up with another message. Don't bring the little dumpling. Then, she went offline directly. It seemed that this time there might really be danger. Otherwise, she wouldn't have specifically instructed him not to bring the little dumpling. Just as Xiao Jian was considering when to set off, a progress bar suddenly popped up in the image. The return time had arrived. Luckily, there was this base from Han Xiao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known where to leave the little dumpling. A base with an owner would have the harvest ring return with the owner. Only an unknown base would not disappear from here. Xiao Jian reminded the little dumpling to stay in the base and wait for him to come back. Upon hearing that he was leaving, the little dumpling immediately burst into tears. Xiao Jian hugged the little dumpling, comforting and assuring it that he would be back soon. Finally managing to calm it down. At Beishan New Village, Xiao Jian returned to his bedroom. It still looked the same as when he crossed into the unknown space. He lay on the bed, organizing his thoughts. He had to deliver the nitrocellulose he had agreed upon with Manager Hu. The next morning, Xiao Jian called Zhang Chun and Chen Bihua and asked Chen Bihua, "How much grass alkali do we have on hand?" During this time, Chen Bihua had not stopped producing grass alkali. She and the children had been cutting grass and burning the ashes all over the mountains. Zhang Chun and the others had not spared any of the places they had burned, working all day like black people. "Young master, we've managed to get over 40 pounds. Chen Bihua felt she was not idle. Although she was busy every day, she was still very happy. Xiao Jian praised Chen Bihua and then discussed with Zhang Chun. He took 35 pounds of grass alkali and, along with Fugui, Laifu, and Dog Air, set off for Shangzhou City. In Shangzhou City, as Xiao Jian and his group passed through the refugee camp and just arrived at the city gate, Dog Air leaned close to Xiao Jian and said mysteriously, "Young master, guess who I saw?" Xiao Jian turned to look at Dog Air. Dog Air hurriedly said, "It's that bandit who ran away with us last time." Xiao Jian was puzzled. The bandit who escaped was originally from Shangzhou. What was strange about encountering him here? Chapter 67. The deal with shopkeeper Hu. The dog continued. "I saw him sneaking around, so I followed him. There were more than 10 of them, and I didn't dare get too close. I vaguely heard them talking about mixing in. There are tens of thousands of refugees in Shangzhou City, and no one cares about them. In the past, some wealthy families would distribute porridge, but no one can sustain this kind of consumption. And now there are fewer and fewer people willing to do so. The refugees have no way out. A storm is coming. We can't stay in Shangzhou City for long. We need to complete the deal quickly and hurry back." As Xiao Jian just arrived at the city gate, a soldier came over to inspect. He pointed at some bamboo tubes on the ox cart and asked, "What are these things?" On the cart, there were dozens of bamboo tubes the size of small bowls, with one end having a wooden handle and a thin bamboo tube tied with rag at the end of the handle. Xiao Jian immediately handed over a piece of broken silver and respectfully said, "Sir, these bamboo tubes are specially used to hold medicines. You see those 2 large ceramic jars? They contain the medicines." The soldier stepped forward, opened the jars, pinched a little bit of powder, put it on his tongue, and spat it out repeatedly, waving his hand as if trying to shoo away flies, urging them to hurry into the city. At the grocery store, shopkeeper Hu was attending to customers. When he saw Xiao Jian, he didn't recognize him at first and greeted him with a professional smile, saying, "Esteemed guest, are you looking to buy something?" Xiao Jian tapped his folding fan and said unhappily, "Shopkeeper Hu, how long has it been that you've forgotten me?" Upon seeing Xiao Jian tap the fan, shopkeeper Hu immediately reacted, bowed, and said, "Oh, it's the young master. You jest. I would never forget you, young master. It's just that your change is so great that I didn't recognize you at first. Please forgive me." As he spoke, shopkeeper Hu made a gesture inviting Xiao Jian to talk inside. Since the fusion of their souls, Xiao Jian's body had been changing daily. He was now half a head taller than before. No wonder shopkeeper Hu didn't recognize him right away. After some pleasantries, Xiao Jian and shopkeeper Hu went to the backyard, with Fu Gui carrying things behind Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian pulled out a piece of rabbit skin from Fu Gui's load, shook it in his hand, and said, "Shopkeeper Hu, this piece of rabbit skin is processed with nitrate. Take a look. Shopkeeper, who took the rabbit skin, rubbed it with both hands, and said, I trust the young master's nitrate secret formula. The tiger skin from last time was very well received by the owner, who specifically instructed me to wait for the young master before leaving. Xiao Jian looked up at Shopkeeper Hu and asked in surprise, Shopkeeper Hu, are you planning to leave Shangzhou City? Shopkeeper Hu peeked outside, as if afraid of being discovered, then leaned in closer and whispered, It seems something is about to happen here. The owner has asked me to move to Jinjiang. He then returned to a casual demeanor and said, By the way, I wonder if the young master has brought the nitrate solution this time? Shopkeeper, who must have known some inside information. He probably sensed the unusual activity outside the city early on. Xiao Jian clasped his hands in thanks for the information and thought to himself that even without Shopkeeper, who saying so, he already knew Shangzhou City was not a place to linger. He pointed to the ceramic jars that Fu Gui had set aside and said, This is a concentrated powder for making the solution. I've used up all the materials and only managed to get this much. But don't underestimate this powder. For 10 rabbit skins, just a small spoon is enough. A pound of powder can nitrate hundreds of skins. Shopkeeper, who pinched some powder from the jar, examined it carefully, and found it to be a pure white powder he had never seen before. He ground it with his fingers and sniffed it. I've never seen such a solution. Young master, it truly is a masterpiece. Xiao Jian understood his hesitation. He tapped his folding fan and said, Shopkeeper Hu, feel free to bring over some dry skins, and I'll demonstrate for you to put your mind at ease. Shopkeeper Hu politely replied, It's not that I don't trust the young master. Having you demonstrate will help me understand how to use the solution. Saying this, he casually brought over a few pieces of dry, hard skins. Xiao Jian didn't care what kind of skin it was. He had Fu Gui soak the skins in warm water, then took a little powder from the jar and added it to the water, massaging it for a few moments before rinsing it clean. He said, The more you rub, the better the effect. It's supposed to be air-dried, but we want to be picky. Drying it in the sun is fine, although the feel might be a bit off. Shopkeeper Hu took the skin and shook it. It floated like cloth, much softer than live skin. And he said with great satisfaction, The young master's nitrate solution is indeed extraordinary. Please, come in for tea. It was time to discuss the price. After sitting down, Xiao Jian tapped his folding fan and said, I won't hide it from Shopkeeper Hu. This solution is complex and tedious to make, requiring a lot of materials and many precious medicinal ingredients. We used over 30 people at home, working for more than a month to produce this amount of powder. I brought it all to you, a total of 35 pounds. Xiao Jian was not exaggerating. The materials used were indeed plentiful, and the piles of burnt weeds could fill a mountain. Collecting the wood ash was also very tedious. Shopkeeper Hu stood up, clasped his hands respectfully, and said, Young master, you put in a lot of effort. Please just give me a price, a one-tea bargain. 35 pounds of solution could nitrate thousands or even tens of thousands of skins. Whether sold off or kept for personal use, its value was considerable. Xiao Jian extended 4 fingers and said, 4 taels of silver per pound. This is the lowest price I can offer Shopkeeper Hu. How much you sell it for afterward is up to you. However, I suggest you dilute the powder before selling. Diluting is simple. Just mix it with water. Fu Gui, standing by, was stunned when he heard Xiao Jian quote 4 taels of silver per pound. Just Qinbi Hua and some children made over 100 taels of silver. How could it be so easy for the young master to make money? The young master truly is a genius. Shopkeeper Hu's eyes lit up. After dilution, the 35 pounds of powder would yield over 1,000 pounds. Regular customers wouldn't tea buy too little powder, and buying too much wouldn't tea be necessary. But if he sold the diluted solution, that problem would vanish. Thinking of this, a smile spread across Shopkeeper Hu's face, and he bowed deeply, saying, Thank you for your guidance, young master. We'll go with your price. Selling 35 pounds of potassium carbonate powder for over 100 taels of silver wasn't a high price. It was unique in the world. Once the price was settled, Shopkeeper Hu didn't waste time. He had his assistant bring over the silver and hand it to Xiao Jian. After counting the silver, Xiao Jian tapped his folding fan, and seeing there was still more to say, Shopkeeper Hu quickly picked up the teapot to refill Xiao Jian's tea. Xiao Jian said, Shopkeeper Hu, I also brought a new item this time. I wonder if you might be interested. Saying this, he had Fu Guwei bring over a bar of soap and handed it to shopkeeper Hu, saying, "This is the latest soap developed at home. It can be used for washing hands, face, bathing, and laundry." Shopkeeper Hu, why not give it a try? Chapter 68. Material Procurement Plan Manager Hu took the soap, placed it in his palm to observe, noting its white, semi-transparent appearance. Habitually, he held it under his nose to smell, detecting a hint of realgar. It was another unfamiliar item, and he asked, "I don't know about this soap, right? How do you use it?" Xiao Jian smiled and replied, "Manager Hu, just wash as you usually do. This soap is not comparable to soap pods and lye." Manager Hu had a servant bring a basin of hot water, soaked his hands in it, and rubbed some soap to lather. The foam was both rich and fine. After washing the foam off in the basin, he felt his hands particularly refreshed. He then rubbed some soap on his face, and, seeing the water in the basin was already murky, he was taken aback. "My face is this dirty?" He lifted his hand to touch his face and felt it was much cleaner and fresher than usual, exclaiming, "This is truly a marvelous creation. Young master, how much of this soap do you have? I will take as much as you can provide." Soap is not like Nitro Skin Solutions. Its target customers are the entire upper class. With soap available, who would still use soap pods and lye? Xiao Jian smiled at Manager Hu, tapped his folding fan, and said, "Manager Hu has good taste. Once this soap is launched, it will be hard for you not to make a fortune." He reached out, tossing the soap up and down, and said, "Manager Hu, this soap contains realgar, which can repel insects and treat sores. This is just one type. Later, we will have various scented soaps, which I believe the young ladies and gentlemen will surely like." Manager Hu smiled broadly, his eyes following the soap as it was tossed until Xiao Jian placed it on the table. He then bowed and clasped his hands, saying, "I owe this opportunity to you, young master. Whatever you need, I will not refuse." Xiao Jian, tapping his folding fan casually, said, "I trust Manager Hu's character. As long as you have the intention to cooperate, there are many new products coming later, each as good as this one. This time, the 20 pieces of soap will be given to you at a friendly price of 1 tael of silver each as a trial." Manager Hu stood up to refill Xiao Jian's tea, saying, "Thank you for your consideration, young master. When I return to Jinjiang, I will definitely convey your intentions to the boss." After saying that, without any hesitation, he brought out 20 taels of silver and handed them to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian took the silver but did not hand it to Fu Guwei. Instead, he placed it on the table and asked, "I still need to procure some items. I wonder if Manager Hu can provide some convenience?" Manager Hu stood up and clasped his hands, saying, "Please instruct me, young master. As long as our store has it, I will definitely offer you the best price. If we don't have it, I can also help you arrange for a few things." Xiao Jian said, "Realgar and sulfur are things I need. The other items are not too rare. One is cowhide paper, the other is black oil. Additionally, I plan to buy some grain to take back. I wonder if Manager Hu has any connections?" Manager Hu calculated for a moment and said, "The black oil you mentioned, could it be kerosene? That's not rare. Some use it for lighting, though it has a strong smell, and wealthy families don't use it." Xiao Jian replied, "Yes, it's kerosene. I'm not using it for lighting. I need it for some rare items at home." Xiao Jian was not exaggerating. The utility of petroleum is quite significant. The current fuses require the asphalt from petroleum for moisture proofing. I don't have much sulfur and realgar here either. I will arrange for some elsewhere, so it won't delay your business. We do have cowhide paper in our store. That's easy." After hesitating a bit, he continued, "Grain prices have risen sharply. It's now 3 taels of silver per load, and we can't buy in bulk. How much does young master need?" Xiao Jian lowered his head, tapping the folding fan slowly, while calculating in his mind. The silver from a last transaction had already been spent. This time, the transaction was for 160 taels, and he was preparing to buy a few head of livestock and some miscellaneous small items and tools, so money might be a bit tight. If there were issues in Shangzhou City, it might not be possible to procure supplies here in the future. So he needed to prepare more of the necessary materials this time. He planned to buy 25 loads of grain, 100 pounds each of sulfur and realgar, 2 plow oxen, as well as cooking oil, tung oil, black oil, cowhide paper, etc., estimating he would still need about 50 taels. Seeing Xiao Jian's troubled expression, Manager Hu asked, Is there something troubling you, young master? Feel free to share. Perhaps I can help. Xiao Jian looked up at manager, who thought for a moment, and decided that they were not very familiar. Besides, he was leaving Shangzhou City, and he didn't know when they would meet again. So he lowered his head again to calculate which purchasing plans to drop. The 2 oxen were essential. He could reduce the sulfur and realgar to 50 pounds each, while black oil and cowhide paper were not expensive. He couldn't reduce the 25 loads of grain any further, and for the rest, he would buy as much as he could with what was left. Finally, Xiao Jian raised his head, tapped his palm, and said, I need to purchase quite a lot of materials this time. The grain price rise was unexpected, and cash is a bit tight, so I need to calculate carefully. I apologize for the trouble, but how much are livestock going for now? If the price of plow oxen rose again, he would not be able to meet his purchasing goals this time. Manager who replied, plow oxen are still a bit cheaper now, about 19 taels. Donkeys have risen to 17 taels, and the price of realgar has dropped quite a bit. How much of a shortfall does young master have? The drop in the price of plow oxen was due to the inability to farm, while the increase in donkey prices was because merchants were leaving Shangzhou City and needed donkeys to transport goods. The drop in the price of realgar was because everyone was clearing out their stocks. Xiao Jian nodded. That makes things easier. Please help me arrange for 25 loads of grain. I originally planned to buy 100 pounds each of sulfur and realgar, but now I'll change that to 50 pounds each. For black oil and cowhide paper, I'll need 150 pounds each. Manager who, please calculate how much silver I will need. Manager who said, as for cowhide paper and black oil, I will give them to you as a gift. I wasn't planning to take them back to Jinjiang anyway. I will also help you arrange for 100 pounds each of sulfur and realgar. For the shortfall, you can settle next time. How does that sound to you? Xiao Jian stood up and clasped his hands. Indeed, I did not misjudge Manager Hu. I won't make things difficult for you. After this transaction, you can arrange for a servant to accompany me back to my home to pick up the goods in exchange for payment. What do you think, Manager Hu? Manager Hu had been worried about the next transaction. If Xiao Jian found Jinjiang inconvenient, he could easily find another merchant to cooperate with. Hearing Xiao Jian's arrangement, Manager Hu immediately smiled and patted his chest, saying, Your arrangement is perfect, young master. Don't worry about the remaining payment. However, my trip to Jinjiang is more than double the distance. If it's inconvenient for you to deliver the goods, I can send someone to pick them up, so there will be no worries. Before leaving, Xiao Jian left a deposit and agreed on the delivery address. He then took Fu Guwei and a few others to a restaurant for a hearty meal, specifically ordering a plate of pig liver. Chapter 69. Busy training outside of Shangzhou city life at home has indeed been a bit tough. In the past, I could eat whatever I wanted, but now there isn't even any oil to cook with. Since I finally made it to Shangzhou City, I definitely have to enjoy a good meal. Dog Air thinks pig liver is not as tasty as meat, but the young master has ordered this dish twice while dining in the city. He curiously asks, Young master, you always order pig liver. Is there a reason for that? Xiao Jian glances at Dog Air and asks, Do you have night blindness? You know, the problem of not being able to see clearly at night? Dog Air looks up at Xiao Jian and suddenly realizes, so that's what night blindness is. I used to have it, but I'm much better now. In our village, only a few hunters have this problem. Xiao Jian smiles and nods, saying, Eat more pig liver, and your night blindness will disappear soon. After saying this, he scoops some pig liver into Dog Air's bowl. He and Fu Guwei do not have this problem. In fact, Xiao Jian does not particularly like eating pig liver. A small gesture like this brings tears to Dog Air's eyes, almost making him cry. Xiao Jian is not trying to win people's hearts. If all his main subordinates have night blindness, it would be quite limiting. However, it is a bit strange that Lai Fu does not have night blindness. He must have done a lot of hunting. Xiao Jian asks, Lai Fu, it seems you don't have night blindness. Do you hunt often? Is it easy to hunt? Xiao Jian thinks that after returning home, he should gather everyone for a hunt to improve their living conditions. Lai Fu, with food in his mouth, mumbles, Young master, hunting is not easy. My father has never caught anything, and it takes me several days to catch a rabbit. After swallowing his food, he continues, My father says the mountain we live on belongs to the Xiao family, and we're not allowed to hunt there. Xiao Jian is speechless. He has always been wandering around and not doing anything serious, and his father has never told him what assets the family has. It seems that his family is indeed a big landlord. No wonder the area they're living in has not been developed. It turns out to be private land. His father probably doesn't even know that the water source here has never run dry. It doesn't matter who it belonged to before. What matters now is who has the bigger fist. Xiao Jian does not pay much attention to the issue of ownership. After finishing the meal, he goes to the market to buy plowing oxen. There are more plowing oxen in the market than before. Xiao Jian picks two that look stronger, then buys a cart. He spends 10 taels of silver on 150 jin of vegetable oil and 50 jin of tung oil, and then buys some artisan tools at the iron shop. He grits his teeth and spends over 10 taels of silver to buy a full set of blacksmith tools. After checking his purse, he finds he only has over 30 taels left, and he still needs to reserve over 20 taels to buy grain. With the shopping basically done, he decides not to linger in the city any longer. He buys several baskets of buns, a few large barrels of thin porridge, and rice flour, while Fu Gui and Lai Fu drive the ox cart, waiting not far from the city gate. There are evidently more refugees outside than yesterday, and their movement is even more frequent. Xiao Jian dares not drive the ox cart out just like that. He decides to recruit some manpower first. The first one sent out is Dog Air, who is responsible for gathering orphans among the refugees. After he leaves with 15 orphans, Xiao Jian finally exits the city. Just like last time, Xiao Jian first takes a stroll among the refugees and notices many newcomers. These newcomers are dressed and look healthier than most people. There are also a few neatly dressed individuals recruiting employees. Xiao Jian stands by and observes. They are not recruiting craftsmen, but are looking for strong middle-aged men. And the number is only 3 to 5. At this moment, a brightly dressed middle-aged man approaches Xiao Jian and says, "From your appearance, you must be a guard for the merchant team, right? Has your caravan formed a partnership? Merchants usually team up for safety, as having more guards deters small band of bandits." Xiao Jian glances at the middle-aged man, who has fair skin and doesn't look like someone who often survives in the wild. He must be a shopkeeper. He replies, "We have formed a team, and I have arranged to go with shopkeeper who." The middle-aged man bows in return and says, "Is it shopkeeper who for the grocery store? Is he still in the city? With him looking out for you, safety should not be a problem." Xiao Jian looks at the staff recruiting in front and asks, "Are these people yours?" The middle-aged man nods. They chat for a bit, and Xiao Jian then asks, "Why don't you recruit those who look healthier?" The middle-aged man glances around and quietly replies, "Young brother, you should be cautious. These people may be difficult to manage. Those who have endured until now have good constitutions and can recover after just a few meals." The middle-aged man's words are somewhat vague, but the meaning is clear. These newcomers are likely not from good backgrounds, and it's best not to provoke them. Xiao Jian bows in thanks for the advice and then begins to recruit people. Like last time, he specifically looks for young people with skills, and this time he recruits a larger number, 30 at once. He doesn't take care what kind of craftsmen they are. There are carpenters, tile workers, blacksmiths, stonemasons, bamboo craftsmen, leather workers, and hunters. And he follows the middle-aged man's advice to avoid anyone who looks too healthy, leading these 30 people to the city gate. Fu Gui and Lai Fu drive the ox cart out. The 30 people surround the ox cart, but there are still some who are clueless and circling around it. Fu Gui and Lai Fu have to punch and kick several waves of people away. The refugees now seem much bolder. Upon arriving at Wang family village's campsite, Xiao Jian notices people watching from a distance, indicating that this return journey may not be peaceful. Since it is still early, for safety's sake, Xiao Jian instructs the carpenter to make a large number of wooden spears to place on the ox cart. He also hands one to each person, asking Fu Gui to teach them how to use it. The requirements are not high. They just need to throw the wooden spears. Accuracy is not a concern. The farther they throw, the better. Xiao Jian watches from the side and finally notices a sturdy boy who manages to accurately hit the straw man's chest with 5 throws in a row. He goes over and asks, "What is your name? What kind of work have you done before?" The sturdy boy kneels on the ground and replies, in response to the young master, "My name is Leopard. I used to be a hunter and have practiced spear throwing since I was young." Xiao Jian pats the boy on the shoulder and says, "So you're a leopard? Huh? You're good. You need to work harder and perform well in the future. Hunters make the best guards, They often fight with beasts in the wild, are agile, and do not have night blindness. Unfortunately, there are not many young hunters among the refugees. He shouts loudly to the newcomers. You should learn from Leopard and quickly practice your self-defense skills to survive longer and with more dignity in this chaotic world. Just as Xiao Jian finishes speaking, a boy comes out from the front of the line, bows to Xiao Jian, and loudly says, "Young master, I've also been a hunter, and my spear throwing is just as good as his." This boy was practicing his throws a bit farther away, so Xiao Jian had not noticed his skill. He replies, "Oh, very good. Come over and give it a try. There's one more chapter coming. Everyone, please help by sending a recommendation vote." Chapter 70. Encountering an ambush on the way home, the kid held a javelin and threw 5 shots in a row, all hitting the target, then looked at the leopard in a showy manner. The leopard was quite frustrated. He had just been praised by the young master, and now this newcomer interrupted. He glared at the kid and said, "Let's see who can throw farther." The newcomer was light and agile, and it was hard to determine who would win based on accuracy, but he was confident he could win in distance. The leopard was much larger than the newcomer, and Xiao Jian also thought the leopard would likely be stronger in distance throwing, so he nodded in agreement. The leopard took the javelin, bent his body backward at a terrifying angle like a curved bow, and quickly bent forward, almost reaching a full 360 degrees. The javelin shot out from his hand with a whoosh, leaving Xiao Jian dumbfounded. The newcomer, however, calmly picked up a javelin, grabbed a rope, weighed the javelin, found its balance point, and tied the rope near it. Xiao Jian watched the kid thoughtfully, realizing he had some ideas. The kid took the javelin, turned sideways, and spun around at an incredible speed, launching the javelin with a whoosh, sending it farther than the leopard's throw. The leopard was extremely unconvinced by his loss. Throwing javelins was his unique skill, and he couldn't believe he lost to this unknown kid. He stared at the kid and said, "You're cheating. If I tied a rope too, I would throw farther than you." The newcomer looked at the leopard disdainfully and said, "That just shows I'm smarter than you. With your bear-like appearance, you'd lose every time." This infuriated the leopard, making him roll his eyes. Xiao Jian was very pleased. He patted the kid on the shoulder and said, "You're not bad, and indeed smart. What's your name? Are you also from hunting family?" The kid immediately knelt down and loudly said, "Thank you for saving me, young master. My name is Lu Yingjie, which means handsome and outstanding. I've been hunting with my father in the mountains for a few years." Xiao Jian then asked, "Have you studied? How old are you this year?" Lu Yingjie replied, "In response to the young master, I am 19 years old this year and have studied in a private school for a few years." The craftsmen were mostly skilled with their hands. Their dexterity surpassed that of farmers, and they were generally smarter. In just one afternoon, they had already thrown the javelins quite well. In the evening, Xiao Jian felt someone was watching them nearby. He divided the 33 people into 3 groups to take turns keeping watch, and thankfully, there were no disturbances throughout the night. They were not far from Shangzhou City, and if things escalated, the city would send soldiers to suppress them. The outlaws among the refugees dared not act too recklessly. The next morning, manager who led a dozen guards, driving 4 ox carts, and delivered all the supplies as promised. After the handover, Xiao Jian still owed manager, who more than 30 taels of silver. After some polite exchanges, they left 2 assistants to follow Xiao Jian and reminded him to be extremely cautious on the road before returning to Shangzhou City. This time, the accompanying personnel were much more plentiful than last time, with 33 strong laborers plus 15 orphans, taking all the purchase supplies and having spare people for rotation. On the official road, the ox carts carried the supplies, and most people followed the carts empty-handed. Daguerre and Lai Fu were in front scouting, their attire resembling that of refugees, making it hard for others to notice them. In the afternoon, not far from where they had previously encountered bandits, Daguerre returned to report that there was an ambush ahead. To avoid drawing attention, Daguerre had come back through the woods, sweating profusely and panting, saying, "Young master, there are more than 100 people ahead, definitely coming for us." Xiao Jian was not surprised. Someone had been watching them since yesterday. And because they were close to the city, the other party did not dare to act. He had already anticipated that the other side would attempt to rob them. And now that they were far from Shangzhou City, it was time for them to make their move. Xiao Jian waved to stop the convoy, looked at the surrounding environment, and pointed to a small hill nearby, saying, "Quickly move all the food supplies to the hill." The small hill was not large, only about 10 zhang high, with cliffs on 3 sides. The side facing the official road had a gentle slope about 10 zhang wide, making it advantageous for defense. In a short time, the ox carts and supplies were all moved to the hill. Following that, Xiao Jian directed the carpenters to cut down trees on the spot and build a simple wooden fence on the gentle slope facing the official road. Others cleared the weeds on the hill to prevent bandits from using fire attacks, and in places that were hard to handle, they directly set fire to them. In fact, it was unlikely that the bandits would use fire attacks since their goal was to seize supplies. Using fire would mean they could not keep the goods on the hill. Once the fence was completed, they saw a chaotic group of bandits approaching from the official road, looking fierce and malevolent. The bandits were still far away, and their weapons were not clearly visible. This group of bandits should be the ones Dog Air had spotted earlier. They had noticed that their prey had not moved for a while and had come back to investigate. Xiao Jian calmly took out the buns he had bought yesterday, distributing them while making a pre-battle speech. "These demons want to kill us and take our food." After distributing the buns, he stood on a high point and loudly asked, "Do you want to be killed by them? Do you want them to take our food? Tell me loudly." Scattered voices replied, "No." Xiao Jian shouted, "Everyone stand up. Say it loudly." "No." This time, the voices were much louder. Xiao Jian continued, "These demons commit all kinds of atrocities. Killing them is acting on heaven's behalf. Only by killing them can we survive." Then he shouted, "Follow me and shout, 'Kill, kill, kill,' with Fu Gue, Lai Fu, and Dog Air leading the charge." Everyone joined in shouting, "Kill, kill, kill." The battle cry grew louder, echoing through the sky, and the atmosphere suddenly became charged. Pre-battle motivation was very necessary for these newcomers to the battlefield. It was their first time fighting, and they might feel psychological burdens or be reluctant to strike. Chanting slogans can bolster their morale, reduce fear, and help them feel the power of teamwork, strengthening their recognition of the group. After eating their fill, the atmosphere noticeably lightened. Everyone took their positions behind a fence, each armed with 2 to 5 wooden spears. Xiao Jian, along with core members Fu Gue, Lai Fu, and Dog Air, crouched at the front of the fence with a pile of oddly shaped bamboo tubes at their feet and lit torches in hand. At that moment, a little boy dressed entirely in black ran over to report, "Young master, there are many bandits coming from behind us too." The child pointed towards the official road leading to Shangzhou City. Chapter 71. The Grenades' power on the hillock. The bandits were quite clever, knowing to use a 2-pronged attack strategy. Fortunately, supplies had been moved to the hillock in advance. If they had been blocked on the main road and attacked from both sides, it would have been a significant loss. Xiao Jian followed the black kid to the north, where he could see the official road leading to Shangzhou City. Over 100 people were rushing towards him on the road, nearly the same distance as the bandits to the south. He patted the black kid and asked, "Good. You're quite impressive. Tell me, what is your name?" Upon hearing the praise, the black kid immediately knelt on the ground, excitedly saying, "Young master, my name is Haiten. I was born black, and later everyone called me Haiten. Thank you for saving me, young master." Xiao Jian nodded, not paying attention to the kneeling Haiten, and walked a few steps forward to carefully observe the edge of the hillock. On this side of the hillock, there was a steep slope several meters high, with the official road at the bottom. Although the slope was not a cliff, it would not be easy to climb up by hand. Due to the terrain, Xiao Jian did not arrange for anyone to sniping here. Turning back, he saw that Haiten was still kneeling and went forward to pull him up. He then pointed to a group of orphans by the ox cart and said, "You go over there and choose a few kids to keep an eye on here. If anyone tries to climb up from here, report immediately." Haiten shouted, "Young master, don't worry. I will keep a close watch here. If anyone climbs up, I will tell you right away." After saying this, he knelt down again and added, "Please, young master, give me a wooden spear. I can use it too. If anyone climbs up, I will stab him to death." Xiao Jian was too lazy to pull him up again and said while walking, "First go pick some people. After you pick the right ones, then go get a wooden spear. One person gets one." When Xiao Jian returned to the wooden wall, the bandits coming from the south had already arrived at the foot of the hillock. They did not rush up directly. A burly man wielding a mace, shouted for a while, and selected more than 30 bandits, who charged up the hillock with machetes and wooden spears, creating an imposing momentum. Because they were attacking from below and faced with a waist-high wooden wall, the bandits did not throw their wooden spears. The wooden wall was composed of several upright tree trunks sandwiched with horizontal logs, and these upright trunks were further supported by leaning branches. This wooden wall could not be toppled by human strength. To attack the hillock, they had to climb over this wall. On the inside of the wall, there were also some logs and stones used as footholds, allowing people inside to stand on higher ground and stab down with wooden spears. As the bandits began their charge, Xiao Jian loudly commanded, "Everyone, don't rush to throw the wooden spears. When they climb over the wall, stab them with the wooden spears." Xiao Jian wanted to use this not-too-intense battle to train the new recruits, letting them see blood. If they threw their spears now, there would be nothing to defend with when the main force of bandits attacked. The battle came quickly. Within moments, the bandits reached the base of the wooden wall. They first pushed against the wall and, finding it immovable, began to climb it. A fierce bandit quickly scaled the upright trunk and stood on the wall, swinging his machete, trying to cut the ropes binding the tops of the trunks. These ropes were the connection points for the upright trunks. If he cut them, the trunks would fall, and the wooden wall would collapse. Just as Xiao Jian was about to stand up to deal with this bandit, Leopard and Lu Yingjie, who were beside him, charged forward one after the other. Lu Yingjie had been right behind Leopard, and both surged forward simultaneously, with Leopard in the lead and Lu Yingjie slightly shorter. Seeing that Leopard was about to get the kill first, Lu Yingjie stepped on a trunk, his body instantly bouncing up as if he were flying through the air. Raising himself up, he held the tail end of the wooden spear in one hand and thrust it forward. The spear flew over Leopard's head and plunged into the bandit's chest. The bandit let out a piercing scream and fell backward outside the wooden wall. Leopard gritted his teeth in anger. This kid was deliberately opposing him. The target he had chosen was taken out by Lu Yingjie. Without slowing down, he stepped on a rock and moved sideways to the right, where a bandit had just peeked out. Leopard's wooden spear shot in like lightning, piercing through the bandit's mouth. The bandit opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth to scream, but ultimately only let out a few gurgling sounds before collapsing. Influenced by the outstanding performance of the two, the others with wooden spears also joined the battle, and screams soon echoed. Xiao Jian and a few core personnel retreated to the back, leaving the battlefield. There were only about 30 bandits, comparable to their own numbers. With the wooden wall blocking them and the high ground advantage, it was impossible for the bandits to attack with just a few people, allowing the newcomers to familiarize themselves with the battlefield. The battle came quickly and ended even faster. The bandits surged forward, attempting to climb over the wooden wall. However, as soon as they exposed themselves, they were stabbed to death by the wooden spears from behind the wall. In one encounter, over 10 bandits died, and the remaining ones scattered and fled rapidly. At this moment, the bandits from the direction of Shangzhou City also arrived, with two groups totaling more than 300 people. 30 against 300, a ratio of 10 to 1, which suddenly increased the pressure on Xiao Jian. While observing the situation, a 7- or 8-year-old child bounced over, sweetly saying, "Young master, there were bad guys climbing up the slope just now, and they were smashed to death by Brother Haiten. 2 bad guys were killed." He pointed towards the north. Xiao Jian felt a pang of heartache, picked up the child, kissed him on the forehead, and placed him by the ox cart, saying, "You're still too small. These are adult matters. Stay here and don't run around." He went to the north side of the hillock, where Haiten and a few others were hiding behind some rocks, each holding a spear and watching the official road. Seeing Xiao Jian approach, they stood up and said, "Young master, while you were fighting hard over there, 2 bandits tried to climb up from here and were smashed to death by us with stones." Xiao Jian went to the edge of the steep slope and looked down. A rope with a hook hung over a rock, and at the bottom lay 2 bandits, one of whose head was smashed to a pulp, with white brain matter and red blood mixed together. Xiao Jian patted Haiten's shoulder and said, "Very good. Haiten, we are officially establishing the youth team now, and you're the first captain of the youth team. This time, your youth team has made a contribution." The 5 youths following Haiten cheered and hugged each other, shouting excitedly. Haiten knelt down again, saying, "Young master, our youth team will surely repay your saving grace, and will do a good job with what you instructed." The other kids also knelt down beside Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian helped Tighten up again, patted his head, and looked at the other kids still kneeling, saying, "Our family does not advocate kneeling as a form of respect. Don't kneel anymore. Get up." Xiao Jian had not yet thought about how to arrange these orphans. He had taken them in purely out of compassion. Allowing them to do some tasks within their capabilities, like standing guard, did not violate his original intention. Chapter 72 captured a batch of sticky goods as they were leaving. Xiao Jian instructed Haiten, "You young team can mobilize other orphans to monitor other areas of this hill. If you notice any unusual activity, report it to me as soon as possible." Haiten bent down and said, "Understood, young master." Xiao Jian reached out to straighten Haiten's posture, placing his hands at his sides, and said, "From now on, stand up straight, let your arms hang down, and answer loudly with your head held high. Yes." Haiten immediately raised his head and replied loudly, "Yes, young master." Back at the wooden wall, the bandits on the opposite side were preparing for another attack. They had already assessed Xiao Jian's strength during their first tentative assault. With over 300 of them charging together, there was no way to hold the line. The bandits couldn't afford to waste resources either. If they consumed more than they looted, it would be a joke. This time, the fierce bandit wielding a wolf-toothed club led the densely packed crowd towards the wooden wall. When the bandits were less than 10 steps away from the wooden wall, Xiao Jian shouted loudly, "Everyone keep one spear for yourselves. Throw all the other spears out to me. Throw." With this command, spears rained down from above the wooden wall, wave after wave. Meanwhile, Xiao Jian and a few core members picked up strange bamboo tubes, lit the fuses at the ends, and smoke began to emerge. They then threw them towards the area with the most bandits. In less than 3 seconds, a series of explosions echoed, deafeningly loud. These are the newly developed bamboo tube grenades. In the earliest experimental grenades, 1 pound of black powder produced a loud noise, but poor results. The bamboo tubes could explode into pieces, but the chances of killing were minimal, aside from those who might die of fright. The second-generation product used 2 bamboo tubes fitted together, with 5 tails of black powder in the inner tube and a large quantity of small stones in the gap between the 2 tubes. In a closed experimental space surrounded by wooden boards, after the grenade exploded, very few stones embedded themselves in the boards, mostly just leaving small dents. The third-generation product improved upon the second, with the black powder encased in a cylindrical paper bag, which was then filled with realgar. The amount of black powder remained at 5 taels, but its effectiveness increased significantly, with half of the stones penetrating the boards and some boards being shattered. The fourth-generation product optimized the second-generation design even further. Realgar was mixed with tree resin to create a layer that isolated the realgar from direct contact with the saltpeter. When the black powder ignited, this layer of resin was quickly destroyed, allowing the realgar to react with the saltpeter. Since a reaction between realgar and saltpeter was necessary, the proportion of saltpeter in the black powder was increased. The final product could blow apart an experimental wooden cabin, and the grenades currently in use were the 4th generation, significantly more powerful than wooden hand grenades. This was also because the grenades used a bamboo shell. If iron shells were used, the power would be incomparable to wooden hand grenades. Xiao Jian ignored the situation outside and kept igniting and throwing grenades, with explosions ringing out continuously. Once he had thrown all the grenades at his feet, he pushed over the wooden wall and shouted loudly, "Follow me. Let's kill these scoundrels." Fu Guwei and Lai Fu were the first to charge out from behind the wooden wall, followed closely by Lu Yingjie and Baozi. As Fu Guwei burst out, he slipped and fell to the ground with a thud. "It's not raining. Why is the ground so slippery?" The ground was not wet. It was a river of blood, with body parts scattered everywhere. The blood had formed a small stream below, and those who rushed out from the wooden wall were momentarily stunned before they began to vomit. Xiao Jian realized this was not acceptable and quickly shouted, "Charge forward. Kill these demons, kill these scoundrels, kill, kill, kill." His shout finally awakened everyone. This was a battlefield. If you didn't kill, you would be killed. Fu Guwei got up, picked up a nearby wolf-toothed club, and charged toward a group of fleeing bandits. Lai Fu, Lu Yingjie, Baozi, and others followed closely behind, with a large group of craftsmen behind them, spears in hand, rushing out. The bandits had long since collapsed, with a few already having fled far away. They had only been throwing grenades outward with smoke everywhere, making it impossible to see the battlefield clearly. Before the grenades were finished, the bandits had already run away. Xiao Jian rushed out as well, and upon seeing the scene, he was astonished. The bandits were running everywhere, and his own people were also chasing them chaotically. Xiao Jian didn't bother to pursue. What would be the point? Killing them or taking them away didn't seem meaningful. At that moment, on the official road to the north, Haitan's young team was leading 3 captured bandits toward Xiao Jian. Upon seeing Xiao Jian, Haitan immediately stood up straight, arms down, and shouted, "Young master, the young team has captured 3 alive." Later, Haitan explained that when Xiao Jian's group charged out, he and the others had slid down the steep slope using the ropes the bandits had left behind, blocking 3 fleeing bandits. Haitan jabbed a wooden spear at the bandits and shouted, "Kneel." The bandits immediately knelt, crying out, "Young master, spare us. We're just refugees from Shangzhou who heard rumors that there's a lot of food here, so we came." One of the refugees pointed to a nearby bandit and said, "This person is one of their gang. He's the one who tricked us into coming here for food." Haitan immediately pointed his wooden spear at this bandit, who turned pale with fear and also knelt down, saying, "Hero, spare me. I'm just a small minion from Xianren Peak. The big boss sent us to rob the hero's convoy." It became clear that it was the bandits from Xianren Peak. Xianren Mountain was just behind Xiao Jian's new base. The main peak of Xianren Mountain was several hundred miles northeast from the new base. This group of bandits was located just north of the main peak of Xianren Mountain. The very group Goer and the others had intended to join. The craftsmen who had gone out to pursue returned in groups, bringing back over 30 captives. Xiao Jian really didn't know what to do with these bandit captives. The key was that there was no surplus food. He couldn't support so many people. Sending them to the government would require another trip to Shangzhou City, which was currently a powder keg. Sending over 30 of his own men with captives would be like delivering vegetables. Killing them was also difficult, as they were just starving refugees with no way out. With no options left, he decided to let them go. They could go wherever they wanted. Xiao Jian couldn't understand why the craftsmen were so eager to capture prisoners. He couldn't criticize them, or would dampen their enthusiasm. However, when he tried to let the captives go, they were unwilling, kneeling and bowing their heads, begging Xiao Jian to take them in. In the end, feeling helpless, he picked out 10 young and strong ones, and gave the rest each 2 buns and a bowl of thin porridge to persuade them to leave. Capturing them had turned into a sticky situation, resulting in a big loss of buns. What a mess this was. Chapter 73. The planning of Beishan New Village. The battle was won. But apart from gaining 10 more mouths to feed and 3 lightly injured and 1 seriously injured, nothing was earned. This scene made the newly recruited craftsmen even more grateful to Xiao Jian, seeing that the spoiled young master wouldn't take in anyone. It was such a fortunate thing for them to be chosen by him. Xiao Jian wore a mournful face, lamenting his hard fate. A trip to Shangzhou City only yielded 25 loads of grain, and even without the 10 extra mouths, they wouldn't make it to the autumn harvest. Even if they did make it, next year's grain wouldn't be enough. They couldn't rely on sweet potatoes, as seeds had to be reserved, and for a moment, he didn't know which way to turn. Not wanting to dwell on these thoughts, as night was falling, they decided to travel overnight. In this era, many suffered from night blindness, so they tied a rope for everyone to hold on to, ensuring they wouldn't get lost. They walked for most of the night before reaching the fork between the official road and the mountain path. They distributed the remaining buns and thin porridge, and after that, everyone was responsible for their own meals. It was almost June, and the nights weren't very cold. They had been working from dawn till dusk, and with too many people and too much stuff, there was a stretch of road that hadn't been repaired, so they had to stop and fix it before continuing. Otherwise, even the plowing oxen would have a hard time. After walking and stopping for 7 or 8 days, they finally returned home. Notably, the seriously injured man had miraculously recovered. This trip took over half a month, and their home had changed so much that they hardly recognized it. The black-green sweet potato fields were thick with vines, completely covering the wide furrows. The seedlings in the rice paddies were lush and green. A gentle breeze passed through, creating waves of green. The newly constructed large rice paddies were shimmering, just waiting for transplanting. A middle-aged man in the fields was wielding an ox whip, loudly urging on the good-natured old ox. Two sheep, accompanied by their lambs, were leisurely grazing on the ridge, occasionally bleating a couple of times. A 5-room earth house had been built in square, and there was a thin wisp of smoke rising from the kitchen on the west side. The children in the square were playing and laughing, while a large group of people was busy in the back mountain. From nothing to something, a small mountain village finally took shape. Standing on a mountaintop and looking at this long-lost scene, someone immediately began to cry. After so many years, the peaceful scene of the past, just like what was before them, was a picture that evoked longing, and today it had finally reappeared. Seeing these people crying uncontrollably, he felt that all his efforts were not in vain. Even if it was just a fleeting moment of false peace in a chaotic world, it was worth it. Xiao Jian's previous frustration and gloom transformed into strength. Without food, he could resort to robbery. The common people's resources were untouchable, but there were still bandits and rogues. He would specifically rob them of their grain to maintain this peaceful scene. Suddenly, he felt enlightened. Standing on a protruding rock, facing the village, he cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "I'm back." The long echo rippled through the valley. The villagers looked up at the mountaintop and saw Xiao Jian standing high on the rock, seemingly floating in the air, waving his hands. The whole village immediately erupted into noise. A group of people quickly ran to the mountaintop, herding cattle and carrying goods, their happy faces filled with smiles. The newly built earth house was already completed, with a room reserved as a meeting hall. Now, the wooden furniture like tables and chairs were complete, and everyone sat around the table reporting their family situations. Zhang Chun was the first to stand up and said, "The saltpeter workshop has made many improvements and has now produced over 1,000 pounds of saltpeter. To facilitate transportation, the workshop has been moved to the salt cave." Chun Bihua stood up and said, "The alkali production has not stopped. Many improvements have been made, and over the past half-month, we have produced more than 80 pounds of alkali powder." Zhang Dachui stood up and reported, "Our land reclamation team has created dozens of acres of rice paddies, which are now filled with water, just waiting for the seedlings to be transplanted." Uncle Zhang stood up and said, "The seedlings are almost ready for transplanting. We used 600 pounds of rice seeds for seedling raising, which is enough for over 80 acres. The sweet potato seedlings are still being planted and are growing very well." Lu Shan stood up and said, "I am mainly doing some planning. The irrigation ditches for the rice paddies have all been connected to the areas suitable for land reclamation." Xiao Jian said, "We will soon start transplanting the seedlings. Before transplanting, we need to fertilize the seedlings with boiled saltpeter wastewater. The production of saltpeter and alkali will be paused until after the transplanting is finished." He turned to Chun Wenxuan and said, "This trip to Shangzhou City was a great success. Your gunpowder workshop does not need to participate in transplanting. Focus on resuming the production of grenades as soon as possible." Due to the lack of realgar and cowhide paper, grenade production had already stopped, but this time, the material procurement had prepared all the necessary raw materials. The research and production of the gunpowder workshop were managed by Chun Wenxuan. Although he was young, he was meticulous and had strong practical skills, ensuring that the gunpowder workshop was foolproof in his hands. After discussing production, they turned to military matters. Xiao Jian announced the official establishment of the Xianshan Guard team, currently divided into 2 squads, led by Baozi and Luingjie. The squad members were composed of the newly recruited 40 individuals, who would begin training in running, spear throwing, stabbing, grenade tossing, and formation drills starting today. Luingjie and Baozi knelt on the ground, saying, "We will not disappoint the young master." Xiao Jian did not help them up, but turned to the doorway and said, "Haitan, teach them how to respond to superiors." Haitan first stood up straight, placed his left palm against his right fist, performed a standard fist salute, and loudly said, "Yes, young master." Then he helped Luingjie and Baozi up and taught them how to perform the fist salute. The youth learned quickly, after Xiao Jian demonstrated it once. Their youth team performed the salute very accurately. Xiao Jian looked at Haitan and said, "From now on, the etiquette of the guard team will be guided and supervised by your youth team. No more kneeling." He then told Lu Yingjie and Baozi, "The food at home is only enough for 1 month's consumption. Our guard team must act quickly to fight for resources." In simple terms, this meant going out to rob resources from the rogues and bandits. If they couldn't acquire grain within a month, Beishan New Village would face a survival crisis. He turned to Goer and said, "You will temporarily be in charge of the scout team. Select 2 guards and immediately infiltrate Julong Mountain to investigate the situation at the mine and the ironworks." Lu Yingjie, Baozi, and Goer all stood up and saluted, responding yes. Among the orphans, there were many children under 10 years old, and they couldn't attend to them for now. So they established a children's class, with Xiao Ling as the class leader and Chun Bihua responsible for daily arrangements. Xiao Ling suddenly became unhappy. Everyone else was a team, and they were a class, which sounded uncomfortable, so they insisted on changing it to the children's team. Everyone helped cast a recommendation vote. The recommendation votes didn't cost money and could be earned by reading, or a good review would also be appreciated. Thank you. Chapter 74. The Tiger's Mouth on Julong Mountain. Xiao Jian couldn't resist her. It was just a name after all, and she could call herself whatever she liked. After finally calming Xiao Ling down, he instructed the blacksmith Zhu Zi and Shiwa to build the iron furnace when they had spare time, as all the blacksmith tools had been purchased during the last supply run. He also ordered Zhang Xiong to set up a charcoal kiln to produce charcoal for future use. The training of the guard team was managed by Lu Yingjie and Baozi, while Zhang Shu oversaw the rice planting in the fields. These matters didn't require Xiao Jian's attention. He had no intention of getting involved. These days were busy with farming, and the guard team was undergoing high-intensity training, leading to a significant increase in everyone's food consumption. They had already consumed over half of their food supplies, and he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. One day, Goer finally sent someone back. Xiao Jian was waiting for news from Julong Mountain, and the only place that could solve their food shortage was the Julong Mountain Iron Factory. After the bandits occupied the iron factory and the mine, they had started producing iron materials and ores, which was expected. There weren't many bandits left guarding Julong Mountain. Only a few dozen were at the iron factory, and about 200 were at the mine. These bandit forces mainly targeted the internal workers, so having too many stationed was meaningless. 40 against 300 was a huge disparity. Xiao Jian didn't want to provoke the bandits. If they traced him back to Beishan New Village, he would have to lead everyone to become refugees. But there was no choice. With 70 or 80 mouths to feed a home and only a few carts of grain left, they would run out in half a month. If he didn't find a way to get more food, they would all become refugees. The merchants in Shangzhou City had largely fled, leaving their goods unsold. The trade routes they had worked so hard to establish were now cut off. Last time, it was due to Hu Zhonggui's mediation that they managed to buy 25 carts of grain. Now, even if they had money, it would be very difficult to buy grain in Shangzhou City. After receiving accurate information about Julong Mountain, Xiao Jian immediately summoned Lu Yingjie, Baozi, and Zhang Chun to discuss a strategy to attack Julong Mountain. Once they were all present, Xiao Jian looked at Lu Yingjie and Baozi and asked, "It's been 7 or 8 days. How has the training of your guard team gone?" Baozi stood up and said, "Time is still too tight. Everyone has only familiarized themselves with the use of grenades. We train in formation every day, and we also practice spear attacks." Lu Yingjie stood up and said, "The training of the guard team is definitely insufficient, but we can't afford to wait. We are only dealing with a few hundred bandits. With grenades in hand, I think we can give it a try." Zhang Chun was more conservative but also supported the attack, saying to train the guard team well. "We won't see results in under 6 months. If it weren't for the lack of options, I wouldn't recommend proactively attacking Julong Mountain." Xiao Jian nodded and said helplessly, "Once the bandits realize the existence of Beishan New Village, we will have to abandon this place and flee. If it weren't for the lack of options, I wouldn't want to provoke them." Saying this, he stood up and said seriously, "Attacking Julong Mountain is imperative. The 2 squads of the guard team will set out immediately and march towards Julong Mountain." Lu Yingjie and Baozi stood up and saluted yes. The guard team of about 40 people chose to take the old route through Jinjiling, weaving through the woods and turning towards Wangjie Village, secretly crossing the Xianren River at night. Surrounding Xianrenping, there were no official soldiers threatening the bandits, and their defenses were very lax. There had been no station troops on the Wangjia village side. After crossing the Xianren River, the guard team entered the northern slope of Julong Mountain. Resting in the woods at night, the scouts who returned with the information climbed the mountain overnight to contact Goer. The next day, the guard team climbed to the top of Julong Mountain through the Yafengku, arriving at a cave about 10 miles from mine. By this time, the sun was setting, and turning the bend ahead revealed a narrow valley. Xiao Jian didn't dare to rashly enter such a dangerous place, so the guard team took a short break here, waiting for Goer to arrive to understand the situation at the mine before making further plans. It wasn't long before Goer found them. Lu Yingjie and Baozi, the two squad leaders, listened to Goer report the latest situation at the mine and formulated an action plan together with Xiao Jian. According to Goer's observations, there were no guard dogs at the mine, and the bandits lived in thatched houses opposite the warehouse, with a few people also residing in the big tiled house. The mine had one hidden lookout and two visible lookouts. The hidden lookout was in the cave on the eastern side, which was the same slope where Xiao Jian and Fugue had observed the warehouse last time. The two visible lookouts were positioned at the watchtowers of the front and back exits, forming a triangular arrangement where all three sentries could see each other. Baozi felt that attacking the mine would be a bit challenging and suggested, what if we attack the iron factory first? There are fewer people at the iron factory, and after taking it down, we can replace all the iron-headed spears. Lu Yingjie looked at Baozi with disdain and said, if we get discovered by the mine while attacking the iron factory, how can we deal with those 200 people once they are prepared? Xiao Jian also agreed with Lu Yingjie, stating that they must first eliminate the mine. Otherwise, if those 200 people were prepared, their 40-some people could end up suffering heavy losses. There were too many bandits at the mine, and in close combat, they would not be their match. They could only conduct a nighttime ambush. It would be best to silently eliminate those 3 lookout points, so Xiao Jian decided to conduct a night raid on the mine. Lu Yingjie looked at Goer and asked, have you observed how often they change shifts? Xiao Jian glanced at Lu Yingjie, sensing that the kid likely had an idea. Goer also looked up at Lu Yingjie and confidently said, for several consecutive days, the hidden lookout changes every 3 hours, while the visible lookouts change every 2 hours. After saying this, he continued to look at Lu Yingjie, waiting for him to continue. It seemed that the bandits arranging the sentries felt that frequently changing the hidden lookout would easily expose their position, which is why they extended the interval for changing shifts. Lu Yingjie fell silent for a moment and said, first, let's take out the hidden lookout. The visible lookouts shouldn't discover us. As for the visible lookouts, can we impersonate the shift changers and take them out early? Xiao Jian nodded, finding this idea good. He turned to Baozi and asked, do you have anything to add? Baozi shrank his head and said, everything has been said by Lu Yingjie. I have nothing to add. Baozi could only be considered a good general. He was skilled in combat, but lacked strategy. Xiao Jian smiled and turned to Goer, who understood the situation at the mine best. Goer nodded lightly, agreeing with the plan, and said, I think it will work. They change shifts simply, and it's dark at night. Once the real shift changers come up, we can take them out too. Lu Yingjie thought for a moment and said, we also need to be prepared for a strong assault. If the ambush fails, we must block the thatch hut's exit and not let them escape, trying to blow them up inside. Xiao Jian looked around at the others, who were all looking at him, waiting for him to make a decision. No one proposed any new ideas. Since no one has anything to add, let's execute this plan. He then said to Goer, you need to send someone to keep an eye on the iron factory. The explosion sounds here will definitely be heard by the iron factory. I've already sent someone over. Chapter 75. Surprise attack on the Julong Mountain iron mine. Xiao Jian stood up and assigned tasks to everyone, finally saying, we will start our operation at dawn. Watch for my signal. Lu Yingjie, Baozi, and Goer also stood up and performed a quick fist salute. Yes. In this era, kneeling as a form of greeting was common, but Xiao Jian felt it was inappropriate for the guard team. Military situations were urgent. By the time they finished kneeling, the opportunity would have passed. Moreover, kneeling was not conducive to the cohesion of the guard team. In the dead of night, Xiao Jian and Fugue stealthily climbed over the fence from a corner, hiding in the nearby grass to observe the shift changes inside. The shifts had changed 3 or 4 times without any unusual occurrences. Some bandits announced their shifts, while others, still half asleep, merely left without a word. Just after the hour of the dog, when people were most drowsy, Xiao Jian raised his arm towards the eastern slope, slashing his palm forward to signal the start of the operation. A shadow on the slope stealthily entered the hidden lookout cave and quickly re-emerged. The shadow extended 3 fingers towards Xiao Jian, indicating that the task was completed. His sharp eyesight was impressive. Otherwise, it would have been hard to see clearly. These signals were all taught to them by Xiao Jian, and their use at night had significant limitations. The eastern lookout was handled by Baozi and Lai Fu, and they successfully completed their task, possibly catching the lookout off guard in his sleep. Xiao Jian glanced at the lookout tower, not far away, where the guard was actually leaning against a wooden post, sound asleep. Xiao Jian raised his arm towards the southern exit and made a forward slash with his hand, signaling the start of the operation. Lu Yingjie, stationed at the southern exit, raised his palm, forming a circle with his thumb and index finger, signaling that he had received the message. After notifying Lu Yingjie and the others, Xiao Jian and Fu Gui moved silently from the shadow of the lookout tower into the compound. Reaching the corner of a building, he crouched down to hide in the shadows, while Fu Gui boldly approached the lookout tower. When Fu Gui climbed up, the guard was still oblivious and did not wake up, allowing Fu Gui to easily take him out. Just as Fu Gui finished his task, several hoots of an owl came from the south. This was the successful signal agreed upon with Lu Yingjie. Both lookout guards had been eliminated. After waiting for a little over half an hour, a drowsy bandit approached, rubbing his eyes. He was likely coming to change shifts. As the bandit passed in front of Xiao Jian, he suddenly leaped up, covered the man's mouth, twisted his hands, and with a snap, the bandit's head turned around completely. Moments later, Lu Yingjie and Goer casually walked over, and the 2 shift guards were also silently taken out. Xiao Jian opened the wooden door to the exit and waved outside. Baozi led over a dozen non-night blind bombers, who approached quietly. Goer organized the bombers into pairs, positioning them beneath the windows of the housing. Fu Gui, Lai Fu, Lu Yingjie, and Baozi then headed towards the tile-roofed house. Once Goer had assigned the bombers, Xiao Jian clenched his fist and swung it forward. The bombers ignited grenades and threw them into the windows, tossing 3 or 4 into each straw hut. The huts were small, with a row of sleeping spots resembling fire pits inside. When the grenades were thrown in, someone inside shouted, "Who the hell is throwing stuff?" It hit me. The bandit's curse was drowned out by the explosions of the grenades, which went off in quick succession like firecrackers. The roofs of the straw huts were blown off, and in several huts, the thatch caught fire, sending flames soaring into the sky. In the subsequent cleanup, there was no fierce fighting. Fu Gui and Baozi came back, escorting several neatly dressed captives. Baozi asked, "Young master, how should we deal with these people?" Xiao Jian glanced at the captives and noticed General Lu from before among them. He had little interest in the bandit general. Many thousands had died at Xianrimping, and they were also responsible for that. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You and Goer interrogate them. Handle the rest as you see fit." Just as Baozi left, Lu Yingjie and Lai Fu approached again. Lu Yingjie said, "Young master, there are still many people locked up over there. The doors and windows are made of iron. They should be miners." He pointed towards the large tile-roofed house, which used to have several guest rooms and common areas, likely converted into a prison by the bandits. Xiao Jian replied, "Let's not worry about them for now. Keep them locked up. We need to get to the iron factory quickly." The commotion here has likely caught their attention. He then told Lai Fu, "Stay here with Lu Yingjie. Pick a few capable hands to remain here. If anyone comes, take them out if you can. If not, regroup with us." Xiao Jian circled around the mine again. The burning thatched huts were still ablaze, and no one attempted to put out the fire. He didn't know if there were any bandits willing to surrender. Everyone understood the situation clearly. There was not enough food to go around, let alone spare rations for them. Xiao Jian was also rarely confused. He didn't want to deal with these troublesome matters. If there was food to spare, he would rather save a few more children among the refugees. This time, they had confiscated quite a few weapons, mainly machetes and iron-tipped spears. The guards each carried a large machete, looking impressive, but in reality, they were of no use as they had not been trained to use them. The bandits of Julong Mountain lacked for weapons, limited only to knives and spears. They could not produce other weapons, and there was no sign of firearms. As they passed the large tile-roofed house, screams of agony came from inside. Xiao Jian walked over to see if they had extracted anything valuable during the interrogation. At the door, 2 guards saluted and called out, "Young master." Goer, hearing the noise at the door, came out and said, "Young master, Shanzhou City was captured by bandits over 10 days ago, and there are still 2 to 3,000 people in the Xiao family village, including 50 cavalry." The fall of Shanzhou City had been anticipated, so Xiao Jian was not surprised. He looked up at the sky. Dawn was breaking, and the light was faint. He did not enter the house, but turned and walked out, telling Goer, who was following him, notify Baozi to assemble the troops and head to the iron factory. The iron factory was about 10 kilometers from a mine, built near an open coal mine. With a larger flat area and a stream that had not dried up, conditions much better than those at the mine. Just halfway there, scouts monitoring the iron factory returned to report that a dozen bandits were heading towards the mine, likely responding to the explosions they had heard. Chapter 76. The ambush on the iron factory's elite. Xiao Jian decided to eliminate this group of bandits first. He ordered Leopard and Fugue to lead a dozen elite guards and set up an ambush in the forest by the roadside. He instructed everyone not to use grenades unless absolutely necessary, to avoid alarming the bandits at the iron factory, who might flee toward Zhao's village. To the east of the iron factory, there was a mountain path leading straight to Zhao's village. If the bandits stationed at Zhao's village received news of the attack on Julong Mountain, they would surely march their forces towards them. With only over 40 people on their side, if they were trapped inside, they would be like fish in a barrel. After Leopard and Fugue entered the forest, Xiao Jian led the remaining men back towards their original path, hiding around a bend in the road. This road connecting the mine and the iron factory was carved out of a steep slope halfway up the mountain, over a yard wide, allowing ox carts to pass. On one side of the road was a sheer cliff. Not long after Xiao Jian had retreated, they heard heavy footsteps, and soon a team of elite soldiers turned the corner ahead. These bandits moved steadily, their formation orderly and cohesive. They kept their eyes straight ahead, silent except for the sound of their heavy footsteps. The bandits wielded identical machetes, and at the forefront was a burly man in shiny leather armor, gripping a long sword whose blade gleamed coldly. Unlike any group of bandits they had encountered before, this group consisted of only 13 men, but exuded an overwhelming aura of ferocity. Xiao Jian felt his heart race. Although he had fought with a horned beast in an unknown space, it had been thanks to his inside ability that he had managed to defeat the unicorn. His own combat power had not truly improved. As for his martial arts training, he had made no progress due to the lack of an evil spirit crystal core, leaving him almost no different from an ordinary person. As the bandits drew closer, within 50 steps of the bend, Xiao Jian suddenly clenched his fist, waved forward, and shouted, "Charge! Throw your spears!" The guards each held an iron-tipped wooden spear and rushed out from the bend, hurling their spears with abandon. In an instant, wooden spears flew through the air chaotically, with some even plunging off the cliff. Watching this disorganized formation, Xiao Jian felt an urge to cry. This was not a guard team. It was clearly a group of farmers who had just dropped their hoes. The bandits reacted swiftly. Upon seeing figures emerge from around the corner, they immediately crouched down and moved closer to the inner side of the mountain path. The difference was obvious. The other side was clearly experienced, while his side was a disorganized mob. The bandits dodged to the side, causing the wooden spears just thrown by Xiao Jian's side to lose their targets. Out of over 20 spears, only 2 hit their mark, resulting in a mere 2 bandits down in what was supposed to be a surprise attack. Simply pitiful. Xiao Jian was not accustomed to this mode of fighting. Besides randomly tossing grenades or fighting solo, he had no other combat experience. Seeing the failure of the spears, he hesitated. Each guard still had 1 spear left. If they threw that too, they would be left with only the machetes on their backs for close combat. Xiao Jian even doubted whether they could draw their machetes from their backs, let alone use them to fight. He felt that keeping the spears for thrusting was a safer option since the guards had trained the longest in thrusting techniques. So, he shouted loudly, "Hold your spears. Charge forward and kill." The group tightly gripped their wooden spears and charged recklessly towards the bandits. After all, the enemy only had 11 left, while they had over 20. They weren't afraid of them. Meanwhile, Leopard, who was hiding in the forest, was just getting ready to throw his spear when the bandits suddenly disappeared from sight. The bandits had moved closer to the inner side of the road, and Leopard could not see the situation below from his vantage point. Fortunately, with his rich combat experience, he immediately decided to charge down with his spear when he realized he couldn't throw it. Leopard was aware that Xiao Jian's side was filled with a disorganized crowd, unlikely to withstand this tough opponent. At the front of the bandit group, the armored burly man first engaged 2 guards armed with wooden spears. He swiftly dodged the 2 spears aimed at him with a twist of his body and with a horizontal sweep of his large sword. Blood sprayed as 2 heads flew into the air. Seeing his comrades suffer such a loss in the first encounter, Lai Fu, next to Xiao Jian, tightened his grip on his machete and fiercely charged at the armored man. Xiao Jian could not stop Lai Fu in time and followed closely behind with his spear. He knew Lai Fu was no match for the armored man. The armored man slowed his advance after taking down the 2 guards, and a bandit behind him rushed ahead, colliding directly with Lai Fu. Lai Fu, seeing this bandit blocking his path, slashed down with his machete, but the bandit showed no fear and countered with his own blade. The 2 machetes clashed, sending sparks flying. Xiao Jian, following Lai Fu, thrust his spear through Lai Fu's armpit and felt it momentarily hesitate before piercing into the bandit's chest. With that bandit taken care of, Lai Fu had a clear path ahead, facing the armored man, now less than 10 paces away. At this moment, Leopard, Fuge, and others charged in from the rear of the bandit group, while Xiao Jian's men surged in from Lai Fu's side, attacking the back of the armored man. The 3 groups quickly became entangled in a chaotic battle, completely disrupting the bandit formation, forcing them to fight individually. The armored man heard the deafening sounds of combat behind him and wanted to turn back to assist his teammates, but Lai Fu swung his machete at him, preventing the armored man from breaking away. The armored man was indeed fierce, seeing Lai Fu's machete coming at him. He did not evade, but met it head-on with his own blade. The 2 swords clashed with a sharp clang. Lai Fu's machete was instantly severed in 2, and the remaining half flew from his hand, leaving him stunned. The armored man roared, quickly redirecting his large sword downwards towards Lai Fu. If that strike landed, Lai Fu would undoubtedly perish. In a critical moment, Xiao Jian, who was right behind, kicked Lai Fu's leg, propelling him aside, while he directed his spear towards the armored man's face with all his strength. Lai Fu stumbled from Xiao Jian's kick, falling to the ground just in time to avoid the descending sword, although the blade still grazed his arm, causing a spray of blood. Seeing the spear flying towards him, the armored man had no choice but to abandon Lai Fu and, with a surprisingly narrow angle, quickly swung his heavy sword towards the spear. With a snap, the spear broke in midair, and 2 segments of the wooden shaft flew skyward. Chapter 77. Almost turned the tables, Xiao Jian was already empty-handed, with no weapons in his hands. The leather-armored man had reached a level of mastery with his blade, and after slicing through the wooden spear, the blade instantly flipped and slashed towards Xiao Jian's waist at lightning speed. The leopard, rushing over, was instantly filled with urgency, but there were still several bandits between him and the leather-armored man, making it impossible for him to provide immediate assistance. Seeing that Xiao Jian was about to be struck by the saber, the leopard shouted, "Young master." At this extremely dangerous moment, a phantom suddenly appeared before Xiao Jian's eyes, and the trajectory of its movements mirrored those of the leather-armored man's next actions. The insight image automatically activated at a critical moment. However, this time the image appeared not in his mind, but right in front of him. What he saw was the 3-dimensional image of the leather-armored man from the insight image. Without having time to think, Xiao Jian realized from the image that if he did not dodge the blade in time, he would be cut open. However, he only needed to retreat 2 inches, and the leather-armored man's saber would miss him. Just 2 inches. Xiao Jian immediately bent down, contracted his abdomen, and then clenched his right fist, striking towards the path the leather-armored man's arm would take. The leather-armored man's blade had just swept past Xiao Jian, tearing through his outer garment, and Xiao Jian's fist landed precisely on the arm holding the saber. With a crack, the leather-armored man's arm broke into two pieces, bending into an unbelievable shape, and the saber slipped from his grasp and flew into the air. Xiao Jian's left hand was perfectly positioned to catch the flying saber. His hand closed gently around the handle. This fluid motion seemed as if it had been rehearsed multiple times with the leather-armored man, not missing by a hair. The man stood there dumbfounded. He clearly had the opportunity to deal a devastating blow to his opponent, yet he had missed. And how had his saber ended up in the opponent's hands? Before the leather-armored man could even feel the pain of his broken arm, the saber in Xiao Jian's hand flashed coldly and had already slashed across the man's neck. The leather-armored man's head immediately flew off, and at that moment, the surprise on his face had not yet faded. He did not understand what had just happened. With the leather-armored man gone, the battle quickly came to an end. The leopard knelt beside Xiao Jian, crying out, "It's my fault for putting the young master in danger. I deserve to die." Xiao Jian pulled the leopard up, saying, "Why cry? I'm perfectly fine." In this battle, their side suffered 3 injuries and lost 6 men, with over 40 facing 13 opponents, and they had almost been turned over, which was considered a heavy loss. After too many smooth victories, there are always times when one stumbles. Fortunately, everyone was a drifter who had long gotten used to life and death. No one paid much attention to these casualties. Xiao Jian took off his coat, tore it into strips, and bandaged the wounds of the injured, as his clothing was still relatively clean. Using excessively dirty clothes as bandages would risk infection. However, those around him did not share this sentiment. They were all filled with gratitude, and some were secretly wiping away their tears. Who had ever regarded them as human? After a battle, everyone was already hungry. After cleaning up the battlefield, they ate some fried rice to replenish their strength. Xiao Jian, along with Goer and the leopard, sat together to summarize the experiences and lessons from this battle and discuss the upcoming fight. The recently defeated bandits were too fierce, leaving Xiao Jian still feeling apprehensive. If the Iron Factory was filled with such elite fighters, the next battle would indeed be difficult to fight. The leopard said, "This time, I didn't grasp the timing of the attack well. I should have thrown the javelin earlier. Please punish me, young master." Xiao Jian shook his head, saying, "It's not your fault. Summarizing experiences is not about assigning blame." Guer remarked, "The wooden spear is too long to be a javelin and too short to be a stabbing spear. Moreover, our training is severely lacking, and there is a lack of cooperation among the guards." The 13 bandits coordinated extremely well. Xiao Jian nodded and said, "Yes, if we hadn't occupied a favorable position. Once they charged in for close combat, even with grenades, we wouldn't have been able to beat them." The group fell into deep thought. The leopard suggested, "What if we wait until night to attack?" Goer shook his head. "The group we defeated today didn't return. They will definitely send someone to notify Xiao Family Village." The leopard hesitated for a moment and said, "It takes at least 4 days for Xiao Family Village to make a round trip here. Should we hide the supplies first?" Xiao Jian waved his hand, feeling they were straying from the point, saying, "Transporting supplies is a matter for later. We will discuss it after taking the Iron Factory." He then turned to Goer and asked, "Are there any archers or other long-range units in the Iron Factory?" Goer affirmed, "I didn't see either of those types of troops." Suddenly realizing something, he said, "Young master, are you thinking of a formation attack? I think that plan should be feasible." The leopard also had a moment of enlightenment and added, "We can use wooden spears for protection around the perimeter while the people in the middle throw grenades. If we had shields, it would be even better to defend against their thrown spears." When it came to combat experience, the leopard was the most knowledgeable among the 3. Xiao Jian stood up and said, "Goer, you take a few carpenters back to the mine to make some long spears and shields to bring back. Let Lu Yingjia also bring people over. The mine doesn't need guarding for now." He hadn't anticipated that the bandits here would be so fierce. Had he known, he wouldn't have left Lu Yingjia and Fugui at the mine. Fortunately, this place was not far from the mine, only half an hour's journey. So there was still time to remedy the situation. During Goer's time at the mine, Xiao Jian divided the 30-plus people into 2 groups, 10 with strong arms responsible for throwing grenades and javelins, while the rest were divided into 4 teams to defend the surroundings. He found an open area to conduct temporary training and formation, not expecting them to be very neat. As long as they didn't throw grenades at their own feet, it would be fine. 2 hours later, Go Er and Lu Yingjie arrived with long spears and shields. Xiao Jian distributed the shields to the guards responsible for defense and taught them how to use them. There were two ways to use the shields, either placing the shield on the ground to defend against close combat or raising the shield above their heads to defend against thrown spears and arrows. Just past noon, everyone set off again, heading toward the iron factory, and arrived at the iron factory in an hour. When the bandits at the iron factory saw them, there was no sign of panic. Over 60 bandits had already taken their positions at the entrance, holding iron-tipped wooden spears and sabers, forming a neat square formation. Seeing this, Xiao Jian finally smiled and quickly arranged his troops into a formation, which was not very orderly. At that moment, a man clad in iron armor, with a round shield on his arm and a broadsword in hand, stood at the front of the line and shouted loudly, "Which mountain are you from? How dare you attack our righteous army's iron factory? Don't you know how to write the word death?" Chapter 78. Battle formation against battle formation. Xiao Jian couldn't be bothered with him, standing in the middle of the formation, commanding it to move forward. The shield soldiers around the formation held their shields in one hand and machetes in the other. The bombers in the center held grenades in one hand and fire sticks in the other, with long spears and short spears on their backs, and several grenades hanging from their waists. The armored men, seeing that no one was paying attention to them, also commanded their formation to advance and attack, moving much faster and more orderly than Xiao Jian's side. When Xiao Jian saw the enemy advancing, he shouted loudly, "Stop! Raise!" Everyone stood still, and the shield soldiers raised their shields. When both formations were about 30 paces apart, the bandits also halted, preparing to throw wooden spears. Xiao Jian immediately shouted, "Grenades twice! Throw!" The bombers in the center quickly lit the grenades and threw them into the enemy's formation. Just as the bombers retrieved another grenade from their waist, there was a loud explosion in the enemy's formation. The bombers ignored this and lit another grenade, throwing it out with force, then drew their long spears, ready to charge. The bandit formation was shattered by over 20 grenades, blood and flesh flying everywhere, and the armored men at the front had already been blown apart into several pieces. After the explosion, all that could be heard was a buzzing sound in everyone's ears. Xiao Jian shouted, "Charge! Kill! Kill!" But no one heard his voice, not even himself. So he swung his big knife forward. The corps members around him, such as Fu Gui, Lu Yingjie, Baozi, and Go Er, rushed past the shield soldiers towards the bandit formation. At this moment, others realized they should charge as well, and thus they surged forward like a swarm. The battle soon ended. Just the 20 grenades had killed more than half of the bandits. Those who weren't killed were stunned in place, and when everyone charged past, they still hadn't reacted. The foreman and manager of the iron factory were captured by Go Er. Upon seeing Xiao Jian, the manager fell to his knees with a thud. He cried out, "Young master, these bastards have captured my son. I had no choice but to cooperate with the thieves." The master left in a hurry, "And I didn't know you were still well. If I had known, I would have followed you even if it meant sacrificing my family." Xiao Jian glared fiercely at this manager, Zhang, who had always been the manager of the iron factory and was often seen in the village. Considered a trusted aide of his father, he hesitated on how to deal with him. The situation was indeed as he said. The Xiao family village was destroyed. His father died in battle. He was also missing, and his wife and children were held captive by bandits. What else could he do but comply with the thieves? Manager Zhang continued to kneel and cry. Xiao Jian turned to the two foremen and asked, "Do you have anything to say?" The two foremen, kneeling on the ground, cried out loudly, "Young master, spare us. We will be your dogs from now on. Whoever you want us to bite, we will bite." Manager Zhang, kneeling to the side, shouted, "Young master, you mustn't. These two are the thieves' confidants. They must not be left alive." Xiao Jian glanced at Go Er and said, "Take them away for interrogation and see if anything can be extracted." He then stood up and helped Manager Zhang to his feet. Since he had decided not to kill him, he should treat him with respect. There were too few people, especially those with management skills. Manager Zhang again kowtowed, saying, "Thank you, young master, for sparing my life. Please take me in. I will never betray you." Xiao Jian nodded, saying, "Just work hard in the future. What's the situation of your family now? Manager Zhang knelt down again, crying heart-wrenchingly. Young master, my son has been captured by the thieves at Lu family village. And my daughter and wife have also been harmed by the thieves. They died a tragic death. After saying this, he banged his head on the ground so hard that Xiao Jian felt the vibrations from beneath his feet. Then he hugged Xiao Jian's leg, pleading, "Please help me avenge my family, avenge my master, and avenge the villagers who died tragically at Xianrenping. I am willing to sacrifice my life without regret." His daughter, Xiao Cui, did some chores in the village and was a main source of amusement for Xiao Jian. He had also seen Manager Zhang's son and wife. One could imagine what fate awaited the two women captured by the bandits, especially since Xiao Cui had just turned 12. Xiao Jian pulled up Manager Zhang, looking at him with red eyes, and said, "A gentleman does not let grievances go unavenged. I will ensure that these beasts are exterminated." With Manager Zhang's addition, the cleanup of the iron factory went very smoothly, with sea supplies being abundant, especially over 100 loads of grain, which made Xiao Jian ecstatic. There were over 5,000 pounds of iron, mountains of coal and ore, 10 oxen, 2 pigs, 5 piglets, over 20 chickens, 3 donkeys, 5 goats, and more than 50 taels of silver. This was far better than the painstaking farming and trading. When Xiao Jian saw these, he felt as if he had robbed his own father. These items had actually existed before the bandits arrived. After the bandits occupied the area, they did not carry out large-scale destruction, and with Manager Zhang's influence, the original supplies were preserved. There were many old workers in the iron factory, and the skilled iron workers were former workers, totaling over 80 people. After the cleanup, Xiao Jian had a pig slaughtered, and everyone in the iron factory enjoyed a hearty meal together. Xiao Jian, Lu Yingjie, Baozi, Goer, and Manager Zhang sat together to discuss their next actions. During the cleanup of the iron factory, Goer had already investigated Manager Zhang, confirming he was not lying, so Xiao Jian included him among the core personnel. It was Manager Zhang's first time participating in a group discussion, and he was reluctant to sit down. After much persuasion, he finally sat half on the wooden bench, looking as if he would get up at any moment. It seemed he had never sat and talked in front of his master. Xiao Jian ignored him, sat down, and directly said, "The primary goal of Jiulong Mountain has been completed. Now, let's discuss what to do next. You can share your thoughts first, and then formulate a plan." Manager Zhang was immediately at a loss. The young master was allowing them, the subordinates, to express their ideas and formulate strategies together. This was disregarding hierarchy. If the master were alive, wouldn't he have beaten the young master to death? Goer said, "Young master, we need to start probing into Xiao family village immediately. I am not familiar with Xiao family village. Can we pick a few clever locals from the workers at the iron factory?" There were many young people in the iron factory familiar with Xiao family village, and Goer likely had someone in mind. Xiao Jian nodded, saying, "The iron factory needs to resume operations. We cannot lose skilled workers. You can choose from the rest, including the miners at the mine." Goer's reconnaissance team only had 3 members, so it was indeed necessary to reinforce it. Chapter 79, Expanding the guard team at the iron factory. Baozi said, "Young master, our squad also needs to increase manpower. Currently, we only have over 30 people in total across 2 squads." Xiao Jian looked at Lu Yingjie, wanting to hear his thoughts. Lu Yingjie replied, "With so few people, we definitely can't hold the Jiulong Mountain. The iron factory can't start operations for now, so we need to have a plan for how to arrange these people." Xiao Jian took over the conversation, saying, "We can't accommodate so many people at home either. The skilled workers and those who are older or in poor health should be sent back first, and the rest will be added to the guard team." Baozi reminded, "Young master, there are still many miners at the mine. What should we do with them?" Goer said, "We don't need the miners for now. I think we might as well dismiss them." Lu Yingjie agreed with Goer's suggestion. The situation at Jiulong Mountain won't last long against the bandits. As long as they don't know our background, dismissing the miners won't affect us much. Xiao Jian said, "Many of these miners are already homeless and willing to follow us. Let's select some to stay, and for those who don't want to, we can give them some travel expenses to send them back." Seeing that Manager Zhang was staring blankly, Xiao Jian asked him, "Manager Zhang, do you have any thoughts?" Manager Zhang immediately knelt on the ground, saying, in response to the young master, The old servant doesn't understand your current situation and doesn't dare to speak recklessly. Manager Zhang had just joined the team, and there were many things Xiao Jian hadn't had the chance to explain to him yet. Xiao Jian helped him up and briefly introduced the situation at home, including food cultivation, product output, and business dealings with manager Hu in Shanzhou City, etc. After listening to the introduction, Manager Zhang knelt down again, but this time not to Xiao Jian, but towards the direction of Zai Jiazwang. He clasped his hands together, bowing repeatedly, murmuring, "The old master can rest in peace." Congratulations to the master. The young master is intelligent and capable of managing the family. The Xiaojia family is on the path to revival. Xiao Jian and the others could only watch him blankly, not attempting to pull him up. After finishing his bowing, Manager Zhang stood up and cupped his hands, saying, "The young master has created such a large family business and still has no one in charge. The old servant is willing to take the skilled workers back and help the young master manage some matters." This was a self-recommendation for the position of steward. With Zhang Chun and Chun Bihua managing at home, would Manager Zhang's return conflict with their management? Keeping Zhang Chun in charge of the saltpeter workshop would also be a waste of talent, as the family mainly consists of farmland and workshops, both of which have certain patterns and don't require too much effort. Zhang Chun shouldn't be wasted on such trivial matters. It would be okay for Chun Bihua to manage some minor tasks, but managing the entire family business would be beyond her capabilities. Xiao Jian supported Manager Zhang, saying, "From today on, you will be Steward Zhang. Once you return, let Zhang Chun transfer the saltpeter workshop to Chun Bihua and have her come here as soon as possible." Manager Zhang was about to kneel to accept the order, but Xiao Jian quickly supported him, saying, "Beishan New Village is different from Zai Jiazwang. There are no servants here, and there's no need for kneeling. Steward Zhang doesn't need to kneel." However, he still didn't manage to stop him, as Manager Zhang insisted on kneeling and then said, "Thank you for your generosity, young master. The old master was also very generous when he was alive, but we can't let the master's kindness make us arrogant. There should still be a distinction between the upper and lower ranks." Xiao Jian didn't want to get entangled with this old, stubborn man over kneeling. If he wanted to kneel, let him. He turned to Baozi and said, "Baozi's squad is responsible for hiding the remaining food at the iron factory on site." He then said to Lu Yingjie, Lu Yingjia's squad should return to the mine to collect and organize the materials and find a place to hide them. He addressed everyone, saying, "Jilong Mountain is our team's hiding place. Steward Zhang will take 30 loads of food back, and the rest will be hidden here. Take all the livestock with you." He then said to Fugui, "You take 3 people to send them back, and take the injured along as well. Be careful on the road, and don't let the bandits find out." The group stood up simultaneously, saluted, and shouted in unison yes, with strength and vigor. Steward Zhang bowed and said softly, "I will follow the young master's orders," with a hint of gloom. Lu Yingjie, Baozi, and Manager Zhang began selecting personnel to expand the team, while Xiao Jian, along with several skilled workers from the iron factory, went to the side of the blast furnace. The blast furnace was less than 3 meters tall and had a diameter of less than 1 meter, resembling a chimney that was narrower at the top and wider at the bottom. The base had a platform about 2 feet high, and the cylindrical furnace was built on this platform. An older skilled worker pointed to the circular opening at the bottom of the furnace and introduced young master. "This circular opening is the iron outlet." He then pointed to a ceramic pipe on the side of the iron outlet, saying, "This is the air inlet pipe. The air from the bellows is sent into the furnace through this pipe." On the opposite side of the iron outlet, there was a small square door that was much taller and wider than the iron outlet. Before Xiao Jian could ask, the skilled worker said, "This small door is the slag outlet. The iron materials in here melt and sink to the bottom of the furnace, and what remains here are the unmelted slag." On the reverse side of the iron outlet, there was a platform made of stones, level with the furnace, connected to the ground by steps. Xiao Jian climbed the steps to the platform, wanting to see inside the furnace, but the skilled worker stopped him, saying, "Young master, don't look. The furnace has just been extinguished, and the charging port is still very hot. Don't get hurt." Xiao Jian asked, "When smelting iron, is the iron or added from the top?" The skilled worker cupped his hands and replied, "You're correct, young master. Coal and iron or powder are poured in from here." After inspecting the blast furnace, Xiao Jian found a rock to sit on and said to the skilled worker, "Please explain the iron-making process in detail. And don't miss any materials or steps." The skilled worker was about to kneel to answer, but Xiao Jian pointed to a stone and said, "Don't kneel. Sit down and speak slowly." According to this skilled worker, they first need to load coal from the top of the furnace until it is full. Then ignite it and blow air. Only when the furnace temperature reaches a certain level do they begin to add or powder. When the coal in the furnace burns out and the upper layer of coal drops, the workers add a new layer of coal on top and spread a layer of or powder over it. This process continues until the smelting is complete. The smelting process can last for days, and the air-blowing work must not stop for a moment, so several groups of people need to take turns blowing air. Throughout the entire explanation, the skilled worker did not mention adding any other materials. Xiao Jian asked before smelting, "Did you add limestone powder to your powder?" The skilled worker looked confused and said, "What kind of stone is limestone that the young master mentioned? Before smelting, we only crush the iron ore and remove the impurities. We don't add any other materials." Xiao Jian picked up a piece of iron and examined it. The iron was porous and mixed with many impurities. No wonder the big knife in Lai Fu's hand could be cut in half by the leather-armored man with one stroke. The quality of the iron material here is too poor. Unless the smelting process is improved, it cannot be used at all. Chapter 80. The counterattack of the bandits at Julong Mountain not far away. There were many yellow bricks piled up. Xiao Jian walked over, picked up a brick, examined it closely, and asked, "This is a fire brick, right? Are there still materials for making fire bricks?" The technician immediately replied, "The one you are holding is indeed a fire brick used for building iron furnaces. The iron factory still has materials for making fire bricks." He knocked 2 fire bricks together, and they broke, indicating that the density and hardness were very low. This type of fire brick can withstand a maximum temperature of only about 1,200 degrees Celsius. The matters concerning the iron factory were handled by Leopard, and on the same day, Xiao Jian returned to the mine with Lu Yingjie and Goer. In the warehouse of the mine, besides various tools, there was even more grain than in the iron factory, indicating that the bandits valued the iron factory. The total grain from both places amounted to over 300 dan. Lu Yingjie opened the cell where the miners were kept, and inside, over 200 miners were in a pitiful state, each one emaciated, with most not even wearing clothes, just naked bodies. Strangely, there was not a single injured or sick person found inside. It was later learned that the bandits did not keep idle people. Anyone who was injured or sick was thrown into a mass grave, and those who could not mine had to die. Hearing this, Xiao Jian felt a wave of nausea. This was too cruel, treating them worse than livestock. Most of these miners were captured soldiers. Xiao Jian had someone find clothes for them to wear and provided them with good food and drink for a few days before dispersing them. These people were not locals. Many had families, so those who wanted to leave were given 20 jin of grain each. More than 120 others either lived too far away to return or had no place to go. Xiao Jian decided to mix the 50 or so people from the iron factory with those from here to form a third squad and a direct team. The direct team was divided into 2 sections, each with 16 people, led by Fugui and Lai Fu. Each squad had more than 60 people. The first squad leader was Lu Yingjie, the second squad leader was Leopard, and the third squad leader was Zhang Chun. Each squad was further divided into teams of 10, with selected core members serving as team leaders. Goer's reconnaissance team expanded to 15 people, divided into 3 teams of 5, with the original scouts serving as team leaders and Goer also serving as the leader of one team. This way, the entire team totaled more than 250 people. The equipment for the guard team was also readjusted. Each person had 2 short spears, 1 long spear, and 1 large knife. The shield soldiers were additionally equipped with a shield, and the grenade soldiers had 5 grenades each. The shield soldiers and grenade soldiers were versatile troops. When the shield soldiers discarded their shields, they became long spear soldiers. When wielding large knives, they could engage in close combat or use short wooden spears as javelins. The grenade soldiers could throw grenades and javelins, and they could also be used as long spear soldiers. After reorganizing the guard team, training began immediately, focusing on the coordination between shield soldiers and grenade soldiers, with secondary emphasis on practicing throwing grenades, javelins, and stabbing with spears. When the bandits from Shao family village learned about the attack on the iron factory, they would surely send people to reclaim it, and it could turn into a tough battle. To quickly improve the combat effectiveness of the guard team, training continued even at night. When Zhang Chun and Fu Gui returned to Jiulong Mountain, they brought back over 400 grenades. Steward Zhang did not disappoint. The gunpowder workshop must have supplemented enough manpower. Also returning to the mine were the hurried Goer and 2 scouts who had been monitoring the movements of Shao family village. Goer reported that the bandits from Shao family village had sent a 1,000-man detachment marching towards a mine, which had already reached the top of Jiulong Mountain and would arrive near the mine in 4 hours. There were still over 3,000 bandits left in Shao family village, and this time they sent over 1,000 to Jiulong Mountain, leaving about 2,000 behind. Xiao Jian looked at Goer and asked, "In this area, your reconnaissance team should be the most familiar. What do you think would be most suitable to ambush this group of bandits?" Without thinking, Goer replied, "Of course at Yixianshan. As long as the bandits enter Yixianshan, we can block both ends and throw grenades from the mountain to blow them up." Lu Yingjie had a different opinion. Yixianshan is a narrow place only a bit more than 10 feet wide, while the open area is several hundred feet wide. Throwing bombs from the mountains on both sides would have limited effect. If we attack proactively, there are dangers everywhere, and it would be easy to suffer losses, especially since they have 4 times our numbers. Zhang Chun was not very familiar with Jiulong Mountain and asked, "The Yixianshan you mentioned is the canyon several kilometers away, right? Is there another way to bypass Yixianshan?" Goer answered, "The only road from Yifengku to Yixianshan is a single road. There is a small path outside that leads to the back mountain of the mine, but it is quite far, and there are also many dangers along that path." Zhang Chun thought for a moment and looked at Goer, asking Goer, "How much grain did they bring?" Goer's eyes brightened and said, "That's right. They only brought 5 pack donkeys." Zhang Chun nodded and asked, "Is there a drinkable water source from Yixianshan to Yifengku?" Goer excitedly replied, "No." At that time, our reconnaissance team ran out of water and searched for a long time without finding a water source. The first sniper position in Yixianshan was built within Yixianshan, in a narrow area just over 10 feet wide. A few hundred meters ahead of this narrow area was an open zone that was originally a wide road without any cover. But here it narrowed to just over 10 feet wide, resembling a funnel. The sniper fortification was very simple, made using logs to create a wooden wall that blocked the narrow path. The team had various craftsmen and tools, and the fortification was completed in just 2 hours. Xiao Jian and Leopard walked up the steps behind the fortification to the wooden wall platform, where there was a breastwork with holes for long spears to poke through. Looking down from the breastwork, the entire wooden wall was over a yard high, but it would not be easy to climb up by hand. Just as Xiao Jian and Leopard were about to descend from the wooden wall, a scout ran over from the northern side of the canyon. Upon reaching the bottom of the wooden wall, he looked up and reported, "The bandit S-100-man vanguard is about 4 miles away and is expected to arrive here in about a stick of incense." After saying this, he gave a fist salute to Xiao Jian and turned back to run the same way. The time units in this era were 2 cores, and the length units were frustrating. I must standardize them when I have the chance, especially for the scouts, who must use more precise units. A stick of incense is about half an hour. On the platform of the wooden wall, the first sniper team was already prepared for sniping. The sun to the west was like a fireball. Not a part of their clothing was dry, sticking to their skin and making them uncomfortable. Leopard unbuttoned his shirt and fanned himself a couple of times, saying, "This damn place has no wind at all. It's like a fire cage." Saying this, he took out a bamboo tube and gulped down a few mouthfuls of water, saying, "Young master, let us go down and find a cooler place to wait." Xiao Jian was also feeling a bit uncomfortable from the heat. He nodded and walked down from the city wall, saying, "Tell the construction crew to build a shade shelter so everyone has a place to rest." Chapter 81. The defense of Jiulong Mountain, the vanguard of the bandits, arrived quickly. Upon seeing the wooden wall, they immediately retreated to the open area. In this position, even if there were people on the mountains on both sides, it would be difficult for them to be harmed. Following this, they sent out a dozen men to launch a probing attack. Just 30 steps from the wooden wall, several wooden spears suddenly flew out, and after losing a few men, the bandits retreated and stopped their attack. It wasn't until the main force of the bandits arrived that they sent a 100-man team charging towards the wooden wall. As they approached the wall, a large number of wooden spears flew out from the slopes on both sides and from the platform on the wooden wall. Before the bandits could even reach the wall, they lost a dozen men, and at that moment, a sound came from behind, prompting the remaining men to quickly retreat. The bandit captain looked at the wooden wall and felt it was a bit tricky. He had come to Julong Mountain many times and was very familiar with the situation here. With the narrow path blocked, taking it down would likely require a great cost. If the enemy had ambushed troops nearby, sealing off the retreat from the narrow path would make the situation even more passive. Therefore, he said to the vanguard leader beside him, "Take 300-man teams back to guard the Yafeng Pass. If bandits appear behind us, we will flank them." The bandits believed that the attackers of Julong Mountain were local robbers, so they refer to Xiao Jian and his group as bandits and themselves as righteous troops. The bandits retreated to the open area, and the people on the mountain could do nothing about them. Once they attacked the narrow wooden wall, those on the mountain would throw wooden spears and stones, and the bandits had no good ideas at the moment. As night fell, the bandits set up camp in the open area and did not launch any surprise attacks. It was a calm night. The next day, just past noon, the bandits brought a large amount of dry branches and firewood, braving the rain of wooden spears and stones, and piled them at the base of the wooden wall. A fire arrow shot into the pile of firewood, igniting the dry branches, and the flames quickly lit up half the sky. Although the logs used to build the wooden wall were damp, they could not withstand the intense heat, and it didn't take long for the entire wooden wall to start burning. The first wooden wall fortification was declared breached, and everyone retreated to the second line of defense. The fire continued to burn into the night, making the surroundings even hotter. The bandit captain wiped the sweat from his brow, watching the flames gradually weaken in the narrow area, finally feeling relieved. However, at that moment, his vanguard general rushed back in a panic, reporting that the Yafeng Pass had been blocked. This news was like a bolt from the blue. The captain, who had just dried off, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat again. The weather was hot, and in the furnace-like valley, his clothes had never dried. At first, he hadn't noticed. He just drank water whenever he was thirsty, only to discover at noon that there was no water left in the army. On the second day, just at dawn, the captain, feeling extremely thirsty, arrived early at the narrow area to check the situation. The great fire had completely extinguished, and the surrounding stones had changed color from the heat. A wave of scorching heat rushed towards him, forcing the captain to take a few steps back. His hair curling from the heat, and the hot air he inhaled took away the little moisture left in his mouth. In the scorching heat of June, with the sun blazing, his throat felt like it was on fire, uncomfortable from the smoke and heat, yet sweat continued to pour out of him like it was free. It would probably take until noon for this place to cool down completely. The defense line had at least been breached. As long as they reached the mine, everything would be fine. The captain turned and walked back. It wasn't until afternoon that the bandits forcibly passed through this still hot stretch of road. The captain couldn't help but feel anxious. The longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. In just a few days, not to mention fighting, they could die of thirst in this fire barrel. After just turning a few corners, another stone wall blocked their path. Seeing this, the captain sat down heavily on the ground, his eyes somewhat dazed, fearing that this time they might truly be done for. Blocked in front and behind, the Yafeng Pass was also a perilous terrain, not easier to attack than here. There was no choice but to charge hard, as the entire army was out of water, and they simply could not afford to waste more time. The 200-man teams in front carried wooden ladders, followed closely by more than 20 archers, shooting arrows to suppress the defenders on the wall. Casualties began to occur among the guards on the wall. With the defenders suppressed by arrows, the 200-man teams of the bandits immediately charged forward, setting the wooden ladders against the stone wall and climbing up recklessly. They knew that if they did not fight desperately, they would die of thirst, and fighting desperately offered a glimmer of hope. Just as they climbed to the top of the wall, the guards hiding below thrust their long spears, and the bandits fell from the wall with cries. Immediately after, new bandits bravely climbed up. The guards on the wall were also continuously hit by arrows, and the battle became increasingly intense, with casualties rising on both sides. Seeing a hope of breakthrough, The bandit captain sent 2 more 100-man teams to charge up. He had no choice but to go all in. It was a path of no return. If they could break through the stone wall, there was hope for survival. If they could not break through, the narrow path would be their grave, either dying of thirst or hunger here. Xiao Jian stood on the western slope, seeing that the bandits had begun to fight desperately. He raised a small red flag and waved it. Suddenly, dozens of people appeared on the slopes on both sides of the canyon. Some were busy throwing grenades down at the bandits, while others were cutting the ropes holding the rolling stones and logs. The dozens of grenades thrown from both slopes suddenly exploded in the crowd, shaking the earth and sending blood and flesh flying. The rolling stones and logs broke free from their restraints like wild horses, thundering down the slopes with a deafening roar, raising dust that obscured the sky. The bandit infantry and archers were blown apart, smashed into a bloody mess, and the 400-man teams huddled together suffered severe losses in a short time, leaving very few remaining. The bandits instantly collapsed, crying out as they fled backward, wishing they could sprout wings to escape this hell. The fleeing torrent knocked the captain to the ground like a mad beast, and the rushing crowd trampled over him repeatedly. After a while, when the crowd had left, the ground was covered in blood, staining the earth red, and the air was filled with a heavy smell of blood. The captain, who had been knocked down, was now unrecognizable, trampled beyond recognition. The leopard was about to get up and pursue when Xiao Jian placed a hand on his shoulder, shook his head, and said, "Forget it. Let those who are still alive in 7 days stay behind as miners." He felt a bit soft-hearted. All that was happening was not the fault of these bandits. It was the world that demanded lives, and that was not his fault either. He could not save the whole world. It wasn't until noon the next day that a group of disheveled bandits stumbled back, each covered in blood, their faces marred with stains, revealing an unmistakable look of panic. Upon seeing the tall stone wall at the Yafeng Pass, they retreated again, not even launching a probing attack. Their general had been trampled to death by them, and no one was organizing an attack. Readers, please help by giving a few recommendation votes. Click the upper right corner, a menu will pop up, then click More, and at the bottom, many options will appear, mainly to vote for must-read tickets. If you're real name authenticated, you can also reward with coins. Coins are not RMB. Only if you read novels on Qimao will you receive coins. Rewarding with RMB is not something to expect. No one's money comes easily. Chapter 82. Promoting technological development. Zhang Chun and Lu Yingjia were too lazy to pursue them, so they just blocked themselves inside for 7 days before sending a squad in to clean up. Most of the bandits inside had already died, leaving over 200 people looking as dry as twigs. The surrounding leaves had been completely eaten, and the lack of water was the main reason they were struggling to survive. After the encirclement ended, there would not be any major battles at Julong Mountain for the time being. There were only over 2,000 bandits left in Zaijia's Wang, and they had no capacity to attack Julong Mountain again. Xiao Jian also had no ability to reclaim Zaijia's Wang. Several corps members sat together to discuss future actions. Lu Yingjia said, "We need to expand our guerrilla area to Xianrenping. When small groups of bandits come out, we will eliminate them. If there are too many, we will retreat." Goer lamented, "It's a pity that Zaijia's Wang has archers and cavalry to cooperate. Otherwise, we could directly attack Zaijia's Wang. We lack long-range attack weapons." Zhang Chun laughed. "With this little manpower, a strong attack against bandits with archers and cavalry is like striking a rock with an egg. Regarding the guerrilla area, it's more valuable for us to operate around the southeastern exit." Xiao Jian nodded, looking at Lu Yingjia and Leopard. "You two will operate in the southeast, focusing on the southeastern exit, looking for opportunities to cut off the bandits' contact with the outside world. The southeastern exit of Xianrenping is at the eastern end of Julong Mountain, allowing for a quick retreat to Julong Mountain." He then looked at Zhang Chun and said, "You are from Zhangjiakan, so operate around Zhangjiakan. If you can't handle it, retreat to the back mountain. Wangjiakan has never had bandits stationed, while Zhangjiakan had a large activity space and can also restrain the bandits in Zaijia's Wang." Just as he finished speaking, a guard came in to report that Lai Fu and several injured soldiers had returned to report something. Xiao Jian asked the guard to bring Lai Fu in and asked, "Is there any news from Beishanu village?" Lai Fu said, "Young master, There's a shortage of materials in the new village, and the gunpowder workshop has stopped working. This time, I only brought back more than 100 grenades, that's all. Xiao Jian nodded. It was unnecessary to say that the sulfur had run out. After the fall of Shangzhou City, the nearest place to buy supplies was Jinjiang City, which required at least over a month for a round trip. Xiao Jian stood up and said, "After I return to the new village, I will go to Jinjiang City as soon as possible. Goer, choose 2 scouts to come with me. I will also take my direct troops. The safety of Xian Renping will be entrusted to the 3 of you." Beishan New Village, standing at the mouth of the creek. The view was full of green. As the breeze blew, the seedlings in the rice fields rolled like waves. Children were happily playing in the creek, and upon seeing Xiao Jian and his group, they scattered in fear, shouting, "Captain, bad guys are coming! Captain, bad guys are coming!" A faint smile appeared on Xiao Jian's face. This was the clean land he was willing to protect with his life. Hearing the shouts, a large group of villagers came out, and Xiao Ling quickly ran over, shouting, "Brother, brother!" Xiao Jian stepped forward, picked up Xiao Ling, and twirled her around, saying, "Brother can hardly hold you anymore. You've become a little fatty." Xiao Ling laughed and said, "When I grow as tall as Sister Bihua, I will be able to hold you. Then it will be my turn to carry you." Xiao Jian was both amused and helpless, pinching her little nose. "Stop talking nonsense. You're not ladylike at all." Upon hearing that Xiao Jian was back, Steward Zhang also came to welcome him with the crowd. Chen Wenxuan and Chen Bihua stood to the side, along with some stewards and craftsmen behind them. After a round of pleasantries, they surrounded Xiao Jian and walked towards the village. The lush green rice fields made Xiao Jian feel extremely relaxed. Steward Zhang pointed to the large rice fields and introduced, "There are 85 acres of rice, over 200 acres of vacant fields, and more than 100 acres of dry land have been cultivated." Passing by the sweet potato field, the steward said, "This sweet potato is less than an acre, just some seedlings that were transplanted later, and they are not growing very well." He then pointed to the direction of the northern dam, saying, "A fish pond has been dug over there, and the dam has already been equipped with a shelling and grinding machine." Arriving at the village entrance, several new earth houses have been built around. Steward Zhang said, "The brick kiln has produced 2 kilns of bricks, and we can soon build brick houses." Beishan New Village finally looked like a real village. With Steward Zhang around, many things no longer needed Xiao Jian to consider himself. He turned to Chen Bihua beside him and asked, "Is the niter boiling and alkali production still normal?" After Zhang Chun was reassigned, niter boiling and alkali production were managed by Chen Bihua and Xiao Miaoying, with Hua also assisting her, and 2 stewards were responsible for specific matters. Chen Bihua softly said, "We have over 8,000 gene of saltpeter and over 2,000 gene of alkali powder. The wastewater from boiling niter has been used to fertilize the rice and sweet potatoes twice, and the fertilizer is very strong." Xiao Jian was about to tease her when Zhang Xiong came over and said, "Young master, the ceramic kiln has been built, but there is too little clay here to start working. I also need clay. Have you found any nearby?" Xiao Jian was preparing to experiment with making fire-resistant clay bricks and redesign the iron smelting furnace. Zhang Xiong took out a ceramic jar and said, "This was found in the creek. I have searched all around here, and there is very little clay." Xiao Jian took a lump of clay from the jar. It was pure white, like a lump of flour. He rubbed it between his fingers. It was very fine and felt greasy on his fingers. "The clay, also known as high-age soil, is available in Wangjiakan. I will have Zhang Chun dig some back." Putting down the clay, he called Chen Wenxuan, Lu Shan, and Zhang Xiong over and said, "I want to assign you a task, to experiment with making a high-temperature fire-resistant clay brick." He turned to Zhang Xiong and asked, "When you fire ceramics, how do you control the temperature?" In this era, there were no temperature measuring units, just some vague concepts. Zhang Xiong said, "My father taught me to read the flame to gauge the temperature." Xiao Jian took out a chart and handed it to Zhang Xiong, saying, "This is a correspondence chart of flame, color, and temperature, as well as the characteristic temperatures of several substances. You can use it as a reference." The characteristic temperatures included boiling water temperature, melting temperature of wrought iron, and firing temperatures of ordinary ceramics and celadon, etc. By comparing these, one could roughly calculate the temperature value. Lu Shan asked, Is the fire-resistant clay brick you mentioned more heat-resistant than the fire-resistant bricks used at Jiulong Mountain? Xiao Jian nodded. The fire-resistant bricks at Jiulong Mountain can withstand temperatures of only 1,200 degrees Celsius, while the clay fire-resistant bricks can withstand temperatures of 1,700 degrees Celsius. If the proportions are reasonable, it can even reach over 2,000 degrees. Lu Shan's eyes widened in shock. The clay fire-resistant bricks were nearly twice as heat-resistant as the ordinary fire-resistant bricks used at Jiulong Mountain, which was an enormous difference. The main material for this fire-resistant brick is clay, with a small amount of talc, mica, limestone powder, quartz sand, etc. As Xiao Jian spoke, he took out another chart and handed it to Lu Shan, which contained the material proportions for the new type of fire-resistant brick. Chapter 83. On the way to Jinjiang City, Heiyun Mountain, Lu Shan carefully took the form. Having built a blast furnace before, he had a better understanding of refractory bricks. The Zhilangshan Iron Factory had produced poor quality iron because the refractory bricks could not withstand high temperatures, resulting in the furnace temperature being too low. The others saw Lu Shan's serious expression and did not understand what it meant, as they had no concept of the temperature tolerance of refractory bricks. Xiao Jian noticed everyone's confusion and said, "Don't underestimate refractory bricks. To produce high-quality steel, we need to increase the temperature of the blast furnace, especially for steelmaking, which has very high temperature requirements." Lu Shan was focused on the process chart in his hands and did not hear Xiao Jian's words clearly. Otherwise, he would be surprised and excited, as large-scale steelmaking was not yet possible in this era. Chen Wenxuan asked, "Are there any special requirements for making refractory bricks?" His attitude toward Xiao Jian had changed significantly, partly due to his sister Chen Bihua, who had probably said something to him. Xiao Jian no longer deliberately provoked Chen Wenxuan and replied, "Of course, there are requirements. The brick blanks must be made using a high-pressure pressing method." Chen Wenxuan took the process chart from Lu Shan, looked at it, and said, "We just need to find a blacksmith to make an iron mold. Put the materials into the mold, and press them into shape, then fire them." The chart contained the specific manufacturing process for refractory bricks, which Chen Wenxuan understood at a glance. Zhang Xiong looked at the chart and said, "Young master, the firing temperature needs to be 1,400 degrees Celsius, which is even higher than that for firing blue and white porcelain. Our porcelain kiln can't reach that temperature." Xiao Jian asked, "Does the porcelain kiln also need to use a bellows to blow air into it?" Zhang Xiong answered, "If there's a bellows, the temperature will be higher. If not, it will be lower." Xiao Jian smiled and said, "Heating the air blown from the bellows before sending it into the kiln can raise the kiln temperature. Heating the air to several hundred degrees is quite easy." Lu Shan's eyes sparkled as he said, "Young master, the blast furnace can also use this method to increase the internal temperature." Xiao Jian nodded and said, "The blast furnace also needs improvements. We should raise its height and add an air heating device. You can experiment with these gradually." He then said to Steward Zhang and Chen Bihua, "This matter is crucial. You must cooperate fully. When I return from Jinjiang City, I hope to see the research results." Chen Bihua did not dare to look at Xiao Jian, lowering her head and softly saying, "What should I do?" "Provide materials if needed, send people if necessary, and have Zhang Chun transport materials from Jiulong Mountain." He looked around and said, "Without steel, we can't produce firearms. Without firearms as ranged weapons, we could easily suffer great losses." Everyone nodded. Since it involved the safety of a new village, they had to take it seriously. Steward Zhang also expressed that he would fully support the experiment with refractory bricks, and then asked, "Young master, when do you plan to depart for Jinjiang City?" Xiao Jian replied softly, "I'll leave tomorrow. If anything unexpected happens, abandon the new village in Jiulong Mountain and retreat deeper into the northern mountains." Chen Bihua, who was nearby, suddenly looked up at Xiao Jian with a pained expression. Her eyes slightly red. A teenager, yet he bore the responsibility for the survival of hundreds of people. "You must take care. We will wait for your return." Saying this, she took out a pair of cloth shoes and placed them in Xiao Jian's hands, saying, "This is my first attempt. If they don't turn out well, don't laugh at me." Xiao Jian held Chen Bihua's small hand and rubbed it, saying, "I will definitely come back." The readers are encouraged to give a good rating. Click to rate, choose good, and leave a message in the reviews. There will be rewards in the future, omitted for review sections. Chen Wenxuan looked up at the sky, and Zhang Heng followed his gaze. In the blue sky, there was not a single cloud. He looked around at the others, wondering why they were all staring seriously at the sky. Zhang Heng scratched his head and asked Brother Wenxuan, "What are you all looking at?" Zhang Heng was his assistant and had been helping in the gunpowder workshop. Chen Wenxuan shot Zhang Heng a sideways glance and walked straight ahead. The next day, Xiao Jian and his 32 direct team members, along with Goer and 2 reconnaissance guards, a total of 36 people, set off from the back mountain, driving 2 yoke of oxen. Upon reaching the official road, each person carried 1 grenade and 1 machete, while the other supplies were loaded onto the ox carts. The carts were the same 2 that had been brought from Shangzhou City, hidden in a cave near the official road. They traveled southwest along the official road for several days, with no signs of life along the way. It wasn't until they passed a fork in the road that they saw a horse-drawn carriage in the distance, accompanied by a group of guards heading west. Finally, they encountered a convoy on the same road, perhaps due to the difficulty of the official road. That horse-drawn carriage remained in sight for 3 consecutive days until it turned into the mountains. They had to cross mountains again. Xiao Jian now felt uneasy at the sight of large mountains. This official road connecting to Qingsha City still had commercial teams and travelers. But the high mountains and dense forests here were places where bandits roamed. Xiao Jian asked, "Goer, do you know anything about the mountains ahead?" Before setting off, they had gathered information about the entire route. This mountain was called Heiyun Mountain, similar in size to Jiulong Mountain, and the previous fork led to Qingsha City. Goer and his companions could only ask around for information along the way. Xiao Jian nodded and said, "You take a shortcut to follow the horse-drawn carriage and try to hide your presence." He then said to Fu Guwei and Lai Fu, "Pick up the pace and stay close." The carriage had 7 guards and 1 rider, not weak in combat. They needed to stay near each other for mutual support. Fu Guwei slapped the ox, making the cart move faster. The uneven road caused the cart to creak, feeling as if it might fall apart at any moment. Once the official road entered the mountains, it began to wind and twist, sometimes spiraling around the mountainside and sometimes dropping into the valley. Fu Guwei and Lai Fu, carrying loads on their shoulders, used all their strength to keep the ox cart slowly moving forward. After climbing a slope, they arrived at the highest point of the official road. After crossing the ridge, the road would twist west along the mountain. After climbing mountains and crossing ridges, they were exhausted and could hardly walk. Xiao Jian decided to take a short break and eat something before continuing. Just as he sat down to drink some water, the bushes in the forest suddenly rustled. Fu Guwei and Lai Fu drew their big knives, staring intently at the thicket. They finally relaxed when they saw Goer emerge from behind a large tree, whispering, "Young master." Something happened up ahead. More than 60 bandits are fighting with the carriage guards. As expected, if there were no bandits here, it wouldn't be called a chaotic world. "I really fear what I fear," Xiao Jian asked urgently. "What is the situation? Can the carriage guards handle the bandits?" Goer shook his head and said, "There are too many bandits. The carriage guards only have 8 people, and they probably can't hold them off. That mounted guard was shot in the chest by an arrow, and the horse is down." Xiao Jian was taken aback. These bandits were not weak at all, and even had archers. Chapter 84. Picking up a little girl with just over 60 bandits, it shouldn't be difficult for the 30 or so men on Xiao Jian's side to take them down. The only worry is if they call for reinforcements from their hideout, rather than face them alone later. It would be better to eliminate this group of bandits together while the carriage guards are still intact, and then travel together. Xiao Jian no longer hesitated and said to Lai Fu, "Leave your squad here, find a suitable position for defense, and guard the ox cart." He turned to Fu Guwei and said, "Your squad, take your javelins and wooden spears, and follow me," with Goer leading the way through the woods. They hadn't walked long before they heard screams, but no battle cries. The carriage guards were likely in danger. Xiao Jian made a gesture for silence and stealthily climbed to the back of the battlefield's hill, which was only a few hundred meters from the official road, allowing him to see the situation on the official road. Sure enough, the carriage guards had been completely wiped out. The bandits were surrounding the carriage, staring at it. A bearded man stepped forward and opened the carriage curtain with his large knife. Inside the carriage, A girl resembling a maid stood bravely at the door, unafraid. It was admirable that even a maid dared to step forward to protect her master with her life. They couldn't let the bandits capture the people inside the carriage. Otherwise, fighting would be cumbersome. Go-Air and the other two climbed up to the front slope and prepared to throw grenades down at the official road below, while Fu Gue led his direct squad down to force the bandits away from the carriage. Yes, each of them took 3 grenades and dashed towards the front slope. Fu Gue's direct squad charged down towards the official road. Xiao Jian, holding a javelin, also jumped down. In just a few hundred meters and coming from above, the bandits hadn't reacted when they reached the slope by the official road. In front of the carriage, the bearded man was reaching out his claw towards the maid blocking the carriage door. Xiao Jian aimed his javelin at the bearded man and threw it with all his might. In an instant, the javelin pierced into the bearded man's back. Ah! The bearded man let out a scream, stumbled, and slowly knelt down. Xiao Jian's javelin was a command. Immediately after, more than a dozen javelins from the direct squad were thrown out in an instant. After throwing their javelins, they gripped their wooden spears and charged down without hesitation. Most of the bandits were facing the carriage, unaware of the danger coming from behind. Suddenly, more than a dozen javelins flew from the slope, hitting 6 of them in an instant. Immediately, screams erupted after Fu Gue and his team rushed onto the official road. They charged forward from both sides of the carriage with their wooden spears. The bandits were caught off guard. Those who weren't killed retreated to the front of the carriage. In front of the carriage, a dense cluster of bandits gathered. Xiao Jian was still on the slope. He took out a grenade, lit the fuse, and threw it into the densely packed group of bandits in front of the carriage. Boom! The grenade exploded among the crowd, sending several bandits flying. The horses pulling the carriage were startled, raising their front hooves, about to bolt, but then they fell heavily to the ground, their heads mangled from the explosion. The grenade's explosion forced the bandits to retreat desperately, while those behind were still oblivious to the situation in front, causing a large number of bandits to crowd on the official road. Go-Air and the other two had just reached the edge of the slope when they immediately lit their grenades and threw them into the crowd of bandits. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive explosions blasted the bandits apart, causing chaos and screams. They didn't understand the power of grenades, nor did they know to spread out. With so many bandits clustered together, one explosion caused a massive impact. Go-Air and the others, along with Xiao Jian, threw down 2 more grenades, which completely shattered the bandits' morale. Seeing the horrific scene of bandits blown to bits, it was no surprise that the group of refugees fled. Fu Gue and the others pursued the fleeing bandits until they escaped into the forest before retreating. Xiao Jian approached the side of the carriage and glanced at the toppled vehicle. The draft horse was pinned under a broken yoke, and one of the wheels was damaged. The carriage was unusable. Xiao Jian circled the carriage, but didn't see anyone coming out. Were they too scared to move? He knocked on the carriage, saying, "Hey, is it the lady or the young miss in there? Shouldn't one of you come out and say something?" After a rustling sound, the door opened. It was still the maid who had been blocking the door earlier. She peeked out and paused when she saw Xiao Jian. The maid didn't jump down from the carriage, but said, "Thank you for saving us, young master. There are differences between men and women, and my young miss cannot come out to speak. I hope you will understand. Differences between men and women." Xiao Jian's lips twitched. With the carriage broken and the horse dead, they had no idea how to get back. He sarcastically replied, "I understand well. Your young miss must be quite a sight, or else I would be in trouble. You see, when I see a beautiful woman, I don't even know which leg to step with first." After saying that, he ignored them, took a drink of water, and had some food. At that moment, Fu Gue and Lai Fu came over with the ox cart. Xiao Jian walked back to the side of the carriage, knocked on the cabin, and said, "Beautiful lady, we're really leaving. If another wave of bandits comes, just say there are differences between men and women. Everyone is reasonable, and they shouldn't do anything to you." Seeing there was still no response, he threatened, "There are many corpses here. You must not come out at night, or it will be haunted." He couldn't just leave them here. He had to scare them a little, or else they would be begging to follow along. After another rustling sound, the maid came out protecting a little girl. The girl looked about 12 or 13 years old, with barely any development and she was covering her face with a small handkerchief. Just a little kid. Xiao Jian curled his lips. She really thought of herself as a woman. He had no interest at all in a girl who hadn't fully developed. After the little girl got out of the carriage, she politely bowed to Xiao Jian. She said earnestly, "Thank you for saving my life, young master. May I ask if you could take me back to Jinjiang? My father will surely reward you handsomely." Xiao Jian felt his teeth ache. Clearly, she was just a little kid, but she acted like a mature woman, complete with a whole set of manners. He looked down to examine her feet, which seemed to be disabled, so he decided to let her follow. Noticing him looking at her feet, the little girl took several steps back. Xiao Jian said impatiently, "I'm not interested in your reward. Just walk behind the ox cart." Not long after they started walking, the little girl suddenly exclaimed and squatted down. The maid quickly supported the little girl's arm, but after a few limping steps, she squatted down and started to cry. Without needing to look, it was clear she had twisted her ankle. The ox cart was loaded with various supplies, piled high, and the uneven road had already taken its toll. There was no way to sit on the cart. Even if one could, it would be extremely unsafe. Chapter 85. The cautious little girl, Xiao Jian, didn't put her down. It seemed he had encountered a little ancestor. He might as well carry her, as there was no other option. He squatted down and said to the maid, "Help her up." When the maid helped the little girl up, she cried even more pitifully, squatting on the ground and refusing to get up. It was a case of inappropriate contact between men and women. After waiting for a while without any movement, Xiao Jian became furious, grabbed the little girl's arm, and pulled her onto his shoulder. However, he hadn't pulled her up yet and shot a glare at the maid. "Help her a bit." The maid, startled, quickly supported the little girl from behind, placing her on Xiao Jian's back. The little girl lay on Xiao Jian's back, still sobbing. Xiao Jian, feeling irritated, said, "Stop crying. You're just a little kid pretending to be mature. My little Ling always lets me carry her home, and she hasn't lost any weight." After walking for a while, the little girl seemed to have resigned herself to her fate and stopped crying, feeling like she might fall off his back. Xiao Jian caught her legs and lifted her up a bit. "Hold on tighter. This is very tiring for me." This time, the girl cooperated and wrapped her arms around his neck, holding onto his shoulders, while the maid supported her from the side. As it was getting dark, Xiao Jian set the girl down, found a sheltered spot, and started to set up camp for a rest. Fu Gui started a fire and cooked a pot of porridge. Xiao Jian brought a bowl of porridge to the little girl and then grabbed her foot. The little girl murmured a bit, but obediently made no resistance. Her foot was swollen like a bun, and when Xiao Jian gently pressed on it, she let out a pained whimper. "Does it hurt a lot?" Xiao Jian asked softly. The little girl nodded, tears streaming down her face again. A rich young lady had never endured such hardship. Xiao Jian gently said, "Let us see if you can move it." The little girl moved her foot slightly and cried out in pain again, this time sobbing even more sadly. Xiao Jian carefully examined her foot again and said, "Your foot needs to be put back in place quickly, or you might end up limping. Bear with it. I'll help you straighten it." He then said to the maid behind the girl, "Support her well." The maid nodded. Xiao Jian took off the little girl's shoe and foot covering, held her ankle with one hand and her foot with the other, and pulled a bit. "Just move your foot gently a few times. It won't hurt much." The girl cooperatively moved her foot a few times, and Xiao Jian then turned her foot outward and gently pulled and released it. At a moment when the girl wasn't paying too much attention, Xiao Jian suddenly pulled hard, and there was a cracking sound as the joint was reset. The little girl let out a cry, but felt that it wasn't as painful as she had imagined. This time, she didn't cry anymore. As Xiao Jian helped her put her shoes back on, he asked, "Now, try moving your foot and see if you can move it." The girl softly replied, "I can move it. Thank you, big brother. It doesn't hurt as much as before." Xiao Jian asked the maid for a handkerchief, folded it into a square, soaked it in cold water, and placed it on the girl's sprained area, telling the maid, "Change the handkerchief every half an hour." After finishing all this, the little girl finally began to eat porridge, and Xiao Jian also took a bowl of porridge and drank it slowly. "Are you going to Jinjiang City?" he asked. The little girl nodded and replied softly, "My father is in Jinjiang City. I have always been by his side. Recently, I returned to my hometown in Qingsha City. When I left, there were no bandits here. A few months ago, Shangzhou City had not yet fallen. and this area was still under the control of the government, so it should be relatively stable. After carrying the little girl for 5 days, they finally exited Black Cloud Mountain. The swelling in the girl's foot had gone down, and she could move around on the ground. It seemed she had gotten used to being carried by Xiao Jian. Whenever he squatted down, she would immediately climb onto his back without hesitation. Xiao Jian didn't say anything. Carrying her was fine. If she sprained her foot again, it would still be troublesome for him. Anyway, he was physically strong, and carrying her didn't feel too tiring. After passing Black Cloud Mountain, they entered a flat plain, and the official road became much smoother, with the creaking of the ox carts significantly reduced. After walking west for several days, they gradually noticed crops beginning to grow in the fields, and smoke was rising from the villages. After rounding a small hill, they saw the tall city walls of Jinjiang City in the distance. Towering and majestic, Jinjiang City was built alongside the Jin River, which was wide and flowed directly to the sea, making water and land transportation convenient and commercial exchanges frequent. Goods transported here by water radiated eastward to Huzhou City and Shangzhou City, and southeastward to Qingsha City. Because of this uniqueness, Jinjiang City was established as a directly governed prefecture, equivalent in rank to a prefecture and subordinate to the administrative office. Upon reaching this point, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were close to Jinjiang City now, and the dog quickened its pace to scout ahead for information near the city. Xiao Jian set the little girl down and said to her maid, "You support her a bit. Don't let her sprain her foot again. The journey isn't far now. Let her walk a bit for exercise." He then admonished the girl in a big, brotherly manner. "You need to exercise more. Don't just sit in the cart all day. You're already in your teens, and yet you're so fragile." When they reached the city gate, the sun was already setting. Xiao Jian said to the little girl, "You go into the city first to get home. I still have things to do outside the city, so we'll part ways here." Xiao Jian wanted to see the situation of the refugees in Jinjiang City. Now that food was a bit more plentiful, he planned to bring back some helpers. The girl stood by his side, lowering her head, rubbing the hem of her clothes, and said nothing. Xiao Jian was half a head taller than the little girl. He reached out and ruffled her hair, messing up her shiny locks. The little girl looked up at Xiao Jian with a face full of grievance. Her delicate brows slightly furrowed, and her bright eyes glistening with tears of complaint, evoking a heart-wrenching feeling just by looking at her. Her deep-set eyes could draw a person in. Fortunately, she still had a small handkerchief on her face. Otherwise, it would have truly overwhelmed Xiao Jian. He averted his gaze and softly said, "I will return quickly after finishing my business in Jinjiang City. Stay at home and don't run around. You can see that it's not safe outside." The little girl shyly and somewhat bashfully said, "If I want to find you, where can I find you?" Seeing the dog approaching, Xiao Jian laughed and said, "Still thinking about giving me a big thank you? No need. It was just a small effort. You can go back now." After saying that, he waved his hand to the girl and turned to walk towards the dog. The maid, seeing that the young lady was reluctant to part, hurriedly said, "Miss, the city gate is about to close." As they entered the city, the little girl suddenly remembered something and said, "Xiao Hong, I forgot to ask him his name." Saying this, she tugged at the maid to run back. But the maid blocked her. "Miss, the city gate is already closed," and muttered, "He didn't even ask you for your name." Everyone, please help by giving a good review. Click to rate, choose good looking, and then leave a comment in the review section. There will be rewards later, you understand. Chapter 86 Arrival at Jinjiang City. Outside Jinjiang City, the dog glanced at the already closed city gate and said, "Young master, their inn's near the dock. Let's stay there. Many merchants travel by water." Xiao Jian nodded. He needed some special materials, and if he could establish a good relationship with the water merchants, it would be helpful for the future. The dock was not far from Jinjiang City, and from the dock, one could even vaguely see the cannons on the city wall. The range of these cannons could cover the entire surface of the Jinjiang River. There were no neatly arranged streets at the dock, just scattered buildings of varying heights. Close to the dock, the crowd was bustling with porters unloading goods and street vendors setting up stalls, with many idle people milling about. As Xiao Jian passed a fruit stall, he picked a large, red peach, wiped it, took a bite, and then remembered that he hadn't paid. He smiled apologetically at the peach vendor and said, "The peach is very sweet." Turning to Fu Gui, he added. Buy some take back, so that dog and live Fu can try too. He raised the peach in his hand and said, don't forget this one. After saying that, while eating the peach, he strolled to the riverbank. Various boats of different sizes and shapes were docked on the river, their masts standing like a forest. The most common was a type of cargo sailing ship, which had a flat bottom, a spacious deck, and a square bow and stern, looking as if it had been cut with a knife. Many of these sailing ships had been idle for a long time, with some boats left unattended, accumulating water, and the ropes securing them had rotted over the years. It was a scene of desolation. Xiao Jian had only stood by the river for a moment when several idle people began to wander nearby, occasionally getting close to peek, then casually walking away. This place was fraught with danger. Just as he was about to leave, a sudden commotion erupted behind him. Old Zhang, where have you hidden Xiao Yun? If you don't hand her over, don't even think about setting up your stall here again. Brothers, let us smash his stall first. Crash! Xiao Jian turned to see a group of thugs surrounding the peach vendor, peaches rolling all over the ground. The vendor was crouching on the ground, trembling as he picked up the fallen peaches one by one. The leader of the thugs was ugly, with small eyes like a rat, and a mouth with a missing corner, making him look very sleazy. Seeing the old man still picking up peaches, he became furious and kicked the old man over, shouting, "You old fool! My brother has taken a liking to your granddaughter. That is her fortune from 8 generations. He then viciously stomped on the peaches on the ground, saying, let you pick them up, let you not know your place. I'll burn your peach orchard. Let us see where you'll get peaches to sell. Behind the toothless thug was a man with equally small eyes, sharp features, and a few yellow hairs on his face, making it hard to tell his age. He was likely the brother the thug mentioned. Xiao Jian couldn't help but wonder if this was really an ugly monkey. Just as he was about to step forward, 3 constables suddenly arrived. The leading constable walked up to the peach vendor, took a bite out of a peach from his arms, and spat it out repeatedly, throwing the peach harshly to the ground, scolding, "You old man, how dare you sell such peaches? If someone gets sick, I'll take your whole family." It was clear to anyone with eyes that the constables and thugs were in cahoots. This old man would probably be too afraid to sell peaches in the future. As long as the thugs pulled a trick, blaming it on his peaches, the old man's family would face legal troubles. Xiao Jian shook his head helplessly. This world had already rotted through. He looked up at the sky. The sun was setting, casting a bloody glow. He decided to find an inn to stay at first. There were many inns around the dock, all wooden buildings of 2 or 3 stories. On the side of the inns hung a row of round lanterns with the names of the inns written on them. From a scale of the inns, one could see the former prosperity of the place. Xiao Jian casually glanced around and walked towards a particular inn called Shunlai. Shunlai was built by the river, offering a broad view where one could see the comings and goings of people on the street and the boats at the dock. Upon entering Shunlai Inn, the lobby had temporary resting areas on both sides with chairs and tea tables, and inside was a row of counters where the innkeeper stood listlessly. Seeing Xiao Jian and his group enter, the innkeeper immediately perked up and welcomed them, bowing and gesturing. He cheerfully invited, "Are you here for a meal or to stay? Our Shunlai Inn is the largest inn at the dock. Please, gentlemen, come in." He then called out to someone behind the counter, "Come out and attend to the guests." Xiao Jian waved his folding fan and walked casually to the resting area in the lobby. With a calm expression, he said to Dog, "Go and arrange a few rooms and order some food. Let us have one of each of the inn's signature dishes." He closed the fan and casually pointed to the chairs opposite the tea table, saying, "No need to be polite, innkeeper. Business at the dock has really dwindled. Hasn't tea it?" After saying this, he sat down on his own. The innkeeper, seeing the young master being generous, smiled widely and took a seat across from Xiao Jian. The waiter brought in the tea set, and the innkeeper poured tea for Xiao Jian. He said contentedly, "This place used to be a hub for goods, with merchants setting up warehouses here for bulk deliveries. It was once so prosperous." Then he sighed dejectedly, saying, "But now, the trade routes from Shangzhou and Huzhou have been cut off, and the trade route from Qingsha City is also declining, leading to a decline here as well." Xiao Jian took a sip from his teacup and slowly said, "Back then, merchants gathered here, and the streets were bustling. Now it's so desolate. It's truly lamentable. I fear this time I will disappoint my father." Fu Gui, beside him, rolled his eyes, The young master was lying without a second thought. When had he ever been to Jinjiang City, and how could he say he feared disappointing his father, who was already gone? Xiao Jian shot Fu Gue a glare and then thoughtfully looked at the innkeeper, asking, "Innkeeper, with your wide travels, are there any merchants here specializing in minerals?" The innkeeper pondered for a moment and said, "Merchants specializing in minerals are rare, but there are some general merchants who handle minerals as well. I just don't know if the young master is looking to sell or buy. Both buying and selling. If it's convenient for you. Can you introduce a few merchants?" he said, pulling out 5 taels of silver and pushing it toward the innkeeper. The innkeeper discreetly accepted the silver, saying, "Young master, please settle in first. I will send someone to contact them and have them come and discuss with you." 5 taels of silver was not a small sum. Xiao Jian had only brought a little over 60 taels of cash this time, all obtained from the iron factory and the mine. After chatting for a while, Xiao Jian then stood up and returned to his guest room. In the guest room, Dog was hiding by the window, observing the street. Seeing Xiao Jian come in, he said seriously, "Young master, there are people downstairs keeping watch." Xiao Jian walked to the window and looked down. Seeing the idlers wandering about were indeed the few people who had been peeking by the riverside. Keep an eye on them. Chapter 87. The third entry into the unknown space. As soon as he returned to the guest room, the progress bar appeared in his mind again. This time, it seemed that quite a bit of time had passed in his own world. When he returned from the unknown space, there had been a heavy rain in the unknown space, causing strange green grass to grow rapidly on the ground, awakening the lurking horned beasts. Xiao Jian was attacked by the horned beasts, but managed to escape into the base left by Han Xiao, avoiding this disaster. He wondered if the horned beasts were still near the base. Upon returning, Xiao Jian had left the little ball at the base. He didn't know how it was doing now. Xiao Jian opened his eyes and found himself lying on the bed in Han Zhao's base. Learning from the last experience where he almost fell to the ground, he made sure to lie on the bed when he returned this time. He got up and looked around, only to be stunned. Where was the little ball? He clearly remembered that the little ball had been lying on the bed too. After searching the base, he still couldn't find any trace of it. Xiao Jian grew anxious and went to the window to look outside. There was no green grass or horned beasts anymore. After their return, did everything here continue as usual? And did they come here just to restore their physical state? These questions were not important. The issue was how long had it been in the unknown space since their return? Where had the little ball gone? It wouldn't have gone to its own base, would it? Xiao Jian instinctively glanced at his finger and his eyes widened. His base ring was still on his finger. He quickly opened the terminal box, and a system message popped up. Base upgraded to level 3. Please select an empty space for placing the base as soon as possible to avoid physical harm. Not expanding the base would cause physical harm? Xiao Jian couldn't understand the reason behind this, and had no time to dwell on it. Instead of choosing a placement, he opened the chat channel, and sure enough, the little ball had left him a message. "Brother, I found my kin." What did the little ball mean? Finding its kin meant it wouldn't follow him anymore? Just as Xiao Jian was about to send it a message, he thought better of it and closed the terminal box. Perhaps this was for the best. It couldn't stay by his side forever, could it? Xiao Jian went outside the base. The lush green grass he had seen when he left was now nowhere to be found. It had turned into a desert. He looked sadly at the empty base and took out the terminal box to put it away, hesitating for a moment before deciding to keep it. If the little ball came back and found the base gone, it would probably cry again. It was best to leave the base here for now. He decided to keep his base in the original location, which was relatively elevated and wouldn't be flooded even in heavy rain. Behind it was a large mountain, and the cave with a water source was at the foot of the mountain, only a few dozen miles in a straight line from here. The base was situated midway up a low hill, where there was a flat area extending out. The terrain around the flat area was lower on 3 sides, meaning that even the heaviest rain wouldn't flood the base. The front of the flat area was open, with vast plains stretching out without end. The mud that had been transported from the swamp had accumulated in the low-lying areas of the plain. The mud from the swamp was fertile, making it the best soil for planting crops. Xiao Jian walked over to the pile of mud, which had become a flat piece of land, smoothed out by the continuous heavy rains. In the flat mud, there were also several footprints of wild beasts. It seemed that this place had also grown that kind of green grass, and the footprints were likely left by beasts grazing. Xiao Jian picked up a handful of mud and rubbed it in his hands, feeling that it was still quite moist. He returned to the base and rummaged through a large pile of seeds, finding no names on the packages, leaving him unsure of what types of seeds they were. By examining the appearance of the seeds, he was able to distinguish some differences. After sorting through over 300 packages of seeds, he ultimately discovered 5 different varieties. The most abundant were seeds resembling rice grains, with each package containing 100 seeds. Next were mixed seeds, which contained several types, each grain being quite small, also totaling 100 seeds. The remaining 3 types had larger grains, with fewer seeds per package. The most contained 20 seeds, and these grains were the smallest among the 3 types. The next package contained 10 seeds, which were also mixed, resembling fruit pits, likely fruit tree seeds. The least number of seeds were in packages containing only 5 seeds, which were the largest in size, resembling small balls with very hard shells. Moreover, this type of packaging was very rare. Among the over 300 packages of seeds, only 3 were found, accounting for just 1%. Xiao Jian had no tools and couldn't even dig a hole or prepare the land, but the mud was damp enough to plant. He took out 1 package of each type of seed and scattered them in the mud according to their different types, making sure to mark them. Finally, he looked at the package with only 5 seeds and felt that the number was too small, so he opened another package and tossed all 10 seeds into the mud. Xiao Jian felt like he was opening a blind box. He could only leave it to fate to see what would grow from the mud. The seeds he bought from the auction house were purely consumables. The fruits they produced couldn't be replanted. He opened the auction house to take a quick look and found that there were still 230 packages of seeds left. Just as he was about to close the auction house, he noticed the number had changed to 229. He stared at the seed count in confusion, and soon it changed from 229 to 228. Moreover, the number of seeds decreased by 1 package every so often in a very regular pattern. Clearly, someone was constantly buying them. Was someone hoarding seeds? Didn't everyone use their money to buy dry cakes? Who was it that still had enough money left to purchase seeds? Looking at the 15 contribution points in his account, Xiao Jian sighed. Once these seeds were sold out, the price would surely skyrocket like the dry cakes. He needed to make money quickly. If he could smoothly obtain the energy mine that the supposed little fairy mentioned, he would have fun for shopping. He no longer hesitated, inputting the coordinates given by her into the terminal box. Grabbing his sword, dry cakes, and water bottle, he set off towards the big mountain behind the base. According to the map's instructions, the destination was within this mountain. From the base to the foot of the mountain, the path was filled with strange rocks, and there were even 2 spots where he had to pass through a short cave. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Jian glanced back at the path he had taken. Without the guidance of the map, he would never have found this place. Standing on a hill, he looked around and felt very familiar. The cave with water was not far ahead. He had been here twice before, but each time he had come along the edge of the swamp, not realizing that this cave was so close to the base. Xiao Jian added a few bottles of water in the cave and continued deeper into the mountains. Chapter 88. The cunning invisible monster through a canyon filled with strange rocks and over a high mountain. Xiao Jian stood on the ridge, stunned by the sight before him, as if he had entered another world. Lush green trees flourished, and the wild grass and flowers on the ground swayed with the wind, showcasing a vibrant scene. This was a basin of several hundred acres, surrounded by towering mountains, resembling a massive volcanic crater or a pit created by some terrifying explosion. At the center of the basin was a sizable water pool, its azure waves rippling, reflecting the majestic mountains, resembling a fairyland. The surroundings were silent, with only the gentle breeze rustling the leaves, creating a whispering sound. Just as he was admiring this patch of greenery in the wilderness, he suddenly sneezed. In that moment, he clearly sensed a pair of sharp eyes watching him from the shadows. Xiao Jian immediately became alert, turning to look. The grass suddenly parted, forming a narrow passage that moved towards him with astonishing speed. His heart raced, and he gripped his weapon tightly, eyes wide as he focused on the approaching passage. However, all he could see was the grass collapsing on both sides, with dead leaves swirling in the air, but no visible object moving within the passage. Yet the sound of footsteps echoed in his ears, telling him that some invisible feet were closing in on him. Xiao Jian quickly jumped onto a nearby rock, staring in fear and confusion at the grass that continued to collapse. What kind of creature had he encountered? Could this monster really be invisible? Just as he pondered how to force the creature to reveal itself, his insight ability suddenly activated, and an image flashed in his mind. In the vision, he saw a massive monster, its body hunched low, moving towards him with heavy pressure, step by step. It had long claws on its hands, as hard and sharp as steel. Its skin was as black as ink, rough like a thick layer of old tree bark, devoid of any sheen. A pair of savage and fierce eyes, like those of a predator, fixated on Xiao Jian, emanating a cold and cruel light. Its wide and twisted mouth curled into a sinister grin, revealing an endless desire for prey and a cruel delight. The entire face was filled with muscular textures, showcasing its brutal nature. The monster was enveloped in a suffocating aura of evil, sending chills down his spine. The invisible beast seemed to sense Xiao Jian's gaze. Realizing it might have exposed itself, it suddenly charged forward at high speed, swinging its sharp claws towards Xiao Jian's forehead. With the force of its powerful legs, dust kicked up behind it, and broken branches and leaves flew everywhere. Thanks to his foresight from the inside ability, Xiao Jian was fully aware of the monster's impending actions. Just as the creature lunged at him, he swiftly dodged its attack path and slashed upward with his sword. Though it appeared to be a meaningless strike toward the sky, a comical scene unfolded. The invisible beast's claw struck the sword as if it had delivered itself to the blade. With a snap, the sharp claws were significantly dulled. Its claws were its personal weapons, and losing a significant portion in one blow caused it immense pain. With a piercing howl, it suddenly retreated into the woods at lightning speed. It realized that its invisibility had no effect on Xiao Jian, and without hesitation, it fled. Xiao Jian looked disdainfully at the fading shadow. This was merely a cowardly creature, cautious and quick to escape when it realized it was outmatched. Its invisibility was indeed hard to defend against, if it weren't for the grass revealing its movements and his insight ability allowing him to see its form. He might have truly suffered, but before Xiao Jian could dismiss the creature completely, the grass around him began to surge like waves, and soon, various wild beasts surrounded him. Among them, the most prominent was the sharp-horned beast he had encountered at the Hanshao base, which he knew to be troublesome. Xiao Jian's expression turned grim. If it were just a single head-level, sharp-horned beast, he had confidence in engaging it and even killing it with his foresight. But now, there were hundreds of them. Even if they followed martial ethics and approached one by one, he would be exhausted and still unable to kill them all. Not to mention, there were many other wild beasts he had never seen. If they all charged at once, he would be torn to shreds in an instant. Standing on the rock, he looked around from his elevated position. Ahead was the direction the invisible beast had fled, and there were the most wild animals. On both sides, there were towering mountains, and he estimated that before he could climb up, the beast would catch up to him, and there were many beasts on those sides as well. The only path left was behind him, where he remembered there was a cliff with a water pool at the bottom. This side had almost no beasts. Just then, that fleeing invisible beast, hiding who knows where, howled again, and the surrounding wild beasts seemed to receive a command, suddenly charging toward Xiao Jian. He had no time for further consideration. Once surrounded by these beasts, he would have no chance to escape. He jumped down from the rock and sprinted towards the cliff with all his might. He had to use maximum inertia to leap into the water pool below the cliff. Otherwise, he would be smashed to a pulp. Reaching the cliff's edge, he hesitated not at all, pushing off with his legs and launching himself into the air, plummeting towards the cliff. With a splash, Xiao Jian accurately landed in the water pool, sending water flying several feet high. He plunged to the bottom of the pool, landing in the muddy silt. The cliff he jumped from was dozens of feet high, and fortunately, the water pool was deep enough to cushion his fall. However, even so, Xiao Jian felt pain all over his body, as if his head had been struck heavily. He pulled his head out of the mud and saw the clear water shimmering with light, with unknown fish leisurely swimming around. The pool was large, surrounded by towering cliffs, and the closest cliff had a dark cave. When Xiao Jian surfaced near the cave, he noticed the water here was noticeably colder than at the bottom of the pool. He guessed that the water in the pool was likely flowing from this cave. Breaking the surface, he saw a small island in the center of the pool, bare and devoid of even a single weed, as if someone had cleared it. He climbed onto the island, leaned against a rock, gasping for breath, took out his water bottle, and drank while scanning the surroundings on the island. This was a circular island, approximately several dozen acres in size, with no rocks. Just black soil everywhere. Chapter 89. A strange little sapling, he was suddenly attracted by a small tree in the center of the island. The island was barren, yet there stood a less than 2-foot-tall green sapling, appearing particularly conspicuous. As Xiao Jian approached the small tree, he discovered that it bore several green fruits, each the size of a thumb, with wrinkled skins that clearly showed they were not yet ripe. He laughed happily. This was a native fruit tree. The seeds of native fruit trees could be replanted again. Xiao Jian seemed to envision vast, lush orchards surrounding the base, filled with bright red fruits. He carefully loosened the black soil with his sharp sword, gently lifting the entire sapling along with its roots. Just as Xiao Jian was digging up the small tree, the beasts that had been attacking him from the cliff suddenly rushed down, surrounding the edge of the pond. In an instant, the area around the pond was filled with beastly heads. Some circled the pond, while others fixed their gaze on Xiao Jian on the island. Xiao Jian proudly raised the sapling in his hand, laughing loudly and taunting, "Ha ha! Come bite me. Afraid to come into the water? Can't get here, can you?" The stealth beasts seemed enraged by Xiao Jian's actions, continuously roaring, their voices echoing in the valley, filled with murderous intent, as if they wanted to tear Xiao Jian apart. To Xiao Jian's astonishment, the beasts that had been lingering on the shore, as if greatly intimidated, all suddenly jumped into the pond with splashes, swimming towards the island. In an instant, countless white waves surged on the water surface, rapidly approaching the island. "Oh no, these beasts can swim." Xiao Jian jumped 3 feet high, panicking about what to do. The island was so small, once the herd of beasts landed, it would be instantly overcrowded. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the cave at the bottom of the pond. He didn't know where it led, or if there was a place above the water level inside. However, even drowning in the cave seemed better than being torn apart by the beasts. Xiao Jian had no choice. The cave at the bottom of the pond became his only destination, and he jumped into the pond without hesitation. At this time, several smooth-skinned amphibians like weasels rushed toward Xiao Jian at high speed. Xiao Jian took a deep breath and forcefully swam down, diving into the water and quickly heading for the cave at the pond's depths. The amphibians above him suddenly lost their target, swimming in circles in the water before finally diving in after him. By the time Xiao Jian swam into the cave's entrance, the amphibians stirred up the silt at the bottom, making the water murky and obscuring Xiao Jian's figure as they swam back to the surface. As Xiao Jian entered the cave, he was struck by a piercing cold current that made him tremble, but to his surprise, the cave clearly began to rise. Just as he was about to drown, he finally saw a glimmer of light above. He surfaced, and his hair stood on end as he saw several robots. Xiao Jian had no time to think. He quickly sank back down, exposing only his eyes to observe the situation in the cave. On the cave walls, several thick pipes were inserted into the pond water, leading to the cave's exit. Not far from the water surface, 5 robots stood neatly along one side of the pipes, seemingly guarding something. The robots were very similar in shape to humans, but their joints were disc-shaped pivots. These robots were intact, standing motionless as if they were asleep. After observing for a long time, Xiao Jian realized that they had exhausted their energy and were essentially no different from a pile of wreckage. Xiao Jian climbed out of the water and pushed one of the standing robots. It fell to the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. On the rock wall they had been blocking, a small door appeared. Xiao Jian opened the small door, revealing a stone room filled with oddly shaped machines. However, these machines had stopped functioning. Xiao Jian circled around the machines and found a box. This box was likely where the energy mineral was installed, but unfortunately, the energy mineral inside had long been depleted, turning into a pile of powder. Xiao Jian did not retrieve these machines. He knew that scrap metal was worth little and was better left behind. He closed the small door, glanced at the fallen robots, and helped them up. Their dedication to duty deserved his respect. Following the cave to the exit, Although he had anticipated this moment, the sight before him still left him in shock. The cave entrance was high above a steep rock wall, with flat ground below scattered with many ruined buildings. The walls of the buildings bore deep cracks and signs of destruction, with rubble strewn about and towering smokestacks toppled to the ground, emitting a decaying odor. It was as if this place had experienced a terrible war. Countless pipes hung down from the remnants of walls, resting on the wreckage of massive machines. Still dripping black liquid, spherical tanks, resembling hills, had exploded from within, with wide cracks resembling the gaping jaws of a ferocious beast. The mechanical arms, heads, and bodies of robots were scattered everywhere, some twisted and deformed, while others had been torn apart by unknown forces. Xiao Jian's eyes widened, and his mouth fell agape as he stared at the astonishing scene before him. After being stunned for a while, he finally regained his senses and remembered the purpose of his visit. He took out the terminal box and checked the map's indications. Unexpectedly, the energy mineral he was looking for was right in the ruins before him. Xiao Jian's expression grew complicated. He could sense that the ruins were not as calm as they appeared. Just from the wreckage of the robots, Xiao Jian felt something was off. No matter how fierce the battle, it was impossible to destroy all the robot components so completely, with almost none intact. Moreover, he noticed that the wreckage showed clear signs of having been disturbed. He began to carefully observe all the buildings in the ruins and every corner. Suddenly, from the bottom of the cliff, a faint noise of commotion reached his ears. From his position, he could not see the base of the cliff, and it felt unwise to venture down. Xiao Jian thought of his insight ability. He began to concentrate, focusing on the foot of the cliff. In fact, he had never practiced the skill of insight. It often activated automatically during crises. Currently, the only way he could consciously activate his insight ability was to concentrate on a single point, which was extremely time-consuming. Chapter 90. The destroyed industrial ruins. The cultivation method obtained from the cave in North Mountain includes a part for enhancing insight ability, but this only strengthens the ability, rather than being a skill of insight itself. Just as Xiao Jian was lost in thought, the insight imagery finally appeared in his mind, encompassing the area at the bottom of the cliff. At that moment, Xiao Jian discovered that in an inconspicuous depression at the cliff's base, there was a well-preserved building. This building was relatively low, and its outer walls were noticeably different from other structures, reflecting a metallic sheen, seemingly constructed from an unknown metal. There was also a faint light emanating from within the building, causing Xiao Jian's heart to tighten. Could there be living beings inside? He immediately shifted his consciousness into the building, which contained a spacious hall. In the center of the hall stood a massive, cylindrical machine, with round door openings at both ends. The light Xiao Jian saw was emanating from these door openings. To his surprise, he discovered 5 robots wielding sharp swords patrolling around the machine. These 5 active robots were divided into 2 groups. 3 were patrolling inside the building, seemingly guarding the safety of the cylindrical machine, while the other 2 inspected the area outside the building before returning inside, monitoring the surroundings. At that moment, 2 more robots entered through the door, lifting a damaged robot between them and bringing it to the cylindrical machine, placing it inside one of the openings. They then proceeded to put several robot limbs into the machine, and soon, a complete robot emerged from the other opening of the cylindrical machine, after which the machine closed, and the light in the doorway disappeared. The newly repaired robot did not join the patrols, but instead entered a room by opening a door. The room was slightly smaller than the hall and was filled with complete robots, indicating that this was likely a robot storage room. The newly arrived robot joined the ranks of the others and ceased all movement. Roughly estimating, there were no fewer than 100 robots in the storage room. This cylindrical machine is specifically for repairing robots. No wonder the robot remnants in the ruins are either twisted and deformed or simply in pieces. It seems that those relatively intact remnants must have been collected here and reassembled into complete robots. Repairing robots must require energy, and the energy mine that the little fairy pretended to take away should be the one currently being used by this machine. Xiao Jian unexpectedly felt a twinge of reluctance in his heart. Taking away the energy mine would mean destroying their last hope. Without energy replenishment, these robots would soon become completely inoperative. However, on second thought, he had yet to determine whether the robots were enemies or allies, and he had no need to worry about them. But with 3 robots inside watching and 2 outside patrolling, it wouldn't be easy to take away the energy mine. With his own strength, rashly entering the metallic building would definitely not end well. The transmission device of the terminal box would be ineffective against these active robots. The system likely doesn't transport dangerous items for safety reasons, which includes all living beings and active robots. At this moment, Xiao Jian's inside ability automatically retreated. He needed a rest for a period before he could activate it again. He simply leaned against the rock wall and began to rest, planning to observe the robot's activity patterns at night to see if he could find any defensive vulnerabilities. Just as he closed his eyes, he suddenly saw that strange red sun again. The black net still enveloped the red sun, and a transparent tube ran through the net, with a golden liquid slowly flowing into a square box. He recalled that the last time he saw this scene was when he was scared unconscious by a tiger in North Mountain. At that time, the liquid in the box was clearly much less than it was now. He didn't know what would happen once the liquid in the box filled up, but every time he saw this box, he felt a sense of urgency. The first time Xiao Jian entered this space, he had seen a long corridor filled with many images, but this time he searched around and couldn't find that corridor. Instead, he saw a puddle in an open area with a mound of dirt in the middle on which a small tree was growing. A small tree? Suddenly, Xiao Jian remembered the sapling he had dug up on the small island in the pond. He clearly recalled that when he jumped into the water, he was still holding that sapling, but while swimming through the cave, it seemed he had lost it. Why had he lost the sapling? He had no memory of it at all. The small tree in this puddle was less than 2 feet tall, yet it felt very familiar. Xiao Jian stepped over the puddle and approached the small tree. It bore 2 green fruits, and its skin was covered in wrinkles. Wasn't this the small tree he had dug up on the island? How could it be here? Could this also be an existing space? What excited him even more was that this strange space seemed capable of carrying items. If he could use it to bring things from his world into this strange space and then transfer them to an unknown space, wouldn't he quickly become wealthy? He searched his body for an item to place here, but unfortunately, aside from his clothing, even the pendant he always carried with him hadn't come along. However, Xiao Jian was not disappointed. Since the small tree could enter, it meant that this place could store items, or perhaps he just hadn't reached that level yet. Xiao Jian wandered around this space a few more times. Although there was still only this one small tree, the space seemed much larger than before. When Xiao Jian woke up from the space, it was already nighttime. The cave was exceptionally cold at night, and Xiao Jian curled up, using his insight imagery to observe the movements of the robots in the metallic building. It seemed they were trying to conserve energy. During the day, 5 robots were active, while at night, only 2 responsible for patrolling the surroundings remained active. The 3 robots inside the building had entered the storage room and had not come out since. The 2 patrolling robots consistently made a circle around the building before checking the perimeter, and this process continued repeatedly. However, they were very alert. Even the slightest rustle of the wind would prompt them to investigate before continuing their patrol along the original route. Chapter 91. The Machine of the Maintenance Robots do not get tired. Xiao Jian felt that waiting any longer was pointless. Not far from the cave entrance, there was a metal gate which should lead to a passage beneath the cliff. Xiao Jian approached the gate and touched its surface. Suddenly, a bright light flickered at the top of the gate, startling him and causing him to step back a few paces. This light was fleeting, and then there was no further movement. Xiao Jian took a breath. The light just now resembled the one emitted by the terminal box during scanning, indicating it was likely a type of identity recognition device. He approached the gate again, but no matter how he knocked or pushed, the light did not appear again, and the heavy gate remained immovable. It seemed that without verification from the recognition system, the gate could not be opened, so he had no choice but to climb down the iron ladder outside the cave. When Xiao Jian reached the foot of the cliff, a patrolling robot happened to enter the building. He hid behind a damaged machine, holding a stone in his hand, looking at the building's main door through the dim moonlight. Soon, 2 robots emerged again, tirelessly moving about. Xiao Jian waved his hand and threw the stone to the other side of the building. Clang! The stone struck a piece of scrap metal, producing a crisp sound. The two robots turned their heads towards the source of the sound and ran over without hesitation, their heavy feet trampling on the metal debris, creating a series of loud, clanging noises that shattered the night's tranquility. Taking advantage of this distraction, Xiao Jian swiftly slipped into the building, the noise from the robots effectively masking his footsteps. Arriving in front of a cylindrical machine, he found a box that housed the energy ore. This box resembled the one he had seen in the stone house of the cave, except it was much larger. He opened the lid, revealing a black object about half a foot square, its surface covered with tiny holes. Through these holes, he could see a faint red light emanating from within. Xiao Jian took out the terminal box and shone it on the black object, which displayed the information, discovered a low-grade energy ore in use. He quickly pressed the recovery button. He needed to recover the energy ore as soon as possible and leave immediately, as the patrolling robots could return at any moment. However, the terminal box seemed to not understand his urgency and displayed a message indicating recovery failure. It appeared that the energy ore currently in use could not be directly recovered. So Xiao Jian immediately lifted it out of the box. The energy ore was extremely heavy. The half-foot square ore weighed no less than 300 pounds. Fortunately, Xiao Jian had good physical strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to move it out. As soon as he pulled the ore out, the red light within it disappeared. Xiao Jian placed the ore on the ground and activated the recovery function of the terminal box again. A flash of white light passed, and the ore disappeared without a trace from the ground. This time, there were no further mishaps. The energy ore was successfully recovered. Just as Xiao Jian finished recovering the energy ore, a sudden commotion of footsteps echoed from the robot warehouse, and he could hear the sound of robots running outside the building. Xiao Jian's heart raced. It was likely the light emitted during the recovery of the energy ore had alerted them. He knew that the robots ran at incredible speeds, and now trying to escape through the main door would likely lead him to run into the patrolling robots. He glanced around. Apart from the cylindrical machine in front of him, the hall was empty. The sound of running outside grew closer, and he looked towards the warehouse door, where the noise had also reached. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a small door next to the warehouse. This small door looked very unremarkable, to the point that Xiao Jian hadn't even noticed it when he used his insight vision to check the area. At this moment, he could not afford to think too much. He rushed towards the small door. If he didn't leave the hall soon, he would surely be surrounded by two groups of robots. From his observations, the door lock here was not a traditional mechanical lock, but an advanced smart lock, likely rendered ineffective due to lack of power. Xiao Jian gently pushed, and the small door slowly opened with a creaking sound, as if it hadn't been opened in a long time. He quickly slipped into the room and shivered. This place emanated an extremely cold aura. Ignoring the chill, he swiftly closed the door behind him and pressed against it, listening intently to the sounds in the hall. Heavy footsteps echoed outside, and soon, more footsteps gathered in the hall. It seemed that the robots from the warehouse had come out as well. After a clamor, they appeared not to have detected anything unusual, and the hall gradually quieted down. Xiao Jian let out a long sigh of relief, feeling fortunate. Fortunately, when he took the energy ore, the box that held the ore automatically closed, which did not draw the robot's attention. This room seemed to have some special qualities. They had inspected every corner of the hall, but did not enter this room to check. The room was spacious, just slightly smaller than the hall outside. Strange patterns were carved on the walls, resembling a complete star map. The patterns were intricate and complex, like a beautiful work of art. Stars and planets danced on the walls, emitting a faint glow, sparkling brightly, and the detailed lines traced their trajectories, evoking a sense of the universe's vastness. It gave off a mysterious and solemn feeling. Against the cliff wall, there was a door deeply embedded in the wall, resembling a metal gate, thick and tightly sealed. This door was identical to the one at the exit of the cave, smooth as a mirror, without any handles or mechanisms to open it. Xiao Jian approached and pushed the door with all his strength, but it remained as solid as the door in the cave, not budging an inch. In the center of the room stood an object with 2 inch-shaped like 1-foot diameter spheres that gradually tapered down to about 3 feet in the middle. It seemed to be carved from a whole piece of white jade, translucent and sparkling, with an overall length exceeding 5 feet, resembling a gigantic long gourd. The gourd was covered in bizarre patterns made up of many dots, which continually rotated, causing the patterns to change incessantly. Some dots emitted brilliant light, while others faded into darkness, and some pitch-black dots resembled bottomless abysses, distorting the light around them, ultimately tearing and consuming it. Xiao Jian observed for a moment, feeling that its interior was vast beyond measure, like a moving star map, condensing all of the universe's elements into this gourd. He gently touched the surface of the gourd and immediately felt a bone-chilling cold. The icy aura in the room emanated from this gourd. He circled around the white jade gourd and was pleasantly surprised to find that there was an energy box next to it, identical to the one on the cylindrical machine. The energy ore emitted a faint glow within the box, just as Xiao Jian pulled the energy ore out of the box, preparing to place it outside for recovery. The white jade gourd suddenly cracked apart with a loud bang, and a giant man, standing 15 feet tall, emerged from the gourd. This man's features were very similar to those of a human, like an enlarged version of a person. He had disheveled golden hair that looked unkempt. His face was covered in dirt, making it nearly impossible to discern his skin color or determine his actual age. Chapter 92. The Giant in the Star Universe Soldier Talisman. He wore a long robe seemingly stitched from special metal, its surface covered with a thin membrane that emitted an ethereal glow, giving off an extraordinary and transcendent aura. However, a large hole had been torn open at his chest, through which one could even see the mangled flesh and organs inside him. Xiao Jian looked in disbelief at the giant's massive wound. Despite such severe injuries, this person still maintained his life. This white jade gourd was definitely not simple. Just as Xiao Jian stared at him in astonishment, the giant slowly opened his large, bell-like eyes, revealing a look of confusion and anxiety. When he saw Xiao Jian foolishly holding the energy ore and staring at him, a sudden rage ignited in the giant's eyes, and he shot up. With a flick of his hand, the split gourd transformed into 2 meteor hammers, flying into the giant's grasp. Beasts, you don't stay put in the forbidden area, but come out to ruin my grand plans. When I break into the forbidden area, I will annihilate you all. Xiao Jian was stunned by his words. There was actually a forbidden area here. Could it be that everything here was being destroyed by the creatures from the forbidden area? But before Xiao Jian could regain his senses, the meteor hammer had already soared towards his chest, crashing into him with a bang and sending him flying into the air. At the moment the meteor hammer struck his chest, the pendant on his chest suddenly emitted a burst of light, countering most of the hammer's force. Despite this, Xiao Jian was still thrown into the air by the tremendous power, and before he could sort out the situation, he was knocked unconscious by the overwhelming force. All of this happened almost instantaneously. Xiao Jian didn't even have time to sense the malicious intent, let alone formulate a response. The giant was extremely surprised. This guy had only sustained minor injuries. Could it be that the white light emitted earlier was his protective treasure? While he didn't understand what had blocked the fatal blow, his hands showed no signs of hesitation. Before Xiao Jian could hit the ground, the second meteor hammer shot towards his forehead like lightning. The giant stared at Xiao Jian with eyes that seemed to see through to his soul, thinking, even if you have a protective treasure, you can't withstand my meteor hammer strike. The meteor hammer spun through the space, while energy continued to gather around it. In an instant, countless energy particles streaked through the small space like meteors, illuminating the entire room. With the immense energy boost, the meteor hammer transformed into a fiery red steel ball, flames erupting from its surface. However, the room grew even colder, as if all the warmth had been sucked away by the meteor hammer. If Xiao Jian were to be struck by this hammer, even if his pendant helped him again, he would be reduced to a puddle of flesh with no chance of survival. In a split second, the meteor hammer was already above Xiao Jian's head, his hair curling from the scorching wave of heat, and the next moment, his entire body would turn into a mist of blood. At this moment, Xiao Jian's body was still falling, his brain in a daze, completely unaware that death was approaching. Just at that critical moment, a woman suddenly floated in front of the giant. She wore a light gray long dress, her curly hair rolling like dark clouds, resembling a celestial fairy. She gently waved her arm, and a bizarre scene unfolded. Everything around them suddenly froze. The meteor hammer stopped spinning in midair, and the gathering energy particles, trailing long light trails, suspended in the air. At this moment, time ceased to move forward. Only Xiao Jian, who was still falling, did not stop. He crashed heavily against the wall with a loud bang, then fell onto the smooth metallic floor. After Xiao Jian landed, everything around him instantly returned to normal. The meteor hammer continued on its original trajectory, smashing down onto the metallic floor. With a loud boom, it exploded like a high-energy bomb, blasting a massive pit into the extremely hard metallic surface, and the flying debris struck the small door of the hall, sending it flying out. Immediately after, the gathered energy particles vanished, and the two meteor hammers suddenly merged into a black token. The black token continued to flicker with red light. This red light penetrating through walls and all obstacles, illuminating every corner of the ruins. The gray-clad woman looked at the token, murmuring, "Star Universe Soldier Talisman?" She had an instinctive reaction to the name of this token, yet she could not recall where she had seen it before. Since she had become a soul, she had lost most of her memories, and everything she did seemed to be instinctual, a deep-seated intuition embedded in her soul. At this moment, the giant stared blankly at the gray-clad woman, his eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions. Bloody tears streamed down from the corners of his eyes, leaving a bright red trace on his face. He seemed to have exhausted his essence, his body swaying as if about to collapse, his lips trembling violently. "You? Who are you? How do you have time skills? What is your relationship with the Guardian?" From his tone, it was clear he was extremely agitated, as if he had finally found a long-lost companion after countless years. At this moment, robots filled the hall through the collapsed small door, all staring at the giant in the room, seemingly awaiting his command. The gray-clad woman did not answer his questions, but instead asked, "Who are you? How did you end up here? Where did you obtain this Star Universe Soldier Talisman?" The giant struggled to turn his head and looked at the talisman not far away, which leaped into the air and flew into his hand. He gently caressed the talisman as if it were a cherished possession, but his hands were already too weak to hold it, and with a clang, the talisman fell to the ground. Before the giant collapsed, he uttered in an extremely faint voice, "I was ordered to guard the mine. The forbidden area is destroyed." His words were intermittent, and with each word he spoke, a spurt of blood gushed from his chest wound. Before he could finish, he fell straight to the floor. Immediately, the red light on the talisman vanished, and the robots in the hall gradually dispersed, constantly glancing back at the room, seemingly filled with endless reluctance. Seeing that the heavily injured giant was on the verge of exhaustion, the gray-clad woman immediately reached for the energy ore in Xiao Jian's hand. But her palm passed right through it. She paused for a moment, seemingly realizing that she was only in a soul state and could not touch physical objects here. After hesitating for a moment, she ultimately walked towards Xiao Jian. Her figure gradually became blurry, slowly disappearing into Xiao Jian's body. Then, Xiao Jian suddenly stood up, placing the energy ore back into the energy box. The Star Universe Soldier Talisman quickly unfolded, returning to its white jade gourd form, enveloping the giant's body within. Chapter 93. The gray-clothed fairy saves Xiao Jian at this moment. Xiao Jian still had his eyes tightly closed. He walked stiffly, step by step, to the gate, awkwardly tapping his fingers against the wall a few times. A beam of light shot out from the gate, sweeping across Xiao Jian's body, followed by a buzzing sound as the gate opened. He turned his body towards the white jade gourd that emitted colorful light and said, "Don't worry. I will find a way to wake you up." After saying that, Xiao Jian walked into the gate without ever opening his eyes. Xiao Jian experienced a long dream in which he seemed to turn into a zombie, constantly trudging through mountains and rivers, stumbling repeatedly. He opened his eyes to find himself lying on the bed in the base, feeling weak and sore all over, with a dull pain on his forehead. He reached out to touch his forehead and winced in pain, inhaling sharply. To his surprise, there was a swollen lump on his forehead. He got out of bed, but his legs went weak, and he sat back down on the bed. Pulling up his pant leg, he saw that his legs were covered in bruises. Xiao Jian was stunned. How did he get all these injuries? He tried to recall. Wasn't he supposed to be in that metal building in the ruins? How did he return to the base? He vaguely remembered being hit by the giant in the white jade box, but after that, he had no memory. Quack, quack, quack. The base door was slightly ajar when a sudden quacking noise came from outside. Shortly after, little Tuanzi pushed open the door to the base, poking its little head in to take a look. Upon seeing Xiao Jian sitting on the bed, it bounced in, continuously quacking joyfully. From a distance, it kicked off with its little legs, and its body, like a fluffy ball, jumped onto Xiao Jian. Ah, little Tuanzi, are you trying to crush me? Xiao Jian, who was initially sitting, was knocked back onto the bed by little Tuanzi. Only then did little Tuanzi notice Xiao Jian's numerous injuries. Quack, does it hurt? Little Tuanzi gently touched the swollen lump on Xiao Jian's forehead, clearly articulating the word hurt. Xiao Jian couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that its quack meant brother, and it must have learned it from the chat channel. Strangely, as it touched him lightly, a cool sensation spread from his forehead, and when Xiao Jian touched it again, the previously painful lump had disappeared. Could it be that this little Tuanzi has healing abilities? Xiao Jian looked at little Tuanzi. Little Tuanzi was also stunned, wondering how the lump had vanished after it touched it. Xiao Jian quickly rolled up his pant leg, and little Tuanzi touched the bruises on his leg. Sure enough, the bruises were disappearing at a visible speed. He lifted little Tuanzi into the air and spun around a few times, making little Tuanzi laugh joyfully, its silver bell-like laughter echoing throughout the base. Little Tuanzi, how did you know I was back? Xiao Jian was still puzzled about how he had returned to the base. Could it be that little Tuanzi dragged him back? Sister said. Although little Tuanzi's pronunciation was still off, Xiao Jian could guess the general meaning. However, it pronounced the word sister very clearly. The sister it referred to was the one pretending to be a little fairy. The little fairy had some mysterious qualities. When they successfully recovered the long rectangular box in the swamp, she knew about it immediately. It wasn't surprising that she knew about the energy mine this time as well. Tuanzi, did you just arrive at the base? Xiao Jian asked to confirm whether he had been dragged back by little Tuanzi. Little Tuanzi nodded repeatedly and made a sound of agreement. It seemed that he was not brought back by little Tuanzi, but how did he return to the base? And how did he get all these injuries? Perhaps the little fairy knows these things? He opened the terminal box and first checked his account, which had increased by